In this one, we're going to be building a video membership web application from scratch using Python, NoSQL, and the very popular framework called FastAPI. Now, what this means is we are actually going to be designing every data piece about this from scratch and also how to handle all of the different URLs a web application should, right? So for example, users, we are going to decide what data we want to store from the users. Then from that, we're going to decide how to actually authenticate them, how to save their password and log them in securely and without saving raw passwords. That's one example of many. We're also going to be using that user model to store what they watch, like how long are they watching of a video so they can pick up right where they left off and also help us inform how to make a better video membership site. Now, if you're anything like me, you want to build a video membership site because you want to actually help and teach others. What we're going to be doing here is going to give you a really strong foundation to be able to do that because it's exactly what I did for my own website. And it's a really good place to start because as soon as you start getting users in there, you'll be able to improve on a lot of the features we have here. Now, I try to make this as comprehensive as possible, but of course, there's still going to be things that we would want to build on. And at the very end, I'll talk about some of those things that you're going to want to do. Let's actually take a look at, practically speaking, an example of what we're going to be building in this series so you can kind of pick and choose what you want to do, or you can watch the entire thing. And like always, all of my code is right on GitHub. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at what it is that we're going to be building here, just on a rudimentary level. First and foremost, it's all about videos, right? So we're going to be able to watch a video and it will automatically play like we see here. We can skip around, and if I pause this and go to a different page, go back to that video, it's going to take off right where I left off. That is like a critical piece of all of this naturally. Next, of course, the videos themselves. Notice that there's this edit button here. I'm going to be able to edit these buttons inline or these videos inline and really change them whenever I feel like it. This is done through the magic of HTMX. So if you're looking at this and you're like, oh no, this is going to be a lot of JavaScript, it's not. There will be JavaScript done inside of the video itself, but that part is going to be step-by-step, and it's really heavily referencing on the host here. Now you might notice that I'm actually using YouTube videos. I definitely get into that a lot, but the general idea here is we want to pick a video host of some kind so we can at least play a video. Actually, streaming video is not a trivial task and something that really couldn't be covered in this whole thing. So we used reliable hosts, in this case, using YouTube. Again, I'll talk about that when we get in there. Next, we actually create playlists. Playlists, of course, are a collection of videos, and granted, it has videos just like this. And we can add more, and we can do it based off of an actual YouTube link, and it will extract that video and create a new video instance, much like what we see here. Then, of course, we can actually do a search for all this, like OpenCV. I can do a quick search there, and this would give me this response. I can also refresh this search index, and it will actually give me new data in here as well, which I think is pretty cool. Also, that stuff happened through HTMX as well as a few other third-party packages, which I think is really nice. Next, of course, and one of the biggest things is actually authentication. I can actually log out, log in, and create an account with this service. Now, if you've used FastAPI before, you'll realize that this doesn't come in standard. You actually have to build it from scratch or use third-party packages. We build it from scratch. I'm going to show you exactly how to do all of this. Now, we also have everything on our GitHub right here. So if you're not familiar with this, just check the link in the description. This is where our GitHub location is for all of this code. So we do use Jupyter notebooks from time to time to really just play around with and experiment with all of these concepts so you can actually get more familiar with them, including like what is a JSON web token, for example, because we use that with our authentication sessions. Now, the actual code itself is actually pretty straightforward. So if you've worked with FastAPI before, one of the things that might be really interesting to you is how do you actually render out HTML templates like this, and maybe how to use HTMX. These are really, really great tools and something that I highly recommend that you check out. So like I said before, check the description of this series to jump around if you want to, because the code, all of the code is on GitHub. And if you need to really jump around based off of the series or the lesson itself, just click the number here and it's going to take you to either the start or the end of that series. So you can actually see the code at that time, at that current state, just to make it a little bit easier on you to get everything going. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and actually jump into the series right now. And of course, if you have any questions, my name's Justin. I'll be with you this whole time. See you soon. Right, so the only real requirement for the series is knowing some Python and maybe some HTML and CSS. We're going to do very little JavaScript in this one. It's going to be primarily Python. Of course, we are building a web application using FastAPI. FastAPI itself is really just a bunch of Python functions in some classes here and there. It's actually pretty straightforward on how we're going to end up doing that. Now, if you don't have any experience with Python, that's totally fine. Check out my 30 Days of Python series linked in the description. Now, the first 10 days or so is really all you'll need to be able to jump into this series, which will include installing Python on your local machine. So of course, you'll want to have Python installed as well. The other thing you're going to want to install is Visual Studio Code or VS Code. You can absolutely do everything in here with another code editor, another text editor. I'm going to use VS Code because it has a lot of built-in features that I really, really like. Now, an added bonus would be if you know Git itself, that is version control. I will be using version control because all of the code for this will be on my GitHub, and that will also be linked in the description as well. So that's it for the requirements. Now what we're going to do is set up Visual Studio Code or VS Code for our project and actually initialize something called a virtual environment. Now let's go ahead and set up our project in VS Code and create a Python virtual environment. A lot of the things I'm about to do, I can absolutely use Terminal, or of course, if you're on Windows, you could use PowerShell, but I'm going to stick inside of VS Code so that it's really cross-platform, so we can all really just get the benefit from this. And what I want to do inside of VS Code is open up the Explorer here. I'm going to go ahead and open a folder, and I'm going to navigate to a folder on my local system that's going to hold all this. And I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it video-membership. And we will go ahead and open this thing up. So brand new folder. I'm going to go ahead and then save this workspace as, of course, video-membership. Simple enough. This will make it really easy to open this up in VS Code later if you weren't already aware. Next, I want to open up the terminal. So if we go into terminal up in the top here and do new terminal, that will pop this open. I would learn the shortcut for this one, which in my case, I'm on a Mac. It's just Control tilde. Tilde, of course, is next to the backtick like that. Anyways, so we've got the terminal open here. This should open in the folder that you actually declared in this project anyway, which is another reason to use VS Code. It's just really simple. It just keeps things nice and self-contained. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a Python 3 virtual environment. Now, if you've never done this before, I highly recommend that all of your Python projects use a virtual environment manager of some kind. In my case, I'm going to use the built-in one for my version of Python 3. I have 3.9 here, but you can absolutely use Python 3.6 and above. Probably even Python 4 when that comes out. I would imagine most of these things aren't going to be a whole lot different here. So anyways, we've got Python 3 here. I'm going to go ahead and call it Python 3-m venv and period. Now, before I go any further, of course, if you're on Windows, you probably already are aware of this. You're probably not typing out Python 3. You're probably rather just typing out Python and then capital -V, and it will work roughly the same way. Now, the venv module is a virtual environment manager built into Python, but you can definitely use other things like pipenv, poetry. You can use a lot of them. I would stick away from Conda itself, or Anaconda if you're familiar with that. Just in general, I don't think it plays that well with web application services. Anyways, so now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and create this. And of course, this is going to generate all of the virtual environment things that we need. So if I do source bin/activate, now I can just use standard Python and do -v, and I'll get exactly what's on my system. The same Python 3 version. And if I do pip freeze, I have nothing installed. Of course, if I do Python 3 in this case, it will still give me that as well as pip 3. Now, for those of you who aren't aware of these things, you're like, why am I showing you all this stuff? Well, in a lot of tutorials, you'll see Python 3 written out where it doesn't always need to be if you are inside a virtual environment. Now, a little fun fact to have is whenever you activate your virtual environment, to deactivate it, you just type out deactivate. And of course, if you're on Windows, hopefully you realize this as well. To activate your virtual environment, it's /scripts/activate. But the cool thing is we can actually use this virtual environment stuff with just doing bin/python. Hit enter. This will give me the exact same version of Python. And I could also do, let's exit out of that, bin/pip and freeze and hit enter. And this gives me the exact same value on whether or not it's activated. So every once in a while, you might not want to activate it. You just go off of that bin there. And that bin, of course, is referenced inside of this project right here. It's just not something that I necessarily talk about very often, but I've get questions about this every once in a while. It's like, what's this bin stuff? Well, it's going to be in here. Now, again, going back to Windows, it's likely going to be inside of scripts there. If you're on Windows, I just recommend activating the virtual environment. It does simplify things a lot. Notice that I do have a Windows command for activating too. So if you do have bin, you can use bin activate just like that instead of scripts activate. And that's for Windows users. That's not a very common thing to have happen. But that's it. That's setting up our VS Code and our virtual environment. Now, I will say there is something that's really cool is you can actually do all of this stuff on a virtual machine using an extension called remote. So if you go into VS Code and do remote-ssh, this is really nice because everything that I just did could be done on a virtual machine using remote-ssh. If you're interested in seeing how that's configured, let me know in the comments below, because it is a really nice way to work on projects so that you don't have to actually have it locally, but it feels like it is local. It's really, really nice. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into the FastAPI Hello World. All right, so let's go ahead and do our Hello World for FastAPI. Of course, you're going to want to activate your virtual environment for the system you're on. And then we're going to go ahead and create our first file. We're going to go ahead and call it requirements.txt. Now, this file is mainly so we can write in the third-party package requirements that our project has. This is incredibly common for Python projects. It's not always just requirements. Sometimes you'll see other files that do this same sort of thing, but requirements.txt is mostly the common way to do it. And so I'll go ahead and do FastAPI in here, and then I'll also do uviacorn. Now, uviacorn is an async WSGI web server gateway interface. It has asynchronous capabilities, which is what FastAPI does as well. We're not going to worry about that too much. We just need to have these two in here. If for some reason uviacorn is not working on your system, look into a package called Waitress. Waitress is another way to do something very similar to uviacorn. But in my test, I believe that uviacorn works across the board. In any case, we're going to go ahead and now save this requirements.txt file and just run pip install -r requirements.txt. In other words, let's go ahead and use pip, or the Python package installer, to install these requirements. Now, I realize some of you, this is redundant information. You already know this really well, but this is mainly for those of you who don't know it very well. Every once in a while, you will see this pip version upgrade thing. You can do that if you'd like. It's really simple. It's just pip install pip and then -- upgrade. The -- upgrade can be in any order as long as it's after install. But there we go. So we've got upgraded pip now. And if I try to install those same requirements again, I won't need to. And of course, the reason for this is to actually create our first project. So inside of video membership, I'm going to make another folder and I'm just going to call it app. And then inside of there, I'll create main.py. That's it. Okay. So this is where I'm going to put my hello world for FastAPI. So I'll just do from FastAPI, that package I literally just installed right here. I'm going to go ahead and import the FastAPI class. We're going to declare an app here. I'm just going to call this main app for a moment. And we'll say FastAPI. Okay, so it's initializing an instance of that class. Then we're going to define our first function. Now this function is really like my homepage function here. And it's going to return, well, any sort of value that I want. But by default, we're going to return dictionary values. I'll explain this more as we go forward, but the general idea is this will end up being JSON data for a REST API service. That's kind of the baseline for FastAPI. That's where it goes initially. We can return HTML, which is something we'll talk about for sure later. And I'm just going to call this hello world, and there's my first homepage function. Now, every single page, every single web page can be generated by one of these functions. It can be sort of static like this, where it's not going to change a lot, or it can be dynamic, where it changes based off of a number of properties, which we won't talk about just yet. But anyways, the only way for this to actually be a web page is I need to route it. So from this main app, I use it as a decorator with @main app or whatever I declared up here. Dot the method I want to support, we'll leave it in as just get for now, and we'll do / just like that. Okay, so that is a web application. This is why FastAPI is taking off, I think, right? It's like really just this simple, and it's REST API first, which is really, really critical when you're trying to build API services. That's not exactly what we're doing. We're building a actual video membership site, so it's going to be a little bit more robust than just the API service itself. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and leave this just like this. Now I'm going to just navigate into CD into app, and I'm going to go ahead and use UVicorn. So if I type out UVicorn, I should see this right here, right? So it's looking for the app argument. Now what we need to do is we need to tell UVicorn about this instance right here, right? So the main_app instance. To do that, we just do UVicorn, the module it's in, which in this case is main.py, so main, and then dot, the dot notation here of main, or rather not the dot notation, but the colon here. And then the actual inside of that file is going to be main app. And then we hit enter. This will actually run the server for us. So UVicorn is the web server gateway interface, and it's running our FastAPI application. And it's listening for our hello world here. And there we go. So that is, of course, our very first FastAPI hello world page. It's really straightforward, really simple. But of course, the two keys here are making sure that we have UVicorn being called, going to the module that we have it in, and the actual declaration. So more often than not, you'll see this in as just simply app, right? And then the declaration in the function is just main:app, just like that. And Control-C cancels it out. That's what I've been pressing there. Now, usually though, is I don't actually navigate into where main.py is. I stay in the root of my project here, right? I don't go into app. So what I actually do, and what we will do going forward, is doing that app folder here. So this app folder here, .main. So this is dot notation now, just like Python would with the normal module anyway. So it's going into the main file, so main.py. If you called it something else, then you would need to change that to something else. And then colon, of course, app again. So this is the same call or command, but it's probably just looks a little bit more confusing. So that's what we're going to end up doing a lot here. If you need to, go ahead and create a new folder called commands, or rather a new file called commands.markdown. And we'll go ahead and say run server, and it's going to be simply that. Okay. And then I'm also going to add in -- reload in here, which will basically listen for file changes. We'll see that in a little bit too. But that's it. That's our baseline FastAPI hello world with some additional context to it. Let's keep going. All right, so when it comes to creating a video membership project, it really circles around two ideas, and they're right in the name. One is video, and two is members. Now, when it comes to video, what do we try to adjust? Well, the first thing is, where are we going to even host this video? Next is, how are we going to perform analytics? How are we going to keep track of what our members are watching, both for our own analysis, but also so they can pick up where they left off? There's probably nothing more frustrating than joining a video membership site and not being able to resume where you're watching. And then, of course, with members themselves, we need them to be able to sign up. We need them to be able to log in. We need to remember things for them, right? We need to maybe do email validation, maybe even confirmation. And perhaps in the future, maybe we'll add in payments. This is not something I plan to do now, but the general idea is these two concepts really overlap with each other to make a video membership. This is probably incredibly obvious, but what's not so obvious is answering these two. Where are we going to host it? Well, we're actually going to be using YouTube. Now, you might be like, oh, why are we going to use YouTube? Well, we can use private videos in YouTube. And in fact, the service called Udacity does this, as far as I know, to this day. Part of it is because their team worked at YouTube or Google, so they use this and they also pay for it. So that's also incredible. The other part is you're probably watching this on YouTube, so you can actually experiment a lot with the video hosting itself. Now, of course, there are other services that you could use. You could use Vimeo, you could use Wistia, and you could probably even do a self-hosted option like through Nginx or something of that sort. The self-hosted option is not trivial. It is actually incredibly hard to host video at scale, which is why I recommend you use some sort of third-party service. The Vimeo and Wistia option, you can actually pay a certain amount to have it sort of seem like it's not Vimeo or Wistia, even though it definitely is, and it's also fairly obvious if you know what to look for. However, once we get the host down, the next thing is the analytics side of it. So almost regardless of where we host it, we need to actually keep track of what our users are watching. And this ends up being a lot of data, right? So let's say, for instance, one user watches for 10 seconds on 100 videos, right? That's, well, 1,000 rows. But if you times that by 10,000 users, well, that's also a lot of content, a lot of data that's being collected for only, well, maybe no value at all. But what if that video is actually 30 seconds long itself? Or what if it's 11 seconds? Then it's actually going to give us a lot more understanding as to what's going on with that data. But that's not really the point. The point is here, we need a actual database that can handle a lot of writes. So it's going to be a lot of writes. And we could also go even further. In a future series, we will go further like this. So be sure to subscribe to get this one. But we can actually go frame by frame analysis, right? So that means that we could actually do for 30 frames per second or 24. And let's say at 120 seconds, that could end up being, that's 3,600 rows right there. And that could actually happen really, really quickly. And if we have like, I don't know, 5,000 videos, what does that end up looking like? It's going to end up being a lot of data. And it's really just for one single video or however many videos we end up doing. So we need a database that's going to be able to handle all of this analytics. And that is why we are going to be using the Apache Cassandra database. It can manage massive amounts of data fast and, of course, without losing sleep. But the idea here is it's incredibly scalable and can handle a ton of data in a short amount of time. Now you're like, wait a minute, do we now have to provision and create our own Cassandra database service? Like, do I have to make a server to do this? And of course, the answer is no, because we partnered with DataStax and their AstraDB service. Now, DataStax actually runs the open source version of Cassandra. They are the core development team behind it. So their AstraDB is really just kind of like the official managed Apache Cassandra database. So this is what we want to actually configure in just a moment. But I just want to just reiterate, it's all about all of this analytics, right? Because even if you have only, let's say, 300 users on your service and all of them are avidly watching things, you can learn so much from it. But the data is going to start really getting a lot of steam and you're going to end up having a ton of data, or you could have a ton of data with only a small amount of users, which is what's so fascinating about video itself. The other part is when things start to ramp, if you go from 300 users to 50,000 users, you're going to need to have an infrastructure in place to actually be able to handle that. And that's where AstraDB, the managed service, is really going to be what we want to lean on, of course, using the Cassandra NoSQL database in the backend. Now, I'm going to show you a lot more benefits to this when we get into it more. But at this point, I want you to sign up for the AstraDB service at this link right here. It's also in the description. Once you do that, you will be coming in to DataStax much like this, and you'll want to sign in here. And what this will do is it will give you access, of course, to your console to then create your first database, which is what we'll do right now. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and create our first database. So jump into the AstraDB DataStax console, click Create Database, and we're going to go ahead and give a database name of Video Membership Project and a keyspace name of Video Membership App. Okay, and then our region, you can select whatever provider and region you want. I'm going to just use Amazon Web Services or AWS, North America, US East. This happens to be close to my physical location because latency could be an issue. Like if I was doing one in Singapore, it'll probably just take a little bit longer for me to use that data. Not that much, but a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and use one that's close to me. Now, the other cool thing about this is if we decide we want to change the location, provider, or region, we can delete this and just start all over. That part isn't that big of a deal. But anyways, so now we've got this. I'm going to go ahead and create this database. So now that it's loading, let's actually talk about what's going on here. So we've got a database name. Inside of that database name, we have a keyspace name that has tables. In other words, we can have multiple keyspace names with multiple tables, right? So table A, keyspace name A, and so on. We could do stuff like this. Not really that big of a deal. Now, if you come from a SQL world, which I have, it's usually more like this. You've got a database name with tables. Database name with tables, right? This is just slightly different than that. So this is the concept that we want to work off of. Now, oftentimes when I'm doing tests, like live production tests on these databases, you might be tempted to put the keyspace name in with the same database, your actual production database. I would say, hey, just make a brand new database for testing with the keyspace name related to the production project, whatever that ends up being. So in other words, just create a new database. It's not really that hard to do. And it's also, well, free, especially if you don't have that many databases already. But it's definitely worth doing testing this way so it's separate from your production database. I don't love testing production next to non-production stuff in the actual production workloads themselves. So keep that in mind. In any case, this is going to take a moment or so to actually finish creating. While it does, we can still configure our FastAPI project to be connected to this. Now, of course, since we are building a web application that relies on a database, we really needed to create our database first. So in my case, I'm just going to wait for it to fully finish. It looks like it has, and then we'll just move into integrating this into FastAPI. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and start the process of connecting our Astra database to our FastAPI service. And so inside of our Astra database, we're going to go ahead and jump into the Connect tab here. And then we're going to navigate down into the Python driver, and we're going to download this connection bundle right here. Now, if we actually scroll down a bit, it actually gives you several steps on how you can use this connection bundle here. And that's what we'll copy at least initially. And then we'll just adjust it a little bit so it works with FastAPI, not just pretty much any Python application. So I'm going to go ahead and copy first off, the driver itself. We're going to copy that name and we're going to bring it into our requirements.txt. We'll save that and then we'll run pip install-r requirements.txt with that driver in there. Now in my case, I actually already tested this, so I already have it. If for some reason it's not installing, it's possible that you have an unsupported version of Python, although I believe it supports a lot of different versions on here. Which in my case, I'm using 3.9. It doesn't even list 3.9 on this page, but I've been able to test with 3.9 and I've had no issues whatsoever. Cool. And so the next thing is, of course, I could verify that it's working by using this statement here. And sure enough, it is working as far as installation is concerned. Next, it's telling me to create a connect database file. Now, you can absolutely go off of this file if you'd like, but I actually want to get the process going to where it's a lot closer to using on FastAPI. So I will still copy this data, but I'm going to jump into VS Code, go into app here, and just create db.py, and I'll paste all of this stuff in. And what I'm going to do is, instead of having it as a Python module this way, I'm just going to define get session And then I'm just going to return back all of these values here. And that's it. I don't really need to execute anything on the session. I'll just go ahead and return the session. Okay, so I still have to modify this a little bit more. But before I even modify anything, there's a couple of considerations I have. Number one is this secure connect bundle. Well, where is that bundle, right? So if I do connect, bundle, right now, well, it's not local to this project. So inside of my app here, I'll go ahead and say connect bundle as a folder. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring in my download into connect bundle. Okay. And actually, if we look at our download here and we unzip this, you don't have to do this. I just want to show you something. We can look in here and we see that there's all kinds of certificates, keys, trust store. If we go into the configuration, we see there's passwords and stuff. This is a secure connection, as in if I gave this to you, you would have connection to my project. That's probably not good. Although the database file says you also need to have a client ID and secret, which gives me another layer of security. But if you had that too, then you could have access to all of my data. So that's actually a little bit of a problem, only up to the point that we don't want it to go on Git, right? We don't want this to be checked into version control. And so in my case, I have a git ignore file already that says unencrypted. I'm just going to go ahead and rename this folder to just simply unencrypted. Now, if you don't have this, that's okay. If you're not planning on using version control, that's okay too. That's mainly for those of you who are. You just want to make sure that it is secure and it's in a location that you're not sharing with the entire world. So where's this bundle located then? Well, it's going to be located relative to db.py. So we could actually use unencrypted / well, what do we want to call this? I'm actually going to rename it to the AstraDB connect.zip. Now, the reason I'm renaming it this way is so that all I need to do in the future is just change the connection bundle. And, now I got a new connection bundle. If I have a new database, I can just rename it to something different instead of the zip file that I have here, which includes the actual database name, which I don't need. So I'm going to call it AstraDB_connect. I recommend that you do the same. It's still zip file. Okay. So the next thing is, of course, well, the actual configuration needs to be referenced to that. So I'll go ahead and put that there. Next is these two items here. So these require us to actually set up environment variables in our entire project, which is what we'll do in just a moment. I'm not going to do it yet, but that is something I'll definitely need to configure, of course. And so the last thing is I actually need to make this a better, more persistent connection for FastAPI in particular. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and do one more import here. And it's from Cassandra and .CQL engine. We're going to import the connection. And then we're going to go ahead and run underneath our session connect. I'm going to go ahead and do connection.register connection, the string of the session itself, and then the session object itself as well. And then connection.set default connection. And that's going to be the string of that session as well. Okay, so now this is a lot closer to being usable inside of a FastAPI project, of course, with the exception of these client IDs. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, let's abstract a few things out. So I want to call this AstraDB connect bundle actually. And then I'm going to do AstraDB and client ID. And for now, I'll just set it equal to that same string that they gave us. And then we'll just copy that same thing and call it client secret. Great. Okay, so now much closer to what I actually want to use all of this for. Now, this string right here probably should not be a relative path like this. Instead, I should probably use pathlib itself. So to do pathlib, we're going to go ahead and import that. So import pathlib. I just want this to be a little bit better, more Pythonic and not so related to my own machine. Pathlib will help me with that. So the first thing is I'm going to set a base directory, and this is going to be pathlib.path of this file. and then I'll go ahead and do resolve. So what this will do, if you're not familiar, is it'll take this Python module and it'll give me the absolute path, regardless of what system I'm on, to this file. And then if I do .parent, it will give me the folder that this file's in. In my case, it's inside of this app folder. So that's the apps base directory. So then from there, we'll go ahead and use this to being my connect bundle by doing base directory / unencrypt or unencrypted / just like that. Cool. So if this doesn't exist, then we can have some errors, or I can have a fallback version, or when I do encrypt it, I can maybe change this to being a decrypted bundle or folder or something like that. Again, not something I'll cover just yet. That is something I have already covered in the AI as an API version 2 when I go bring a AstraDB project into production. But for now, we'll go ahead and leave it like this and then address the challenge that comes up with environment variable. Now we're going to go ahead and implement configuration and environment variables. So inside of our app here, we're going to go ahead and create config.py. And in here, we're going to go ahead and use a built-in package called Pydantic. Now, Pydantic is really good for validating all kinds of data, but it also allows us to load in environment variables. So we'll go ahead and do from Pydantic. We're going to import our base settings as well as field. I'm going to give it a class called settings, and it's going to take in the base settings class that I just imported. And now we want to add in various settings for this project, like different configuration items that you might want to have. Now, in my case, let's go ahead and just say key space to start. This is going to be a data type of string, and we're going to set it equal to field, ... Those ellipses will allow us to require this field. Next, I'm going to give it to an environment variable value, and this is going to be our AstraDB key space. So we still, of course, have to set that up. Next, I'm going to go ahead and just define my get settings call here, and this is going to return an instance of these settings. Okay, so simple enough. With this in mind, I'll also add in one more thing, and that's class config, and this is going to be env file, and that's going to be equal to .env. Okay, so the .env file is going to be in wherever I end up calling my UVicorn. So in the root of my project here, I'm going to go ahead and put a .env file here. This is where I can actually put in my configuration for my environment. These are environment variables. So in our case, the key space, for example, and I'll just go ahead and just call this example underscore key space. It actually doesn't matter what you call this just yet, but the idea here is we have a .env file that's being referenced in a Python configuration file based off of Pydantic. Now, in order for Pydantic to actually read from this .env file, we have to use the Python package called python-.env. We're going to go ahead and save that. Then we'll go ahead and activate our virtual environment here. So source bin/activate pip install -r requirements.txt. And all I'm going to do here is say echo $, and we want to echo out AstraDB keyspace. You don't have to do this, but the idea is I don't actually have any environment variable set for this. Using .env with our Pydantic will actually set what this variable is inside of the project itself, which means that I can change it at any time, as we'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and now I'm going to go ahead and run UVicorn and app.main : app-reload. Okay. And so, looks like maybe I already have it running. I do. I'll clear this one out, actually trash that one, and run it again. We want it to start all fresh again. So that's why I had that virtual environment reactivated. Okay. So now that I have this running, I'm going to go ahead and bring these settings into main.py. Now to do this, I'm going to go ahead and do from .import config, and then we'll just put underneath app, we'll go ahead and say settings equals to config.getSettings. And then down here, I'm going to go ahead and say keyspace, and this is going to be settings.keyspace. Okay, simple enough, right? So it's going to come in here, grab what this is, and hopefully based off of this env file. So we'll go ahead and save it, and let's take a look. I'm going to scroll up a bit and go to this URL here, and we've got example key space. So if I go into this env file and just say another key space, hit save it, refresh in here, it doesn't automatically change. I actually have to reboot the server in order for that to change. So that's one of the biggest differences of like using an env file versus writing the code directly in here, right? I could add a default value in here as well. I'm not going to do that. I really just wanted this primarily for my database keys here, these right here, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and implement those as well. And so I'm going to go ahead and do something very similar to this, but instead of being key space, I'll call it DB client ID and then DB client secret. And then they will correspond better with these values here, client ID, and then of course, client secret. And once I save everything, notice that it's saying field required. So that's actually pretty cool. So it's already telling me that there's an error because I don't have those values set anywhere, right? I don't actually have them set in my env file. So client secret, it's just no quotes are necessary in an env file in this case. And then the ID being ABC, right? I set them, but changes didn't happen. I need to restart the server, Control-C, reload it. And now I actually have those values in here, which again, I could actually take a look at using settings and let's say DB ID, and this is settings.db, what do we call it? DB client ID. Save that, and there we go. So we now have a way to use environment variables. Of course, I actually do not want them on my home page at all. I don't need them on my home page in this case. I might need them later for all sorts of things, so I'll leave it sort of as an import here, just comment it out. But of course, inside of my database itself, this is where I definitely do need it. So we'll do from import config, and then our settings will be, well, right here. So settings equals to config.get settings. And now we'll go ahead and use those values, settings.db client ID, and then settings.db client secret. Cool. And so that's just a really simple way to make sure that our secret keys and our IDs are not shared on Git at all. Because by default, .env is often ignored. So in the git ignore file, you can look in there. There's a .env file there. And of course, if you actually put the .env file in a different place, just make sure that your configuration knows about that and is able to find where that .env file is. Otherwise, you'll run into some other issues. The last thing is just sort of an efficiency thing. This git settings call here, I actually want to cache it. So to cache it, I just do from func tools. We're going to import LRU cache, and we'll just use this decorator so that it's just slightly more efficient for my FastAPI call. So whenever I actually do call it, it only gets called one time. Like it's not creating new instances over and over and over again. It's just going to create one instance of it, and it'll keep these things in memory just to make it quite a bit more efficient. Okay, so now that we've got that, of course, it's time to actually set those configuration items and then actually create our first model. Now we're going to go ahead and create our user model. And what this means is we're going to actually write a Python module that will be a class. So that means that it's object oriented. This class will inherit from a Cassandra driver. That means that I can actually map my Python code to Cassandra without writing CQL. CQL is the Cassandra query language. So it's allowing me to just circumvent that altogether and really just work off of what I know well, or what we know well, which is Python. So inside of the app here, we're going to go ahead and create a folder called users. Inside of there, we'll go ahead and make it into a Python module by adding an init file here. And then I'm also going to go ahead and do models.py. So this, of course, is where I'm going to be defining this user model. And if we think about it in the most simple terms, we're going to go ahead and create a class just called user. And we want to think of the fields I want to keep. Like, what are the things I want my database to remember about a user? Now, certainly I'm going to have email. I'll probably have a user ID of some kind and a password. Now, of course, I could have more fields than this, like I could say a name, I could even do a username, but I want to keep things really, really simple and straightforward here and really just focus on these 3 fields. But you could obviously, after you learn this, you can add to it quite a bit. And so what is it that I'm trying to do on each one of these fields? Well, this is just a string of text. This right here, I'm actually going to be using a UUID, UUID1. This is actually the ideal way to store IDs for anything in Cassandra, is using a UUID, or more specifically UUID1, because that comes with a timestamp, which is really nice. But it's not an integer. It's not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. It's an actual UUID, which is really good for Cassandra, which I'll explain a little bit later. Next to the password, we're going to also store text, but we're not going to be storing raw text in the long run. In the short term, we will, so we can talk about the security issues that are associated with that. But this is the idea. So what I want to do is I want to turn this class into a table on my Cassandra database. Now, Cassandra is NoSQL, so it's a NoSQL database, but that doesn't mean that you can't have columns and rows. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're going to go ahead and create columns and rows, and I actually want the user itself, or the user model, to be indexed by the email. Now, the reason for that is just how I'm going to be logging in is through an email and password, not through a username or a user ID. You could adjust this how you see fit, but again, we're going to be using our email as our primary key, the main indexing value, so it goes a lot faster inside of Cassandra. So let's go ahead and define these things now. First and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and do from Cassandra.SQL engine.models. We're going to import the model class. This, of course, is going to be what our user class will inherit from. Next is going to be the columns that we need. So from Cassandra.SQL engine.import columns. I'll have the reference linked to these columns in the description below. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and show you what to do. We're going to set this first one, email equals to columns.text. And we're also going to set the password to that same thing. Okay. And so the email itself, I want it to be my primary key. Again, I want this to be indexed. So I'll go ahead and say primary key being true. So this is going to be the primary index value, which is really, really straightforward and simple, as we'll see. Next, I want to use a UUID field for my user ID here. This is actually a column itself too. So columns.UUID, just like that. We can pass in a primary key here as well. What this allows me to do is additional filtering if I need to on this model. Again, this is a little bit more advanced. We'll talk about that later. But for now, I can have these two primary keys in here. This is the first one that's declared will always be the one that we end up indexing with. Next, I'm going to go ahead and import UUID. And so I want to actually add a default value for my UUID. So it's actually created every time. So that's just simply UUID.UUID1, and that's it. So this is going to be an executable, right? So I'm actually not calling it. It will call it for me. Okay. So what does this actually look like if I go ahead and do Python, jump into the Python shell, import UUID, UUID.UUID1. That's a UUID1. And like I said, it actually has a time value associated to it. You might also be familiar with UUID4, which is another common one, but that does not have a time value. It's just sort of an arbitrary number there. But these unique values are important because of how Cassandra ends up working. You have a lot of different servers that actually maintain our database. When there's distributed servers like that, you want to make sure that all of those servers have the correct values, the correct data. And the best way to do that is by using a UUID. So when I actually add new users, it's going to go off of a UUID instead of an integer. In other words, if I had, let's say for instance, I had 1,000 users all sign up at once, and for some reason I get 2 users with the user ID of 2. That's not great, right? UUID solves that problem. It just makes it really simple because it's going to be associated to the timestamp with a little bit of an arbitrary number. So then it's more like something like that versus just 2. Now in SQL databases, that's SQL. That's not always a problem, but it's not usually as fast as Cassandra would be. Cassandra is incredibly fast, which is why we need something like UUIDs. Another thing on that note, you also will see this, and we will see this later, potentially, is that UUID is often the actual ID for most models, the actual main primary key, that is. Okay, but here we go. So we've got our user here. This is our user model. I want to go ahead and add in a couple more things here, and that's the representation of this. So we're going to go ahead and define this one right here with 2 underscores, REPR, and we just want to return our user, and we're going to say email equals to self.email, and user ID equals to self.user ID. And of course, I need to actually turn these into some string substitution here. And this is just going to be the representation I want for this user model itself. And we'll do that for our string method as well, or the str method. We'll just return that same idea. Cool. So now that we have this, we of course need to sync this data into our database. Now, as it stands right now, this is not secure. So we definitely need to come back to that because you never want to store raw passwords into a database ever. So let's go ahead and actually sync this into our database. Now, before I can actually bring this model, actually sync it to my Cassandra database, I need to update my environment variables to the appropriate values. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into my AstraDB console here. We're going to go into our organization settings. I'm going to go into token management, and then we're going to go ahead and do a database administrator. I'm going to go ahead and generate a token for this. All we need is our client ID and our client secret. Now, if for some reason you ever needed to, delete these things or change them, by all means, do that, right? So if I refresh in these tokens here, I can always just generate a new one and delete the old one. Definitely get in this habit of, rotating your keys anyway. It's a really good practice to get into for, of course, security reasons. The next one, of course, is our actual key space value. So we'll go ahead and jump back into the console as well. Go into the video membership project, and here, of course, is our key space value. And so this is actually a good time to say that the key space itself could be, a test database, right? That also could happen. And then when you ran tests, that is automated tests, like using PyTest or something of the sort, you could just change the key space. So back in our model, we actually need to update this a little bit to address the key space issue. I never actually implemented it on purpose, so we could actually do it now after we even added in the key space. So there's a couple ways on how we could think about doing this, but the main way I want to do it is from the configuration file here, right? So from the settings itself, we have that key space already in there. So what I can do in my models is actually reference that value. So we're going to do this by from app.config, as in from this folder right here, .config, that config module. We're going to go ahead and import git settings. And of course, we'll go ahead and say settings equals to git settings. Now, if you recall, when I actually implemented the LRU cache portion, this get settings method is going to actually cache the values. So it's not going to be called over and over and over again, which I think is actually pretty important. So the next thing inside of our user model to really finish it off is we have to add in this key space here. So 2 underscores, key space, 2 underscores equals to, in our case, we're doing settings.key space, right? We called it key space here. Therefore, I'm declaring the same thing here. Now, I could hard code this. I could actually write this in, and generally speaking, that's probably okay, except for when you want to go and test it, right? So if I actually did want to test my key space in the model, then I want to make it based off of something different, right? In this case, having it based off of the settings, which of course are based off of the environment variables, then I can actually have a lot of flexibility in testing any given model with any given Cassandra database, including one that's not necessarily hosted by DataStax in AstraDB. Okay, cool. So now our model is actually ready to be synced. So how do we do that? This part is actually pretty easy, and it's something that you'll do over and over again. So inside of main.py, what we want to do is we want to import the sync table method from Cassandra itself. So from cassandra.cqlengine.management, we're going to go ahead and import sync table. Okay, so this sync table command will be used with our model, and we only want it to sync table on a certain kind of event. That is, when our FastAPI application boots, that's when we want to actually sync this table. So how do we go about doing that? Well, there is a nice method for FastAPI called that we use with the app decorator called onEvent, and there is an event for startup. There are other events as well, but we want it when it actually starts, and we can define a method for this and just call this on startup. And then this is going to be triggered when FastAPI starts. And we can see that with doing something like print hello world and going back into our running application here. When I save it, it actually reboots everything, right? So it shuts down and then reboots, and then it'll print that out again. So I could try this out over and over again, and I will see hello world only happen when it actually does start up, which is exactly where we want this sync table to be. So the next part of this is to import it. So from .users.models, we're going to import our user model here, and I want to run sync table on this user model. But I'm not quite there yet, right? So I have the sync table capability, and I could save it, but I'll get a problem, right? So I get this error saying that, this object, this connection, nothing really exists at this point. And that's because we actually didn't use the database itself, right? So we never actually got the database session. And that's actually why I ended up adding these items in here when we did configure this db.py file. Those are specifically for FastAPI, as I mentioned when I did that. But now we can go ahead and bring this in. So let's go ahead and import it. So from import db, and then it's simply as db.get session. We can save that. Now it's actually going to not run an error. It will give me this value here. This is just a simple thing that I can change in a moment. But the general idea here is I can now have this session. Now, sometimes you might want to reference this session elsewhere. So it's often a good idea to do a global variable that we set here. So we first off set it as none. And then in the startup method, we reference that global variable and then just set it much like this, so that if anywhere else I need to actually use that same session, I won't need to reinitialize it. That's something I definitely do not want to do. And in this case, what we aren't also going to do is we're not going to use the LRU cache like we did with our settings. This is a little bit different than that. And if we needed to actually refresh the session itself, we could. We could actually just recall it, delete it. We could do a lot of things with this get session method here that we may or may not need at this point. Okay, cool. So the one thing here is I may or may not want to actually remove this, SQL lang allow schema management here. This is a really simple fix that we can just do in our configuration here. I can import OS and do os.environ and grabbing that value and setting it equal to 1 or 0. Right? I'm going to set it equal to true, so 1. It's saying it expects a string and not an integer. So let's just turn that into a string. And there we go. That warning goes away for us. But now that we have our model actually associated, it's ready to go. It's time to actually store some data and see what that looks like in the Python shell. Now we're going to go ahead and use the Python shell to create a user and store it in our Cassandra database. So of course, open up your terminal here and make sure that you do not have your FastAPI application running just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into Python, and I'm going to use from app.users.models import user, and we'll go ahead and use user.objects.create. Now I want to pass in the required fields that I have, which is email and password. So I'll go ahead and say email equals to hello@teamcfe.com. That's our real email. Next, I'm going to go ahead and pass in our password, which is going to be ABC123, and we'll go ahead and try to create this. Yet again, we see this problem, right? This SQL engine exception, CQL engine rather, exception here. Now, this, of course, is exactly the same problem that we faced when we were configuring it or syncing the table in the first place. So oftentimes what you'll have to do when you're using, whether it's the Python shell or you use something like Jupyter, is you still need to implement this session here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do from app import db, and we'll go ahead and do db.get_session, hit enter. And of course, it's going to get the session. We have a session object now. Let's try and create it again. This time it actually does create it. Notice I did not sync the table at all. Syncing the table was not necessary because it was already done. If it was not already done, we would see errors in here. But that actually allowed me to create this user. So what if I actually change the password in here to ABC123D and hit enter? Is that the same user? Well, actually, in this case, it is considering it a different user. Or is it? So let's go ahead and do a query set with user.objects.all. And then I'll go ahead and do for user and queue. We'll go ahead and print out the user.email and user.user_ID and hit enter. Notice that I actually have two emails, two users in here with the exact same email. This, of course, is not ideal, right? I want to actually change this so that it's only one user, which in other words means that I need to actually create a method that's going to create my users for me, not use the built-in method that this Cassandra driver has. User.objects.create is that built-in method, which is fine. You can absolutely use that built-in method overall when you actually use these models. But in our case, in this case in particular, we don't want that. The other side is the user password, right? So if I go ahead and do user.password and hit enter, it's the raw text password. That's something else we definitely do not want to do. That's a huge security concern itself. So there's a couple of ideas that are at play here that we really need to address, and we will very soon. But with this in mind, let's go ahead and actually see what it looks like to have all of these users displayed on a view, right? To actually see them inside of the view here. And I'll go ahead and also add all of these items into our notes. That way you have them later. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a view that will actually list out results from a model, like this user model in this case. So jumping into main.py, we're going to go ahead and import our user model still. Hey, what do you know? It's already in there. Next, I'm going to go ahead and just create a new endpoint with app.get and /users. And then we'll go ahead and define this as list users, or rather users list view, being a little bit more specific. I'm going to go ahead and define a query set, something like that, which is q equals to user.objects.all. This is a query set that will give me all of the user objects that are stored in our database. I'm going to go ahead and limit that value to, let's say, 10. And then I'm going to go ahead and return q. Okay, let's see if this works or what it looks like when we try this out. So in this case, I now need to, of course, run my FastAPI application. So uviacorn, and that's app.main:\app-reload, hit enter, and we'll go ahead and open up our domain here. I got my hello world working, great. Let's go ahead and look at our users, internal server error, right? So object is not iterable. Okay, so we can't actually just return data like this. What if I actually turn this into a list itself? Let's see what that does. So if I save that and refresh in here, now it actually brings this data back, right? It actually shows it for me. And that's because this is a query set. It's not a list by default, which of course you could check those data types as you see fit. That's just a clean, simple, and easy way to return this value. Now we actually can use Pydantic right here to serialize this data for us. We don't have to use it in this way, but this is just a simple and easy way to serialize the data as we just saw. The other thing is if we use Pydantic, I could, hide the password field if I wanted to omit that from here. Of course, there's other ways to do it, but in this case, I would just leave it at this and recognize yet another reason to not have our passwords as just plain text, right? It's really, really easy to accidentally do something like this, whether it's for our internal team or it's for our end users, right? We never want their password to be exposed like this. I mean, perhaps we don't want their email to be exposed either, because that's part of a data leak as well, which the method we're going to implement for saving our passwords could be used for emails as well. So let's just keep that in mind as we go forward. But at this point, that's just a simple view to show us user data. Not that big of a deal. So the first thing I actually want to address is the email itself. We want to validate and make sure it is a real email, because right now it's not showing any of that. After we do that email validation and we implement that, then we'll go ahead and do our passwords. Now, when we created our user in the shell, we used a built-in feature of the Cassandra driver, which is getting our model name, doing .objects.create, and then passing in the data for our fields. I actually want to change this a little bit to where I actually have my own, which is going to be user.createUser, right? So I want to create my own static method for this to happen. It's not a whole lot different than what we have built in here. It's just slightly different in the sense that I am going to manage how this method ends up working. So when I actually register users, it's going to be using this and not this. So to do this, we jump into our models.py and we just come in here and create a static method with @static-method. And then we define what that method is going to be. This is going to be create user, and it's going to take in something like email and password. I'll go ahead and say email password is none as default. Okay, so what do I need to do here? The very first thing is I want to check if this email already exists in our database. So I'm going to actually run a query for user.objects.filter email equaling to email. So this is another built-in way to run a query set. This brings it down a bit. So instead of just getting everything like we did here, this will actually filter down based on our primary key, right? So the way Cassandra works is to filter like this. By default, you have to use the primary key, which is the reason we did our email as our primary key right here, okay? And so the next part is we can say if q.count is not equal to 0, then we would raise some sort of exception. So I'm going to go ahead and say raise exception, and I'll go ahead and say user already has account, or this email is already registered, or something like that, right? So this exception itself is just a simple way for me to tell anywhere else in the program that's going to use this static method that, hey, we can't use this email to create a new user. Okay, cool. And so let's just assume that that's okay. And then I'll go ahead and just say obj equals to user equals to email equal to email. And then we'll go ahead and do obj.password equals to password. Of course, this is something I'll need to change. And then obj.save and then return obj. Okay, so right here, this is roughly the same as what we did with objects.create, except it doesn't actually put it into the database until we call .save. If you're like me, this is exactly like how Django works and very similar to how SQL Alchemy works. So that is other kinds of database packages, which makes this really easy. It makes it a lot easier to work with a Cassandra database because of this mapping. In any case, this is a way to check whether or not the user's email is already registered, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't actually validate if this is a real email, like it's a proper email. So let's go ahead and create a validator for this. So inside of users, I'm gonna go ahead and create validators.py. And inside of here, I wanna actually create a method for validating our email. Now to do this, I'm actually going to use a third-party package called email-validator. I have not researched this package a whole lot. I haven't used it a whole lot, but I will say it was pretty effective in my tests. Now, I will say that overall, you're going to want to investigate this for your own project, but I think this one was pretty good for validating email in the method that I want to do. So let's go ahead and do pip install-r requirements.txt. with that new email validator in there. Should be in there now. Great. So now we're going to go ahead and do from email validator. We're going to import email not valid error and validate email. And then all we're going to do here is we want to define validate email and we're going to pass in the email. So I'm writing this validate email method here, which actually should be, let's call this underscore validate email so it doesn't conflict with the email validator itself. And then we'll go ahead and give it a message, an empty message, whether or not it's valid, being false. So some default values here. And then I'll go ahead and try valid equals to validate email. This, of course, is the third-party package validate email of the passed in value here. And if it is valid, then we're going to go ahead and update the email var with a normalized value. So that's going to be email equals to valid.email. This is nice, so it'll actually clean it up a little bit for us is the idea here. And then we'll go ahead and say valid equals true. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and grab the exception, which would likely be email not valid error as E, and then I'll just give our MSG equals to the string of whatever E is. And then we'll go ahead and return the valid, the message, and finally the email. Okay, cool. So this method right here now is just going to be in our model. So we'll go ahead and bring that in. So from dot import validators. Okay, so now down here, we've got our email in here. So it's going to be using that validate email. So validators dot. And of course, that validate email gives me back 3 values here. Okay. And so again, if it's not valid, we'll go ahead and raise another exception. So if not valid, we'll go ahead and raise exception and say invalid email with our message here. The message from the validator itself. Great. Okay, so now that we've got that, we can give this another shot inside of our shell. So we'll do that in just a moment. But the idea here is having some way to validate our email to ensure that whatever they're putting in here is a proper email. So it's not abc@123, but rather it's something like abc@gmail.com or whatever email address. It's a proper email. That's the point here. When we come to register users, we want to make sure they have a valid email. Now, the other thing about this that we're not going to implement would be to actually send an email there where they confirm their email, that they even have access to that email. That would be another field I would probably put on here saying whether or not it was confirmed. Something like confirmed equals to columns dot. This could be a UUID field like the date it was confirmed and allow it to be blank or null in here as well. But we're going to leave that out for now, or probably for this whole project. But now we have a better static method. Of course, one of the problems here is our password. Now, I would encourage you to validate this or check it in the shell, much like we did before. But before I even check it myself, I want to actually go to the password level. I want to implement the security, and then we'll check it using a Jupyter notebook, which is something I do a lot more often, especially with using our Cassandra database. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a password hashing algorithm so that we're not storing raw passwords, but we're actually storing a hash of that password. And we're going to be using the algorithm called Argon2 and the package called Argon2-CFFI. This package is incredibly easy to use. And if you see this right here, you'll be like, okay, cool. This is what I'll end up doing. And this is what a hash is. So this is actually what we'll end up storing in the database. Again, it's not the raw password itself. So let's go ahead and start off by getting this installed. So let's go ahead and jump into our project, and I'll jump into requirements.txt. I'll add in Argon2-CFFI in here. Save that, and then we'll run our pip install-r requirements.txt, and there we go. Okay, so we have our CFFI as well as Argon2 installed. Great. So now what I want to do is jump into my users module, and we'll create security.py, and we'll do a few imports here. Granted, if you just went into the documentation, you could probably just do everything you need to do from right here, but I'm going to go ahead and do it with you. So from Argon2, we're going to import the password hasher. We'll do this one first. And we'll just do define generate hash of a PW raw, right? So an actual raw password. And this is going to be taking in the password hasher class. So we'll initialize it like that. And then we'll just return ph.hash of the raw string that's coming in here. That's it. That will give us our hashed password. So we can actually use this, of course, and we would just come in back into our model, and we are going to go ahead and import security here. Okay. So now we've got security in here. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to create another method. This time it's going to be an instance method called set password, and it's going to take in self, the password itself, and whether or not we're going to commit it. And this is going to grab our generated hash. So we'll call it pw hash equals to security dot, and then we called it generate hash of that password. And then we'll go ahead and do self.password equals to the pw underscore hash. And if commit, then we'll go ahead and do self.save. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return true. Great. So set password. How exactly am I going to end up using this now? Well, that's down here. So what we'll do is obj.setPassword of this password. And commit is going to be false, so I'm actually not going to save it just yet. I'm going to let this obj.save save it. Okay? And that's really just that simple. Now, we could absolutely test these things out, but I actually want to implement the other method, which would be verifying the user passwords. Because now that we have set password, we also want to do def verify password. And again, it's going to be self and pw. Okay, so the password or the pw hash this time is going to be self.password, right? So the actual field that we end up saving it to. So now I need to actually have some way to check if it's verified. Okay, and then we want to return that value. So I'll go ahead and just say false first, and we'll return verified. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement that method now. So back into security here, we're going to define a new one, and we'll call this verify hash. And this time it's going to take in two arguments. That's going to be the password hash and the password raw. Okay, so again, we will initialize the password hasher. We'll go ahead and say verified equals to false. We'll also add in a message if you are interested in keeping a message because of exceptions. So all I need to do here is say verified equals to ph dot verify. Let's copy that right there. So now we use these two items here. We put the hash first and then the raw password second. And then we can have an exception handler here saying exception as E. And now again, verified is false. And then the message is going to be something like unexpected error /n of the actual error itself. And then we'll go ahead and return the verified value, true, false value, and the message. Now, why did I do unexpected error? Well, because if it does not verify, there's actually a exception that Argon 2 will have that we should use to handle this, basically saying, hey, this is an invalid password. So what I'm going to do here is from Argon 2.security or .exceptions rather, we're going to import our verify mismatch error. And we will handle that exception just slightly different. Now again, it's going to be verified being false. And then the message itself here is something like invalid password. We could obviously change that, but password was not, valid, or it did not verify correctly, right? Okay, cool. So now that we've got this, I'm going to go ahead and bring that in. And this now is going to be two values. and it's going to be, again, security dot. So security dot verify hash. Now, remember, we want to start with the hash first. So the actual function of verify hash has the hash first because the password hasher itself from Argon 2 has the hash first as well. So I just want to keep that kind of the same. So we've got our password hash here, and this verify password would be the actual password. Let's call it password string here, and we'll go ahead and pass that in. Okay, so this will be how we actually check that they have a valid password when they are logging in. Now, not to worry, we are going to implement this in a notebook, a Jupyter notebook, so it's really interactive, so we can check and test all of these things as we see fit, and also, of course, solve any bugs if they come up. But the main thing here is to understand that when we are storing passwords in a database, we want to store them using some sort of hash. Now, why is it that I just didn't write all of the password hasher things in line to the model? It has everything to do with the fact that perhaps I want to change the algorithms in the future, right? So if I were to change them into the future, that might require my users to all generate new passwords, which is good and bad. But it also allows me to update this on the fly without having to touch my models at all. And also, perhaps this is a reusable module that, maybe I move it out of users itself and make it general app security. But overall, for me, in this case, I'm only using it for users and user passwords. Thus, it's in the users module itself. But the general idea, again, is making things a little bit more secure and storing data as securely as possible. Now, these hashers can be used for other things as well. It does not have to just be the password. We could use the same thing for our email. We can actually store a hashed version of the email instead of the password, because what's actually coming in here doesn't really matter that much. What the reason I actually wouldn't store a hashed value of the email in this case is because then me on the back end, if I actually wanted to send them an email, I wouldn't have any real way to do that, right? Like they have to give me their email in order for me to verify it. That's part of the reason why you use hashes, is because they're really hard to reverse engineer. In other words, the email itself, having it stored as a raw string, something like abc@gmail.com, if I somehow need to get a hold of them, I can now email them directly, right? But if it was a hashed version of that, I would have to know what the actual email is, right? So if it's something like this, I'd have to know what that email is to actually verify it, because this hash string is secure by default. So it's hard to reverse engineer. It's hard to get this original password from what this hash string is. That's the point. Maybe at some time in the future with machine learning and AI, that won't be true anymore. But as far as it's concerned now, it is true. In the past, when I was iterating on features for any given project, like in the case that we just did, we created a feature for our user model. The features are set password, verify password, even create user. What I would often do is I would actually test these inside of the Python shell. And I would actually just copy and paste a lot of code back and forth. And, generally speaking, that's fine. That's like a nitty-gritty way to get after it. The next thing I would do after I got a little bit more comfortable with the shell and also a little bit frustrated with it is I would actually go ahead and do something like, users.py. So some sort of Python module outside of my main application. And then I would write all of the different features that I wanted to test. So something like from app.users.models, import user, and then do that user create user function or something like that, right? And then I would actually come in here and do Python users.py as a way to sort of test this out. Now, this is actually not how I do it at all anymore. When I'm actually learning how to, or when I'm actually iterating on a project like this, I will definitely not create a unusable Python module. Instead, what I'll do is I'll make a brand new folder and call it NBS. This, of course, stands for notebooks. So what I do with notebooks is I have the ability to write interactive Python that also has notes, right? So in our notes.markdown, I actually have some code in here, but I can't actually execute this code. That's what Jupyter Notebooks are all about, is having some code inside of all of these other notes that you can actually execute with. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create requirements.dev.txt. Now, this is only a development requirement, so I'll go ahead and add in Jupyter here. So Jupyter, not Jupyter, not the correct spelling of Jupiter, the planet, but rather the package called Jupyter. And so I'm going to go ahead and implement this with pip install -r requirements.dev.text or .txt rather, and we'll go ahead and let that install. So this will give me this interactive way to verify and test all sorts of things. Now, of course, if you've already followed along with me for a while, you're probably well aware that I use Jupyter a lot, and this explanation was a bit redundant. But for those of you who have never worked with me before and are really skeptical about using Jupyter, it's really just so I can have a bunch of notes to myself later in the future that I can execute things on, right? That's really it. So now I'm going to go ahead and run Jupyter Notebook, and this should actually open up my Jupyter Notebook. Now, every once in a while, I have issues starting it up in a virtual environment. So oftentimes I'll have to just deactivate that virtual environment and then activate it again, and then run Jupyter Notebook here. That's perfectly acceptable. And of course, this opens up this web page here. You can actually use Jupyter's web page here, or you can actually go into the folder itself and start creating your own notebooks. You don't have to use Jupyter. You can use VS Code. There's also a lot of text editors out there that you can use as well. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to jump into my notebooks, and I'm going to create a new one. Let's zoom in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and create a new Python 3 notebook. And this is my Jupyter notebook here. So what I want to do is analyze, or let's say users and analyze features, something like that, right? So how do I actually use those users? So what I want to do is actually use from app.users.models import our user model. If I try to run this, of course, it gives me no module named app. So how do we actually change this? Well, there's a couple of ways on how we can do it. And first off, I can use !cd ... And this actually changes the working directory for the Jupyter notebook. In this case, it's going up a level, which is going into app here, right? So now I can actually run this. And not so much. So let's go ahead and see why. I'm going to go ahead and insert another cell and do pwd and run that. And it's still inside of here, right? So it's not actually changing my directory with this. So let's use modulo. Now it actually changes my directory. Okay, so using the correct commands does often get frustrating every once in a while, but this now allows me to do this. But instead, what I want to do is use the absolute path here so I don't accidentally move into the wrong directory really ever. And so every time I need to run this function, that's what I'll do. Now, granted, yours isn't going to necessarily look like this, and you can also use a tilde here to shortcut that. So this is really just a clean and easy way to run commands on the command line. So Jupyter is actually calling command line commands here with that modulo function or %sign function. And so now I can actually use this user model. Okay. So the other part of this, though, is, well, maybe my FastAPI application is not running. In this case, it currently is, but it's certainly possible that it might not be. So we probably want to import the database as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And another thing that we'll probably want to import is our actual sync table function right here. Okay, we've got sync table, and we'll bring that in for our user and the db.get session. Okay, and let's make sure everything's imported. And this should actually connect Jupyter with our Cassandra database and our user model. So now I can actually go about testing a user being created. So user.create user, and let's go ahead and take a look at the various features for that. So create user takes in 2 arguments. That's email and password. So the email I want to do is hello@teamcfe.com. And the password is going to be ABC123, and go ahead and run this. It gives me an exception. This user already has an account. This is a non-descriptive exception. This is not a great exception itself, but it is one nonetheless. So what I can do is, of course, implement my own exception. I'm not going to do that right now, but the idea here is this feature is actually working. This piece is working, which is great. Fantastic, actually. Now, if I actually get rid of that .com and run this again, I can now see that this is an invalid email, also not working. Now, yes, there's automated unit tests that you can do. You can automate this process, and you should automate this process. But again, this is about iterating on the features that we want to use and test, right? So right now, I just actually iterated, or at least verified, that those features that we did a long time ago, basically, are, well, working correctly, or seemingly working correctly, which is great. Really, really like that. So let's go ahead and actually create a user in our database. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this one out. And now I'm going to go ahead and create a user. I'm just going to call it ABC, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and say user A equals to that create user. And so if I do user a.password, what I want to see is hopefully not ABC123. I run that, and what do you know? It's a hashed password, right? This actually ended up working. Sweet. So now what I can do, of course, is say user a.verify password and do that password. So ABC123, run that, and what do you know? It works. If I change it to an incorrect one, what do you know? It does not work. It gives me false. Fantastic. This is really, really nice. So I just tested all of the features that I wanted. Now, of course, I actually want this to be all automated. This should not be manual like I am. But the reason I have these Jupyter notebooks is really just to test this really rapidly and really get our head around how our features end up working. Now, in many cases, I would actually start with this first. Like if I was building this project from scratch, I would actually start analyzing new features and iterating on them in a Jupyter notebook. I just don't think that's always the case to do it. Like not everyone wants to do it this way because it's adding a little bit more complexity to your project that you may or may not want to have. And some of you who are really well versed in the test-driven development, or actually writing the tests first, then this is automated tests, something we'll do next. But the idea is if you actually wrote the test first, you would probably never really touch Jupyter that often to iterate on features. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we're going to write automated tests to do a lot of these same things to verify that our features are working, but also that our code is, well, nice and clean and ready for, or at least getting closer to being ready for production. All right, so now we need to create some automated tests to ensure that our user features, the set password, verify password, and so on, are working correctly. So to do this, we're going to be using a package called PyTest. So I'll do pip install PyTest and hit enter. Now in my case, PyTest is already installed, but make sure you have it. And we want this to be an entire project dependency. So I'll go ahead and do PyTest in requirements.txt as well. Now, the reason this is a project dependency is because when I actually bring this into some sort of production workflow, I'll probably be using requirements.txt as the primary thing to install. In other words, some of you may or may not use Jupyter in your requirements, which is why I separated them for just Jupyter, really. So now that I've got this, I'm going to go ahead and do PyTest and period. And what this is going to do is it's going to test this entire folder. Whatever folder you're in, it's going to test that entire thing. Now, in my case, it's actually testing my virtual environment as well. If I cd into app and then do PyTest period, it just only tests that folder itself. That's actually all I really want to test. So in order to make things really simple for me, I'm going to go ahead and just do pytest.ini and really just have a configuration for PyTest that ignores my virtual environment tests. Now, I will say that some of you might consider it a really good idea to actually test all of your virtual environment code as well. That's not something I'm going to do at this time. It is definitely a worthwhile thing, especially when you get into bigger and bigger systems, to make sure that all of your packages are passing tests. But in this case, I am not going to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and test my code and just assume that the packages I'm using are running tests correctly. That assumption is maybe a fatal one, but for now, we're just going to keep things simple, or as simple as they can be, by only testing our code. Okay, so with this in mind, to test code, we just write a file with test underscore. So test underscore and then whatever you want to call it. In my case, I'm going to call it test users. right? And so this is where we'll define our tests. And in here, again, test underscore, we write a function to do some sort of test. And I'll just say test assert. That's it. And all this is doing is going to allow me to assert some sort of value. So assert true is true. Not a big deal here. I'm going to go ahead and run pytest and period. And sure enough, it passes. Now, what if I did this again? And we'll go ahead and say assert test not assert, or let's say invalid assert. So we'll just put assert true is not true, which is invalid. I run this, and of course I get an assertion error. This is not a correct assertion. This is an invalid test. So it gives me one failed, one passed. This is what we want to see. This is a very simple, probably not a great thing, but a very simple way to see how we're going to go through and test all this stuff. Now, how do we actually test exceptions happening? That is something we will want to test, because if you remember, when we actually went to create a user, we have exceptions happening. So of course, we want to make sure that we can test those values. So how do we actually do that? Now, inside of our test users, I can import pytest here. And then in here, we can actually go ahead and say with pytest.raises. And in here, we want to test what exception it's going to end up raising. In this case, the exception is a assertion error. So we can actually run it like this. And now when I run this, it's going to basically expect that an assertion error is going to happen inside of this test. Okay, so asserting things is also very nice, because what we can do is we can check if things are equal. So test equal, and we can just assert 1 is equal to 1, and sure enough, that's going to end up working, right? And then if I did it not equal, it's going to give me another assertion error, right? So 1 not equal to 1, we'll get another error, okay? So of course, those are the things I don't actually want to test. There is a philosophy that you should test every possible line of code that could possibly affect your project, which of course would include all of your third-party packages. That may or may not be something you want to do. Personally, I don't want to spend all this time writing out a bunch of tests. Instead, what I want to do is actually test the critical things, the features that I definitely implemented, and trust that there is some sort of system out there that is making really, really good packages. Like you could test if pytest works, for example, and you could go down a really long rabbit hole where you don't actually produce anything of value. You just end up producing a ton of tests. So let's go ahead and avoid that. So with this in mind, I want to actually test my create users. So we'll go ahead and define test create user. And then what do I want to do? I want to actually run that my user.create user actually works. So the email being test@test.com. And then of course our password being ABC123 or some random password, right? So if we stop right now, let's think about this as it stands. This will actually create, or should create, or we're attempting to create a real user in our production database, right? This is not changing the database at all, which is good and bad. I'm going to say that it's okay because we're just calling it test@test.com, and we'll see what we do with this user after we run our test. But I'm going to go ahead and run pytest period. And what do we get? We got a name error. User is not defined, right? Of course it's not defined. I didn't actually import it. But these are the things that you could do from time to time. You can actually run this kind of test. You can write a test, run it, write a test, run it. So I'm going to go ahead and now import it, of course. So from app.users.models, we're going to import our user model. And now I'm going to go ahead and run it again. Okay. And now I get no module named app. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Let's go ahead and ignore that for a moment because it's inside of the app. Maybe that's the problem. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of app there and run it again. And again, now it's saying attempted relative import with no known parent package. Okay, so UVacorn kind of skips over this for us. It doesn't actually need this. That's why our FastAPI application has been working. But inside of our app, we can actually initialize this as a Python module itself. So I'm going to go ahead and run init in here. Okay, so now if I do this, it will allow for those actual, relative imports as well as the app itself. Both of those things should now work. Of course, now I have a new error, a new failure, and that is that it actually cannot connect to our Cassandra database. And of course, this isn't surprising either. We don't have this session running. Perhaps it's surprising to you, but we have this on startup method inside of FastAPI for a reason. Now, in my case, I actually have FastAPI running, right? So the application is running, but PyTest is not acknowledging that. So this is another reason to have automated tests, is it sort of separates it from things that also might be running, where the command line, if I tested the same thing out in the command line or in the shell, this exception might not occur, right? Literally copying and pasting from our test here, copying and pasting this function, running this function, it might not occur, okay? So of course we want to avoid that. So how do we go about doing this? Now your intuition might be to do from app import DB, okay? So, and then from DB, we just do, get session, and notice that it's outside of anything. It's just right there. And of course, this is a session itself. So if I go ahead and run this, let's do PyTest again. And this time, well, what's going to end up happening is it actually does create that user. That's great. But what about now when I try to run it again? Well, now I should actually get another exception, and that's this right here. So this is not great. And a couple things about this, the actual session itself, we could say, well, we actually do want this to shut down. Okay, so we want to start it up and then shut it down. The other thing is we might want to sync this table, this user table. This is something that's a little bit more tricky. Do we actually want to sync the user table or not in our tests? As in, if I make changes to the user table, do I want my tests to actually commit those changes? I'm going to go ahead and say no at this point and allow my test to fail if they aren't synced correctly. But that being said, I still want my session to work this way. So how do we actually use the session in this manner? In other words, how do I run all of my tests based off of something else? So I'm going to define a setup method here. And this is actually where I will call these two sessions. And in between this, I'll actually go ahead and yield out this session. So what this is doing is we're building towards something called a fixture. So in PyTest, we can do a fixture, and we can add the scope to this particular module. And that should be scope, not scode. And now I can actually use this setup in here. Now what's cool is we can yield things, so I can actually do session equals to that setup. So this is what's coming back from the item that's coming through. But in this case, I actually don't need to do that. But something I do need to do prior to shutting down the session is I want to delete the user I created. I actually do not need that user. So what we can do is use a query set here. So user.objects.filter email equals to our email user. So test@test.com. And then if q.count is not equal to 0, we're just going to go ahead and do we want to delete all of these objects in here. So we'll go ahead and just run q.delete. Let's see if that ends up working for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. Now it should actually fail and then succeed. That's the hope here. So we try it first. It should fail again. Okay, gives it a minute. Notice it still gives me that exception here, but I should have just deleted everything. So after it failed, it does clean this up. So let's try it again. And now I run it. Now, hopefully I don't have that same failure. Okay, I do have the other test assertion, so I actually don't need any of these. I'll go ahead and delete these right here, or let's comment them out as reference for some other time. But now if I save this, it actually works for me. Okay, cool. So the key thing with this fixture is I am actually passing it in as an argument that PyTest knows, hey, let's use this argument. The name of this function is coming through in here. So if I call this setup, session, I would want to come down here and call this setup session. That's kind of the idea. And the other part is this is the setup part, and then this is the teardown. So after all the tests finish, the teardown will happen. Okay, cool. So that also means now I can actually test other things. So test my duplicate user, right? And so we already saw the exception. That's going to be this right here. But before I even write what that test should be, I'm going to go ahead and just run it, right? So I tested it. Of course, I made it a different name. And what do I get here is it gives me the actual function that failed, and it gives me the exception user already has account. So it actually doesn't matter what the password is here, but it does matter that the user already has an account. So again, with pytest.raises, we're going to raise an exception or handle the exception here. And this is it. Oops, let's tab that in. Okay, so this is another key thing that I did sort of mention, but something that's worth noting now is inside of the model itself, that's what it raises. It raises just a pure exception. When your projects get more and more complex, this will be a specific exception. You would actually modify this to have a name for it, right? So like user does not exist or user already exists exception. You would make that yourself, and then you would want to update your tests for that. But now that we've got this, we've got that one right here. Let's go ahead and create the other exception. So this is going to be test, let's say invalid email. Okay, so this time I'm going to get rid of .com here. This is an invalid email now. So we're going to go ahead and run it again. And it's going to take a little bit of time because it's actually connecting to the production database. It does it every single time. It creates a session and it will create a real user in the database that you could test. But now we've got a way to test invalid email, a duplicate user. Both of those things are features that, of course, we implemented, right? So it's these two features right here. Next, of course, is the valid password. Checking the password is valid. So there's a number of ways on how I could go about testing this part. All I'm going to do here is we're going to say test valid password, and I'll go ahead and pass in setup again because we want setup to be ran for this for the entire module. So it's only ran one time. So test valid password. The object is going to be user.objects.filter. Email equals to test@test.com. Actually, we should probably verify that that's even there. So if q.count is not equal, or let's assert actually. So we'll assert q.count is equal to 1. Okay, so it's testing to make sure that that's actually the number of users that are in there, because it should only be 1 at this point. And then the object, or the actual user itself, which we could say user object, is q.first. Now we're going to go ahead and assert that the user object.verify password, and we'll go ahead and pass in that raw password that we put up here, which is abc123 is equal to true. Okay, just verifying that password. And of course I could also verify that it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So both things, or let's go ahead and say is true, and, or no, we'll leave it in as equals. Okay, so here we go. Now we run it, and here it goes. It tests all of those things. Of course, if I change something like in the count itself, it's going to run it, and then it will give me, hey, that's invalid, right? That's not the correct item here, which of course is what we want to see. We want to see when those errors end up happening. So I run that again, and there we go. Great. So that's it. That's all the tests that I really want to do at this point. Now you can extrapolate on all of these things to make sure that the tests are working correctly. The challenge I want to leave you with is actually how do we change the key space that our model is using. That's not a trivial thing to change, right? Because we've got it in here. I do want to see if you have the ability to change that on your own with your own tests, because it would probably be a good idea when you are working on a variety of things, right? So including making sure that when you are testing data, especially a lot of data, that you don't have something that's actually touching your production database. In this case, it was really about testing the features, not the data, right? So it's only one data piece. So it's not major, but once I start to work towards a full-on production application that's used by a lot of people, then yeah, we're going to want to have our own database specifically for that. I know I've already talked about that before, but right now would be a good idea or a good time to actually attempt to change your key space inside of the test itself. All right, so the final step of this is I'm actually going to move my tests into an entire folder called tests. And then I'll just drag this into this folder here. And inside of here, we'll turn it into a Python module with the init file, just like that. And so now we've got our test users in here. Notice that we're doing from app. So the app itself, instead of relative imports like we've been doing with other places. So now if I run this pytest period, it should still run based off of those folder or that file itself. And now I can actually keep all of the tests in here. This is actually one of the ways that you might go about doing it. You could put the test in the users folder itself. But when it comes to actually using pytest for smaller projects like this is not going to be that big of a project. Even if it feels that way, there's not going to be a ton of code here. I put the tests in its own module so I can test each individual module or feature that I'm looking to test. So like another one might be like testing the endpoints, the actual FastAPI endpoints, because really the users creating the users, those should be endpoints at some point, right? I'm not going to spend really much more time writing out tests for this project. Hopefully what I've given you here is the foundation that you can use across all projects. Now we're going to go ahead and introduce Jinja templates to render out our HTML. Now, if you haven't worked with Jinja templates before, the concept is actually pretty straightforward. If you think of a Python string, something like this is my awesome string, and you want to actually format it with some variables like ABC equals to 1, 2, 3, right? So this is actually really simple to do because then we can actually use that variable of ABC just like that. Now, this is actually not a whole lot different using F strings, right? So if I actually changed it just slightly, that's roughly the same thing. So what this is doing, of course, is taking some sort of variable and passing it into some other string. And that string can be HTML itself. It can be a whole variety of things. So what Jinja does is actually turns this into an actual .html document and renders things in a very similar way. Now, of course, it's Jinja like this. And this actually it was inspired by the Django template engine. So if you've ever used Django template engine, it's very much like that. And of course, FastAPI has support for Jinja because it's probably the most popular way to do any sort of text rendering with Python. And text rendering, again, goes back to this concept right here, where this could be any kind of file type as long as you're kind of mixing it in with some sort of context, then Jinja is your go-to solution for that. So let's go ahead and install it. I'll go ahead and do pip install and Jinja 2. And we'll also add this into our requirements.txt just to make sure it's in there. I already have it in there, so obviously I don't have to add it as another requirement, but my environment already did have it, most likely from one of these other packages. But now it's definitely in there, and it's something that I'll use going forward. Okay, so to do this, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder inside of my app called templates. So this is actually where I'm going to store everything. And initially, I'll just go ahead and do home.html, and we'll just go ahead and say, welcome to video membership. Not great HTML. If you know HTML well, this is not a very well formatted HTML document, but it is HTML nonetheless. And the cool thing about this is we can actually use our text editor like VSCode to work with this. Now, remember back how I was doing the string formatting options in just raw Python. I can do that same thing inside of Jinja templates as well, but instead of one curly bracket, you would actually use two curly brackets. So something like this. And this is actually what we'll render out in just a moment. And so back into main, we now have to let FastAPI know about this templates folder so that we can actually render out home.html, because there are shortcut ways to do this built into FastAPI. So the first thing I need to do is I need to let the app know itself where these templates are. So let's go ahead and import our pathlib library. The first thing I'm going to declare here is our base directory, which of course is pathlib.path of this file. And then we'll go ahead and resolve this. This of course gives me the absolute path to this file right here on my local system. So if I do .parent, that will give me the app directory, right? So this app directory right here. And this is cross-platform. So if you're on Mac, Linux, or Windows, this is going to work well. And it's also cross-system, right? So if I actually sent this to your Mac, I'm on a Mac, it should work just fine. So pathlib is fantastic if you don't already use it. So of course I want to have the template dir as well. So I'll go ahead and say template dir, and that's going to be based off of my base directory / and simply templates. This, of course, is really cool with the newer versions of Python and more specifically pathlib. This will actually turn this into a path directly to this templates folder, which is really nice. It's not like dividing a variable by a string, even though it really looks like that. That's pretty cool, I think. Anyways, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually initialize the templates location. So I'm going to go ahead and do from FastAPI.templating. We're going to import the Jinja 2 templates. Okay, so we'll come down here, and underneath our app, I'll go ahead and do templates equals to that Jinja 2 templates, and the directory is the string of this templates dir here. Okay, simple enough. So now FastAPI is aware of this folder. Now, of course, the app itself is not tied to this at all, right? It actually can be separate from this. In other words, if we have other directories and we wanted to use different templates, we could probably do that as well. But anyway, so now that I've got this, I'm going to go ahead and import one more thing, and that is from FastAPI, we're going to import request. And then we're also going to go ahead and do from FastAPI.responses, we want to import the HTML response class. Okay, so why is it that we're doing this? Well, by default, any sort of, endpoint, any sort of URL is going to return back JSON data, right? Again, this is for a REST API. We are not using that feature right now. So what we want to do is change this from being a dictionary response or a JSON data response to being an HTML response. So actually using HTML text as a response type. So I'll just go ahead and say response class is equal to that HTML response that I just imported right here. Next, we need to bring in the request itself. So we're going to go ahead and say request, and it's of the type of request. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of all this. And now I'm going to go ahead and declare from templates dot template response. Now I'll go ahead and say home.html. This, of course, is the template that I actually want to render, and that's relative to this root location here. So if I had other templates, let's say, for instance, I did snippets in here, and I said something like this, as in landing1.html, then what I would want to do is in here, I would say snippets/landing1.html, and this is true cross-platform on how you would write that. But anyways, so now we've got home.html in here, and then I'm going to go ahead and pass in some context. So I'll go ahead and give context in here as a dictionary. Now, this context, by default with Jinja templates, we have to pass in the request argument itself. So request has to come in every single time. Every other sort of variable that we want to add in here is completely up to us. This is the baseline here. Now on home.html, we had this variable of ABC. So if I added that in as ABC and 1, 2, 3, the key, of course, is going to be the variable, and then the value will be the value of that key. Okay, of course, no surprise there. Now we've got it. Now we have a Jinja-based template response. Okay, and so let's go ahead and make sure our project's running. Sure enough, it is. I'm going to go ahead and restart it just to make sure. And then our home page, now it says, welcome to video membership 123. If I change ABC to the string of ABC, then it should refresh and we should see that it says ABC. Okay. So of course, the reason to have templates like this is so that we can generate HTML data that is relative to something that's happening in Python without the need for any sort of other third-party language, something like JavaScript, right? I can actually make a change to all of this HTML with just using Python and HTML, nothing else. So it gives me a lot of flexibility on how I could end up generating this. Now, I did mention the Jinja itself, the actual package, can use things other than HTML. But in this case, how we're actually responding is going to be HTML every single time. So check out the Jinja documentation itself outside of FastAPI if you're interested in using it for other things, such as you can send out text messages using Jinja. You can use that as your template engine. And the other part of that about that is like these are raw text files that you can always make on the fly, or you can use in other references as well. So it's pretty cool. So anyways, so the reason we're doing this, of course, is to build towards a login page that actually has HTML template, but also so we can see everything else going on with our project, not something that's just specifically for one page. Because since we're building a actual video membership site, we need actual HTML pages so our users can actually use it. So the next few things are going to be diving in a little bit more with the Jinja templates, and then actually building a HTML form so we can actually log in to this project. There's a lot of different features that we could spend time covering on Jinja templates, but I want to cover one of the more fundamental ones, and that is ensuring that we are using proper HTML on all of our HTML pages using something called template inheritance. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and inside of templates, I'm going to make a template called base.html. This one I'm actually going to give valid formatted HTML document. So first we declare a doc type of HTML, then we add in the first HTML tag that's called HTML, then we add in the head tag, then we're going to go ahead and add in a body tag. Okay. And of course I could improve this quite a bit, but I'll go ahead and just say title here, and we'll call this video membership. Okay, so to start out, I'm just going to go ahead and say h1 equals to hello world. All right, so this is the template I want to use on all of them. In other words, I want to make sure that everything about this doc type of HTML, this actual valid HTML document, I want this to be on all of my HTML pages. So inside of home.html, what I can do is at the very top, I can use the curly brackets % and extends, and then base.html. Okay, so base.html is the common way to name what you're going to be inheriting from, right? So it's the baseline one. This is the parent of the HTML documents. So if I just put this extends in here and I jump back into my project, I see that it just says hello world. And of course, if I actually go to view the page source, I can see that all of that doc type HTML is in there and it's working correctly. But it's not actually rendering out the content that I want. This is the content that I want. So to actually render this content out, there's something inside of Jinja that is called block context. We can actually use block tags to change context within templates. So that means I can do something like this, block content, and then in block. And I can wrap this around hello world here. And if I save that and refresh, it still says hello world, right? Nothing actually changed. So how do we actually change this? Well, I can copy this whole thing, bring it into my HTML here. And instead of it saying hello world, I can actually bring in what I said before in that way, just like that. So I refresh and there you go. Okay, so that's actually how we go about doing this. Now, content itself is a variable that I come up with, but the thing is, block content is often what you'll end up seeing. Other ones that you might end up seeing is like something like block footer, something like that. You also might see up here like block title or block head title and in block. Right? So you'll see stuff like this throughout these templates, and then you can use these at will. You don't always have to use them. But of course, if you do, you just bring them into the template you want to use them with, and we can say hello and welcome to, and now you refresh and then that title changes. So the actual name of these blocks doesn't really matter that much. I would suggest that you have them make as much sense as possible, and try to follow best practices if you can, but at the very least, make sure that they make sense. Like block content, hey, all of your content's going in here. Block head, that makes a lot of sense. Head title, or just simply title. There's a lot of ways on how you could think about doing those two things. I'm going to keep it really simple and just leave it in as block content. Now, before we go, though, there's another aspect to these templates that are really nice that have to do with inheritance as well, and that is actually including items. So I had in snippets this landing h1 here. Let's actually rename this, and I'm going to call this nav.html. Okay, so this is going to be my nav bar. all I'm going to do here is say nav and a div and then ahref to a slash, and we'll go ahead and say home. Or let's call it video membership, the name of this whole thing. So now what I want is I want this nav.html to be on every single page that inherits base.html. So one way we could do this is actually import it on every page. So I can say include snippets/nav.html, just like that. And what that will allow me to do is actually include that template with the values that are in there. Pretty nice. Or what I could do is have it on simply base.html inside of that block content or outside of it or both. It actually doesn't really matter. But if you want it everywhere, then you're going to probably include it on your base.html. That's really the key thing here. Cool. And there's one other aspect, maybe every once in a while you want to include what was in the block content originally, especially for something like this title here. So let's go ahead and do block title again. I'll bring it back in and then in block. Okay, so I always want to keep whatever's in here on my titles. So I'll go ahead and grab that. And inside of home.html, what I could do, of course, is add in video membership, or I could say something like, landing or welcome. Let's say welcome, something more realistic. Okay, so if I say welcome here, of course, what happens is it then replaces the entire thing. But of course, I want to keep the original as well. So I'll just use a pipe here and then 2 curly brackets and just use super with parentheses, just like that. And refresh in here. Now it keeps in that original content. Pretty much no matter how long it is, this will bring in what it is inheriting from. So this value right here, always, every time. Pretty cool. So just a nice and simple way to use inheritance and include tags. Now, I want you to experiment with this as much as possible. There are other things about the Jinja templates that are really nice as far as rendering out content. Some of those things we will look at going forward, but I wanted to give this foundation so that the next few pieces are a little bit easier to work with, including like navigating to different pages and whatnot. Now we're going to combine Jinja templates with HTML forms using, of course, FastAPI so that we can do our login and sign up. That's, of course, what we've been building towards. So the first thing I want to do is just copy this home page here, and I'll paste it in. Still with the get method. This time, of course, is going to be, we'll call this the login get view, just to make it really simple for us. I'm going to get rid of the context of ABC. I don't need that. In fact, I'm going to actually bring the dictionary itself down into the return comment or return response. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and use auth/login here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a folder inside of my templates, and we'll call this auth and simply login.html. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Now, the first thing is we're going to go ahead and extends base.html. Okay, and the next thing is going to be our block content and then in block. All right, so I'll go ahead and say h1 login, and then we'll go ahead and add a form here that has a method of post, and then we'll go ahead and add in some of our inputs. The first one we'll put into a div, label 4, and this is going to be email. Okay, so that's the label for the input, of course, and then the next one is going to be our input type of email and the name of email. And we'll go ahead and say placeholder, your@email.com, something like that. Okay, so I'll copy that same thing, and we'll put in another one for our password. And just replace all these things, your password now, and password. And then finally, we'll go ahead and do input type equals to submit, and there we go. Or let's do a button. Button type submit, and we'll go ahead and say login, in case we want to style it later. Okay, great. So I've got my login.html, and we have a way to look at it. So let's go ahead and change the route to simply login. Now, going into our login page, There we go. So we've got a way to log in. Now in my case, I have some usernames and passwords saved because I test this login page on a lot of different projects, and I end up saving that username and password on Chrome. But of course yours might not have that, right? So what I want to do here is I want to do abc@gmail.com and abc123, some whatever password, and hit login, and I get this detail method not allowed. Okay. So what's happening here is we have a route to handle the GET request. GET requests are when a user goes there, right? So when you actually go to a URL, that's a GET request. Hopefully you know this, but if you don't, it's always going to be inside of your actual, web server interface that's running. It'll tell you what's happening. So the first thing is a GET request, then a POST request was what happened when we actually tried to submit that form. We don't have it actually handled. We are not handling that POST request at all. So let's change that. I'm going to copy this login GET view, and now we'll call this our login POST view, and it's going to take in a POST request. At this point, it's doing the exact same thing, right? It's now going to be able to handle that POST request. It doesn't really matter what I put in here. So let's go ahead and do abc@gmail.com and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it actually does render something, but we actually don't see the data that's coming through. So to grab that data, what we're going to use is a class called form inside of FastAPI. And then in the arguments that are coming through, we want to put each thing in here. So email, which is going to be an str, and we'll go ahead and say form ... which means it's a required value here. Next, we're going to go ahead and do password, which is also a string, and this is also going to be equal to form and ... just like that. Okay, so what are these names coming from? Well, this is coming directly from the name of the input itself. So if you change that name of that input, those arguments need to change. And with that, we can actually print out email and password. We'll see that print statement inside of our project here. But the nice thing is, actually, FastAPI will tell you, hey, you can't do this unless you use Python multipart. So let's go ahead and install that as well. So we'll go ahead and do pip install Python multipart. We'll also add this into our requirements.txt. Now, Python multipart is just another package to handle form data, and it also handles uploads as well, something we're not going to cover just yet. But anyway, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and restart our running server. There we go. So it's now running, and we're going to come back into our login here. And again, abc@gmail.com, abc123, hit enter. And what I should get is those things printed out. Okay, great. So that is now the ability to actually handle post data. Now, this is actually not great. I actually do want to improve this quite a bit. But before I do, I actually am going to go ahead and copy this whole thing here. And instead of login, we'll call it sign up. And it's going to be literally the same thing, just a different form. Just like that. And then the password itself, we're going to go ahead and do maybe a password confirmation. So password_confirm. Okay. So again, not a whole lot different. We just added a new field. So the login.html, I'll copy that and do signup.html, and we'll paste that in here. Call this sign up. We've got an email, password, and there we go. And then password confirm is the final one. So confirm, and then confirm your password, and then of course sign up. Okay, great. So we can check that, go in here, sign up. There we go. So we've got our 3 fields here. Each one of them, of course, we could test. But I actually want to stop here. Now, the reason I want to stop here is because I want to better validate this data. I want to ensure this data is not just valid as far as coming into the view itself, like the actual view could handle this raw data, but I also want to use Pydantic. Yeah, if you remember Pydantic from when we did our settings, I want to use that for what it's good at, which is actually validating data. Now, using Pydantic is really useful for things beyond the scope of, just get and post requests or template responses. You can actually use Pydantic throughout your project quite a bit to also serialize data as well. But I actually want to use it just to validate the data that's coming through in here so that if, for example, when someone tries to log in, if they have an incorrect password, I need to tell them that their authentication failed of some kind, right? As it stands right now, I don't really have any way to do that. I just have a way to accept the raw data. So I want to add one more layer to actually validate that raw data prior to doing anything related to the model itself and the database itself, right? So the less I actually hit the database, the better. Now, in the case of a small project, if you hit the database a lot because you're learning, that's okay. That's no big deal. It's usually when you get to much bigger projects and it actually matters how often you're hitting the database because of time, cost, and all that. We want to get in the habit of having really good practices early on. Thus, we validate data early on. So let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and do some user data validation with Pydantic. Now, I actually am going to be experimenting, so I want to use a Jupyter notebook to really hone in on what I'm trying to accomplish with Pydantic. And this notebook itself copied some of the things from our users and analyze features notebook, which of course gives me access to the database and more specifically the user model. So here's some data that I want to clean up, right? I've got an email here and a raw password. There's two things. It's an invalid email and I don't want my users to see what raw password they put in. It's really just that simple. So let's go ahead and do this with Pydantic. So we'll do from Pydantic. We're going to go ahead and import our base model here. Notice that it's called base model. I sort of wish it was called base schema so that it wasn't too confusing, but we'll go ahead and leave it in as base model. We'll just name our own class with schema. So I'll call this the user login schema, and we'll inherit the base model. Now you might be wondering, why do I have an issue with that? There's not really an issue. It's just the fact that our actual database models are often called models and our schema models are often called models as well. So I'm just going to call this a user login schema. That's pretty much it. But overall, this actual class is really just data types and Pydantic will check against those data types. What do I mean by that? Well, if I come in here and say email :str, that is looking for an email with a data type of str. If I said int, it would be looking for a data type of int. Of course, that's string and integer respectively. And then of course I could do password of the same thing. So here is my base schema for a user login. And I can actually pass in that post data. So let's unpack it with 2 stars and post data. Hopefully you know what that means, but that essentially just says email equals to this value here. It passes it in as keyword arguments. And then it does the comma of password equals to ABC123, right? Cool. So I run this now and I get 2 validation errors. Email is not a valid integer. Password is not a valid integer. Of course it's not. Those are not actually what I want to check for. So if I come in here and do str, those are now valid. But they're not valid. That's not actually what I want. That's not the data type that I want. Instead, what I want to do is use the data type that's built into Pydantic called email str. This actual class will do some email validation for me. Just minor email validation. Oh, let's make sure we import it and we run that. And now I get 1 validation error, and that's for the email. Simple enough. What I can also do is I can hide the password a little bit by going ahead and calling it a secret str. Okay? Secret string. What do you know? Call it that, and let's go ahead and make sure it's imported again. And there we go. So still not a valid email, so let's go ahead and actually put in at least a valid format for an email. And there we go. Notice that password is no longer showing up. This is exactly what we want, right? Whether it's through an HTML form, like what we're working towards, or through a REST API call, which is also something else that you might want. If you remember back when we implemented users, we actually had these raw passwords. The cool thing about Pydantic is you can actually use that to serialize your data. You can use Pydantic models, these schema models, to actually serialize what's coming in here, which could mean that this password can also be hidden as well as this one. So both of them can be hidden if you make the severe mistake of accidentally using raw string passwords, which of course you will not because you know about it now. But the general idea is we now have a way to sort of validate this. But it's not quite done yet, right? We could actually go a little bit further than this. And we're going to build this out more in the next one when we actually implement it. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and add in another import called validator. This one, I'm going to go ahead and create another validator, and this is going to be our user sign up schema. And I'll just go ahead and grab that password again and just call this password and confirm. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to validate that password 1 and 2 are the same. So let's go ahead and do this with @validator. So using this validator here, make sure we import it. We're going to wrap that decorator around whatever function we want to call it. I can call it passwords match. That actually doesn't matter what you call it there. And then I can do CLS as in class, V as in the value of what this password is going to end up being, values being all of the other values that are available to you, and then any other keyword args here. So what we want here is we got a password value of 1. So if I do password, this is going to be equal to values.get password. This, of course, is going to be related to this field. The next one is going to be password confirm. Now, in order to get password confirm, we can actually pass this into our validator itself, right? So all I'm doing here is declaring which field to run this method on, but I can still grab all of the other values inside of this method as well. And then also V is going to be what that password confirm is, just like that. Okay. So if that's confusing at all, let me know, but this is how we get our passwords. And really what we want to do is check is if password is not equal to password confirm. And then we just want to raise a value error saying passwords do not match. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return the original value of the password. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this one. This time I'm going to go ahead and write it all in. Email is abc@gmail.com. And then we'll go ahead and do password equals to abc123. And then password and confirm equals to abc1234. We run this and we get a validation error. Passwords do not match. Okay, so let's go ahead and put it in with the correct password. Passwords now do match with these strings here. But is it the actual value? Is it the correct value, right? So what if I did ABC123 instead of that? We did ABC and ABC. Hey, they still don't match. But what about if I print these out, right? Print out password and password confirm. I print those out. I don't actually see the password. How do I actually see that data? Because I will need that raw string somewhere. So let's go ahead and give the valid data here. There, it's printing those values out again. Okay. So if I do data.dict, this will actually return back the Python dictionary here. We can also see the JSON string as python.json. This is definitely a JSON string, so you would need to use JSON to unpack it. But if I do dict here, again, the password is still hidden. Now, if I go ahead and grab the secret, any of the secret fields here, or that secret data type, we can grab that, and we still are getting this. So all I need to do is do get secret value, and that will actually give me that raw value. Okay. And of course, this is what we'll end up using when we store this data of some kind. Okay. So you might be wondering also, why do I have the user model in here? Well, of course, this has to do with sign up as well. And that is to validate, let's say email, right? We also want to validate if the email is available. Okay, so this is going to be CLS, V, values, and keyword args. Now I'm going to just check if the query set is available. So we'll do user.objects.filter, email equals to V. And we'll go ahead and say if q.count is not equal to 0, then we'll go ahead and say raise value error, and we'll say email is not available. And we'll go ahead and say return V. Notice that I said email is not available instead of email is already in use. This is actually, I think, a preferred method for security. You don't want to tell them that this email is already in use. You could just say it's not available. That's also true for a username. I like saying email is not available. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this again. And we get an error here. Looks like I have some value issues here. There we go. And so we have to use keyword args. That's what that was. And so now we've got this. And in this case, the email is working. But if I do ABC at Team CFE, now I get a value error. Email is not available. Now, the reason I know it's ABC at Team CFE has to do with my list of users here that I already have in my database, which is what this is checking against. All right. So we're going to build on top of this for our login schema as well, because that one's pretty simple right now. But this is actually how we're going to go through validating a lot of our data, not just with our users, but maybe with other data as well. And then we'll modify the responses that come back. Of course, the other nice thing about this Pydantic schemas is we can actually use it in list views and stuff like that as well. So it is definitely more valuable than just what we've got here. But that's a way to just kind of play around with it. And it's also nice that passwords can be hidden. And just when we need to get the value of that password, we get the secret value. This, of course, is before we actually use JSON data or anything like that. We actually have to get the dictionary itself. And of course, when in doubt, if you're like, oh, I forgot how to get this value here, you could always look up the documentation, but you can also do the dir of any item here. So in the case of the password here, you could do that dir of that password, and then you can actually go down and you can see all of the different things in here that are related to it, right? Which is a very useful thing to do, especially when you forget simple little methods like that might have a lot of implication of some problems that you have later. Anyways, that's actually playing around with some of the user data validation. Now we want to actually implement this validation into our project. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the Pydantic schemas that we just created. So I'm going to go ahead and copy them from Jupyter into our users here and create a new file called schemas.py. Do the imports first, and I'll also do the user sign up schema first as well. Inside of that user, we need to grab the user model as well. So from .models, import user specifically for that email available. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and bring this into our views. So inside of our views, we'll go ahead and bring this in with the import from .users.schemas, import our user sign up schema. Now, traditionally speaking, when it comes to FastAPI, when you are not using a template, you can actually use the schema as the argument that comes through here. Now, we are using template responses, so we're not going to do it that way. Instead, what we're going to do is say like cleaned data is based off of this schema with all of those values. So email being email, password being password, and password confirm being password confirm. Again, we want to make sure that these field names are correct, which I believe that they are. Cool. So now that we've got this, we can actually print out, what that clean data is. And we'll do clean data.dict. Not that big of a deal. So let's go ahead and I'm assuming that my project is still running. Looks like I have an import error. There we go. So my project's still running. I come into my signup here and I'll do abc@gmail.com, abc123, abc123, hit sign up, and sure enough, it works. Granted, Chrome says, hey, check your passwords. That's a bad password. But I'm not going to save it. But in any case, I've got that data coming through. And if I go into my print statement here, here is that data. Okay. So, of course, now I could obviously use that data. I can actually create a user from that. But that's if it works, right? What if it doesn't work? What if I did something like abc@teamcfe.com and then a password that may or may not work as well? Now I get an internal server error. So this error is what you would see if you actually passed in the schema model itself as the argument. Again, not something we covered just now. But the idea here is we have an exception, a validation error that's happening here. So we need to adjust this a little bit. Now, one of the ways to do this is to say, let's go ahead and say data is equal to a dictionary, and then errors are an empty list. So now what I'm going to do is put this into a try block here, just like this. And we have these validation error wrappers, right? So this is the exception that we expect to see. So I'll go ahead and import that exception. Import validation error. Okay, so we've got our try block here, and then we'll go ahead and do accept validation error as E. Since it's a validation error, I can actually use that error inside of here. And we're going to do that with our error string first. So I'll go ahead and say error str is equal to e.json. That is going to be actual valid JSON. So I'm going to go ahead and import JSON in here as well. Okay. And this error string, I'll go ahead and put this in as an empty string here as well. Then after that, I'll go ahead and do try errors equals to, this is json.loads of the error string. And then we'll just go ahead and say accept errors. This is going to be any other exception basically. Now I'm going to go ahead and pass in my own errors, and I'll just say loc equals to non-field error. And then I'll give a message of unknown error. Okay, so now that we've got this, we have a few more data items here. Now I've got my clean data. The actual data itself will be cleaned data.dict. So we'll go ahead and set that equal here. And now we have a way to actually handle validation errors. So we can actually bring these in to the template context. So we'll go ahead and say data is data, and then errors is errors. Great. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and jump into our template itself to see what's being rendered out here. So instead of auth, sign up, we'll go ahead and say if errors, and then end if. So this is another nice thing about Jinja is you can actually have conditions in here like this using curly brackets and then the if statement. And then of course, if we do have an if statement, we have to close it. Now, what you may have noticed is the errors, we are bringing them in as a list here. But of course, you might not know that yet. So what you could also check is just rendering out those errors. And then we can also render out the data itself. Okay, so let's save both of those things. Jump back into the sign up. And then ABC at Team CFE, and then I'll just put in whatever for the passwords, hit sign up, and there we go. So we actually have the errors showing up here, right? So this is great. This is actually allowing for me to, well, update these values. Now I can actually iterate through each one of these things. So to do that, we can loop through. You can say for error in errors, and then in for. Okay, so errors again is the context argument that's coming through in here, context variable. I can loop through it. Error in this case is just whatever I declare. It's just a variable name for the for loop itself, much like you would do in Python itself. So for ABC and errors, something like that. That's kind of how that's mapping. So now inside of here, I can actually put, let's say, a list element and put in the individual error. Okay, coming back into our sign up and ABC at Team CFE, some random passwords that are wrong. Now I can see the two things that are coming through here for the errors, and then one thing for the data, which is just an empty dictionary. Okay, so notice it has loc and message, and also a type. So in my case, the error that I sent back, if there was, well, the JSON data was not loading correctly, that's why I have loc and message in here. So I'll at least give a message of some kind to our user. So that also means that I can do error.loc. And let's go ahead and just put a bold tag around this here. And then I'll do a colon and then error.msg. I'll go ahead and get rid of this data. Save this. And let's try that again. And now again, email at teamcfe.com, and then some data here, hit sign up, and there we go. So notice that it is giving me a bracket here because the location itself is multiple, it's actually a list itself. So this right here comes back as a list, so we can actually use an index value there. So the first item in that list. And now it's going to give us a little bit better of a response. All right. Now I could also loop through and make sure that those errors show up on the necessary divs. And there's a lot of different ways on how you could go about actually rendering out these errors. I'm not really going to worry about that. Realistically, I just want to show this and also say something like an error occurred. Please check the following. Something like that, so that then I have my data actually showing up correctly. And then this whole thing I'll put into a div itself so that it has a little bit of continuity here. And then as far as the p tag is concerned, perhaps I want to change the margin and the styling of it a little bit. Something that you may or may not want to do. So margin bottom, let's just do 2 pixels. And run that again. There. Now it's a little bit closer to probably something you'd want to use. And then also this div tag, maybe adding in a margin here as well. This time, let's do 15 pixels. And I'll leave it up to you to change that later. But overall, now we have the ability to render out this error on any given view. So of course, that also means that this right here should probably be changed a little bit. And then we also need to implement this in our login view as well. We'll do that in the next part. In a moment, we're going to go ahead and implement the user login schema that we already have done. But one of the things you should be wondering is, well, are we going to really retype all of this stuff just for the user login schema? And of course, the answer is no. Instead, what we're going to do is create an actual utility method for that. So for our entire app, we'll go ahead and do utils.py here. And we want to do a few imports. So first off is JSON. Next, we're going to go ahead and from Pydantic, we're going to import the base model. And then we're also going to import the error wrappers as well. Okay, so base model and error wrappers, mainly so we can actually copy this whole thing here up to data. And let's paste it in here. And this is the function that we want to create. So I'm going to call this valid schema data or error. And we want to pass in some raw data, which is going to be a dictionary. We also want to pass in a schema model, which of course is just a base model. It's inherited from the base model class, so it's a base model type. And then I can actually, tab these items in here. And then what we're going to return is data and errors. But I actually have a problem with this function right now, or actually how I'm handling my errors here. And then it has to do with the fact that every single time in both places, I am attempting to set errors, right? So if this is an empty string or like this, then we're going to get an exception down here. In other words, I'm going to go ahead and just change this to be none. And then if the error string is not none, then we're going to go ahead and try and load it in as JSON data. And that's it. So that solves a little bit of a problem that I had with the previous handling of it. So the next thing is the raw data itself. So when we think about it, right here, could be a dictionary. Well, it's really just an unpacked dictionary, much like that. Now I could obviously use keyword arguments in here and stuff like that, but I'm going to just keep it simple and use a dictionary that I can pass in. And then of course, the actual user signup schema should just be the passed schema into this function. And that's it. The next thing is going to be our validation error. We can just use error wrappers dot validation error, because if we have other errors in here that we want to catch, then we would be able to implement it right in here. And this could then be used across all of the schema validations that we need to do with actual templates, right? So again, FastAPI itself, if you're returning JSON data, FastAPI can handle the response with a schema, an actual Pydantic schema itself. But since we're using the templates, we need to unpack it in our own way. So now let's go ahead and actually use this for our signup one. So now we'll go ahead and import utils here, and we'll come down into our signup view here. And now it's going to be data and errors is equal to the utils dot that function. So we can actually get rid of all of these things here. Except I want to actually pass in, let's pass in some raw data. And the user schema. Okay, so now I can get rid of everything else. Okay, and we just need to set the raw data itself. So raw data is going to be a dictionary here, and it's going to be email, and all of the other parts to the schema itself that are being passed in from the form. Just like that. Great. So with this same idea in mind, we can actually bring in this to our login view as well. So of course, it's no longer the user sign up schema. It's going to be the user login schema. And I'm going to go ahead and import this one now. And we can also get rid of password confirm here. We'll come up and import our user login schema as well. There we go. And so now we have a way to handle that data. Of course, inside of my login itself, I'm going to bring that data in as well as the errors themselves. Just like that. Great. So there's another thing, and that is our template, right? So since we created this, utility method to actually get the data, the cleaned data and the errors, I actually want to grab the login method as well, right? Or actually the template method that will show up in the login template as well. So inside of our login or our sign up, we've got these errors here. This I can actually cut out, go into my templates, into snippets, we'll go ahead and say form_errors.html, and I'll bring that in just like that. That's all I need to do. Inside of sign up, we can now go ahead and get rid of this and say include snippets form errors.html, just like that. And also inside of login, same thing. Great. So now we've got our sign up with the actual cleaned data as well as the login post view. So one of the things about this clean data that I'm not handling is any password fields. That's actually something I'll leave into the post view itself. In other words, if we print out this data, let's go ahead and do that with our login view now. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to log in here. So abc@teamcfe.com, because I have that one registered. I'm going to go ahead and hit log in here, and it should take a moment. But while that runs, I'm going to go ahead and come back up here. Oh, and it couldn't import the name user login schema. I'm actually not surprised. I don't think we actually brought it over. So let's go ahead and look in here. Got our schemas, and I never copied it over. So let's go ahead and copy it over. Jumping back into Jupyter Notebook, and we copy it over now. There it is. So let's give that another shot. So abc@teamcfe and abc123, hit enter. Looks like everything went fine, and there we go. So notice that I still have it's not the raw password that's coming back here. So in here, I could actually use that raw password again, and we would just have to know that, and this is going to be get secret value. And this is going to be get secret value. So we'll save that. And again, we'll do same thing. And there we go. So we can actually use that raw value now. Great. So this utility method is really just for the errors mostly, not anything else. And so if we go back to the sign up method, or the sign up endpoint, and try this again, with some gibberish or whatever, and hit sign up, I get these validation errors here, right? Email is not available. Great. So those same validation errors I probably want with my login as well. In fact, I want to update my configuration for my login, the actual schema itself, right? Because it's not actually validating anything for me in this login schema. So before I go down that rabbit hole, the idea here is perhaps I want to actually validate the username and password after I get this ingestion of data, right? So basically checking the user's email against their password. Perhaps I don't want it to be done in the login schema. Now, the reason I'm going to do it in the login schema is because of those errors, the ability to render out the errors and having them be uniform across my entire project and everywhere I end up using those schemas themselves. Now we're going to go ahead and experiment with JSON Web Tokens. This is, of course, going to be for authentication, how we're actually going to be able to really have some sort of user session that they log in, and then there's this token that gets passed around so they can access the resources we are going to allow for them to access. So let's go ahead and just have a look at how this is going to be done. So the first thing I want to do is I want to jump into requirements.txt and add in Python-Jose, and we're going to use the cryptography backend. The cryptography backend is optional, as in that whole block there. But the idea is we want to have it as secure as possible, which the authors of Python-Jose recommend the cryptography package, and so do I. So let's go ahead and do pip install-r requirements.txt. Okay, so that's going to install that package for us. Now, I will also mention that FastAPI itself recommends that you use this same package too, but whatever JWT package you end up using, the JSON Web Token package, you're going to want to make sure that you're using it in a way that we'll discuss in a moment to make it as secure as possible. But before we do that, let's go ahead and start building out our JWT token here. So I want to have some of my default imports. First off, we're going to import date time. This is built into Python, of course. We're also going to import secrets, also built into Python. Then we're going to go ahead and do from Jose, we're going to import JWT or JWT. Cool. So now we're going to go ahead and first off create our secret key. This is going to be for pretty much our entire app, but for now I'm just going to have it in line here, and then we'll go ahead and do token URL safe, and we'll go ahead and say something like, I don't know, 30 or 50, doesn't really matter. That's a secret key that can be of arbitrary length. The just general rule of thumb as we're testing out the JWT tokens is we don't want to change the secret key very often. We pretty much just want to use the same one. However, when you go into production, you're going to want to rotate the secret key a lot. The algorithm we're going to use is the HS256 algorithm. That is going to be with our JWT package and the cryptography package for actually securing this token. Next, we're going to go ahead and declare some raw data. So this is the data that I want to put in the JWT token so I can pass it around to my different URLs or my different endpoints. So one of them is going to be our user ID. So I'll go ahead and just say ABC123 for right now. What we're not going to do is put in our user email. So do not do this, right? Don't put in the user email. JWT tokens can be potentially broken, right? So other users can see these JWT tokens, not the secret key, but the JWT token itself will be shared on the front end. So that means that malicious actors could potentially get it. And if malicious actors do get it, then we probably want to hide this. Now, we could also hide the user ID in a similar way that we did with our actual password signing. We could actually sign this and hash the user ID as well. That could be something that we consider doing also in conjunction with these two things. So we have some user hash in here instead of user ID and email. That's adding a layer of complexity that I'm just not going to cover right now, but it is something that could lock this down even more. But in any case, we've got our raw data here. So now I want to turn this raw data into a token that I can move around. And this is pretty simple to do with the JWT package. We just say, or the Python Jose package that is. So we can say token equals to JWT.encode, and then our raw data, then our secret key, right? So of course that's going to be changing over time, and then our algorithm that we're going to be using. So algorithm is equal to that. All right, so that will generate a token for us. And that's what a JWT token looks like. Okay. And so the cool thing about this is I can use this on the front end now, and you've probably maybe have seen these already. But also what I can do is I can make this a little bit better by adding an expiration. Before I add the expiration though, let's go ahead and decode this data. So I'll use JWT.decode, and then now decoding the token, and then basically with the same other items here, except algorithms or algorithm becomes algorithms. And then we do that. Cool. So there we go. We can now pass that token around. So this would be the token that we can put in the front end that end users would be able to see. And then in the back end, this is when we would actually go about decoding it. So let's actually add in some expiration here. So expiration, the key for it is always exp. So when we actually go to encode it, it's going to look for this key in this dictionary to some sort of expiration. So to do this, we're going to use datetime.datetime.utc now. So we want to start with UTC now, and then we're going to add some sort of time delta from that. So basically, the actual JWT token itself, or the JWT package, the Python Jose package, is going to be going off of UTC. So to actually add a delay, for example, let's go ahead and add it up here and say, expires after. And we'll just say 10 seconds, so 10. To do that, we just add datetime.time delta and seconds being 10, or they expired after. So that, of course, could change over time, but this will give me 10 seconds in the future. After that finishes, after that time is up, then it'll be in the past and I won't be able to decode it anymore. So let's take a look. So hopefully after 10 seconds or so, I don't really want to talk for 10 seconds, this will end up doing something. And so we go to decode it, it's still working. The expiration is also listed there. And then finally, it actually gives me an expired signature error. This, of course, is the exception that's happening that's basically saying, hey, the signature expired. That's it, which is another way to say the session has ended for this token. So I'm going to go ahead and actually bring in this exception. So we're going to import it now. And so what I can do is I can actually bring this as a try block now, and then handle that exception and just print it out. Okay. So another way to think about that is, you have been logged out, or the token needs to be reissued. We're going to stick with just you've been logged out. So there's actually now a fundamental way to use these tokens. So first off, we can define a login method here. There's a couple of different ways on how we could think about doing this. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and add in my user ID and then maybe expires time. I'm going to go ahead and say 5 seconds as default. And then again, I'm going to go ahead and use all of this here. Okay, so my raw ID here, and then it's just going to return back a token. Okay, and of course I could change the algorithm and stuff like that. This user ID, I want to bring it in just like this. I do not need the email any longer, so I can get rid of that. Something I could also add in is a role in here. Now, this role is in part just to prevent us from needing to always do lookups on our backend, right? So the lookups being, hey, if I have this user ID and the role, perhaps I don't need to always check in the user table that they have this role, right? So the level of permissions that are related to it. This is something you may or may not want to do from time to time, but it is a nice thing to think about. So now I can actually grab my token here with a user ID of some kind. So I'm going to actually get a real user ID. So I'll get j equals to user.objects.all and then .first. Let's actually just take a look at j.userid. And then we'll go ahead and log in j.userid, and then expires in 5 seconds. Okay. So naturally, this should give us a token, right? Now, you also might be wondering, should we put the email and password in here? Probably. We should probably actually have the user ID check happening in the login, which is something we'll do when we implement it with the view itself. But for now, this is kind of emulating what that would look like. Next, this is going to be just verify token. So define verify user, basically. So we'll go ahead and pass in the token there now. And there we go. So this is now going to give me my raw data here. And by default, it's going to be none. And then verified is going to be false. If we do not get a expired signature error, then I'll go ahead and say verified is true. Otherwise, we'll see that. And the exception, any other exception, I'll just go ahead and say pass and return the data and verified. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run that verified user. If I run it now, of course the signature is expired. It's long after 5 seconds. But if I go really fast here, it does not expire, or it's not expired yet, right? So it gives me both of those things. So that's data and verified. And there we go. Right, and then we can print out data. Okay, so we got a token verified. So this is something that I can actually run on basically every single view. And the reason we're doing it this way too is the fact that if it's not verified, then I can have a login redirect, like redirecting the view somewhere else because it's not verified. So that's something we'll have to work on with this one as well. Not to mention that, perhaps I could do it inside of the verified user itself, or perhaps all of the data would include this, or if they're not verified, we just get none back, right? So I don't actually need this Boolean value really. So the data is going to be the Boolean value for me. So basically, if that data is none, then I can just assume that they're not verified, right? So now if I come in here, let's try that again. Oops, and get rid of that. Now, user not verified. So there's no data coming through. We need to redirect them, right? Cool. So that's experimenting with some JWT tokens. Now, how much data do we actually want to put in a JWT token? I would say minimal amount of data on here. Now, one of the things that you might be tempted to do is adding additional permission type things on here. If you use these as your primary source of permission, it's not always going to be great. Instead, what I would end up doing is having the user ID itself going into any given view, in that view, checking that user ID for the proper permission and not necessarily actually going off of what this role might be. But this could be potentially useful in the front end as well for a variety of things. All right, so before we go, I just wanted to touch on this token right here. So let's go ahead and copy it, the entire thing, make a new one if you need to, and go to jwt.io. Now, this domain allows you to see what a JWT token looks like. So if I paste it into this encoded area, notice that my payload is coming through. Even if it's the incorrect one that I had before, it doesn't really matter what token it is. It will actually show what's inside of that data. It will decode that data. So this is another reason to make sure that we do not have private information inside of this data at all. We definitely don't want to have our user's email address, for example. We really don't want to have that. Now, the user ID itself, I think, is generally okay. Some really high-level production applications have the user IDs exposed, right? So like if you think of the channel ID on YouTube, that ID is likely the ID they store in the database. And if it's not, it's certainly a pointer to one that is real. So just having the user ID, of course, won't necessarily give permissions of any kind. One step down is we have this role. This could potentially give permissions of some kind on your backend. We don't want to do that. Now, you might put it in the JWT token as a honeypot to like throw developers off the scent of what this actually is and perhaps randomize it as far as the role is concerned. But the thing is, we probably aren't going to want to have this role in here inside of our JWT token that really changes how the front end ends up working. Because the thing about it is we could always just do a backend call to verify what role this user is, right? We could actually get their actual role in there with a really quick query to the database when it makes sense, when it's actually necessary. So that's it for now for understanding these JWT tokens, experimenting with them. Now we're going to go ahead and actually implement a lot of these things so that our views can actually have a login required, essentially. Every sort of endpoint can have login required with that template mix-in. Now we're going to go ahead and implement some user authentication methods and then actually implement the JWT methods that we just were experimenting with. So inside of our users folder here, I'm going to go ahead and create auth.py. And let's think about the various methods that we want to create. First off, we're going to go ahead and create one called login. This is just going to return our token, right? We've already seen that one. Next, we're going to go ahead and say verify token, right? Or verify the user ID or the user. This, of course, takes in the token and will give me back some sort of data. Then I'm also going to actually do the authentication or simply authenticate. And this is going to be email and password. Okay, so email, of course, could be username. It could be username, email, and password. We're using our email as a way to log into this service. We don't actually have a username on here. And so we can actually start with authenticate, because what we're trying to do here is get a user object based off of this email here. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do from .models. We're going to import our user. And we want to go ahead and say user.objects.get email equals to email. Now, the reason I can actually call user.objects.get email equals to email is because it's the first primary key. If it was not the first primary key, let's say if it was the user ID, what I would have to use is .allow filtering .get email equals to email. Now, for example, if you did have a username, which some of you might be interested in doing, and you didn't have it as a primary key, let's actually bring it down here. You did something like this, where it's username, and you did that, then you would have to come in here and say username and allow filtering.get username equals to username. That's sort of the point there. Okay, so I'm actually not going to do that. I want to stick with the email, but I think it's worth seeing because we're using this as a method to authenticate. Then what I want to do is check that password. So we would basically say if not user object dot verify password of that raw password. That's essentially what is that. Then we'll go ahead and say none. Otherwise, we would return that user object. Okay, so if we look back into our model, we've got our verify password here. This will verify that hash, right? It runs the security based off of the stored hash as well as the raw string. Okay, so this is going to give us a true or false value, whether or not it's verified, which is good. So if it's not verified, we'd say none. And of course, what if the user doesn't exist in our database? Well, in this case, we can go ahead and do try block here and say except pretty much any exception. We could just infer that there's something wrong with this user. Now, in the long run, perhaps I would actually want to raise another exception, like user does not exist or something along those lines where I'm catching some errors in here. But I don't want to make this too complicated at this point. Instead, I'm going to make it nice and simple where we just catch every exception. If for some reason this is not working correctly, then it's not going to give me a user back. Really that simple. So we will implement this soon, but this is the general idea to start out with. Okay. Next is, of course, the login verification. So after we authenticate, we're going to go ahead and use that user object and add in some sort of expires. You know, we had it in 5 seconds. So here, this is going to be that same data we saw before, and I can actually just copy and paste it from my notebook, which is going to be, you know, this login function right here. So I copy that, and we'll go ahead and paste this in here. Okay. So we've got our raw data. Notice I put user ID first before. Now I'm going to go ahead and call it user object.id. I think the user object hopefully makes a little bit more sense because what we'll do is we'll call authenticate first. So step 1, and then login as in step 2. And then we'll have to do stuff in our views to do all those things. And then basically step 3, every time we need to use these other things is just going to verify that token for us. All right. Okay, cool. Verify that it's valid, essentially. Now, let's go ahead and break this one down. Let's actually get it working. First off, we need to import our date time, right? Because we've got date time here. Next, of course, I need to import JWT. So from Jose, import JWT, which was this. Then I've got the secret key and algorithm. That we'll come back to in just a moment. But there we go. So it's almost ready. Now we've got second spin expires after. Looks like I didn't actually implement that correctly. So we'll call expires instead. Just like that. Okay, great. So next, of course, is verifying the user ID. This is going to also be pretty simple. I called it verify user when we were experimenting with this. Now I'm going to just call it, verify user ID. Again, it's going to take in that token. We've got this expired signature error, which I think we can import directly from Jose. And that's going to print out what that error is. But either way, it's going to be none. And then we'll go ahead and see if user ID not in data, then we'll go ahead and return none. Now in this case, I'll go ahead and actually leave the data as just a empty dictionary, right? Just to make sure that that Boolean is coming through pretty sustainably. Okay, so again, some error handling. We'd probably want to have a little bit better of error handling here. But my general rule of thumb is if this is not working correctly, or if this verify user ID, when I actually implement this method, it's basically going to say if there's not a user ID in here, then we're going to assume that this user is not logged in. So we'll handle that later too. Right? So we've got authenticate. Let's just verify the user's credentials, log them in, actually get the token for the session that they're working on. And then finally 3, actually verify that session. So we do still need to solve the secret key and algorithm part. So to do this, I'm actually going to go into my environment variables, so .env, and I'm going to add my secret key directly in here, just like this. So you can do that by, of course, creating a new secret key. And by all means, anytime you need to, just create a new secret key, copy that, and bring it into your environment variables. So this secret key here, we are going to add into our configuration, into our settings, and we're going to go ahead and say secret key is a string, field, we'll do ... and we can say env equals to secret key. Now, Pydantic base settings actually maps the lowercase version of the uppercase version to each other, right? So if in environment variables, it's written in uppercase like this, it will map directly to the lowercase version. We don't have to declare the env argument here. It will just do that by default. Next, we can actually declare the actual algorithm itself too. Now, you don't have to do it this way. If you want it to be able to change on the fly, you can do it inside of here. And that is basically setting a field. We'll set a default being capital HS 256. And so now I have the algorithm I want to use inside of that auth method here, right? And so the last thing is, of course, to bring all of this in, and that's going to be bringing in from our app. So from app, we'll import the configuration, and I'm going to import date and time at the top here. Okay, and then of course our settings equals to conf.get settings. And then now we'll go ahead and use settings.secret key and settings.secret key. And then the algorithm was settings.jot algorithm. There we go. And coming down here, also settings.jot algorithm. Simple enough to actually handle all of these things. So that is the 3 methods that we want to use going forward on our views. So this, of course, means that we're going to have to work with these things on our views very soon, right? But there's a number of things that we need to actually address prior to being able to work with these things. One of the errors that we need to address has to do with the forms themselves. Right now, the way it's being sent back is it actually sends this template back with a status of 200. This is not great. So if there's an error, it should have a status of 400. So that's one of the things that we want to change. The other one being that writing all of this out is not something I'm going to want to do all the time. So I kind of want to have both of those things as a shortcut to really just rendering out the things I need to render out. So that's something we'll do in just a moment as well. But hopefully all this makes sense. We just updated our settings, and then we just created a few methods that we'll end up using to verify a user session. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a shortcut method to render out our templates. So number 1, it's not as long. And number 2, I can actually get rid of some of the values that we see in here. So the first thing is I'm actually going to get rid of this base directory from being inside of here unless I absolutely need it. Now, in this case, I really don't. I only have it for the templates directory. So where am I going to move it? I'm, of course, going to move it into my configuration now. This is probably where you'd want to put it anyway. So the first thing I want to do is we'll go ahead and say from pathlib, we'll import path, right? So a lot of times I like doing just pathlib.path, but the reason I'm doing path here is because we need to set an actual type value for this path. So I'll go ahead and say base dir is of class path, and it's going to be equal to the path of this file, similar to what we've seen before. Then we'll just do resolve and then parent. Okay, so now this is our base directory, and I don't have to actually set it inside of main.py, right? this means that also my template directory needs to change a little bit as well. So what I'm going to do inside of my app, I'm going to go ahead and create something called shortcuts.py, and we want to import that. So I'll do from.config. We'll import the get settings method, or of course we could also just do from app import conf, or config rather, and we'll go ahead and say settings equals to config.get settings, and our base dir or base dir is equal to settings.base dir, and our templates dir is, well, hey, this could be another configuration item. Maybe it should be. So go ahead and copy that, and we'll go ahead and give it that same pathlib, and we'll go ahead and add in templates here as lowercase. So templates. And again, templates dir. Great. So going back into our shortcuts now, of course, it's just we want our templates directory, and that's it. Where we're going to use this, well, it's going back into what we did with our Jinja stuff, this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we'll paste this in here. And now this is really just templates is equal to the Jinja2 templates, and the directory being the string of settings.templates dir. Simple enough. So now that we've got that, we have a way to render out some templates. So let's just go ahead and really quickly just change this one thing here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, bring it in, and this should be dir, not dior. We'll define a method called render, and this is going to take in a template name and some context. And it's just going to return those two things. So template name and context. Okay. So already I've shortened it down a little bit. So it just is going to be render now instead of templates.response. So let's go ahead and bring that one in now. And we'll bring in from.shortcuts. We're going to import render. And so everywhere I have this template response, I'm just going to change it to being simply render here. The point of this is to not have to repeat ourselves too much, but also to make it really simple as to what I've got here. Okay, just like that. Okay, and that's it. So the next part though is this request value. Each time I need to actually pass it into my context. So that's going to be a default no matter what. So instead of actually adding it in as a context variable here, I'm going to use render for it. So coming back in here, I'm going to change this to being request. And now my context is going to be ctx context.copy and then ctx.update. Now I'll go ahead and pass in that request argument here. Now we might actually be able to take it even further and use the FastAPI request itself inside of the render method, but I'm not going to assume that that's going to be the case. So I'll just leave it in as an argument for this and then just pass in that context now. Okay. So now going back into main, I can make things even more simple, get rid of request out of my context itself all across the board, right? Just like that. And wherever I had request before, I'm going to just get rid of it. And then I'll have to obviously add it in as an argument to all of these places. But it's just one less thing that I need to actually write in to my context dictionary. So it's really just focused on the context that I'm adding in addition to the request itself, right? But of course now everywhere I use render, I just need to make sure that I'm using request here as well. Now, if you come from the Django world like I do, you're going to find this render method to be identical to that Django method, and that's done on purpose, right? I think that shortcut is a great one. It's really simple, really easy to do. It's certainly possible that we might miss one or two, which we will obviously address as we need to. But here we go. We've got nothing called templates dir. That's our first issue. So let's go ahead and make sure our settings is correct. So let's go ahead and restart our server if we need to. And I'm still getting nothing called templates dir. So obviously I needed to actually call get settings. It's a silly error. But nonetheless, I have every view should be able to run correctly if we're actually getting these things done right as well. And so when I see stuff like this, I'm going to go ahead and actually add in a empty context dictionary in here as well. And that should solve the problem in a lot of places. Okay, So this might seem like I'm adding complexity to it, and in some cases I am sort of adding complexity, but the real big one is what I'm actually going to do in the long run, which is actually being able to set my auth cookies in here, or, well, set any HTTP only cookies in here, right? That's actually why I want this render method, not so much to just simplify how I'm going to be calling it, but more to be able to set the cookies later. Because as of now, I can't set that response. I can't change it. Another thing I can set though is our status code, and there's going to be an integer. We're going to go ahead and set it by default to 200, of course, and we can actually bring it in here into our template response as well. So like on our home page, for example, I can actually change the status code in here. Let's go ahead and just do status code being 404, for example, or this is a login view. But if we go into login here now, what it does tell the browser is this page is actually not found. So what's being rendered there should be a 404 page, not a login page, even though the HTML I'm sending back is actually a login page. But again, I'll keep it in as status code of 200. Okay, great. So now that we've got this, we've got a number of items that we can use for this. But the thing is, if we go back into our shortcut, the thing I don't want to do is actually send back the proper template response. Instead of what I want to do is use a little bit more Jinja type template rendering. This will actually show you also how to just render templates randomly in your project as well, and not always returning an HTML response. So what we want to do is we are going to import from FastAPI.responses. We're going to import HTML response, the exact same thing that we were doing on any given view, the response class itself. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say response equals to that response, and I'll go ahead and say some string here. And then again, the status code being equal to the status code that's being passed here. And this is the response I'm now going to send back. Okay, so we'll go ahead and return this. And so something that's cool about this is that here is where I can actually set some cookies in here, which we will do later, just not yet. Actually, let's move this down here. So I'll set it in between the response value. You can't actually set the cookies on the template response itself, or at least not without huge modification. So what I want to do now is I actually still want to render out this value, right? So this right here is some string. It could be considered some HTML string, but of course now anywhere I use render, that some string should come out, not anything related to my templates. This is everywhere, which is good and bad, right? It's bad in the sense that it leaves me a little bit vulnerable, that if somebody wanted to really mess up my entire project, they could just go into my render method and change the HTML response like I just did. But of course, this is made for us to have some convenience and not necessarily something we have to use every single time. But nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and actually render out the template based off of what I currently have and really just change this to something else. So I want to change it into an HTML string here, and this is what I'm going to return back. So to do this, it's actually pretty straightforward. We use t equals to templates dot. So templates being this again. So instead of being template response, we just call get underscore template. And then we can still pass in the template name itself. And then to render out the HTML string, we just do t.render and ctx. Okay, so that is now a HTML string, and then we've got our response here. So notice that I called it render for that particular reason, right? It's also called render on Django for sure, but it is the template being rendered. So we're really just rendering an HTML template based off of a request. So that's what's coming back. It's going to be some sort of HTML response that we'll be able to use and set cookies. We could set other things on it as well, but that's the main idea here. So now that we've got that, if we bring back our actual concept here, or any given view, any given page, it should now actually bring everything back in like that. Okay, log in, sign up, and so forth. All right, so one other reason to have this has to do with the errors itself, right? So when there are errors on any given page, so if the length of errors, is greater than 0, then we can return that same data, roughly speaking, and say status being 400, right? So now I actually have a really simple way to render out the same context, potentially, or we could change that context, or I could just come in here and create a context dictionary. Of course, this isn't a whole lot different than what we would have done with the other rendering of templates. But now I have the ability to just do it on the fly, and there's less typing, but more specifically having the correct status code. I think we called it status code actually. And yes, the correct status code in there. And so I can actually show the browser what's going on, and that will solve the error I had or kept having with the signed up method here. Is really, if there is an error, it should show the browser that, hey, this is a 400 error, so don't try to save the password, for example. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually experiment with setting cookies, HTTP only cookies, on this render method. Now we're going to go ahead and set some cookies in FastAPI. So the first thing I want to do is show you how to set insecure cookies, cookies that a user can change at any given time. So it's really simple. Inside of our response here, I can do response.set_cookie and then a key value pair here. So I can say key equals to some value. So let's just say test, and then the value being 123. Okay, really just that simple. Of course, it's in the render method because it has to come in with a response. It can't just come in. You can't put it on the request. You have to do it in the response. Okay, so we save that, and then we go back into our project. Of course, this isn't showing me anything as far as the cookie is concerned. So how would a user actually see this? Well, if we control click or right click and go to inspect, the idea here is we want to go into the console, the JavaScript console in our browser. Now, you don't have to do this. You just can be aware of it. If I type out document.cookie and hit enter, I can actually see that cookie there. What I can also do is do document.cookie equal to test equals to ABC or something of that sort. And that actually does change the value of that cookie. So this is where it's insecure, is any user can write it in the console. They can also do it in JavaScript. So if you have malicious JavaScript that is properly defined, it can actually mess with your cookies as well. But also, like your actual application itself, you can come in here and see the cookies in here as well. So you can change it in here also. So there's a lot of different places on where you can actually change this cookie, right? So that's interesting. Let's go ahead and not change it, right? Let's go ahead and leave this as a set cookie. We'll get rid of it on the FastAPI side, and I'll go ahead and print out request.cookies now and save that, refresh in here. And inside of our browser or terminal, we should see our cookies coming through, right? And it's the changed cookie. It's no longer 123, but it's that actual changed value. So that's the insecure way to write cookies. How do we write the secure way? Well, we can still use set cookie, but now we can use HTTP only and say that equal to true. We save that and refresh and everything. Now, of course, again, in our application, the cookie is still showing up. I can still see this value and I can attempt to change it, right? So let's go ahead and change it here. I'll hit enter and then I'll comment it out on my backend. We'll save it, refresh. Okay, so now inside of my backend, I see that it changed as well. Okay, so cookies themselves aren't incredibly secure, right? The other side of this is on our console. The thing that won't show up is if I do document.cookie here and hit enter, now it doesn't show any cookies. So that's only because I set it as HTTP only, okay? But the user can still change it, right? So they can still tamper with this cookie. So the thing about these is we are going to be storing our JWT token here. So if the JWT token is tampered with at all, we have methods to, well, mostly verify that. Not completely, but it does verify it in the sense that our verify user ID, this token in here, is going to attempt to decode that token. Inside of that token is going to be a user ID, which is a UUID, which is kind of hard to fake. I can't just change my token and get everything to work exactly the way one could potentially do and wreak havoc. Now, this is not perfectly secure, but it is a lot more secure than what we've got here. And we'll see that as we go forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update this render method to add in something for cookies, and it's going to be a dictionary. and it's going to be equal initially to an empty dictionary. And so what I want to do is I'll just say if the length of cookies, items, or we'll say .keys is greater than 0, then I'll go ahead and set these cookies in here. But we'll do it, of course, with key value pairs. So for kv in cookies.items, then we'll go ahead and set those cookie values in here for whenever we need to. Just like that. Okay. So I'll go ahead and get rid of these print statements here and come in here. Now remember, cookies can be modified and they can be viewed at any time. And that includes JWT tokens, right? Definitely includes that as well. There is another thing that you might be, or that you should be aware of, I should say, is to actually delete cookies. So like our logout method essentially. So to do that, we can say for key in request.cookies.keys, we can actually run response.delete cookie of the key. Okay. So one of the things to think about here is if we do have a session going, we could potentially change the token on every request. I don't know if you want to do that, but you could potentially change that as another measure of just being potentially a little bit more secure, or as a way to refresh our cookies or to force a session to end in some form. Okay, so that's how we delete cookies. I'll leave that in there in case you need them. So this is how you set them. It's always on the response. Deleting them is always on the response as well. To view them is going to be on the request itself. So request.cookies. And again, users can set those. They can change them. They can modify them. So, you know, when you would actually set the non-HTTP only cookies, it'd be something like, you know, response.set cookie. And you would say, let's say a key being, you know, maybe dark mode. And then the value being 1, right? So dark mode would be then on our JavaScript side on the front end, we would go in here and say document.cookie, and then our actual user would be able to see that dark mode, and they'd be able to change it if they need to, right? And a lot of sites do stuff like this, where they'll save the dark mode in a cookie, so it's really easy to just switch back and forth on what the actual site looks like. And that's not a security concern. What would be a security concern is like private information, like their email, or of course their password, or even their role, like the admin role and stuff like that. You probably don't want to put that in the cookies either, because they can always be in here, which is pretty interesting. Now, there is sometimes you might use session storage or local storage, but a lot of times you'll see cookies being used for any given token as well. And so one last thing to mention is when we log in, we can actually have another layer of verifying any given session. So we could take it where our actual authentication tokens, the token itself, the JWT token, is stored next to a session key. So every time someone logs in, it creates a new row in our database for a session that has a token that's associated to it. And then every time they actually run in here, which will verify these cookies later, but we could have a session ID along with that JWT token and verify those two things together. So that's just another interesting way to potentially use cookies to make it a little bit more secure. But that's it on this. So now what we want to do is actually start to implement this so we can verify our users going forward. All right, so we're going to do a little housekeeping right now. Inside of users auth.py, the import of conf is incorrect. It should be config. So let's go ahead and update that in the two places it was. Next, we want to at least address that inside of Authenticate itself, we probably want to catch the other kinds of exceptions. That is, if there's multiple objects or if this object doesn't exist, and then log those things. That's not something I'm going to do right now, but I just wanted to mention it. Scroll down a bit. Inside of login here, this should be user object dot user underscore ID, not just ID. And then the algorithm here, this should be algorithm, not what we have here, which is just a silly typo. There we go. Okay, so that should solve those few housekeeping items inside of this auth.py. And this actually would become very clear on your own running inside of the schema what we're about to do. which is how I found these errors while I was testing it. So if I do from dot import auth, this is what we're going to end up using is the auth package inside of our user login schema. One of the things I want to do here is actually just return the token value that would come from our login. In other words, I'm going to take these two items and only return one back. So how do we go about doing that? Well, the way it's done is by importing the root validator, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just separate out these imports here and bring in the root validator, okay? So the nice thing about this is I can now validate all of my fields on this schema. So we'll call it root validator, and I'm just going to call this validate user, takes in the class and values as default. So we're going to go ahead and say email equals to values.get email or none. And then I'll do that same thing for password as well. Just copy and paste it. And there we go. And then we'll say if email is none or password is none, then we'll go ahead and say raise value error. And it's going to be incorrect credentials. Please try again. All right. So that is always going to be the error that we see inside of our root validator here. So I'll go ahead and just say error MSG is equal to that message, just so we don't have to type it over and over again or repaste it. Now I'll explain why we use one error message in a moment, but now we want to just grab the actual password. So we'll just say password equals to password dot get secret value. Now we're going to go ahead and say user object is equal to auth.authenticate, and that's going to be email and password. So now, of course, in our authenticate method here, we've got email and password. And this is going to bring back everything we need. Otherwise, it's going to actually return none. It's possible that it will return none. So again, we'll say if user object is none, then we'll raise that same value error with that message. Okay, so like this is just invalid credentials, please try again. And so if a user keeps seeing this, eventually they would probably contact us for more. The next thing is actually getting the token itself is really just auth.login of that user object, right? So again, inside of there, user object, login, gives me all that stuff back. This, of course, is the token itself. And then finally, I can return whatever dictionary I want. In this case, I'm going to return session ID being that token. Okay. So what I can do up here in the schema is also say token str is equal to none, right? So I can actually put that in there as a default, or rather, instead of calling it token, we'd call it session ID, right? So hopefully that gives it back. And also, if we try to log in later, we could also verify additional things. If there is already a session ID active, perhaps we delete it or do some stuff with it anyway. In other words, inside of our view, if we actually brought that in as some of the raw data. Okay, but now the schema should actually tell our users what's going on and then finally return back with a token of some kind. So let's just verify that. So the data that's coming back is not going to have password anymore. It's just going to have our session ID. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, print out that data. Let's go ahead and make sure our server's running again. Sure enough, it is. We'll go into login here and let's use a real user that you've already logged in or signed up. Go in their password. Obviously nothing happened really, but if I refresh in here, I now get my session ID with that token. Now, why is it that I did that itself? Well, this data is going to be our new cookies, right? That's what we want to do. But we actually have a new issue, and that is this return method here. So I absolutely can say my cookies are that. So let's come down here and say, cookies are that data, right? In fact, I could probably just remove that context altogether from the login and maybe say logged in being true. That might be context I want to actually pass in if I keep this login.html page. But now I've got my cookies being this data. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. I come in and log in, and abc@teamcfe.com and abc123, log in. I have my console still open, and there's my session ID. Okay, so it's absolutely that JWT token here, and of course we could reverse engineer that and take a look at it, but it's now inside of our cookie, right? Which is cool, but there is one thing. Maybe I actually don't want to render this out, but I definitely still want to have my cookies. Maybe I want to redirect the page to the home page or something like that. And that's definitely something we want to do, but it's something I'll do in the next one where we actually create a method for redirecting and allowing us to do the cookies. So as we see here now, but as it stands, it actually allows us to really do whatever we need to do with this login. And the other thing is, if I wanted to keep it as is, I could just come into my template, into auth, into login, and just say if, let's see, what was the context we called it? Just simply logged in. If logged in, then we can say else, and if, and we'll go ahead and say you are already logged in. Would you like to log out? Something along those lines. Now if I refresh in here, I've got that token. If I delete that, refresh in here, it's still showing me that, right? It's still giving me that exact same context unless I refresh the page, in which case it's not doing it. So it's a little bit different than what you might expect, but the other thing is inside of the actual view itself is I can actually grab what those cookies are. So session ID equals to, well, request.cookies.get session ID. We could verify this. I'm not going to do it yet, but I will just say logged in if session ID is not none. So go ahead and change that to be none. All right, so just a really simple flag now that will show my login page based off of what the cookie value is. And it looks like it's not wanting to do that. Our render method for, that's our raw data, that's why. So we have this should not be here, but rather up here. And the actual get method. And then we'd come in and grab that same context that we almost put into our raw data. I'm not sure why I did that, but there we go. And so now whenever we go to the get method of the login page, you're already logged in. So this is not how we want to go about doing it in the future, but it is a really simple way to just check if somebody's logged in or not. It's not validating that session ID, but it is checking it to some degree and allowing us to have our page changed based off of that value within the cookies, which I think is pretty cool. Now we're going to go ahead and create a shortcut method inside of apps.shortcuts to redirect our users. So we're going to define redirect here, and it's going to take in a path as an argument, and then we'll go ahead and also add in cookies here to allow for us to set cookies on the fly. And so the first thing is going to be our response. What the actual class is that we'll be using is called a redirect response. So redirect response, okay? And that we will just go ahead and do a path. Now, if you just wanted to do a redirect of some kind, this will actually work for you. You don't have to set cookies, of course, but I want to use it so I can set in my user login cookies. So I'll do for kv in cookies.items. Then we'll go ahead and do response.set cookie. And this is going to, of course, going to be k or key equals to k and value equals to v. And we'll do HTTP only being true. Okay, so really simple thing to do. Then in main.py, we'll go ahead and import this from our shortcuts there. And then now on any of the form views that we want to redirect, like login, for example, we're going to go ahead and get rid of all of this, instead do redirect, and we'll go ahead and redirect them to the home page. In our signup view, we also want to do that same redirect, right? After everything's done, we'll go ahead and do redirect. This time though, it's going to be login, and we're not going to add in any cookies. So we're going to go ahead and save that for both of those. Let's go ahead and test out the login view first. So if I go into my project here and I go to login, notice that it has this because of our cookie here. Let's get rid of that and refresh on this login page. We'll do our actual login here and I'll hit enter and I get a method not allowed error. So let's go ahead and inspect what the actual status code is that we've got. And when we actually do this redirect right here, we get a 307 temporary redirect. That's the status code that happens. We actually want a 302 redirect. We want this to be a redirect that will always happen after that action. So inside of our shortcuts here, we just want to change this to status code being 302. We'll go ahead and save that. Now, there is something that's important to note here, and that is what's being rendered on this page. This is a 404 page. This is an error, or rather, this is not a 404 page, but it's a, let's look at it at the error itself. It's a 405 page, but it is an error page, right? We want to show something different than this because we've been using templates. So that is something we'll have to work towards. So it's actually really good that we saw both of those things happen. So let's go back into the login itself. And let's log in. I'm going to put some gibberish in here. Notice that I have a root in here, right? So this is giving me a new error that maybe we just don't want to show up at all. So into our snippets, inside of errors, all I want to do is get rid of what this is if it equals to that value. So we'll go ahead and say if error loc is not equal to the string of root with 2 underscores, then I'll go ahead and do that. There's probably another way to render that out, but let's go ahead and try that again. There we go, cool. Or maybe you just don't need the key on there at all, but in this case, we'll just leave that in. So let's go ahead and do ABC at TMCFE now, an actual registered user. Now I log in and it actually tells me to check my passwords, right? It also asks me to save my password. So that's actually what we wanted to see. We want to see it's a successful login and then the page moves so the browser can actually handle that change, whatever that change might end up being. So the status code actually did end up changing and therefore the browser was able to handle it correctly. That would also be true on our sign up page. After they sign up, they need to be redirected. It's really that simple. Okay, but now what we need to do, since we saw that 405 error, now we need to handle a 404 page or any of these kind of HTML exceptions. Like if those occur, I want to show an HTML page here given this current project, not a JSON page like what we see here. Now we're going to go ahead and create a login required decorator. So what I want to do first is set up a page that's going to require a user of some kind. So I'll go ahead and copy the home page here and I'll just call this account and we will leave empty context for a moment. And then the actual, template we're going to render is simply account. So let's go ahead and create that template. I'll copy home and we'll go ahead and do account.html. And then we'll just say welcome or your account, something like that. Okay, simple enough. There we go. And it's going to be account view. Great. So let's take a look. If we jump into that, we go to account and there we go. So what I want to do, of course, is I want to get rid of my login session. So I can delete everything in my cookies, refresh in there. And now I want this to be essentially password protected, right? In other words, I'm actually needing a decorator, some way in here that I can actually check if the cookies exist. Now, before I jump into that, what I can do is I can come in and from my exceptions, I can actually import the FastAPI HTTP exception. Let's do all caps here. And what I can do is I can look for the cookies. We can say something like, let's say request.cookies.get, and it's session ID, right? Session ID, and just basically say if not session ID, then we can raise a HTTP exception and with a status code of, let's say 400. Okay, so that's something I can do right on the view itself. And if we come back in here, now I get bad request. Okay, so it raises that exception. Now we still need to turn this into an actual Jinja template, an HTML template. But before I even get there, I want this to be reusable. That's why we're going to go ahead and create it as a decorator. It's really just so I can say at login required on any given view, and then we would see this same sort of idea, right? So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my users here, and we're going to go ahead and create decorators. So decorators are a very common thing to write in Python. So decorators.py. And what I want to define here is just simply login required. So what you do is with a decorator, if you've never done one of these before, you define the decorator name as a function. It takes a function as an argument, and then you want to return something based off of this function. Okay. So basically what you would do then is define a wrapper function, another one. And inside of here, you would have some args and maybe keyword args. Now, one of the things I'll definitely have is the request. I absolutely need the request on here every single time. So that also means that I need to import that request class from FastAPI, import request, right? So we've already seen that before, of course. That's up here inside of FastAPI itself. So this argument will have to come in any given view. So if you're going to use login required, you have to make sure that the request is an argument that's coming through in there. Okay, that's a really important key to this. So in other words, the arguments that I'm passing into this wrapper also need to exist on the function itself. So then we just return that function and then the arguments that we need. So the request, args, and keyword args. Okay, so right now this doesn't do anything to the function itself except strip away some features of that function, right? So if I had any additional information here, like a doc string, something like hello world, the way this decorator works right now is it would actually strip away that doc string. So to keep that doc string in mind, we're just going to go ahead and import from func tools. We're going to import wraps, and doing that, I can actually use the wraps decorator on the function to make sure that I get all of the doc string stuff. This is just a good practice to have when you're creating decorators, although it's not required. Okay, so the final thing is just returning that wrapper. So in other words, we're going to grab a function that returns another function that actually is still calling that original function. That's kind of the key there, right? Maybe it's a little confusing, but the general idea here is we now have a way to use this login required. So I'm going to go ahead and import it. So we'll do from.users.decorators, import login required. Okay. And now we've got this login required here. So I can actually cut this out and paste it in to my decorator, just like that. And of course, the HTTP exception, we will need to import that as well, and I can get rid of it on my other page. But now we've got this login required here. Simple enough, right? And we can still test it, so let's save everything. Obviously, I didn't change anything on my account view. If I refresh in here, I should still be able to get that, assuming I have all the imports correct, and it looks like I do. Great. So that is a really simple way to do it. But unfortunately, this is not actually checking what we needed to check. It's just checking if that cookie exists, which is not really that big of a deal, right? So if I come in here into my cookies itself and set some session here, and then refresh in here, what do you know? I actually have that account, right? So again, this is one of those challenges of using cookies, that this isn't actually verifying that I do have a real session. So of course, what I need to do is do from.auth import verify user ID is what we called it, which is going to grab the token, whatever that actual cookie value would be, which in our case, of course, is realistically, this would be verify session ID, but we'll keep it in as verify user ID. And so we'll go ahead and now use this. And here we go. So we'll go ahead and say user ID or user session is equal to verify user ID of that session ID, or realistically the session token. All right, there we go. So now in here, we basically want to say if the user session is none, then we'll go ahead and raise that. So the reason it would be none is because if the user ID is not in there, right? Everything else means that we probably have the correct data, right? Because the user ID should be in there every single time based on how we created everything right here, right? Cool. So now that we've got that, we have a login required. And if I refresh in here now with a weird session ID, I get a bad request. Really, really simple. Okay, but there is one more step that I want to do, and that is this exception right here. Now, as of now, I have it as just the standard FastAPI exception. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to create my own exception for this. And so we'll go ahead and do exceptions.py inside of my users. And we'll give it, we'll stick with the original exception, just change the class name essentially. So we'll stick with the HTTP exception. And we'll change this to being class login required exception. And it's going to just take in the HTTP exception. And then we'll go ahead and do pass. Now, I am going to actually change this to being a standard Python exception with no dependencies. We'll worry about that later. But the reason I'm using HTTP exception has to do with the fact that FastAPI knows how to handle it, which we'll actually do in the next one on handling them. So now I'll just do from exceptions, import the login required exception, and just put that here. And we'll get rid of this HTTP exception here. That's it. So now I've got my login required exception and we're good to go. So it should still work the exact same way. So we now need to actually solve this problem. Now the cool thing about this login required exception, especially as it inherits from the FastAPI one, is it actually inherits the ability to have the correct status code, right? So if I come in here and look at my actual running application, I can see that it's giving me a 400 status code, right? So that means that I can, of course, change this to whatever I'd like. 401, refresh in there, and we see 401 unauthorized, right? So that's built into the HTTP exception for FastAPI. If you use a standard Python exception, it's not necessarily going to do that. It's not necessarily going to set our status code, which is good and bad, right? Okay, so I'll leave it as this for now. Realistically, though, our login required exception should actually just redirect us to somewhere else. Now, you might be like, oh, well, why don't I actually have the redirect in here? As in, go to the shortcuts and have the redirect called. You could do that. You could do that in the decorator itself. But instead, I want to get in the habit of using exceptions when I need to use exceptions, right? So this is a problem. This is saying, hey, we should raise a problem here. Then we need FastAPI to handle that problem. Just running the shortcut for redirecting doesn't really signify that a problem occurred. It just redirects the problem from happening. Now, the signifying that the problem occurred, in this case, it's not really a problem. It's just a warning, if you will. In this case, with that warning, I can actually start tracking what those warnings are, right? If I'm getting a lot of warnings on login required exceptions, then I'd be able to see that. Whereas this redirect I could use throughout my project. I'm not necessarily going to be tracking this only for login requireds, right? And we've already seen that when we actually do login, we redirect this to somewhere else. So it's pretty important, I think, to understand that distinction as to why we're raising the exception versus just, redirecting the user somewhere else. Now we're going to go ahead and render a template for HTTP errors, as in this error right here, instead of having it as JSON, I want to render a Jinja template. Now we're going to be doing this by using what FastAPI is built on, which is Starlet. Starlet itself is a ASGI framework. That's an asynchronous framework, just like FastAPI. They are very, very similar. FastAPI just has a lot of other features. So to actually handle this error, to actually render this out, what we're going to do here is I'm going to create a new module inside of my app, and we'll call it handlers.py. And we're going to import the exception I want to handle. So we'll do from starlet.exceptions. We're going to import the HTTP exception here. Okay. And so to actually handle this HTTP exception, we're going to go ahead and do from app.main. We're going to import app, and it's the decorator of app.exception handler for this HTTP exception. And then we're going to do an asynchronous function here. So async def, and then HTTP exception handler is the name I'll give it. And this will take in the request and exc. exc will give us our status code. So we can say status code equals to exc.status code. Then, of course, we can actually give our template name now, which in my case, I'll do errors main.html. And then I'll go ahead and add in some context here for that status code and status code. And then we'll return, what do we need to return? Well, render. So we'll import that. So from app.shortcuts, import render. And then we'll just do render, the request, our template name, our context, and our status code. As we've seen many, many times. So let's go ahead and just create this template. So inside of templates here, make a folder called errors. Inside of there, we'll go ahead and do main.html. And I'll go into my account.html, copy that, and just bring it into main.html. And just say something like, our status code up here. And then maybe like error and status code. Okay, simple enough. And the final step would be to import this. So in main.py, I'm going to go ahead and try the first thing, which would be importing handlers altogether. And then saying, well, handlers dot. So what I actually want to do is import this whole thing, right? So I'm going to import this entire module here instead of trying to import the individual function. So just do from.handlers, import all. This is not great practice in Python, so we want to add in hashtag space no QA so that if we add any syntax editors or syntax checkers or linters to VS Code, this won't come up as an error. And I'll get rid of that other import up here. So of course I could actually put the function in here, like as in get rid of this and import the function directly, but I'm just going to import the entire module itself so I can keep main.py, well, relatively clean. It doesn't have a bunch of extra stuff in here. That's probably true about the templates directory as well. Maybe we don't need that any longer. So there's probably a number of things that I could refactor and get rid of. But now with it imported, we can refresh in here and there we go. We've got error 404. Cool. So this is great because now I have a way to actually handle all of my different errors. And if I want to get, a little bit more creative with it, I can say if status code equals to 404, then change our template name to being errors and 404.html. And then of course, creating that 404 page inside of my errors here and 404.html and paste that in here. And now we'll go ahead and say, I probably don't even have to write status code, but we'll say 404 error, page not found. And we can get rid of all context. Just copy that and paste that up here. Save that, and there we go. So now we can have its own template for that kind of error. And of course I can, expand on that for all other kinds of errors as well. Now, this is not going to handle every single possible error there could be, but it will handle a lot of them, which I think is pretty great. Now, when it comes to actually using Starlet inside of a FastAPI application, what you'll often see is every class named with Starlet in front of it. And that's because of actual FastAPI. So you would do something more like that, and that will be the handler itself, right? That should just work just fine. So the next thing is actually our login required handler or our login required event. So we did already create that exception, this login required exception. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that in here. So we'll do from app.users.exceptions. We'll import our login required exception. I'm going to go ahead and copy a lot of this and paste it down here. And we'll go ahead and bring this in now. And we'll go ahead and just change the name a little bit. So login required exception handler. I'll just leave it like this for a moment. So we'll save that. Let's see if this even works. If I go into my account here, I get error 401. Cool. Now, what if I actually did not have this handler at all? What's going to happen then if I comment that out, refresh in here? Well, we'll see. Hey, what do you know? It actually renders out error 401 again, right? So is it actually changing my login required? In other words, let's go into main.py and we'll scroll down here, right? So login required is that. And then we've got our actual decorator itself, which is that login required exception. So it's actually handling that exception really well, right? So it's actually going into this starlet one, right? Okay, so if we come back in here and let's just go ahead and change this from all of this stuff and just return a redirect to, let's say, login. Okay, so let's import that redirect here. Save that. And now going on an account, we refresh, and what do you know? It actually does return it. So the cool thing about this is our exception handler for login required can be implemented or not. So if it's not implemented, it will still give us that error page. Let's go ahead and go back into it, right? So both ways, it's still rendering out something that we want it to see. In this case, it's 401. If we want to handle that exception, then we can have it redirect somewhere. So of course I can make this a little bit better, and I can actually redirect it like this and say next equals to request.url. And what that will do is tell my login view where I need to go next. In this case, it says I'm already logged in, which is funny, probably because of the session ID that I created. But let's go ahead and go into our account here. And there we go. So now it's trying to log me in again, right? And so this also might be a good time to be like, oh, and in my redirect, maybe I need to, remove session being true, right? Remove whatever on there because it's an invalid session probably. So inside of my redirect then, I can bring that in as being, false. And then basically check if I have that session in there. In this case, removing session would just set that value. So we would basically say if remove session, response.set cookie, key being the session ID and value being none or maybe just an empty string, and HTTP only being true. Okay, so now let's try that again. I'm going to go ahead and add a session in here. So session ID and something like that. And then going back into our account, come in there, and I still am getting session ID in here. Let's try that again with account. And sure enough, it is redirecting me, but it is not setting that. So perhaps I need to update these things a little bit. So let's go ahead and go back, save everything, go into our account, and there we go. So now it's giving an empty value as we see fit. Okay, cool. So that's great. It's now actually doing the things that we kind of requested for it to do, which is remove that original session that was in there, right? Which is nice. But of course, what would be better is instead of setting an empty value, we actually just deleted that cookie altogether, right? And so this is where when we do remove session, perhaps we can say session ended, and this being true, and then our response delete cookie of session ID, right? And perhaps all of these should be their own methods as well inside of our user auth. But for now, I'll just leave it like this to simplify it. And then again, we'll go ahead and go into our account here. And there it goes. So session ended, value being true. Notice that it's capital T true. It is not the other value. So typically speaking, when I'm going to set cookies for true or false values, I'll use 0 or 1, not the actual name of true. That's just the general idea there. And so there we go. Now we have a way to handle the login required as well as other exceptions that may occur. Now, the big question, though, is wondering what if I actually had a page not found, but it was actually a server error. Maybe it's a template error here. This is a whole nother challenge that isn't as easily solved. And so what you would end up getting is an actual server error. And that would just show us, hey, this is an invalid lookup, and probably brings down things a little bit. In other words, it's not necessarily going to show the 500 page that you might want it to as it loads there. what we would get is, oh, I'm getting invalid syntax. It looks like I deleted that on accident. So let's try that again and change the template name to something that doesn't exist. Now I get this 500 internal server error. So it's not actually showing that template of main.html like you might have hoped for that 500 error. This is a bigger catastrophic error with FastAPI. So the Starlet HTTP exception is not necessarily going to handle those major errors. Now we're going to go ahead and add in some authentication middleware. And what that will allow us to do is actually print out request.user on any view, but also print out request.user.isAuthenticated, right? So this is a Boolean value. This in our case will be our user.user_ID. Of course, we could change that to a whole variety of other indicators that we might want to have. But the key thing here is actually having this authenticated, especially for a homepage. We might want to toggle what's happening in our homepage. So what we might think about doing for something like this is to actually just assign our user to the request itself. So let me just comment out these print statements for a moment. You might just assign a user like this, right? Or at least attempt to do that. And so if I go to that page, of course, what I'll get is an actual error, and it's saying that I cannot set this attribute. So that is not how it works. It actually works through an authentication middleware and using Starlet to do so. So if we actually try to print out the request.user, we will get an error that's related to Starlet itself, saying that it needs authentication middleware to access request.user. That's what we're going to implement right now. So I'll leave these print statements in for just a moment. And what I want to start off with is go into users and backends.py. So this is where I'm going to create my authentication backend. This is going to be a JWT cookie backend, as we've seen before. So I'll just go ahead and declare my class of JWT cookie backend. It's going to inherit from something. It's going to be an asynchronous method in here, and it's just going to be authenticate. So it's going to have to be called authenticate, and it takes in the self and request, right? And then it's going to return something at the end. So since it takes in the request, we can actually access this request all the time. So every time this is going to be used, as in literally every request is going to go through this backend. So we can actually see every single request in here as well, which also means that I can grab the session ID from request.cookies.get of session ID. And then I can grab my user data, right? Or verified user data from, well, what did we grab it from? So in this case, it's from .auth. We can import, or rather I'll just go ahead and do from .import auth, and then we'll go ahead and do auth.verify user ID from the session ID. And then now we'll go ahead and say if user data is none, which it definitely could be, then we want to return, unauthenticated. So anon, or anonymous user, right? So these are the things that I want to implement in this backend. And we actually already have a lot of the groundwork done right here. And so this also means that I won't have to do this on pretty much anywhere else. I could just do it in here, which is pretty nice because then I can refactor one more thing. So how do we actually get this JWT cookie backend working? So what we're going to do is from starlet.authentication, we're going to import a few different classes here. The first one is the class that I want to inherit from, which is simply just the authentication backend class, just like that. The next one is going to be a simple user. The next one is going to be an unauthenticated user. And then finally, auth credentials. Okay. So the authentication backend is going to be the backend that we're using here, right? So I'm just overriding that default backend. Next is going to be our simple user and auth credentials. So down here, after this anon user, we can put in our auth credentials here. And then we can also return back a simple user. And in this case, it's going to be, well, we actually want to grab our user ID, right? That's what I'm setting here. This is going to be what request.user is, okay? And so the user ID is, in my case, going to be from the user data, so user data.get and user ID. Now we know for sure that's what is going to come back, because when we go to verify that, It's going to check if the user ID is in there. If it's not in there, then it's going to return none. Otherwise, it's going to return that data. Now, granted, I hope that this doesn't return a string with user ID. There certainly are other ways to check this as well. Something like if user ID not in data.keys. That probably is another way to verify that as well. And also checking if the data dictionary is a dictionary, or the data variable is a dictionary as well. Definitely, flush that out if you need to. But in any case, we've got this token here that should give me back my user ID. So what's this auth credentials thing here? I'll explain this in a moment, but I'll just go ahead and say roles, and we'll go ahead and say authenticated. Okay, so these roles could be based off of our verification here. So if we wanted to, in our user data, if you remember back to when we created it, we actually had the ability to add in a role here, right? So when we logged in, we grabbed the role. That's one way we could add roles in. Another way, which is the way I would suggest, is to actually have a way to extract roles from a user ID. Those roles would probably be directly correlated to the user model itself, potentially right on the user model, or another model, another Cassandra database model with the roles necessary, right? I'll explain that later when it comes to it, but the idea here is we can now add these roles into this auth credentials here. This is actually pretty cool for a little bit more of an advanced feature that Starlet has that's not necessarily FastAPI driven. But that's our authenticated user. Next, our unauthenticated user is very similar. In this case, we'd set roles, and we would set it equal to, let's say, user or add-on, right? And then we just want to return back the authenticated or auth credentials like this. And then our unauthenticated user, just like that. Simple enough. So now in main.py, we can print out our request.user. And so if I come in to main.py again, and it's now saying it must be installed. Of course it does. One of the things I didn't do is I didn't actually add in the middleware necessary. So in main.py, we're going to go ahead and jump right below FastAPI. We're going to import from starlet.middleware.authentication. We're going to import the authentication middleware. And we're going to use this to add middleware to our app. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how you can declare middleware to our app. One of the easiest ways is just to do app.add_middleware, the type of middleware it is, and then the backend that we are declaring, which our backend is from our auth backend. So from .users.backends, import our JWT cookie backend, and then use that right there. Great. So if we wanted to have more than one, we could test that out and try it. We could add other kinds of middleware as well. But for now, we're just going to leave in that cookie backend right there. Everything refreshed. We refresh in here. Now, of course, that error goes away, which is really nice. And it's also showing that this is an unauthenticated user, right? Which another way to look at that is to print request.user.is authenticated. And we can save that and refresh in here. And what's going to happen is it's going to say false. Pretty cool. So the last piece of this would be, of course, there's two last pieces pretty much. One, we have this login requires decorator. What I can also do with Starlet is I can actually come in here and say from starlet.authentication import requires. I can actually use this to require a specific role. So I can actually come in here and say requires and say anon, right? So if I say anon, this should actually still come up and we have no issues. What if I said authenticated, save that, and I refresh in here? Now it's going to render out, hey, an error 403 page. That, of course, is because of our handlers. It's actually implementing a template page that's in there. So this is actually kind of nice. This is very similar to our login required, except it doesn't redirect them anywhere. Now, there is, if you look at the Starlet documentation, there is a way to do redirect, but that redirect works for more Starlet-based projects itself, not how FastAPI handles routing. So I would use this requires pretty sparingly, to be honest, and leave it just like that. Cool. So naturally, what we could do then is we can actually say that if request.user is authenticated, then we could return a different rendering. So request like dashboard.html with some sort of context or no context, doesn't really matter there. And then a status code of 200. So now we have a way to just toggle what's the user would end up seeing if they are authenticated. I'll get rid of these print statements here. I also no longer need this context at all. I'll just leave it in as an empty dictionary here. So now there's a little bit better of a home page itself. And so I can just come in and make a template for that dashboard. So I'll go ahead and grab home and make dashboard.html, paste this in here and say something just like welcome back user. Save that, refresh, and sure enough, I'm not logged in. So let's go ahead and log in. And I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, welcome back user. Great. So that's, of course, absolutely something we wanted to see. And that's why we added this authentication, backend, this middleware here, is so that I can use that request user and then toggle things based off of that user itself. Login required was nice in the fact that it was requiring you to log in to view certain pages. But every once in a while, you're going to have a route that can view two different kinds of users, right? Especially when it comes to watching videos. Perhaps you want unauthenticated users to watch any given video, which is cool. So the next thing is our decorators. So our login required decorator was actually doing the same thing as our authentication middleware, right? It's doing almost identically the same thing. But we also have access to the request in here, which of course gives us a pretty interesting opportunity. Now what we can do is really just say if not request.user.is authenticated. Now I have a little bit better of a login required decorator. It's actually a lot more simple and I don't need to have as many imports altogether, right? So that I think is a much better login required one. And if I go into my account, I see that it's still working. And you might be wondering, how is it that I was already logged out so quickly? Well, of course, that has to do with the expiration time that we have for our login itself. This right here, this expires, this time, we should probably make it based off of our actual settings, some sort of settings module versus just 5 seconds. That's way too short probably. But it does at least give us the idea as to what's going on. And notice that the signature has expired, log out user type of thing, or not loge, but log out user. We now have, a pretty functional login, log out part. Now, of course, you might be like, well, when I actually want to log in this user, another thing about this is perhaps instead of just having the user ID, you would actually want to get the username and all of that. So we could augment this authenticate just a little bit more. Like perhaps if the user is already authenticated, we don't necessarily need to go through all of this. But the reason I am going through all this every single request has to do with the fact of a session expiring. So perhaps we put in an expiration in the cookie directly that's correlated to the session so that when we actually run this authenticate, it could check what that expiration is and then run through this whole loop right here to just verify everything. The reason I'm saying all of that has to do with the fact that if I did grab the user itself, so user.objects.get user ID equals to user ID, we don't want to have to do a backend lookup every single time. This would do a database lookup every single time we do a request. You might want to do that, but I don't think it's necessary. And the things I just covered would kind of override what you would need to do for that. Just basically adding a expiration time in your cookies themselves. And then you could update your authenticate to be if there's no session ID or there's no actual expiration time for your session, then you just expire it and then, make them log in again, or just check a few other things in there as well. Okay, cool. So now that we've got all of that out of the way, we have the ability to start actually getting into the videos, right? To actually have the ability to dedicate our user or use our user anywhere. We would have the ability to use our actual videos as well. So to actually show videos. So the other thing is on our dashboard, perhaps you want to use that request.user as well in the template itself. Now, let's go ahead and go into a login. We should be able to do this as well. Let's just verify it. abc@teamcfe.com, abc123, and there's our simple user object. Okay, so request.user.username, we save that, and gotta log in again. That 5 seconds is really not fun, so definitely need to do something about that, as well as this login part. So let's go ahead and try that again without those cookies. And there's my ID there from the username itself, right? So that's kind of the key to what is happening here, is when we want to actually identify the user, we use .username, which is how this is being identified. And of course, it's just an ID in this case, but that's an arbitrary item that we can change at will, especially now that we understand how to build the backends ourselves. That's all this is doing, is setting the user ID to the username value on this simple user class, which might be something that we'd want to investigate even more to override or to add our own methods inside of this simple user here, which is definitely something else that you can continue down the rabbit hole of. But of course, now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually start building in our video models so we can have, user specific videos as well as any other thing. Now we're going to go ahead and create our video model. So inside of our app folder here, we're going to go ahead and create a videos module. So that means, of course, we need to create an init file, and that is 2_init, 2_.py. And then we'll go ahead and add in models.py as well. Now this, of course, is going to be based off of our user model. I can just copy and paste a lot of this stuff. So let's go ahead and grab these few lines, basically from line 20 and up, and then we'll paste this in. Now, I don't have security or validator, so I'll get rid of those two things. And then I'll change the class name to just simply video in the appropriate places. So let's think about the first part, is the primary key that we want to use. This I'm actually going to assign to the host ID, as in, if I'm using YouTube, what is the ID of that video? Or if I'm using Vimeo, what is the ID of that video? That's kind of the rule of thumb that I'm doing with these videos here. Now, of course, you could just call it YT ID or Vimeo ID, or even have different actual classes for the different hosting services. But I'm going to go ahead and keep the one single class, the one model for all of the videos. So that also means then I'm going to go ahead and come in here and say host service and do columns.text, and default, of course, being YouTube. Now, you can absolutely change these to whatever you like, but I'm going to leave it in as just simply YouTube so we can, really flush out what's going on here. So the next thing is we've got a user ID here. I will actually use the user ID, but this one right here, I'm actually going to put in as the database ID. So I'm having a UUID1, of course, to have that timestamp in there, also to have a unique identifier, another identifier for this video on our database that's not necessarily directly correlated to the host ID, right? Simple enough, I think. So the next one, the password itself, is going to be a URL. So when we're actually adding the YouTube videos, we're going to do it based off of the URL, which means we'll definitely have to parse out that URL to get the correct ID, which is something we'll do soon. So I definitely want to store that. And the last thing, of course, is going to be who actually adds this in. And I'll give a user ID of columns.uuid. Okay, and we'll leave it like an empty field right there. So this is going to be correlated, of course, directly to this user ID, which we are using in their authenticated sessions anyway. So it's going to be fairly easy to set this data up when we actually create the form for it. Now, there are other fields that you might consider adding, like having a title and description, right? So if you added a new text field for title and description, you could totally do this. I'm actually not going to implement those, only to save time in actually developing a working prototype, right? So if I did add those fields, it just means that I have to add in like maybe additional validation or additional form fields, where if I just only accept a URL, then I can actually set this up accordingly. The other thing is, if I did want to just go off of the URL, I could use that in conjunction with the host ID to get the title and description through an API service on whatever host platform I end up using. But anyways, so here's our video model now. I'm going to go ahead and bring this into main.py. Of course, we want to sync that table. So now we'll go ahead and just import it. So from .videos.models, import video. And we'll go ahead and sync that table now. Okay, simple enough. And the last thing is, since I'm going to be using this user ID here, there's a couple of methods I want to add into my user model. There are a couple static methods. The first one is going to be static method. We're going to go ahead and define check exists of the user ID. And it's just going to be simply user.objects.filter user ID equals to that argument. And we'll also use allow filtering, so I can use a non-primary key, this one right here at least. And then I'll just go ahead and say we'll return q.count is not equal to 0. And then with that in mind too, I'll also grab the user. So we'll go ahead and do static method from that ID. So define by user ID, and we'll grab user ID. And then we'll go ahead and say, well, let's actually set this equal to none for a moment. We're going to go ahead and say if user ID is none, then we'll return none. Next, we're going to go ahead and do a similar query, actually the same query. And the only reason I'm doing the same query is because I actually want the query set itself. So again, if the q.count is not equal to 1, this time we'll just change it to 1 instead of if it's not equal to 0. Then we'll return none. And then finally, we'll return q.first. Now, the reason to create these two methods in conjunction with the video has to do with how we'll end up setting the user ID itself, right? So in other words, that actually means that I will have to implement some sort of static method in here to actually add a video. And it's going to go based off of the URL and the user ID, right? And that is actually why we have an ability to grab or verify that that user ID is real, and or grabbing the actual user object. Now, the only reason I would ever want to grab the user object when I'm assigning a user ID to something is if there's other fields in here that I might want to have, right? So if I had something like display name in here, or a username as column.text, and I wanted my video to actually show the user display name, something like this, I would actually want to set these in this field. This is definitely different than SQL databases, if you're familiar with those. The idea here is we want to set all of the data we want to get when we query the database. So that would mean in this add video here, I would then grab that user object. I would actually look up the data for that specific user and then set all of the fields necessary for this. That might make these actual databases a little bit bigger, but it's a lot more efficient when it comes to retrieving this data than retrieving it from multiple tables. Now, if that's confusing at all, no worries. We will implement that example a little bit later. But for now, we've got some baseline stuff for our video model. So let's go ahead and actually implement that. Now we're going to go ahead and implement this add video static method, which essentially is going to extract a video ID from a URL. That video ID, of course, is going to be our host ID, which is what we're storing up here. But really, it's not the best way to do it, to extract it from the URL. The long-term way, the way you'd want to implement in the future, is actually using that service's API, like YouTube, Vimeo, etc., using that API to get the proper ID there, right? I'm just using this extraction because it lowers the barrier to entry for all of us, because it's actually a lot easier to just extract the video ID from a URL than it is to learn about each service's individual API. So if we take a look at the URLs that we want to extract, here are a few of these options. Now these options are, well, fairly straightforward, but also a little bit harder to parse, right? It's not really that straightforward. If it was just one thing, it'd be really easy. If there's just this one, I could just remove all this and then I would know the IDs in there somewhere. But we have a few different options as to what the URL could be. So if we actually go to a YouTube video, this is what I'm getting at, is like you will have users that might grab this URL right here. You'll have users that might go into the share button and grab this URL right here. You might have users that grab this entire iframe here. And really the only URL that matters in here is this right here. So there's a lot of different options as to how users might end up adding in these videos, right? And when I say users, it could be you 2 years from now and not remembering, oh, you need to just get the one single ID. And even if you did remember that, it'd be a lot easier just to copy and paste the video itself, in my opinion. So that's what we want to account for. We want to account for all of the different ways that somebody could add in a URL for YouTube itself. Now, you could also call this add YouTube video and make it that extractor, but I'm only using the YouTube service, so that's what we'll end up doing. So let's go ahead and create a new file here called extractors.py. And I'm literally going to copy and paste some code in here, and I'll explain where it comes from in a moment. But the idea here is it's going to take in a URL. That URL is going to represent all of the URLs I just showed you, but also with maybe some other arguments that are inside of that URL, as we see here and here. So what it's going to do then is it's going to parse out that URL, look for the host name, parse out the parts after that host name, and then eventually find the actual YouTube ID. Now, the thing about this is I didn't actually make this myself. Usually with something like this, I would actually look for a third-party package. I would go ahead and be like, you know what? I'm probably not going to use these extractors in the long run. I don't need to rebuild something that's already been built, most likely. I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick search. That search led me to this actual Stack Overflow post, which this is roughly what I actually used. I did change it a little bit because we don't need all of these things in here, including the playlist ID. We definitely didn't need that, so I got rid of that one, although part of that code is still in there. But the idea is just to have a really simple function that we can use at any given time to grab any given YouTube ID. So now I'm going to go ahead and go into my models and we will import that one. So we'll do from.extractors, import the extract video ID. So of course, now what I can do is say let's call this the host ID equals to extract video ID of URL, right? Simple enough. And then of course, if the host ID is none, which it definitely could be, we're going to raise an exception and we'll go ahead and say invalid YouTube video URL. Right? Cool. So next, of course, is the user ID itself. So user ID equals to, well, how exactly are we going to do this? Well, we implemented a method to check if that user exists. So I'll go ahead and do from app.users.models. We'll import the user class here, and we'll go ahead and say user.check exists of this user ID. The only reason I'm checking that this exists is to make sure that when I'm adding a video, that my user is a real user every single time. So we'll go ahead and say if user ID is none, then again, we'll raise exception and invalid user ID. Okay, simple enough. Next, we'll just go ahead and check if the video has already been added into the database based off of these two values. So we'll go ahead and do q equals to video.objects.filter, host ID equals to host ID. We could leave it just at that to see if it's added, but I'm going to leave it in the place where it's added both by the host ID and the user ID. Right? So I'm really just checking if this user has already added it. And then we'll go ahead and say if q.count is not equal to 0, then we'll go ahead and raise the exception and say video already added. And then finally, we can just return video.create host ID equals to host ID. user ID equals to user ID, and then URL equals to URL, the argument that's coming through, right? Which that's like the least valuable thing. So the question back to when we did this user display name, this is where instead of checking if that user exists, what we could do in here then is we could grab the actual user object, right? So user dot by user ID, I believe we called it, and user ID. And then with that user object, I could get the user object dot display name, and then I would set that in my video create for user display name. That's how you would end up doing that, right? Simple enough overall. But now we have a way to actually add videos into our database, right? Really, really easy on how we do this. Now, one of the things you might be wondering is, what about a flag for, private videos and public videos? What's actually kind of cool is I'm not going to implement it yet, but I can actually come in here and say private video, and I could use that same video model. We're not going to do this yet. We will come back to it, but I could use that video model and just change fields just a little bit. And then I have basically all of the same exact stuff like you would with any normal class, including all of these fields. And it's just really almost that simple to get that implemented. But now that we have a way to extract video, let's actually create a Jupyter notebook just to verify that this is actually going to work, because we did not experiment with it like we've done in the past. Before we jump into the Jupyter notebook, I wanted to address YouTube hosting. You might be really skeptical to do it, but the nice thing is you can have unlisted videos on YouTube, which means you have to have the video ID or the entire URL to be able to see it. So it's in many ways, it's actually locked down already, right? Unless you share it everywhere. And with a video membership site, you are in a sense sharing that video ID, but it's not necessarily going to be that easy to reverse engineer. Now, us technical people might be able to do it pretty well, but really if somebody's stealing your content, yeah, that's probably a different story. That's something you'd want to look into. And frankly, it's pretty flattering that someone's going to be willing to steal your content. And that means it's probably really good, and a lot of people really like it. So then you can really address the security issues going forward. But the fact that it's unlisted allows you to have this video membership site from the get-go. The other reason for this is it's already been done, and it's already been done very successfully. You may have heard of the website called Udacity.com. It's a place to learn all sorts of stuff. I'm not affiliated with them, but I do know the fact that YouTube was their video hosting platform for years, if not still today. And that really is just an unlisted video. Now, the way that they make it harder to reverse engineer things is they actually turn these videos into courses. So it's like a whole playlist of things. And it's like thousands of videos to try and reverse engineer. It's a little bit hard to do and probably not worth the effort overall for the vast majority of people. And you still have to have an actual account with their video membership site to view this data. And then all new courses, you got to do it all over again. So there are definitely multiple layers to it. And so I think YouTube is a decent option if you're trying to save a good amount of money. Now, Vimeo and Wistia are, if you have some money that you want to put behind this, are good options for that. Now, once you start saying like, okay, let's make this Netflix grade, well, that's definitely outside the scope of what we're trying to do here. And you'll be looking at self-hosted solutions among other things. So anyways, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get our Jupyter notebook going. So in our virtual environment here, I'll go ahead and do Jupyter notebook, and we'll just take a look at how this is going to end up working. So the first thing I want to do, of course, is we're going to duplicate one of these in here. So we got users and analyze features. Let's just duplicate this one. So file, make a copy, and I'll shut down this one, close and halt. And then we'll call this one our video add tests. Okay, so again, this is going to be, instead of app.users, we'll do .videos, import our video here, and then we'll sync that. Okay, so we run those, and these other fields I can go ahead and delete. Okay, cool. So now what I want to do is just grab a YouTube URL. Doesn't really matter which one you have, so we'll just go ahead and say URL is that. Okay, so naturally, what I should be able to get here is video object video.add video, right? We called it add video. of that URL, hit enter, and I get an exception. Right? I don't actually have a user here. So let's go ahead and bring the users back actually. So app.users.models, import user. And then we also want to sync that user table. Of course, you don't have to. We just need the database session. That's really the key part there, not necessarily syncing the table. But now I'm going to go ahead and grab one of my users. So abc equals to user.objects.get, and this was email being abc@teamcfe.com. And we can see that user there. There we go. So abc, and then user ID equals to abc.user_ID. Hit enter, and here we go. And we got user ID true is not a valid UUID. Okay, so let's see what we did. Perhaps we made a little mistake here. Ah, yes. So user ID, this should be user exists, not user ID. Change that on accident. There we go. This is why we test things, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and run this all over again. And now we should get this, and we get another validation error. I might have to actually rerun or reset my Jupyter Notebook itself. But I did notice something else, and that's this right here. This should actually say host ID and self.host ID. And I actually probably don't really need the user ID itself. Maybe just the host service and self.host service as the representation for that video. Okay, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and restart our kernel here, restart and run all, just so it sort of refreshes the cache for any given video. And there we go. So we've got a problem here, and it's saying something with allow filtering. Okay, so what's this allow filtering happening, or where is it happening exactly? Perhaps it's this one right here. So let's go ahead and do .allow filtering. Right, so we can actually filter by these two values, not just the one. So again, kernel, restart and run all. And there we go. So looks like it made it. We look at our object here. Sure enough, there it is. Okay, let's try another video. How about another trailer here? Let's go ahead and just search for Matrix trailer. Looks like a cool video or a cool movie. I definitely watched this when I was younger. It's a great video. Anyways, or a great video, great movie. Okay, so we've got another URL here. Let's go ahead and add that one in. And video already added. Oh, it looks like I used that same trailer. Let's find a different one. And we'll go ahead and grab the official first one. There we go. And that also shows us that. That's good. So video already added. It did work. So we do that again. And now we got obj.hostID. And there we go. Great. So soon we're going to be adding videos through a form in views. And so I want to actually add new exceptions for each one of these. In other words, I want to just customize the class name so I can handle them appropriately. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of these here, and we'll go into our videos and do exceptions.py and paste all these in. Now, the really only two that are video related are these and this one. So that also means that I should probably go back to the user ones and do that as well. So we'll go ahead and do class, and I'm just going to use this right here. So invalid YouTube video URL, and just like that, and just add in exception. And of course, it is going to inherit from the exception class. And then we'll just add a doc string in here to show what that exception is. I'll go ahead and copy this and do, video added exception as well. And again, little doc string for video added. So next one is the invalid user ID exception, which means that I should probably open up my users exception. Here we go. So I'll go ahead and copy the login required. It's not exactly login required, of course. Instead, it's just invalid user ID. So invalid user ID exception. Great. So let's go ahead and bring that into our videos here. So the first one is going to be from app.users.exceptions, import invalid user ID exception. We will now raise that. And again, we'll leave that same message in. That's fine. And then we'll go ahead and do from exceptions. We're going to import our other ones right here and right there. Okay, great. So let's bring those down. First one, the invalid YouTube video URL exception and video added exception. Okay, maybe we should actually call this already added or video exists. Well, let's just call it video added exception. There we go. Simple enough. And since we are doing this, let's go into our user models themselves, and we've got a few in here too. So I'll go ahead and copy this and let's paste these in here. So we've got our user has an account exception. So class user has account exception. And we'll just turn this into a doc string here with 3 quotes. Okay. And then class invalid email exception. Okay, and let's get rid of that. And let's also call this just invalid user ID. Great. So let's go ahead and now add these into our user model here. And I will follow the same pattern I have here, which is probably what I should have done with the other one as well. But we'll leave it like this, exceptions dot. And this is going to be the first one, which is user has account exception. Okay, the next one is invalid email exception. Okay, and I think that's it for the exceptions for both places. And they should still work just fine. Now, overall, I would probably want to test all of this stuff out. That's not something I'm going to do at this point. But I would actually want to have unit tests for all of this. But hopefully by now you have already some familiarity and you could build it out yourself. But there we go. We now have a good number of things for the exceptions. Now, the big reason for this is really the views that we'll end up creating. So in videos, we're going to go ahead and create views.py in just a little bit and actually create the endpoints, all of the URLs that will handle adding the videos, reviewing the videos, and all of that. That's something we'll do very soon. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and introduce the concept of routers. So in our videos module here, we're going to go ahead and create routers.py, and I'm going to do a very simple router. We'll go ahead and do from FastAPI import API router, and then we'll declare this as router equals to API router. And then we'll go ahead and do at router.get /, and then I want to just do video list view, and I'll just return back a hello world, right? Of course, this is going to be JSON data, right? So this is kind of sort of standard. Okay, cool. So I've got this hello world here. Now, of course, the video list view, I probably want it to be in videos or something like that, or let's just do video / no trailing slash actually. There we go. And so now I've got a new router. Now this, of course, looks a lot like actually declaring the app itself, right? So FastAPI app, and that's this right here. This is just slightly different. So what I could do then is I can actually use these routers inside of this app. So I can actually import them. So we can go ahead and do from .videos.routers import router, and we'll import it as video router, okay? So just in case I need to add in other kinds of routers in the future, I want to go ahead and import it as a different, variable name just for this module. And so now that I've got this, all I can do on this app here is I can say app.include router, and that's this video router here. And of course, this router, this import of the variable of router has to do with what we call this. So if you did change it, then you'd want to change everything else as well, like we've seen before when we did the app itself. Okay, so we save that, and there we go. Let's go ahead and make sure that our project's still running. Sure enough, it is. And so I want to just go ahead and take a look at that by going into /videos. And sure enough, it's working. Okay, so this is one of those concepts that allows for bigger applications to be developed, right? So once you start having all of these different modules, you're going to want to parse out how your routers end up working, how your views and routes end up working. You're not going to want to have them all in main.py. In fact, where we are right now, we probably want to actually move out a lot of our authentication ones as well. It's certainly possible that you might want to keep those in, and it's also possible that you can have multiple routers. You don't have to just have the one here. Now, the reason I actually design my modules like this, which is, well, a little bit different than what they do in FastAPI, in my opinion, has to do with the fact of reusability, right? So this videos module right now, I can drop this into a lot of other projects and it's still going to be roughly the same. Certainly, there will be things that I might have to ensure that exist on those other projects, or I just add them into this module as well. But just generally speaking, when I add a component like videos or like users, I want to make it so I can actually drop it into other projects as well as much as possible. And so the way that they have it designed on their file structure that they offer up, it's not as easy to drag and drop things, right? So they put routers in its own module. I don't like that method at all. I prefer the method of having the routers in here. Now, the cool thing about this, though, is with something like FastAPI is you have the flexibility to put it however you like. But I don't want to finish just yet. I want to show you all of the features that we'd want to do here. So we've got this router here for videos. Now, what if all of my other routes that I want are going to be in here as well? So like video detail, right? Something like this. And how would I actually go about this? Well, this is actually a argument that I can add into my API router here. I can add prefix equals to /videos, just like that. And then I can get rid of videos in these routes. So I can save it like that. And we can refresh in here. And what do you know? Videos is still showing up. Now it has a slash at the end of it. If I go to detail, it's still showing up as well, right? So that's really the key here too, is I can add in different arguments for this. Now these arguments can also be made in main.py when we actually add the router itself. That's not something I'm going to worry about right now because I, again, like having it as self-contained as possible. And so here we go. Now I actually do want to build this out to be what we will actually use, which means that I'm going to have a render in here. So let's go ahead and add in all of the other aspects, which the first one is bringing in our request. Then we want to bring in fastapi.responses. We're going to import the HTML response. Then we'll go ahead and do from app.shortcuts. We're going to import render here. And there we go. So we'll render this out with a request, a template. So I'm going to call it video/list.html, and I'll just do empty context for now. And of course I need request as an argument here, just like that. And I'll copy a lot of this and essentially put it down here as well and call this detail. And we'll fill the detail one out a little bit more a little bit later. But this, of course, is roughly what I'll want. And then I'll also need our response class in here as HTML response. All right, so it's really just a lot like what we've already seen on the main app module. But now it's cleaned up and it's a lot more concise so that main.py isn't getting too big. Right? And there is other things that I could refactor in main.py, like this templates idea here. I don't need that any longer because I have that render method. I might not even need the templates directory if I actually check my shortcuts. It looks like I don't, right? So it's going off of settings. So that's one of the things that you're going to want to be pretty diligent about is getting rid of things that you just simply do not need in your project itself, right? And just like that. Cool. So now we've got a few additions to this project with these routers. So of course, we're going to start to build out more of our videos module to actually list out items, have a detail of them, and also even add them to our database. So let's keep going. Now we're going to go ahead and create a schema for adding videos into our Cassandra database. So let's go ahead and do videos and schemas.py. And this is going to be a lot like what we've seen before, but of course it's going to take into account that I can use the video model and add video. So the first few things I need to do is I need to import from Pydantic. We're going to import our base model, our validator, and our root validator. Simple enough. And then of course we'll do class video create schema, and it's going to take in our base model. And the two fields that I need here are URL. This is one that will be user generated. And then our user ID. This one will be our request session user ID, right? So in other words, automated. So the first thing I need to do, of course, is validate our URL. So we use validator for the URL field. And we're just going to call this validate YouTube URL, takes in the class, the value itself, all the other values, and then some keyword arguments here. And the first thing I need to do, of course, is to validate this by getting the video ID. So that comes from our extractors. So we'll go ahead and do from.extractors import our extractor, which we called it the extract video ID, from the value, right? So of course we could just say the URL is equal to v and pass in a URL here. And then of course, if that video ID is none, then we'll go ahead and raise a value error. And we'll put the string in here that the URL that I'm using here is not a valid YouTube URL. Otherwise, we'll just return that URL as that value. So far, so good. So the next thing, of course, is actually to use the user ID. And I can actually test or validate a bunch of things related to the user ID and the URL together. Or I could use the add video method that we already created. In here, we actually raise exceptions itself, right? So our schema is going to handle those exceptions to give potentially different values for them. So in order to use those exceptions, I'm going to go ahead and copy both of them. So the first one is our user exception. I'll bring this one in. Then the next one is our relative exceptions, the ones inside of the video module itself. Okay. And then of course, we also need to import the video class. So from .models, we'll import the video here. And so now let's go ahead and create our root validator. So root validator. And we'll define, and this is just clean, or let's say validate data, something along those lines. Do class and our values. And of course, our URL is going to be values.get of those, that URL. And then our user ID is also values.get user ID. Okay, so this values, the validation of the URL should already happen. So I'm actually doing this twice. I don't need to do it twice. I could just do it the one time and validate URL. But the nice thing about this is it will actually be assigned to the field of URL, where the root validator won't necessarily do that in this case. So what we want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say user object or user obj equals to, or rather not user object, but video object is equal to none. And then we'll go ahead and say that try the video object is equal to video.add video, the URL, and the user ID. All right. So this, of course, is using that method right here. And the reason I have a try block is because I have exceptions or potential exceptions that can happen in here. So what we could just do is say except and raise value error and say there's a problem with your account. Please try again. Now, this is a vague error, of course, so it's not actually saying what the problem is, but that's okay. When we're actually handling all kinds of exceptions, this is probably what you would end up doing. The next thing is, of course, if the video object is none, we want to raise that same error, right? So it's certainly possible that this just returns none. Now, it shouldn't happen, right? But I'm making the case that what if it did? What if I made a mistake in models.py and it did return none? That's all that this is accounting for, because the schema is going to be what we actually end up using for our end user. So I want to account for all possible exceptions that could happen because it's set to none right here, right? Okay, cool. So if it's not none, then I can probably safely say that I can do video obj.dict. I can return that back. Now, of course, that is not always possible as well, right? So then the base model itself, or rather, we would want to check if it's of this class of model or of this class of video, right? So I'll just check that it's if not is instance the actual, if it's not the instance of the video itself, so video and video object, then again, we can raise this value error. And oops, I have these backwards. Should be the object first and then the instance second. Okay. So this is probably not necessary. I didn't even do it in the user itself because if it doesn't end up working, then we'll get a value error. But again, just to check all bases, there we go. Okay. So now this should return back whatever is coming from that video, which is going to be the host ID, the database ID, the host service, the URL, and the user ID. That's a lot of data that's coming back that we may or may not need. Perhaps all we really need is the host ID. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and return our as, let's say as data, and it's going to take in self, and all this is going to return is our YouTube ID, and it's going to be self.host ID, right? This actually should probably be the host service itself. So the self.host service and dash, let's do underscore ID. Okay, so that will actually turn into, YouTube and the ID itself. So that's what we'll return back and say as data in here. Great. Simple enough. So now that we have this create schema, I need to create the view to handle all of these things. But before I do that, I want to actually improve my exception handling. And that's why I actually imported all of these various exceptions in here, right? So if I have an invalid user ID, for example, I can say except invalid user ID. We could raise that same error of there's a problem with your account, please try again. But now it gives me the opportunity to log that error, of course, right? And evaluate it again later. Next, again, we'll go ahead and do except being the invalid video URL, which of course is the same as this one right here. But again, if I have this validating and this validating with the same problem, then we can mention that as well. And then again, the final one is checking whether or not it's already been added. So this is probably a really valuable one, and say URL has already been added to your account. This is probably one we'll see most often when dealing with this stuff, right? So if they accidentally submit the form twice in one session, that is probably going to be the value error they'll end up seeing, which is pretty interesting, right? So now that we've got this, we've got a more fleshed out schema than we've seen before, because it really just handles all possible exceptions that could happen with this data. Now, of course, you're wondering probably, hopefully, is why not handle all of those exceptions inside of just the add video method? We did touch on this before with the user itself. These are more system-wide exceptions, right? The schemas, on the other hand, are user-facing exceptions. So it's really meant as a place to clean the data, not do the actual full validation of all of that data, or like we did up here. This is working that direction, but it's not quite there. Add video would be quite there. And also, this is going to be the one single place where we'd handle this everywhere, no matter what we end up doing, right? So even if we have an automated script that's adding videos for us, we would probably want to use this, not necessarily have all of these exceptions in there, but rather using the system exceptions themselves. If that's confusing at all, let me know. But the general idea is having our schemas is meant for user facing, where the model itself is meant for internal facing inside our software, inside of our application itself. Cool. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and start with the view. And before we jump into this one, I want to update my login session duration from 5 seconds to something different. So I'll just come in here into my settings and say session duration. And of course, it's going to be an integer, and it's going to be the field. And we'll just give it a default of 86,400, which is the number of seconds in a day. And then we'll go ahead and say env equals to session duration, which I don't actually have to write given that this is session duration. So if I wanted to switch that at any time, I can do it based off of environment variables, which is pretty nice. So now that I have this, I'm going to go ahead and jump into users auth and change the default expires here to really just settings.session duration. And now I have a longer duration that I'll need to log in. Now this, of course, is because in our routers for our videos, I actually want to have my create view router. So to do this, I'm going to grab my video list view here, and I'll go ahead and do our create view, right? Pretty simple. And what I want to do, of course, is have this being a login required, which will become very clear in a moment. So what we're going to do now is do from app.users.decorators. We're going to import login required. Okay, so we'll go ahead and use that decorator on our create view here, save it, and let's navigate back into that. So go to /videos/create, hit enter. Of course, it's requiring me to log in, so I'll do abc@teamcfe.com and abc123. I log in, welcome back user, great. And then I'll go ahead and do videos create, and I get a server error. Okay, but it's not requiring me to log in again, which is actually what I want to see. Now, the reason I'm having a server error has to do with the same reason I would have server error on these other ones, the fact that I actually never made those templates. So let's go ahead and do that. First off, videos, and I'll start with create.html, and then we'll do list.html, and then finally a detail.html. And heck, we might as well do delete.html. If you notice here, this is CRUD. We don't have update in here because realistically, in our case for this simple model, it's going to be we're adding a video in or we're removing it. There's not a whole lot we're going to be updating with it. But of course, you should have the skills at this point to implement something a little bit more robust. In any case, we now have that template in there. And so I might need to restart the project itself to ensure that that template's even showing up. And we'll refresh in here. And sure enough, it's an empty page now. It's not a server error any longer. So that's pretty simple, pretty easy to do, and the start of our create view. And the next one, we'll actually implement the create form. Now let's go ahead and implement the video create view form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this right here and paste below. And it's going to be our post view here. And we want the post method. Everything else is roughly the same. Now, I've already done a few forms before, so I'll just go ahead and go pretty quickly through this one. First off, import it. Next, of course, we want to have the parameter or the argument that we're sending in, which is going to be URL. That's going to be the name of the field itself. So we'll do str equals to form ... And our raw data is, of course, going to be, well, our URL, which is just simply that string there. Next, of course, is our user ID, right? So that's going to be our request.user, which is simple enough. Next, of course, is going to be our data and errors. And this is going to be equal to, well, if we go ahead and do from app import utils, we're going to go ahead and use one of those utility functions, which was utils.valid schema data or error for the raw data, and of course our schema itself, which we have in our schemas here. Let's grab that one, import that from .schemas, import our video create schema, and there we go. And then if the length of errors is greater than 0, we're going to return render request and our template, same template, and then some sort of context, which we'll add in our status code of 400. So the context is going to be, well, it's going to be our data, and that's going to be like that, and our errors, and then also our URL, right? So our original URL, perhaps we'll reuse that in our context. So we'll put that in both places, right? Now, the final thing is, do we want this to be redirected, right? So after we run our post methods, should we redirect it somewhere? And I would say yes. So let's go ahead and add in our redirect here. And so where is it that I want to redirect this, right? That's the big question. So initially, I'll go ahead and just say our redirect path is equal to videos create, basically to our view here, our actual create view. Just redirecting it. It's already done. It should clear everything out. Okay, cool. So that's what we'll start off with. Now, once I implement this, we will see maybe where we might want to actually redirect it later. So the first thing is the schema itself is going to return back that as data. So video object as data. So this as data here, that's what this data is going to end up being, right? So that schema here is going to return back that data, and it's going to be as data. So that means then in our model here, our as data, we can actually add in one more aspect to this, and we could say get path. Now, what is the path that I want here? Well, I'm going to have it be videos / self.host ID, right? We could also put it in as v /, much like YouTube does, right? So YouTube does it very similar to that. But I'm going to leave it in just as videos for now. We can change the host ID later if we are so inclined. And so now what I can do is inside of this, I can say my path is equal to self.getPath. And then that would actually render out what that path is. Now, another way to think about this is make it an actual property. So we just come in here and say property, and then we just call self.path, right? Either way works fine. I like using property methods for stuff like this. Okay, so now that I've got that property, we have better data. So our redirect path can really be data.get and path or videos create. So if the data comes back with that path, then we will go ahead and do that. Again, remembering back that the schema itself, the valid data here, is just going to bring back whatever our root validation or our root validator is bringing back to us as well, which of course could often be the fields themselves, the initial fields themselves, but in this case, it's not that way. Cool. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually create this form on our template. So we'll come in here. We've got our create here. I'm actually going to copy my login page, paste this in here. And of course, this is not login. It's now going to be create video, or maybe just add video, right? And of course, I don't need that if logged in part. I can get rid of that. I'm going to keep the snippets for form errors because that's definitely one that I want. Now I'm going to do is just URL, and this type is going to be text. So type text. Name is URL. Actually, we'll call this our YouTube link. And this is for URL. And we'll give it an ID of URL and a placeholder of some kind. Let's just grab a random video on YouTube. I'm just going to grab the very first matrix one that I found. Sticking with the matrix theme here. So we add that placeholder in. And there we go. And I'll get rid of these here. And then we'll go ahead and create, or let's say add video. Save that, and we'll refresh in here. And what do you know? Add video. That YouTube link, let's go ahead and copy and paste that again. Paste it in here, hit add video, and we get an error. Okay, so string type expected. So that's good. We see an error that's coming through. So let's see what that error is a little bit more. It's expecting a string type, right? So the schema itself is looking at this as a string type. Well, I know that it is probably not a string type. So let's actually try the UUID class. So we'll do UUID.UUID, just like that, because that's the actual user ID. That's what it is, right? So one of the things that I notice here is it's not actually keeping that link there. So I made that error and it's not keeping that link. So that's where the context itself, we can actually add a value here. So we'll say value equals to an empty string, and we'll say if URL, then we put in the URL here, and that's it. Okay, so we have a URL. I'm going to have to resubmit it though. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to grab that original placeholder. Where'd it go? There it is. So let's go ahead and copy that. Come back into create, and we'll run that again. Now I'm getting value is not a valid UUID. This is pretty cool. I really like how Pydantic does switch between those things, right? So what's the problem here? Well, clearly my user ID is not coming in correctly. So let's go ahead and go back to our routers here, and let's print out what our request.user is. Now, hopefully you actually already know what the problem is. I definitely do. But let's go ahead and give it a shot again. I'll put in a YouTube link here. Again, we see that. I printed out that error or printed out the user ID, and this is what it gives me, right? So it's not actually giving me the username here. So we need the username, okay? So if we print out that, we should see the username. What if I actually printed out the string of request.user? Let's actually see what that looks like too. Again, I'll go ahead and copy this URL. Notice that it is now pre-filled with the original link. I add that one in. Now I get page not found because it did redirect me, which is great. So the request.username is the correct value and it is a UUID. However, if I kept it as a string, it should still be fine. It can still treat this as a string because of how we used everything else, which we'll try out in just a moment. Notice the string value of the request user is still the exact same thing, okay? So that's also fairly important. So the representation needs to be request.user.username. And of course, we can know that we can do request.user because of this login required, period. Okay, cool. So let's actually change the schema back from UUID to str. I'll comment everything out. And now we need a new YouTube video. So going back into YouTube, I'll just grab some video. Let's see here. Dennis. Let's grab a video from Dennis. Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and come into videos and create. We will paste this one in here, hit add video, page not found. Notice there's no error. The 404 error is to be expected because we actually didn't implement that detail view yet. However, the actual adding of that video ended up working. So this part right here, it's actually better to have it the exact class that we need, but the way everything's designed is our model really doesn't really matter when we're trying to save our model if this is a actual UUID string or just a regular string. As long as it's the valid data, then it's okay. And of course, if we go back up, the user ID here is still a UUID. So I don't have to convert it is kind of the point here, right? This may be obvious for a lot of you, but maybe not so obvious either. It's just a standard feature that this Cassandra database engine is allowing for, right? So if it's a valid UUID string, it will still be treated as such, which is pretty cool. But of course, in our schema, we still probably want to validate that it is an actual valid UUID, just in case we are coming across some issues, which we did. We saw some issues, but it was saying it's not a valid string. It was not saying what type of string that it's invalid with. So as you get better at using Pydantic, you will make more and more robust values here as far as the actual data type is concerned that's coming in. And then also you might even go further with your validations here. And so going that further, let's go ahead and just put in a link that isn't a YouTube link and hit add here. Now it gives me that right there, right? Which is pretty nice. Okay. So it also is validating both things, right? So it actually does validate it again. So that's kind of the key thing here as well, is even though it is trying to validate this, it will also validate everything all over again, right? So there's definitely ways around that from doing the duplicate validation, but that's not something I'm going to worry about at this point because I am doing total validation, which is good. Okay. And so the other cool thing about this is it's saying none is not a valid URL. So that's meaning that my values are not even coming through. So that actual URL is never even valid. So we can see that in this case. So in this case, I can just say if URL is none, we can raise a value error saying a valid URL is required. And you could say something like that where it's still doing the same thing, but the message is a little bit better, right? So it's doing both, right? Pretty cool. And this URL right here would eventually, maybe you could iterate through on your actual template to show that error. But again, it's just another thing that could make this form better and better for the end user. But overall, we now have a way to actually add in videos. So all we need to do now is be able to see those videos, both in a list as well as in a detail. Right, so now we're going to go ahead and implement the video list view. It's pretty easy. So go to the videos routers and we'll go ahead and say q equals to video.objects.all, and we'll add in a limit, as in how many can I actually return back here. We'll go ahead and just do 100, and then I'll give a context being, object list, whatever that ends up being. So we'll use q, and I'll pass in this context here. We'll save that. And then of course in list.html for the videos, we'll just go ahead and get this one out, and that's going to be extends base.html. And then we'll go ahead and put in, our block content, and then in block. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is of course loop through all these items. So we'll go ahead and say for object in object list. And then we'll do in for. And I'll just put it into a list element here, and we'll go ahead and do object. Okay, so we save that and we refresh in here. We get a server error. Let's see why. We jump in and we got video is not defined. Oh, so in our routers, we actually never imported video. I suppose we didn't need it yet. So we'll go ahead and do from.models, import video, save that, refresh in here now. And hopefully what we'll see is a object representation of these videos. So this actually leads me to believe, oh, maybe we should for sure have a title in our videos. That will probably make things a little bit better. So in our video itself, we will add a title in, and I'll put it right above our URL here. And we'll go ahead and say title. Great, simple enough. So with our title, we should go into our schemas as well. The video create schema should now be our still video create schema and still user generated title. I'm actually not going to verify the title at all. I don't need to check if it's already been used. I'll just do that single title. Then of course in my template for create, I just need to add in a new item here, and we'll call this title, and we'll just change all of the URL parts to simply title. Okay, so your video title, and if title, then we will put in that title. Great, simple enough. Let's go into create, and let's just verify this. Okay, so I need to log in. Okay, there we go. And let's go into videos create. And there's our title. Perfect. Let's just verify in the route itself that we have the ability to handle the title. Of course, right now I do not. So again, we'll do title str equals to the form and ... 3 dots, comma. There we go. Raw data now, title and title. Again, simple enough. There we go. And so what I want to do then is add in my video title. So let's go into YouTube. Let's grab a video of some kind. Doesn't really matter what. Hey, Fireship. Fireship's pretty awesome. So let's go ahead and grab theirs in. And I'll say video CSS. We'll paste in that link. We'll hit add video. I got page not found because I don't have the detail view yet. But if I go to list view, I see the list view here. Great. Next thing I want to do then is I want to change the representation of this video. And I'll go ahead and do title equals to self.title. Save that. Refresh in here. And so the representation now shows me all of this. Notice that I'm getting none across the board. That's not great. Let's see why. Well, going back into our schemas, we actually go in here, and when we validate this data, we are going in and creating the video right here, right? So what I want, of course, is title being values.get and title. So I'm going to go ahead and then update this object and say obj.title equals to title and obj video object.save. Okay, or realistically, if it's not empty or if it's not none, say if title is not none, and we'll run that. There we go. So let's go ahead and try it again, create a new one and another awesome video. And back to YouTube, just we'll grab the Star Wars trailer this time, and I'll copy the whole thing, paste this in, and in fact, I will actually use the proper title that's on YouTube, paste that in, add video. Again, page not found, no surprise. We go in here, and now we've got our actual title showing up. Okay, so why is it that I'm doing this now? Well, when we go to list something out, we're like, well, we're missing something here, right? We're like, this is critical that we're missing. And that is, if I just did the object.host ID, well, that's not clickable, right? It's just an ID here. Of course, it will give me the path at some time. So if we do object.path, I actually can get that path. That's cool. That will show me the link. And, perhaps you want to do it that way, which might be interesting, actually, if it's not having a title, just having stuff like this. But of course, object.title is now what I want to go off of. And so basically what we'll say here is if not object.title, or rather if object.title, actually we'll go ahead and say if not, because we'll have every video showing up no matter what, if there's a title or not, just to simplify things. Okay, and then we'll just come in here and now say object.host ID or some other default. Cool. So naturally the title itself is what I would actually want. But the other thing is I actually came in here and I did have that path showing up. So I'll actually put this condition inside of the list element here instead of having it outside of it, so that I could go ahead and put a link in here as well. And we want to get rid of all the spacing here. Okay, and just like that, that one as well, because I'm going to use this inside of an anchor tag. We do not need the spacing there, so I'll do ahref equals to, and this is going to be object.path. This, of course, is an anchor tag. This is how we link things, if you're not already familiar with that. So I tab this in, and now I can actually see these are all linked here, and I can click and take a look at these detailed pages and stuff like that. Cool, that's pretty simple. Pretty straightforward, I would argue. However, the reason that we didn't have title before was to also illustrate one of the advantages of using Cassandra databases, and in this case it's AstraDB, but I just threw this field on here, and it didn't actually break everything. I didn't even have to stop the server. I still had the server running, never took it down, which is so cool, right? And that was just a way to highlight and illustrate that. Of course, I still needed to add a few features. And realistically, this add video here, this is actually probably where I'd want to add in maybe other arguments in here. And I could say keyword args, and then literally unpack those same things down here, right? And so that actually is potentially a really good way to go about doing this. So let's go ahead and recap that. I'm going to get rid of this if title is none here and come back and say in my data here, I'll go ahead and set extra data being to the title, right? That same title. Realistically, actually, we should say extra data is just an empty dictionary. And then we'll say if title is not none, then we'll update that extra data with that title like that. That's probably a little bit better because the title itself might be none, right? We didn't make it a required argument. Well, right now it is required, but you could make it a non-required argument. But now I can actually unpack these things in here just like that. And hopefully now we don't have that same exception or any exception for that matter, but I actually can create a new video. So let's go ahead and grab another one, this Unreal Engine. I don't think I grabbed this one before. Let's go ahead and copy it. This is an amazing video. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but you should check it out if you haven't. And I add that in. Things look good. I look at videos, and sure enough, there it is. Okay, cool. So just two different ways on how we can set other fields. Now, of course, the reason for this is we can actually use values in here instead, right? I actually don't need to use values. Like I could copy the values themselves all together and unpack it and add that into extra data. The only reason I'm using extra data is so that I'm more specific about the values that I want to add to this particular field. In other words, this could be improved a little bit based off of the actual current values from the validated data. In fact, the whole thing could be improved quite a bit and only just adding in our user ID or something like that. Or I could literally just take all of those values because that's what's being passed in and just unpack that. Again, in other words, I could just go in here and do something more like that, right? And that's acceptable. It does clean it up a little bit, but I wanted to do it like this so I can add in some additional value errors and stuff like that if need be in my root validator. Now we're going to go and implement dynamic URL routing in our video detail view. Now, so far all we've done is static URLs. That is, the URL itself will not change. So if I wanted to have a few different detail views for a few different videos, I would say something like video-1 and then, video-2 and then so on, and just keep down this methodology. Now, this is a really, really bad idea because these are all static. Now, of course, I can still get the object from it, like video.objects.get host ID equals to the string of video-1. As you see here, I'm starting to hard code all of these things in, and it's static. It's not fluid. It's not able to change based off of what I actually add into the database. Now, hopefully this is fairly obvious of something that I don't want to do. So I'll go ahead and get rid of these here. So instead of having the hard-coded string here and making a static URL, I can make it a dynamic URL in the similar way that you'd use string substitution. Let's say, for instance, I want the variable of host ID equaling to video-1, right? I want that as the variable. I want to be able to use this host ID variable inside of my actual detail view function. Now, if I did string substitution, it's going to look something like this. So host ID is cool. There is a string of some kind. Now, to turn it into string substitution, I can use the format method here, just like that. Or, of course, I can turn it into an F string, just like that. So this parameter here is actually what we want to use for our dynamic URL routing. Okay, just like that. I don't need the F string up front. That's definitely not what I want. Instead, I use this. And when I implement that parameter to the router itself, I have to also put it into my view function here. So I actually use the exact same variable name in both places, and then I can declare the data type I want it to be. Let's actually put the data type initially as int, right? I'll go ahead and get rid of this object lookup here. We'll save everything. And now what I want to do is go into, let's say, detail, like what it was before. If I go here, I now get value is not a valid integer. Now, this is actually a poorly formatted URL anyway, but it's giving me a 422, right? So this is another exception that I would probably want to handle, something I'm not going to cover right now. But instead, what I want to do is the catch-all, which is str. Now, we already have a request coming through here, so I don't have to worry about that argument. That is something I definitely want to have. The host ID is the other aspect of this that I can now use, and I can use it in a dynamic way, which means I can just come in here and do something like that. And of course, now I can declare my context here. I can declare two things. First off, I'm going to just declare the host ID itself, and then I'm going to go ahead and declare the object itself. Okay, so both things. So let's go ahead and save that. We will pass it into our detail view here. And I'm also going to, in my detail itself, I'll go ahead and copy what's in list.html, paste everything in here, and I'll just go ahead and do object and host ID. Okay, just to render out those arguments there. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll go back into our videos list here, and we'll click an actual video that's in my database. I click that, I see my host ID here, and then I see my video. What if I do a video that just doesn't exist? I write out some gibberish. I get this internal server error. So before I really handle this, I'll just go ahead and put it in as a try block and say except object is none. Save that. Refresh in here. And what I'll see is, well, I'll get my gibberish, host ID, and none. So that is dynamic URL and handling it to some degree. But I actually want to improve this. I want to make this a little bit more robust. And so I'm going to be borrowing something from Django, and that is by creating our own shortcut in here. And we're going to call this get object or 404. So initially speaking, I'll go ahead and rename the class to just class name and then pass in some keyword arguments here. And I'll return the object itself. So what I'm doing is literally the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, bring it back into our shortcuts here, paste this in here, put in class name, and return back obj, just like that. Okay. So now that I've got this shortcut in my routers, I can come back in and import it and come down to our actual detail view here. And now I can say something like get object or 404, the video, and we'll say host ID is the host ID. So the reason that I use that keyword args thing here, just like this, is so that inside of here, I can actually unpack whatever those keyword arguments are, right? So basically it's going class name dot get, unpacking whatever keyword args I have in this get object or 404. So we save that now. This actually cleans this up a little bit for me. So I refresh and there we go. So it's now showing me, hey, this actually isn't valid. Okay, cool. So what I can do now actually is I can, of course, instead of saying object is none as my exception, I can bring this back up here. I can raise a different kind of exception. What is the exception that I want to raise? Well, you might be tempted if it's a none, if it actually does not exist in our database, you might come into Starlet and want to raise a 404 exception. So we can do that through what we already did with our exception handlers. We handle the status code of 404. So let's actually implement that on the other side in this shortcut. So we're going to go ahead and save this in here. And now I'll go ahead and raise this exception and say status code equals to 404. We save that. Now I refresh on this page, and what I'll get is that page not found, 404. Great, that's awesome. But the thing is, this actually raises another concern. Is that the actual exception that should be raised? In other words, what if this is the incorrect exception? So I'm going to take it out of this try block so I can actually see that exception again inside of the log itself. I refresh in here, I get that internal server error. This time I get a different kind of exception. This is a does not exist error, right? Interesting, right? So what I actually want to do is handle this does not exist for the 404 error. That's the key here. So to handle that, we're going to go ahead and import the exceptions that we want to handle from Cassandra. So I'll do from Cassandra.SQL engine.query, and we're going to import the does not exist as well as multiple objects returned. Okay, so does not exist is the exception we actually want for this 404 page. And then I'll go ahead and return. If there anything else, any other exception, I'll just go ahead and return a 500 error. This is now a server error. So there's something wrong with the lookup that I have. So another thing that we might want to think about here is, well, what about the multiple objects returned? Now, if you remember back to how we actually created the video class, for example, the multiple objects returned is definitely possible. I'll explain that in just a moment. But by default, I'm going to go ahead and say this as a 400 error. Like by default, I do not want multiple objects to be returned ever. Now what I can do is get rid of this right here, save that, and now it's going to give me the appropriate error based off of the lookup itself. So now it's a 404 error. This is the one we'll see the vast majority of time. But then if I look at another video and take a look, it should actually bring back the correct video from our database. So the reason that I have this multiple objects return thing here, the reason that we're even talking about it, has to do with how we implement the video itself. So if we look into models, when we go to create the video, what we do is we have this allow filtering feature to filter 4 other arguments in here as well, right? And so this means that if I had the same host ID, if the same user actually, or if multiple users add the exact same host ID, this would cause a problem. So there's 2 ways we can handle it. Number 1, we could actually change this from raising that error, instead doing a query set objects.filter, and then of those keyword arguments, and maybe even, .allow filtering, and then return back q.first. That is potentially an option here, right? And that will actually return back an object itself from that filter, because it will tell me that multiple objects were returned when I did that lookup. This is, generally speaking, potentially acceptable, especially on our primary view router, right? So we absolutely do want to see what that video is. However, that's not what I want to do. Instead, what I want to do is get rid of this altogether, and we will still raise that 400 error. Then in my router, that's where I can actually handle that starlet error itself if the status code is 400, and then filter things out a little bit further, or, which is probably the best thing at this time, is to not actually use the user ID when we are adding in any given host itself, right? To actually comment that out altogether and only allow one user to add one specific video. That way we now have no issues in accessing or looking at that video itself, but there will be an original video person, like somebody already added this video, nobody else can add it. That I actually think is probably the preferred method at this time. And then in the future, maybe we would have a voting up option, right? So like if somebody else tries to add the same exact video, perhaps there's another model that essentially votes it up, like, add vote or an up vote model of some kind, or additional information related to a different user adding in the exact same video. Okay, so now that we've got all this stuff out of the way, we now have a much better way to get a detailed view and handle errors that could happen with the dynamic URL routing. All right, so now in our detail view, I actually want to render out the video itself from YouTube, so the actual embed video itself. So to do this, we can actually go to YouTube and we can go to the share button, click on embed, and just copy all of this embed code, which is iframe to iframe. And we can actually paste it into our template just like this, right? Obviously, we could save it like that, and then we could grab the host ID itself in here. I could also use object.hostID, but this page will only render if the object exists, so I can use either argument here. And I can go ahead and save that. And sure enough, if I go to any given object that exists, any given video that exists in our database, we will render out that video now. And we can verify this by going to other videos that most certainly have different things showing up here. Okay, cool. So this is obviously something I could do. Now, another thing I could do, which I would actually prefer, is to create a subfolder called renderers. Inside of that subfolder, I would give different service names that I would use. So youtube.html, because each actual rendered video is going to have a different way to work based off of the actual, service that's being used, right? And so now, instead of actually having this come in, I can just do include and videos/renderers /youtube.html, and just like that. Now, if for some reason in YouTube, I put this in as video ID as the actual, context variable, I can use a statement called with and say something like the video ID is equal to the other argument of host ID, and then end with outside of that. And that will allow me to use a different argument inside of the renderer itself. Not sure why you would actually do that, but I just wanted to mention it because it certainly came to mind for me. So I'll leave it in as include for a moment, and we'll keep this also as host ID because that's going to be what the default is. So if the host ID argument is not in here at all, then you absolutely have to use that with statement as well. But what I actually want to do is I actually want to have some sort of method on my model itself, the actual object itself, to render out that video. So inside of videos here, I'm going to scroll down a bit, And I'm going to go ahead and define this as render. This is going to take in self, and this I actually want to render out a template. So the way I do this is by importing the templates itself, which are declared in shortcuts, right? I have it right here. Perhaps it should be in settings. I'll leave it in as in shortcuts. So back into my model here, I'll go ahead and do from app.shortcuts. We're going to import our template argument there. And now we're going to go ahead and scroll down a bit. And so what I want in my render method is the base name being self.host service, right? So this means that if I have one for YouTube, Vimeo, and so on, I would actually be able to have different renderers or different templates for that. And it would be really easy to switch those things out in the future. So that's why I have this host service here. So now, of course, I want to actually get that template name or the entire template. So the actual template path or template name, let's call it template name, is going to be equal to the string substitution of videos slash renderers slash base name, or the, with curly brackets and all that, .html, that's our template name. And then finally, our context is going to be our host ID, and there's going to be self.host ID. Okay. And so to render this, it's simple. It's just we declare t equals to templates.get template of that template name. And then our context in here will be rendered with t.render. And there we go. So now I have a method on my model itself that I can actually run. So this object here, let's go ahead and copy that. And we'll do object.render. Save that and refresh in here. And what I get is this bound method of video.render. Now, Jinja templates require you to actually call any given function. So I call it and .render. And I refresh in here. And this is now actually my embed code. It is not rendering out that content. It's not rendering out that HTML. So this is actually pretty nice. So if you were working towards rebuilding something like YouTube, we now have that exact same embed code, right? Even though I want it to be rendered, much like the template below it. So what we can use is a pipe here and safe. Now when I write that out, this will actually allow me to embed it and render out the actual template itself, the actual template text itself. So now it's in two places. Now, of course, the reason I did that is so that when I do a query set like this, I can actually come into my list view and what can I do in here? I can actually do object.render and safe, just like we just did. And now it's going to render out all of those videos as well, right? So it just added a whole nother level of dynamicness to the video object itself. Of course, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave that one out. I don't want my list view to show that. Instead, I want my list view to be exactly as is. And so there it is. And now on my detail view, I have the ability to render out in multiple ways. And I'm not repeating myself over and over again. Like I'm not including this constantly and using all those with statements. I can just simply use object.render and say that it's nice and safe. A pretty easy way to actually render out these videos. I just finished this one and it's a little bit longer than I anticipated, but I want to show you why you want to do this. And it has to do with embedding videos. So if I just hit play here, what I will see is the current time. So no matter where I am on this video, I can actually go to a current time and stop it, and then it will actually go and save it for me, or at least that's what I still need to implement. Now, of course, if you don't want to watch this part, by all means, skip it because maybe you aren't that comfortable with JavaScript, which is fine. If you aren't, then just jump into our actual repo and at least go to 43 end and then navigate into our app, go into the templates, go into videos, and you're going to want to grab detail. You're going to want to grab all of this JavaScript that's in here and actually bring it into your detail. Also, you're going to want to go into base.html and grab this line here and put that into your base.html. Those are the two key things here that we're going to be covering in just a moment. I just want to mention this now for those of you who do not want to spend a lot of time in JavaScript, which I totally understand. Everything that I just showed you is absolutely reusable. In fact, it should probably be its own little library because at the end of the day, at the very end of this, what you'll see we'll build is this line right here. that's going to handle how we actually render out a video and when, right? So this, of course, is the host ID and then the start time. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So if you want to do it, let's go ahead and take a look. A core feature of a video membership application is to track how much somebody has watched or how much any user has watched of a video, so that that user can come back at that time, or we can make decisions on how to design better content, whether it should be longer, shorter, or just different. We can use that data a lot. And so we're going to implement that in this one using the YouTube Player API. So initially we'll just get that data, and then in the next one we'll actually store that data in a database of some kind so we can reuse it. So now let's go ahead and actually implement the YouTube Player API. Now, this is going to be using a lot of JavaScript, but if you've never used JavaScript before, it's actually very similar to Python, at least what we're going to be doing here. There are a few minor syntax things that might be uncomfortable for those of you who have never used JavaScript before. But overall, I'm going to get you to the point where you can have usable code to track YouTube videos, which I think will be really useful anyway. And also this YouTube Player API documentation is also pretty useful as well. So let's go ahead and get this started. The very first thing that I need to do is I need to go into base.html, and I actually need to reference the YouTube SDK, the actual JavaScript that YouTube has to allow us to work with the YouTube player, right? So this player right here, or actually create our own player as well. So what we want to do is we want to add in a script tag here, and it's going to be script src source, and it's going to be https:// definitely use https here, and then www.youtube.com/iframe_API. And then we'll close it off just like that. That's all we really need to do here. And we're actually going to put it right before the closing body tag right there. Okay, so this is one way we could do it. The other way, the way that YouTube actually recommends, is by creating a new script in here and basically saying var tag equals to document.createElement. And then we're going to call this script. So what this is doing right here is, number one, this is creating an element called script. This is an HTML element called script. What do you know? This part right here just creates an empty script element like that. And it's essentially opened and closed. JavaScript will do that automatically. Next, of course, we would just then say tag.src, what do you know, is equal to this line right here. So these are now equivalent, except for the fact that this tag, this like code generated tag, is actually not in my web page at all, the actual browser itself at all. So what we want to do then is we want to look for somewhere on our entire project here for another script tag. Now I already have one, it's this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and say var first script tag equals to document.getElements by tag name, and it's going to be script. Now what this does is it looks for all script elements like this one and this one. So we can actually get back an array or a list of elements there, and we could use the 0th element. Now, we always know that this will be true. This will always have a value because we are writing it in a script itself. So at the very least, it's going to be inside of this script here. And all we want to do is say that variable, we're going to do parent node dot insert before the tag itself and the first script tag. All this is doing is saying, hey, in this script tag, we grabbed the very first one, which is what this is doing. Get the parent node, which is going to be body, that parent element essentially. And then we're going to insert this new tag, this right here, right before where this shows up. That's it, which is what already currently exists, right? Not that big of a deal. But if we save it, and we go ahead and let's go into our index page and inspect the element here. What we see is we actually see two different items here. So we've got the initial iframe, the one that I loaded up first, and then the second one, right? So it's actually doing both of them. So let me just get rid of that first one that I put in and save it, refresh in here. And it's loading this one here. And it also loads another widget. So this script itself is also loading something else, right? And so now I have a bunch of different script tags and it's working as intended as far as getting the actual script involved. Now I'm actually going to go off of what YouTube recommends, which is this right here, just because that's what they recommend. Okay, cool. So this actually is JavaScript itself. So if we take a look at it, it's just external JavaScript and here it is, right? It's really hard to understand what's going on here on purpose, right? They don't want you to understand it necessarily, but it is also showing you that it's bringing in a few other items here, which we see right there, which ends up being some more scripts, right? More JavaScript. Okay. So this, I think, is where a lot of beginners get tripped up a little bit, is JavaScript itself can start to get incredibly complicated. Python too, but Python will never look like this, right? Python is never like this densely packed in on purpose. JavaScript is to save time. It actually makes it more efficient to send it back and forth like that. It makes our JavaScript files smaller. Okay, so we got that out of the way. We now have the primary library that we want to use for our entire functionality that we want with the actual YouTube player. Now, this right here is equivalent in Python to doing pip install, let's say YouTube player. This is probably a package. It's not really meant. It's really just pip install. I just installed a new third-party package here with that script. That's essentially it. And I did it before too with the other script tag of being src related to that. Okay. This is just a programmatic way to do it versus hard coding it. Okay. So now that we've got this involved, the other part of doing it programmatically like this is it ensures that it's going to be one of the first scripts that you actually have in here versus putting it in somewhere else. YouTube essentially saying, hey, we want this to take priority to all of the other scripts that come after it, which I think is actually really, really smart of them. Okay, so now that we've got this, we can actually start using this YouTube, library that is involved here. So one of the cool things about this YouTube library, let's go ahead and create another script block here. I'm actually going to end up moving this, but one of the cool things about this library is we can declare a function anywhere else that calls on YouTube iframe API ready, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to just do console log and hello world. All right, so this is how you define functions in JavaScript. You write out function instead of def. You write out the name of the function, just like that. You have parentheses, just like what you're probably used to. So in Python, it would just be colon with no curly brackets there and something like that with the spacing. JavaScript does not worry about the spacing, as you might have guessed with how it condenses everything in those other JavaScript files. So this right here is the same thing as this right here. Now, a lot of times you'll see semicolons everywhere in JavaScript as well. These things, if you forget to add them, it's okay. The modern browsers will add them for you. A lot of JavaScript developers, professional developers would be like, no, you should always add in those semicolons. I do it all the time where I leave them out. Luckily, modern browsers do not worry about those things. But anyways, so now I've got this function here that if I look at my console here inside of my browser, it shows me hello world, which is great because what it's showing me that now is that all of this is now triggering this function here. So if I actually take this function out of here and put it into, let's say, my YouTube renderers page and paste this in here, I can refresh and it will pretty much only show up when I go to videos. So if I go to videos and a rendered out video, it now shows up that script. So it actually doesn't really matter where we end up putting this script. I'm actually not going to put it into the YouTube renderer HTML. Instead, I'm going to put it into detail HTML inside of the block content here. So I save that and I refresh in here and it still works. So again, we had our actual script tag that we hard coded in here. We put it in and look at, there it is right there. So that early JavaScript element that we put in, this script right here, actually replaced the order of things. And that's why we did that, right? It's just making sure that YouTube, that library, is coming in first, before any other script that you may write on accident in the incorrect order. Cool. So now what do we need to do? Now we need to actually declare a proper, host ID. We need to use a proper video. And we already have an element here called host ID. And so one of the things I could end up doing then is inside of this, I can actually declare, based off of this host ID, I can declare a brand new YouTube player. So let's do this by creating a div tag. And I'll go ahead and just give it an ID here of YT-video. Adding it in as an ID makes it a little bit easier to access this element from inside of JavaScript. Well, what does that mean exactly? Well, we actually sort of already accessed an element like that, and that was this one right here, get elements by tag name. This looks for all of the script tags. So we can do something very similar to that and say var, and let's say YouTube, video div is equal to document.get element and by ID, right? So get element by ID. It can only be one element with that single ID here, and that will actually allow me to grab that, right? So this is very, very common with JavaScript. And so instead of course, getting the element by ID, what we're going to do is we're going to initialize a new yt.player for that specific element, right? That's how we're doing it here. Okay, so this is coming from that library, this library right here that's loading it in. So now that we've got this player here, what I can do is I can pass in some options here. So we add in a curly bracket. This is called a JavaScript object. It will look very similar to a dictionary in Python, although it's just a little bit different in the sense that we write out something like height and 390, something like that, and then width being, 640. Okay, so notice that it's key value pairs still, again, in this dictionary here, and we do not have strings around it. You can put strings there, but you don't need to. So this is a JavaScript object, which is almost identical to a Python dictionary. Okay, cool. Next, we're going to go ahead and add in video ID. Notice how I capitalize things here. This video ID can actually be this host ID. So I want to put in quotes still, because it still needs to be valid JavaScript. So there we go. We've got a host ID in here now. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the console log. We don't need that hello world anymore. I'm also going to get rid of this render method here. I'll actually put it underneath, just like that. So I still have my embed code, and let's just put it into maybe its own div tag as well, right? And maybe with a pre item here as well. And let's go ahead and throw that in there and get rid of all the spacing since we're using pre. Okay, so we save that and we refresh in here. And what do you know? Our video's coming through and our embed is now just HTML text in here, right? Pretty simple. Let's actually change it from pre to code. So we save that, refresh, and there we go. Okay, so this is now a JavaScript-based YouTube player. I think it's pretty straightforward on how this ends up working. Now, the other part of this is we can do something like player vars and then pass in a dictionary to that. And so we can say something like modest branding and put that to 1. 1 in this case is going to be a true value. Now, modest branding, let's look at this right now. If I refresh this here and go to play it, it no longer has YouTube there, right? It's gone. If I take that away and then run it again, YouTube is back, right? Just a nice little toggle that you can do. And of course, you're probably wondering what other things that I can put in here. And those are all in the API player reference, right? So if you look for player vars, you will see a number of different items that you can have, and then look for the player parameters, which will give you even more options as well. So supported parameters that we see is autoplay, right? Language preference, color, controls, all sorts of good stuff. I'll add in a few other ones that you might have. Autoplay, for example, you might have that as 1. You want it to automatically play. We can also set a start time, as in seconds to start this. Not milliseconds, but actual seconds, which you could then verify as like 20 seconds, for example. You can say plays in line, and we'll say 1. And then you can also add in controls, like do you want to show the controls or not? So there we go. So now I have some variables in here that I can change on the fly. I go to play it. Notice the controls are gone, so it doesn't actually show me what time it is. So let's go ahead and put those controls back so we can see if the start time is accurate. And what do you know? There's the start time right there. Pretty nice. So we now have a way to customize all of these things. Now, don't get me wrong. All of these attributes can be applied to iframes as well. We see actually a number of things related to allow, but you can absolutely add in parameters to that iframe. That's not something I want to cover because I would never do that. I would actually use this JavaScript version instead. Okay, so the next part of this is we can also call in something called events. So this events will actually handle various events that happen with this video. So for example, when this video is ready, there's an event called onReady. I didn't make these events up, right? That's just the event name. In fact, we could put it in as onReady, and then we can actually have this call back to something else. So for example, we can call it onPlayerReady. This is coming directly from their example on that web page that I showed you. So with this onPlayerReady, what we do is inside of my script tag still, I can define a new function, and this is going to be onPlayerReady, and then we can console log that the player is ready. We can save that. We can also pass in the event here and do console and log the event. Okay. So events are very common in JavaScript because the browser itself expects events to happen. Events, a good example of an event, of course, is whether or not it's ready. Another example would be whether or not somebody clicked to play it. We'll look at that one in a moment. So I go here and it's ready. Let's go ahead and look at the console again. Go into inspect and console. And we see that there's an object that comes through here. I'll explain that in a second. But we've got player is ready. Right? So both of these things are coming from this right here, the only place that I actually logged out the console. I didn't mention this before. This is essentially saying print in Python, but it's called console.log. Okay, so the first one is this object here. That is the actual event. So it's showing you all sorts of things that you can do with this actual object. We've got a target here, and if we scroll down a bit inside of that target, we should see something related to the player itself, I believe. Actually, that doesn't really matter a whole lot, but we've got event, we've got play video, we've got a number of things. So I can actually run play video. Let's try that. So we'll go ahead and do event.target.play video, and we'll run that. Now, the reason I know it's a function is because inside of here, it has an F there versus something else where like M is just showing me, you know, this right here. It doesn't have an F with a parenthesis, so it's not a function. It's just giving me something different. So now I can go ahead and run this. Let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh in here, and player is ready, although it didn't actually end up playing this video. Okay, so there's a reason that autoplay is not necessarily showing and play video is not necessarily showing. Part of that reason has to do with my browser itself, right? So my actions on this browser may or may not let that to happen. So if I refresh in here now, eventually I might be able to autoplay this video. Autoplaying has changed a lot over the years, so it's not something I'm going to spend a whole lot of time on right now. But there is another way to think about how I can use this video. So instead of having the event target here, what I can do is take an instance from this new player and I can actually assign it to a variable. So I'll go ahead and say var player and just leave it empty. This is very similar to in Python writing it as equal to none, but in JavaScript you can just declare the variable because you use var in front of it. Python doesn't use var in front of it. So we can say player equals to an instance of this. So this is creating an instance of that YouTube player, as we've already seen. But now I can actually use this player in other places. So let's say, for instance, player on player ready, this event that ends up happening, I can call player.play video just like that as well. And again, the autoplay may or may not end up working depending on your browser settings and a lot of other factors. So we're going to go ahead and play that. Let's put the start to 0 and let's see if it works now. Still not autoplaying. Okay, so that is something that, we'll have to look into in the future. But the general idea here is this is a method that you can call on that instance. And we can also look at what is associated to that player itself. So we save that and we refresh in here. Let's go ahead and inspect the element, jump into the console, and we've got the player here. So VL, okay, that's what it says. And we've got all sorts of functions on there. Hey, what do you know? Get current time, right? Get player state, right? Get playback quality. All of these are functions I can call on there. I didn't write any of these. These are all provided from the YouTube API, the YouTube embedded player API here, right? Pretty cool. So it also means that in here, I see this seek to method here. So I can also do down here, when it's ready, I can say player.seek to, and let's put this to 45, like 45 seconds. I refresh in here now, and just to show you that this actually does work, we've got 45 seconds. So the play video didn't work, the autoplay doesn't necessarily work, but other methods will work. Okay, cool. So now let's actually talk about the next event. The next event is called onStateChange. And we want to handle this with, we'll just call it onPlayerStateChange. Right? Again, from their documentation, but still a pretty good name for handling an event. So we'll go ahead and do function onPlayerStateChange. We put in an event here, and we can console log what this event is. We save that, we refresh in here, and we'll see in our console log, I still have that player coming out. Let's get rid of that. So let's refresh again. We've got nothing. As soon as I hit play, I should see an event happen. We didn't see an event happen. Let's go ahead and make sure that everything is saved up. Okay, on state change, not change, or whatever I wrote. So we play that again, and there we go. Pause it, play it. Pause it, play it. So every event, including the event of it being ready, is showing up. So event's ready. I can play it, run it again. Cool. So we've got different types of events that are happening here, and it's showing the target. It's still that same player, right? So the actual player itself, these different events that are like supported, let's go back to the API reference here. We can see inside of here, we've got events. We click on that and we scroll down, we see on ready. Notice that we saw a number of these things already. We've got on state change, and here are all of these state items. That's what those numbers end up meaning. So if we look back in here, we've got data in here, -1, 1, 2, and so on. This is giving us these items here. Now you can also reference the YouTube player, the actual label for this. This makes it a little bit easier so you don't have to write a bunch of notes in there to see what the actual event is. So let's say what I mean by that. If we come back into this state change here, we can write a condition that is event.data, and we do triple equals in JavaScript. You can do double equals, it'll still work, but you want to do triple equals. And then we'll do yt.playerstate. Let's say playing, all caps, like it says in the documentation, right? That's this right here. So I could check if it's equal to 1, but actually writing this out means that, oh, hey, this is the playing state. I don't actually have to write anything in here. So I can just do console, let's get rid of that. We'll do console log and say is playing. Okay, so then we can also do the paused state. We can do every other state, right? And we can say else, if, and then change this to paused, change this to maybe ended, or any of the other states. Ended is a good one as well. Okay, so ended and paused. Cool. So we run back in here, we press play, stop it, play, stop it, play, so on. Okay. And so if I go all the way to the end and let it play through, we should see, ended. Great. Okay. So naturally what I could end up doing here is load another video. That's a little bit outside the context of what we want to do here. But what I actually want to do is see what time it is that it's been playing, right? So the first thing is I want to actually load in the time. So instead of loading in the time, I'm going to go ahead and just really simply say something like function and show current time. Okay, so this is still going to reference that same player, which is, of course, referenced up here and set here. I can now just do player.getCurrentTime. Again, if you console log out the player, you can see that is the method. You can also look in the documentation itself. But here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that current time. I'll just say the current time. I'm going to let current time, or let's leave it in as var just for now. So current time is equal to that. And then I'll go ahead and console log that current time is whatever that is. Okay, so throughout this, I'm going to go ahead and say show current time and show current time and show current time. Okay, so let's try it again and we'll run play. And now it's giving me that current time. If I pause it, current time. Play it, current time. Cool. But notice that it does not have a recurring method to show what that current time is, right? So now what I can do is say var is playing, something along those lines, right? So if it is playing, which would only be in here, so we then come in and say is playing equals to true, pretty much every other state, let's just verify the different states that could possibly be. Every other state it is not playing. So then I can just come in here, is playing is false. Okay, so no matter what the event is, if it's playing, then we'll set it to true. Everything else will set it to false. And again, the only reason I can declare these directly without writing var is because I declared it up here. And since I'm reusing variables, I'm going to go ahead and actually put them towards the top as to where I end up reusing these variables elsewhere. Okay, we'll just have to know that that variable has been set somewhere else. So now we've got this is playing. So if I do have an is playing, what I can do is say if it is playing, then I can actually recall this show current time over and over again, which in this case is actually resetting what that variable of current time is, right? Which is pretty cool. So how do I actually go about doing this? Well, I use something called set timeout. And what set timeout will allow me to do is to call any function after a certain amount of time. So I'm going to call this particular function, and let's call it after 1 second. That's going to be 1,000 milliseconds. So think of it as terms of seconds times 1,000 to get 1 second. So now, if it is playing, that's what's going to end up happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this again. And we'll start from the beginning. And now it should actually trigger it every single second. Or will it? Okay. So perhaps it's something related to this is playing here, this method that we have. So let's actually change this to being only in the events itself and see if that makes a difference at all. Okay. Let's try it again. Refresh, play it. And I made a silly error. This is playing should be above this toggle of show current time, not below it. Otherwise, we'll never see it. Okay, so let's try that again. And we'll refresh in here. And we'll press play. And so now, roughly speaking, every second, it's going to go ahead and show me what that current time is. Right? So we can also keep this in mind as being, oh, wow, the user has been watching for this number of seconds. If I hit pause now, it will stop that whole, reset of everything, right? It's going to go ahead and run. It's going to prevent that from keep going, essentially. And then it's going to go ahead and show me what the current time is as well. So the reason it showed me 2 is because it didn't actually do a hard stop on that timeout. So what we could do is we can set this as a variable as well. So we'll go ahead and say var and the, let's say, monitor time out. Okay, come in here, scroll down, and say monitor timeout is equal to that. And then when we do pause it, we'll just go ahead and do clear timeout of that. And then we will show what that current time is. Okay, so that will help us a little bit as far as stopping that current time. But realistically, we want the most recent time anyway, so even if it runs a couple extra times, it's really not that big of a deal. So set timeout itself is just a function that's built into JavaScript that you can call basically another function and X time. So when you do something like this, you can actually call itself. So it will recursively call itself over a certain amount of time. And so that's just a really quick and easy way to check the current time every second. So I actually want to change this to a interval itself. So we'll go ahead and say monitor time interval, and we'll set that equal to, let's say, 2/10 of a second. So 200 milliseconds. We'll come down here, and now I'm going to go ahead and put that right there. Now, what that does is it gives me a ability to get a little bit more granular of how often I actually want to grab the current time for this user. So I can go and play it again, and now it's grabbing that current time a lot more. It's definitely more granular. But the problem with that, of course, is the more we do that, the more bandwidth or more actual like client-side computing is having to happen, right? So that means it actually slows down our user's computer if we do it way too granular, right? So like, let's say, for instance, this was every 2 milliseconds, then we would really be getting way too much time going on. Cool. But that's actually just a really clean and easy way to check the time itself. So our current time is going to be updated associated to this regularly. And so what I also want to have is a storing of my watching, right? So when I pause it, I want to store the data. When it ends, I want to store the data. Like, how much have I actually watched? So we're going to go ahead and just create a new function, and we'll just call this store watch event. Okay, and we'll give it a const of data, or we'll keep it in as a variable again, just to not make things too complicated here. So variable of data here, and we're going to say current time, and that's going to be equal to the current time here. So again, this is a key value pair. We're creating a JavaScript object here, which is a key value pair. So this, the key is current time, and that's the current time. Okay. We could also add in the video ID. Now, in our case, what we've been doing with the video ID is we've been calling this right here. So I will change it in a moment, but for now, I'll go ahead and say var video ID. I'll now set it equal to just a variable string that I can use over and over again, just like that, and replace this one here, and scroll all the way down and put in our video ID. And now I can do console log and data. So now whenever the thing ends, I can go ahead and run this. Whenever it paused, I can go ahead and run this. And then, of course, whenever it is playing, well, I don't want it to run every single time it's playing, right? So I would actually want to say something like saving and then ... that data, right? So this is actually where it would send something to my backend, to FastAPI. We're not going to do that just yet. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and leave this as is. So we've got some redundant things going on in here, of course, but for now, I'm just going to leave it like this, just to make it really clean and clear as to what's going on as far as all of our watch events and when, right? So I'm okay with the repetitive code in here as a learning tool. However, I will leave it in your mind, hopefully, that you need to change it on your own. Okay, cool. To make it better, to make it not repeat itself over and over again. But the last thing I really want to think about is having this store watch event happen while it is playing, right? So what if, for example, they're playing it and then they go to a different page? What actually happens there? Well, let's go ahead and preserve that log. Okay, so I'm going to play it, go to a different page. It still says current time, which means that it actually didn't update my backend at all. So there is more advanced JavaScript that could be triggered when a page is moved. I'm not going to do that right now. Instead, I'm going to really just be focusing on the YouTube itself. So in other words, when we actually navigate to another page, there is JavaScript that I can run prior to the navigation happening. But again, that's a little bit more advanced. Let's just focus on the YouTube API. And then what I want to do here is I want this store watch event to happen on an interval itself. And we already have something that is being triggered on an interval, and that's this right here. So show current time is actually probably not a great function name here. Instead, we want to rename it, and we'll call this monitor and current playback. Okay, so monitor current playback is a better name for this whole thing. So let's change it everywhere I need to. Set timeout down here and down here. Okay, cool. So on this, what I want to do is maybe after a certain amount of time, so if, let's say, time since last saved is greater than 5,000 milliseconds, then we want to run that event, that store watch event. Okay, so time since last save, let's go ahead and scroll this up here and go ahead and say var, time since last save. Well, initially it's going to be 0, right? We're going to have no time since last saved at all. Okay, so what this means then is while I'm monitoring, all I want to do is add the current time, likely the current time, to my actual time since last saved, right? Or really, I want to add the time interval. So to do this, we'll do plus equals to that time interval. Now, the reason I'm using that time interval is because this function will be called on that time interval. So every time it's called on a time interval, I'm adding the time since last saved based off of that time interval, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So basically, time since last save starts at 0. I hit play. That play triggers this monitor current playback function. Inside of that function, we have the ability for it to call itself, which is that time interval, based off of that time interval. So we're just adding those things together. So let's actually take a look at those things as it happens. So time since last save and monitor current interval. I'll also go ahead and comment this out for a moment, or really just the function itself. Okay, so we'll take a look and we'll see how it is incrementing. So I hit play. And so right now, that same interval, every single time it's 200, right? And what this is doing is just counting those things up. So time since last save, it's going to show that number going up and up and up and up. And eventually it's going to hit 5,000, right? So that's going to be every 5 seconds based off of that 200 milliseconds interval. This comes more clear when I change this to maybe a different interval of like 1,000, for example. And we refresh in here now and we play it. Now that interval should actually increase by every second or so, right? And now it shows it a little bit closer as to when I actually want to trigger a time save. Okay, so this now says the last final thing is the the time or the interval on saving. So let's go ahead and say time interval for save, and I'll go ahead and say 5,000. Okay, so I basically really want it to be a function of this monitor time interval instead of just randomly 5,000, or I could just leave it in as something that's greater than that number. In this case, I want it to be greater than that number. Now, I could create a feature or a function to actually ensure that it is greater than that number, but I'm just going to leave it in like this. And so now, time since last save, as soon as it's greater than that interval, now I want to go ahead and store that watch event. And since it's called time since last save, assuming that the save is successful, this I can actually just reset it to being 0. So that it's not actually triggering these save events too much in the background, but it is actually allowing me to save this. Okay, so now that we've got this, we have a pretty solid way to monitor playback and also load it through YouTube itself. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this seek2 method here for just a moment, and we'll refresh in here. And so now if I go to play this, it will start playing, right? And it's giving me the current time. And then after about 5 seconds, it saves it, right? And then it does it again, current time. And after about 5 seconds, it saves it. Pretty awesome, right? So that's actually monitoring the playback. but there's still a few key features here that we want to go with. One of them is this video ID here. I don't actually want to hard code that into the JavaScript itself. Now, generally speaking, as you're learning, that's probably okay. But what would be better is I put it into the HTML element. And typically what you'll do with something like this is you'll add data dash and then something like video dash ID. So this is an attribute now of this element itself. And so here, I'll go ahead and add in this host ID here. And then I can also add something else in, and that's like data and like start time. Or let's do start dash time. And in this case, I'll go ahead and say it's 0, right? So I'll just leave it in as 0 to start out. So how do we actually get this attribute here? Well, remember, I did this variable here of get element by ID. Now, the reason for that was to get this video ID here. So we're going to go ahead and get the video div itself, and we'll say get attribute. This is a cool thing about using VSCode, of course. It's going to show you a lot of these methods you can call on stuff. So get attribute in this case is going to be data dash video dash ID, right? And so I only want all of this stuff to run if those things exist, or really just the on this function right here. It's literally the only function I want to run if the video ID and the div exist. In fact, I actually don't want the video ID if the div does not exist either. So really, I'll just go ahead and say if the video ID, that div itself, then we'll go ahead and have this function show up or be used, really. Okay. So now if that element does not exist, so if I did ABC here, save it, refresh, I've got nothing, right? And so I get this null property of get attribute here. So all of these variables I can now put down here as well, or really just the video ID variable, but I'll put all of them there. Save that, and we refresh again. And what I should not see, let's get rid of this preserve log here. Now I actually don't see any errors with my JavaScript variables, okay? Because it's really just saying, hey, it can't actually find this, and therefore it's not going to actually try to monitor anything. So let's bring this back, and we've got our video ID again. I refresh, and now everything's right with the world. Cool. So the last final thing, again, will be that auto start, right? Or where it needs to start. So seek to 45 seconds. So in my case, what I want to do is I want to parse an integer from this data start time. So I'll go ahead and say var initial start time being from the div itself, get attribute. And I'll go ahead and put the wrong one in first to show you what I'm trying to do here. I'll go ahead and say just data start, and then I'll use two pipes here and do 100. Okay. In fact, I also want to do parse int, which is built into JavaScript, just like that. Otherwise, it's going to be 100. Okay. So what number is actually going to show up here? Change this to start time, initial start time, refresh in here, go to play. It says 140. So that's 140 seconds, right? Or that's 1 minute and 40 seconds, which let's make this back to like 40. So it's a little bit easier to understand because 1 minute and 40 seconds is 100 seconds. But anyways, we've got 40 seconds here now, and that's what's showing up. Okay, so let's change this data start time to 15 seconds here now. And in here, I'll actually adjust this to being data start time and refresh in here. And now we're at 15 seconds. Cool. So naturally, the default should be 0, not whatever that number is. And of course, if I put like ABC in here, what that parse int does is, well, just ignores it then. It doesn't have, ABC is not a valid value, so it just goes back to 0 or whatever our actual default start time is, which we could also declare as a variable too as default start time, being 0, and then, changing that right there. And what this now allows me to do is monitor the video that needs to be played, and also put in as an argument from my backend that this start time is based off of something else. Now, this start time is going to be in seconds. So if we because we are saving it in not in seconds. So if we look back again to our current time here, or let's actually think about how we're saving it. So our current time, hey, what do you know? It's also storing it in seconds. even though the interval is happening in milliseconds, the player itself, we're going to get those back as seconds. So if we scroll up forward, we've got 1 minute and 19 seconds. This is stored as my current time of 79, almost 80 seconds, right? So that means that what I'm storing can then also be used in this data start time. Really cool. Okay, so I realized this one was a lot longer than pretty much everything else because I don't want to spend that much time on JavaScript. So if you don't understand this part, let me know in the comments below. We can absolutely go through it more if you need. And I realize I glossed over things like if statements and else if. But just generally speaking, JavaScript is very, very similar to Python. There are some things that are maybe a little bit tricky in of itself. But of course, if you need this, just go on our GitHub repo, grab all this code, and then that way you can end up using it for the next part where we actually save this, which means that we will have to do stuff on our FastAPI side as well, then to trigger something on JavaScript to actually save this in the backend too. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and create a video watch event endpoint in FastAPI. All this means is we want to post this data somewhere, much like we would with a HTML form. So we're going to go ahead and send post data here. And we're going to send JSON data. So this is JavaScript object notation. So we actually need to turn this into a JSON string. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go ahead and first create our endpoint. So in main.py for our FastAPI app, I'm going to put it in here and I'll put it at the very bottom. So I'll go ahead and do app.post and then we'll do a watch/event endpoint. Okay. So to handle this data, it's going to be watch event view, and it's going to take in a request by default because we definitely want the user, and then it's going to take in data. And then we're going to go ahead and print out what that data is, and I'll return back working with the value of true. Okay. I also will print out request.user.is authenticated. Great. So two things that are pretty interesting for this, of course, getting whether or not the user is authenticated is fairly important. So I actually want to authenticate this user first. Let's go into our project here. Notice that autoplay is now working for me after I've been using this service a bit. But I'm going to go back in here into my application and I'm going to delete all of my cookies here. And I'll refresh in here, and now I've got my cookies going. Everything's looking good. Okay, cool. So I want to log in. Let's go into login. And I definitely need a logout view. We'll do that at some point. Let's go ahead and log in with a proper user. Okay, and we'll go into our videos, and I'll ignore that. Click on one of the videos, and I'll just pause it. I don't need the autoplay running. Anyways, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually send a watch event here. Let's call this watch event. There we go. Back into detail.html where all of our post JSON data is, or all of the watch event JSON data is currently. We're now going to run fetch. Fetch itself is a method to send data. So we're going to go ahead and call this watch-event. Okay, so fetch by default is a get method. So what we want to do is we want to have some request options. So I'll go ahead and say first var req options. And what we want is, of course, our method, and that's going to be post. Okay, so as of now, this is a post method with absolutely no data. Next, we're going to go add in headers. The next header we want is our content type. And I want the dash in there. So with that dash, I put it into a string. This is going to be application JSON. And then the final thing is the actual body, the actual data itself that I'm going to send. And that's going to be json.stringify the data that I'm sending in, which is this object right here. Okay, cool. So here are all of my request options. This will send post data. So just that alone is pretty much fine, which I'll explain in a second. But if we save main.py, refresh in here, now mine should actually start running. Oh, autoplay didn't work that time, which is interesting. But there we go. We have it running, and we've got our console in here. It says saving. I'm going to go ahead and mute this because I can actually hear it. I'm going to go ahead and pause that, and we'll come back in here. And then we'll take a look at our console, and what do you know? It's actually printing out that data, and it's saying that my user is actually authenticated. Really, really cool stuff. So you might be wondering, oh, well, what is this data? What if I called this like, ABC, copied and pasted that, right? What's going to happen here? Now let's refresh in here, and I have it running. I'll pause it just to get it to trigger something. And I come back in here, and what do you know? It's the same data. Now, again, let's go ahead and just say ABC, save it, and we refresh. Okay, let's let it reload. There it is, it's reloading, it's running again, and we pause it, and we've got that same data. So what we call this argument doesn't actually matter that much for this purpose or this point here. So we can leave it in as data. The other thing is, since I actually turned it into JSON data here, do I assume that this is actually a JSON string? Well, the answer is no. Notice that I've declared that it's a dictionary already. It's not an str. In other words, if you're familiar with using JSON in Python, what you have to do often is do something called json.dumps to turn into a JSON string, right? So this is going to be then a JSON string, and then json.loads from a JSON string, and then that turns into a dictionary or some sort of value that it was. So FastAPI does that for us automatically. This is like definitely one of the biggest reasons why FastAPI is such an amazing tool for creating API endpoint events, right? And it took us a while to get to this point for this particular project, but there's a lot of projects out there that don't require nearly as much as what we needed. But now that we have this, of course, we want to clean this data and save it. But before I even do that, what I want to do here is I want to actually send back this working is true. So back into detail.html, I want to actually handle some stuff in here to really discuss why I'm going to leave this up here and probably not even do a whole lot here with maybe one exception. But now that I've got this fetch, I can actually do another line here and say then, and we do response and use the fat arrow method here, equals and greater than, and then we would go ahead and do response.json. This is actually how we handle the initial response back from it, and it's assuming that it's going to send back JSON data. So in other words, how we send JSON data back right here by sending back a dictionary, the client or the front end is going to assume that. Whereas if we think about our render method, this is not JSON data. This is just HTML data, which is just text data. So it's a little bit different of a response overall. The content type coming from the server is going to be different. Now, typically speaking, though, when you're working with APIs and you have an application JSON as the post data, the data you send, typically what comes back is also JSON data. It doesn't have to happen that way, but it usually is. So then after we get this response, we can do some other stuff with this data. So this is the responding data. This is the actual JSON response. We can go ahead and console log something like success and then what that data is. The final thing is, this is maybe the only thing we really need to implement is something called catch. And this is going to be our error. And then in here, we can console log that there was an error or some sort of error occurred on the, actual or error like that. This is some sort of error that actually occurred in these fetch post. It could be usually probably from the backend, but it could be other things as well. And so this is where we talk about this right here. Okay. So if I comment this out and never have this trigger or never have it change back to 0, what ends up happening? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. We'll pause it one time, which starts that event, and then I'll play it again. And now it's going to save it constantly. It's going to continuously send back every time we did that interval, which if it's every second, it's probably not that big of a deal. But I want it to just be triggering off of the events itself. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up is you might be like, oh, well, I'll only actually reset that when it does succeed. Not, perhaps you forget to catch the errors and don't reset it there either. So that would be an opportunity to, improve overall how this whole thing ends up getting saved. but I'm just going to go ahead and allow this to be saved here. And if there is an error of some kind, perhaps we send another fetch event for some sort of logging event or some sort of error logging here. So fetch to an error catching endpoint. That really just is like a catch-all, get every sort of error that could possibly happen, and maybe some additional data there. That's not something that I'm going to implement at this point. But the general idea here is, of course, if you're not actually seeing any data come through on the back end, then obviously there's something going on with our fetch event anyway. But for our users, what we don't want to have happen is it overloading their system or overloading our backend because one event failed, right? So if we don't reset this, it's just going to continuously send the event, right? Because the interval will always be bigger than this interval. So at every single monitor time interval, it's going to run this, which again, going back, if I brought this down to, 100 milliseconds, that's going to be sending it so often and just, in a way overloading our database, our backend, really, potentially our database, but most likely just our backend, and require much more robust services. So this also reminds me, or at least should alert to you, that if you don't have a really solid backend server, then perhaps you just bring this up quite a bit and maybe miss chunks or more chunks as to when the user is actually watching, right? Of course, you could also just do it if they pause the video, if they navigate away from the actual endpoint or the actual URL itself, or if the video ends. Those could be the only 3 events that you ever actually, monitor for. But I wanted that continuous monitoring, which is why I implemented that. And also why we just wanted to have a little chat about some of those potential challenges that could come up if you don't set this here. Great. So now we need to actually handle this data and store it in somewhere. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now we need to insert this data, the watch event data, into our database. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and create a new folder, a new Python module for watch events. We will turn it into a module with the init file, and then we'll go ahead and create models.py. Okay, so this one I'm going to do all from scratch so we can think through all of the things we need to do. So first off, we're going to go ahead and import UUID. I'm going to be using the time UUID field for actually ordering things. Next, I'm going to go ahead and do from Cassandra.CQL engine, I'm going to import columns. And then from Cassandra.CQL engine.models, we're going to import the model class. And then I'll go ahead and do from app. We're going to import config. We'll declare our settings, and that's of course config.get settings. Then we'll declare our class of watch event, and this is going to take in the model, of course. And we'll declare our key space to start. So 2 underscores, key space, 2 underscores equals to our settings.keyspace. Now we need to design this. First off, it's going to be our host ID. This is going to be our primary key. This is the partition key as well. So it's the main key that we're going to be looking up these watch events from, right? So this is every single video will have a potential watch event that we will actually be retrieving for any given user. Next, we're going to go ahead and add in an event ID. So similar to like what we saw in the video, we had the ability to store essentially a UUID that also assigned a time to it. This one is really just a time UUID, so columns.time UUID here. And this time we're going to have a clustering order in here. Not just that, but we're going to go ahead and have it in descending order. So that means that when we actually query this, the very first one will be the most recent one, which is also nice. Next, we're going to go ahead and add in a user ID. And of course, this one is going to be a UUID field itself. And it will have a primary key as well, or will be a primary key. So I'll go ahead and copy this, paste in there. And along with the time UUID, I'll also add in a default for UUID.UUID1, right? So this clustering order can be descending or ascending with ASC. So that is pretty important if you want the order to switch. And you're going to want to do this in advance, but I will show you in the next one how we could change these things while we're testing stuff out by dropping tables when necessary. So this host ID is going to be based off of the other host ID for the video. So specifically this right here. Okay, so we'll bring that back in here. Identical. I just want to make sure it was identical based off of basically the top level of this, right? So one other thing that I might consider adding in here are items related to the actual video itself, right? So if I wanted to add in the service, the title, and so forth, I totally could. Now, one of the things I might add in here is the URL, right? So perhaps I want to have the actual URL where this watch event happens. So instead of calling it a URL, we call it like path or something along those lines, right? So that certainly might be another thing that I'll keep. Now, the other details about our watch event. So what I want to do first is our start time. So like, when did I actually start this video? Like, what point, how many seconds? I'm going to go ahead and use a double for this. The double gives me a little bit more accuracy over like a float or a decimal number. So we'll just go ahead and do double. And then we'll also go ahead and do in time. This is the actual duration that we want to store. So if we think back to when we actually created that detail page, that's going to be our current time. Whatever that value is what we're going to save as our end time, as in our most recent end, right? So this is an event. This is when it ends. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and add in our duration. So there's going to be columns.double as well. And then finally, I'll go ahead and add in complete. Like, did I complete this video on the last watch? This is going to be a Boolean value. And we'll go ahead and say default equals to false. Okay, so now how do we actually go in to implement these things? So initially speaking, I'm actually going to ignore most everything except for the start time and the other values that I definitely need, like the host ID and the user ID. The event ID is going to be set on its own, okay? But the end time is what I really want here. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and grab this watch event into main.py. I need to import it, so we'll go ahead and do from.watch_events.models, import watch event. And then we need to sync this table. Okay, and we'll go ahead and scroll down to our actual events. At this point, I'm only going to monitor this if the user is authenticated. So instead of printing that out, I'll just go ahead and say if the requested user is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and create one. So create event.objects.create. And the first thing is going to be our host ID that is coming from our data. Now in our detail page, that is a video ID, right? I didn't call it anything different, but of course I can change it right now if I want to host ID, but I'll actually leave it in as just simply video ID, because changing it is going to be pretty easy and something we want to improve later. So I'll just go ahead and say data.get and video ID. Next up is going to be our user ID. This, of course, is request.user.username. In this case, because of how we store that username is based off of the user ID, right? The actual UUID field. Okay. So next up, we're going to go ahead and do start time. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and say 0. The duration, I'm also going to say just like 500. That's not accurate, but it'll at least give me an idea later when I go to look at this data that this is the part that's not accurate. But again, in the next one, we'll actually redo a lot of this stuff and improve it. So in time, we'll go ahead and now set that based off of, well, what did we actually send back? In our data, we had current time. Okay, so data.get and current time. Fair enough. And complete, we'll go ahead and say is just simply false. No matter what, it's going to be false. Okay, so we save this now, and let's go ahead and run it. So back into our video, I'm going to let this run a bit. And this should actually be creating our events when it says success or saving. Both of those times are going to be creating those events. So let's go ahead and pause this. And I should have had a number of events that had just occurred with this, right? So what I want to do now is I want to jump into the Python shell and just verify that this happened. So we're going to go ahead and do from app import DB, and then just do db.get session, just to start the Cassandra session inside of our Python shell here. And then from app.our watch events folder or module.models, we're going to import all. And now I just want to look at all of the watch events. So we'll do q equals to watch events.objects.all, and then for object in q, we'll go ahead and print out object.our event ID, and we'll go ahead and do object.inTime. And perhaps the host ID as well. Let's go ahead and just do that next to this. So obj host ID also. We print that out, and there we go. So the most recent one is on top. It is giving us the host ID value and the most recent time. And of course, if I actually printed out the user ID as well, I should be able to see that. So obj.user_id, and there we go, right? So user ID and all of that is coming in. So as you might imagine, this actual column could start to balloon a lot, because even just in a few seconds, we already have several entries here. So just imagine if they're watching thousands of videos all the time, this is going to start to become a lot of data, which I think is pretty cool. So the other part about this would be to use this watch event when we actually go watch a video or go look at a video to get the most recent in time, right? To be able to grab that for our user so they can see where they need to start. Like, what is that resume level, right? Whatever that ends up being up here, right? So there are still a few more things that we will clean out with this. But before we do, I really want to challenge the notion of this right here, this clustering order. You know, what if you actually did ASC? Or what if you wanted that? Like, what is the first time that I actually looked at this? What does that time look like? How do I actually grab that one, right? So there's a lot of different methods on how you could go about doing that. Really what I want to see is how do we actually remove an entire table or entire model from our database so I can make some changes as needed. So that is something we'll do very soon, so we have some familiarity with that. And then we'll also take a look at a few other aspects to this watch event itself. Now we're going to go and take a look at how to drop a database table or a Cassandra model. Now it's pretty easy to do, and I'll give you a use case as to when you might do it. Let's say, for instance, you wanted to change your clustering order for your watch event. Maybe the first event you want first. The first time somebody watched a video, you want that to show up first. In my case, I don't want that. I want it in descending order. Now, of course, this is actually the clustering order I did in the last video, but I want to actually just switch it back, right? Or I want to have the ability to switch between the two, do some tests, and decide which one I might want. Now, this is also true for dropping columns as well, right? So let's say, for instance, you don't want this column any longer. You want to just rename it altogether. So this is where you can actually just drop the entire table and then just resync everything. Sure, you're going to lose your data, but again, we're modeling this stuff out. We're still figuring it out exactly what data we want. If you are already in production with this data, it's a whole different story, something we're not going to cover right now. So go ahead and start a Jupyter notebook if you don't already have it started, and open it up. And I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate one of these, and we'll just call this, we'll rename it, and we'll just call it drop database table. Okay, really simple, not that big of a deal as far as how it's done. And the first two lines are really, or maybe the first three are really the only things that I need for this one. I'm going to go ahead and delete these cells here. I'm also going to bring in my configuration. I probably don't need my user or to sync the table. I could sync the table if I wanted to drop it and then bring it back in, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to grab the session itself. And then I'm also going to, well, let's leave it just at this for a moment to see exactly what it is that we're trying to do here. So let's go ahead and run each one of these. Then I'm going to go ahead and actually declare this db get session to a session variable. And then I also want to do settings equals to config.get settings, not sessions, but settings. There we go. And so what I need is, of course, my key space, and that's settings.keyspace. And now I need to declare the command. So the command itself is drop table, and then our key space dot our model name, right? So that's the command. And we can use string substitution, of course. So what's the model name? Now, you might be thinking, if we come in here and say, well, the model name in this case is watch event. This actually translates to watch underscore event. It lowercases everything. And then if it is capitalized like this, it will give a spacing, or well, a spacing with an underscore and then lowercase everything. So watch event ABC becomes watch event ABC, something like that. So that of course means our model name is just simply watch event. That's it. Okay, so there is our command. And let's call this model name. There's a command now to drop this table. Really simple. We can also add in something for if exists. Okay, so if exists just is saying if this table even exists, then go ahead and run this. So to actually drop it, we just run session.execute, and that will actually drop that command, or it'll drop that table altogether and all of the data in it. So I can also use R to get what the result is. If I look at that, it gives me no information. So I'm going to go ahead and do dir to get something about it. And we can see dir all. So basically I would just say for item in r.all print item. Run that, and it will give me some sort of value when it actually makes sense. Okay, so now that I've got this, how do I actually bring that table back in? Well, naturally, I just run a save event, because if I save anything in FastAPI with uviacorn -- reload running, or this command right here, it will actually look for changes. In other words, save events on any given file, and then it'll actually resync everything. And of course, that actual table is being synced up with sync table on our onStartup method here, right? Simple enough. Hopefully all that stuff is already well understood. And so at this point, I actually don't have any, actual table events. Like I can't actually see if this table exists in this drop table itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring it in. So we'll do from app dot video, or rather watch events dot models. We're going to import our watch event class. Okay, and so still with that session there, right below the key space, I'm going to go ahead and insert the item here with getting the query set. So objects.all. And this will give me a query set. Granted, I could go through this query set, or I can actually get the query string itself, and that is going to be the str of q dot underscore select underscore query, just like that. This will actually give me the exact query I need to use on a execution. So I'll now do QR as in query execution, which is, or query result set, which is going to be session.execute and that query string or that command, and then for item in q underscore r dot all print out the item itself. And of course, I don't have any items still, so let's go ahead and actually make some. So in my video membership here, I'll go ahead and let it run. So it actually does save some items in the database, hopefully every 5 seconds, assuming that's working correctly. Or at least assuming that's what the iteration I actually did, or that you did. And so at this point, it should have something saved, right? So we should have things, it looks like we did at 12 seconds, at 10 seconds, and at 5 seconds, or at least it attempted to do it. Well, who knows if it actually did. So now back into our Jupyter Notebook, let's go ahead and run this again. And sure enough, I got 3 things in here, and it was at, let's look at this, 12, 10, and 5. Great. All of that ended up working. It worked well. It was simple enough. And then of course I could delete the database all over again. But that's just a really quick way to drop a table and then retest to make sure that it is even in there. Of course, if I dropped the table and tried to run all of these things again, I would get a different error. So let's go ahead and try that. So I ran that session command, and let's go ahead and reprint everything out. Notice that nothing's in there, which means that it was just successful and there was no response really. And now I try to run this again. Now it gives me this invalid request, right? Because this table does not exist in the database right now. So again, just need to save inside of our FastAPI application, run that again. And again, we don't have any data in there. So we could, repeat the cycle all over again So I think this is important because for me, while I was actually hammering out the watch event, I put the wrong clustering order and I couldn't figure out why I had it in the wrong value. And then I realized, oh, it wasn't in descending, I had it in ascending. It was just a really simple thing. And this is what I do frequently is I'll spin up that Jupyter notebook, verify all the things that I was trying to do, and then drop tables and do all that. So this is really where I spend a lot of time diagnosing the challenges that I face. Obviously, I presented to you as pretty much well fleshed out because I've already done a lot of the work to get to the point where, hey, this is the watch event model that we want. Now let's build on top of it. And that's actually where we'll leave it. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so we need to add additional data to this watch event. I want to get the start time that I used. Now, this is actually pretty simple because we grab that start time up here. So that initial start time can be used in my data itself. So we'll go ahead and come in here and say start time, and we'll bring it in just like that, initial start time. And again, I'm not going to rename how these data items are because the actual backend will do a lot of that work for me, as we'll see. The next thing is the actual player has other methods that I can use, like get duration. So that's another one that I can just simply add on here, just duration and player.get duration. Simple enough, right? So now I've got a couple of those. So we've got start time, end time, duration, and complete. So how do I know if it's complete? Well, I'll go ahead and say const, or let's leave it in as var actually. So var duration equals to player dot get duration. Okay. So I'll use that. And then we'll go ahead and say complete. Well, is the start time, or rather the current time, is that close to the actual duration? So basically, I want to get 90%, or let's say 98% of the duration. So duration times 0.98. Is that less than the current time? That's it. This should give me a Boolean value of true or false, and then I can actually store that in my backend. So let's go ahead and take a look at that in our actual data itself. So we've got it printed out. So let's take a look at the console log. And so we'll go ahead and run a video, and I'll just go all the way up. Let's just go ahead and get close to finishing it. Notice that it says complete still, and then what do you know? There it is. It completed. Okay. So it's just a really simple way to grab that. Now, naturally, I could do a higher number, or I could say it's equal to or greater than, right? So I could also just say, is the duration basically equal to the current time, right? Which might be nice. Now, this flag actually doesn't matter that much because we are still storing this data in the backend. So in the backend, I can also update whether or not this is completed. I probably shouldn't actually take the client side into account on whether or not this thing is completed. So we could try that one again and now go maybe right before the video ends, and sure enough, there it goes. And it's still saying false, right? So let's maybe not all the way there. Let's give it a couple seconds, and still false, right? So that's because, of course, the current time can't be perfectly at the duration based off of how we're grabbing the current time and a number of other things related to it. So that's why I actually typically end up using some sort of percentage value. And I think 98% is a good way to say, yeah, I pretty much finished it. Now, of course, you could also round this up to the nearest second because the duration is not going to have a fraction. Or most likely won't have a fractional duration as far as I know. I believe it rounds the duration to the nearest second, but I could definitely be wrong on that. So that's just some data that we, of course, need. Now, then in our actual model itself, we would update these things. So the start time, in this case, is start time. So data.get start time. Cool. And then our duration, data.get and duration. And then complete, data.get complete. Okay. So now we have a little bit better of a look as far as the data is concerned. that we might want to have on any given video and what it ends up storing in the data itself. So if I actually set this equal to the object and then print out the object itself just to make sure it is coming through, do keep in mind that I just literally made a change to the video itself. The backend itself, so the video might have lost some data, right? So while I was saving that, I did refresh the backend, but there we go. So now we're getting a lot of that data coming through on the watch events themselves. Pretty straightforward as to how to do all this, and hopefully at this point, this was like mind-numbingly simple. But the thing is, and you might be wondering, do we really want to take in just this raw data like this? And the answer is no. We want to use Pydantic to just clean it. And then also, if there are missing data parts, we actually have some sort of backup value for it. We also want to have this data being mapped somewhere, or at least being validated when we end up using that as well, right? So if I did use this data, perhaps I do want to use these keys, but really I don't. I want my actual data fetching to catch those keys, run an error based off of what they currently are, and not assume anything about the data that's coming in or the data that I'm saving. Pydantic really does the heavy lifting there. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and transform our watch event view to use Pydantic data. So inside of watch events here, we're going to go ahead and do schemas.py. Now we've, of course, already made a few schemas in here. And really for this one is mostly just the base model from Pydantic. So that's what we'll end up doing here. We'll do from Pydantic, import base model. And I'll go ahead and do class watch event schema. And it's going to be our base model. And let's go ahead and take a look at the fields that we will want here. Host ID, that is going to be definitely one that we'll bring in here, and that's going to be a string. Next up is the event ID. I do not need that inside of Pydantic. The user ID I also want to have, so user ID. This is not an optional value at this point, so I'll go ahead and import UUID, and we'll do uuid.uuid. Okay. That class, we could still keep it as a string, but I'll keep it in as UUID because that's, well, what the column value is. Path, that's something that I actually have not brought back, but path is going to be a string itself. This time is actually going to be an optional string. So I'm going to go ahead and import typing, or rather we'll do from typing, import the optional class here. And so we can actually just put optional around this str, and that allows that to be an optional field. Next up is our start time. This is double. End time and duration, all doubles. So start time. This is going to be a float then. End time, also a float. And then duration, also a float. Okay. And then finally, we'll go ahead and have complete. And this is going to be a Boolean value. Okay. Simple enough. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and bring it on over into main.py. And now what we'll do is we'll come in and go from .watch events .schemas, import our watch event schema. And we'll scroll down to the very end of this watch event. Now the data is not going to be this, and rather it's going to be, we'll call this a watch event. It's going to be of the data type watch event schema, which means that the data that's coming in here will be automatically passed to this schema. Then our response model will be of that exact schema. So now the data is going to be the watch event.dict. This will actually allow me to have that data here. And so I should be able to use this data. So that, let's go ahead and do let's call this our raw data here, or let's call it our cleaned data actually. And then I'll go ahead and say copy, or a copy of that data, which is going to be data.cleandata.copy. And then I'll do data.update and user ID. And this is going to be our request.user.username and any other data I might need, which I think it's just that one, right? And so from here, I can then go ahead and unpack all of that data inside of here. And so now I've got maybe a little bit better of data overall. But of course, now I actually have a schema that's going to validate this data incoming. So let's go ahead and take a look at our URL here. And we got our console. So actually one of the things I will add though is that path value. So let's go ahead and go into the template itself, and we'll go into detail here. And I do want to add in the path itself. And so that is as simple as window.location.pathname. This is how you can get the path. You could also use href, which would include the entire URL, but I'm going to leave in just path name here. And there we go. So now we've got our data, and we should now test it out. So on our video membership here, I'm going to get rid of that preserve log. We'll just go ahead and pause it because that should actually trigger an event. Sure enough, it does. I get this success of detail. This is actually not a successful call. However, it is also not an error. So this is not actually a server error that happened here. This is just a 422 error. We have the incorrect fields here, right? So the host ID in the body is not there, and so on, right? All of the field names are incorrect, basically. And so that's what we want to add in here. And we'll go ahead and do that with current time. This is going to be our end time, and then our start time. Duration, video ID is our host ID. And there we go. So now I just changed those things. Now again, I sort of mentioned that we're probably not going to do that. We're going to use Pydantic, and that's essentially what I did here. Now the user ID is one that's actually not being sent through, and we did see that it is required. Well, I can also add this as an optional value in the schema itself. And when I do that, I'm going to go ahead and bring this down here. In fact, this is probably one that I don't want to have. I don't need to identify the user ID at all in this watch event because I actually set it inside of the event itself right here. And then the actual data about the event ID, that's set by the Cassandra database or AstraDB. So now when we run this through and we pause it, now we're getting an internal server error. So let's see what that one is. And again, we're getting this field value is missing from the response now. Okay, so the response itself is looking for that exact same schema that was coming back. And so in this case, it's not actually sending it back. It's not sending anything back for it. So we could change the response model. The response model does not have to be the same model that's ingesting this data. It definitely can be, but it certainly doesn't have to be. And so I can definitely bring back and return that data like that. And I mean, heck, I could return that data all throughout or just return the initial data itself. Either one will suffice. And so let's try it again because the ingestion of the data is one thing, and then the last part of that data is another, right? And so now we've got that path there. We've got all of the other information that you might need, and also what that start time would end up being. And that's also what's coming back from the backend as we see here as well. Just another thing to just verify, hey, we're at the same place for both of these data items. And I certainly don't have to do that. I could actually serialize or turn this object data into this response model as well. That is certainly an option, just one that I'm not going to do. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and just leave it in like that. And there we go. So for the most part, this watch event thing is done. I don't think I have to do a whole lot else as far as tracking this watch event and also making sure that it is good data that's coming through. One of the big things that I might consider doing, which I'm not going to do right now, is actually adding in an additional token for these watch events, like actually having a token for when they start watching data and keeping track of that token so that it's not like a bot of some kind. But that gets into a whole nother area of complicated that we're just not going to cover just yet. And so here we go in our watch events. Of course, one of the other things about this is I don't actually love where this is located. Instead, what I would rather do is something very similar to my routers from before, is actually bringing in my watch event router. And so that's something we'll do right now. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and convert our watch event view into a router. So I'll go ahead and copy this and go into watch events, create routers.py, paste this in here. go to my other routers and, well, copy a lot of it. So I'll go ahead and copy all this at the top, paste in here. And so now the model is, of course, different. This time it's just simply our watch event model. The schema is our watch event schema. Everything else is pretty much the same. Prefix, I don't need one any longer. I just want watch event itself. The router is also coming in just like that. And of course, now might be a good idea to maybe put events as my prefix, potentially, and maybe also have API/events and then /watch. Perhaps this is how I want to go about doing this for my watch events in the future. And so, of course, I would have to change my endpoint on my front end, but we just want to get in the habit of thinking of things that potentially could change in the future. And calling the API as the endpoint, I think, makes a lot more sense, especially with this project. So that's where we'll leave it. Next, I don't think we need any of the shortcuts in here, as well as the login required decorator. This really only should work based off of this right here. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and only put the data if the user is authenticated. Now, one of the things we could think about doing, though, is making another kind of model for unauthenticated users. Instead of having the watch event, maybe we have anon or anonymous user watch event and doing all the same thing, but just omitting the user ID data there. Maybe we could get their IP address. We could do other things in there to track that user as well. But that's getting outside the context of what I'm trying to do here. This is all about video membership. So I'm sort of assuming that everyone watching is a video member. And so I just need API router here. I'll get rid of some of these other imports that we simply do not need. Okay, so now that we've got this router, I'll go back into main.py. We're going to go ahead and get router of that final thing there. Scroll to the top and go into from.watch events.routers. We're going to import the router as the watch event router, much like what we did with the videos above. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. I still need the model itself. And now I'm going to go ahead and do app.include router watch event router. And then the final step on this would be to grab this API endpoint and add it into my actual template itself. So scroll up to the detail template here and grab that endpoint, which is this right here. In fact, this is actually a good opportunity to copy this and change the location of that endpoint. And so I'll go ahead and say var endpoint equals to that, or let's call it our watch event endpoint. Okay, and then scroll down and paste that there. Okay, there we go. It's good enough. Now, this is another thing that perhaps I add into my div as well. Like perhaps I add that in as an endpoint argument on the div itself. But again, that's not something I particularly need to worry about right now. All I need to check now is that I'm still getting those events. So let's go ahead and run this. And sure enough, current time is still being logged. This is from AstraDB. Current time is being logged, and it should be saving some of this data every few seconds. It looks like it is. There we go. Great. So I'm going to pause that, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of the console log statements. I no longer need any of these in here, especially because any sensitive data we might want to have, we could, we just don't want to show them. So we'll go ahead and get rid of all that console log. Typically speaking, you do not have console log data showing up unless you are diagnosing some errors in there. And so this catch error, again, go ahead and just console log it as well, or get rid of the console log as well. And so now when I'm playing it, it's not showing me anything whatsoever. Okay, great. So now, of course, that I have routers and I've updated a number of things related to the location of all of this stuff, it's time to actually finally implement these watch events into the start time for this user. Now we're going to go ahead and get the resume time for any given user and any given watch event. So what I want to do is jump into the watch events here, and we're going to go ahead and add in a static method, and we're going to go ahead and call get resume and time. And it's pretty simple. We grab the host ID and the user ID. And what we want to do here is first off get a query set that's going to be based off of this. So it's going to be, of course, based off of the watch event itself, .objects.filter, and there's going to be the host ID equals to the host ID, and user ID equals to user ID. Now, the bad thing about this, or the thing that we need to be aware of, is I need to use allow filtering. Now, in order to actually grab what that data is, that's why I need that. Okay, so basically now we will also do .first. And so this is actually a object. So we'll go ahead and say obj is equal to that. And resume time is going to start out at 0. This object is likely going to be none for the vast majority of time. So we'll go ahead and say if obj is none, or rather if it's not none, then we'll go ahead and say if obj.complete, or rather if it's not complete, then we'll go ahead and say the resume time is equal to obj.end time, right? So really, if it's not complete, then we'll go ahead and add in that resume time here. Now, if you recall, this complete method was based off of what's inside of the call from the actual front end from the client itself. So I can also add in a property here and define completed, for example, which would take in self. And this is where I could have something where it's like my end time, I could return maybe self.duration. We grab that duration and we maybe multiply that by, let's say 0.97, right? A little bit lower than the other one, and basically self.end time, right? So that would be another thing that I could do if not completed or not self.completed, or rather that would actually be obj.completed, right? So two different ways on how to actually call that. And so that will then be my resume time. And then finally, we would return that resume time. Simple enough. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and jump into our router for the detail page. And we'll do our import first. So from app.watch events.models, we're going to import our watch event. And now we'll come down here and we're going to grab our resume time. So this is actually what I'll call as my start time now, is watch event dot, get resume time. And this is going to be our host ID and our user ID. But wait a minute, what is our user ID? Well, our start time is going to default to 0. If our request.user.is authenticated, then I can get the resume time. And the user ID, of course, is going to be equal to request.user.username. And there we go. Now we've got this start time. I can add it in as my context here. And then in my detail template, where all this is declared, I can now add in my start time as an argument here. And the fact that I do have a default start time in my JavaScript means that if I accidentally made a mistake with the start time, the JavaScript will not fail. It will just go back to 0, or at least it shouldn't fail. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and jump into any given view. In fact, I want to go ahead and just show this. Let's also clean it up a bit and say h1 and do object maybe .title instead of all this other stuff here. And then I'll just do it object, or let's just show our start time underneath that. Let's get rid of this and that. I probably don't need to show the embed code anymore, but I'll still leave it in there. And so there we go. We've got our start time at 2 seconds. If I go to 1:30, pause it, 1:36, refresh in here, 96 seconds now, and it resumes right where I left off. That is awesome. Okay, so now I can also just say, if the title is even there, then we'll go ahead and bring that in just like that. Okay, sure enough, there it is. And also enough, I can come back and just pause this, 43 seconds, refresh. There it is, 43 seconds. Pretty cool. I actually really, really like this fact about how easy it is to work with all this. And now, of course, if we actually complete this video, let's go ahead and let it complete. The next time we go to look at this or to watch it, it will be at 0. It'll start from the very beginning. And so the other cool thing about this that I actually should have implemented a long time ago was this autoplay. I'm going to just leave that in as 0 because I don't need that to play every single time. But now I completed that video. Let's go ahead and open it back up. It's back at 0 and it's still autoplaying. Perhaps I need to look into that as well. But in any case, we have the ability to seek exactly where we need it to go. And it's all based off of our database entries, which I think is really, really cool. And it's also based off of whether or not things are complete and all of that. So now we're actually left with a brand new set of potential issues or things that we should consider. And that, of course, is playlists, or actually turning this into a collection of some kind. I'm going to just call them playlists, but basically having a bunch of videos in one. This is actually substantially easier than what we've done so far. And then from there, we probably need to add in a little bit of a search and then perhaps a logout feature and clean up some of the navigation. But that's really it. We now have, I think, a lot of the primary core features to all of this. Now, the biggest caveat that I haven't actually implemented here was ensuring that this is actually a requested user logged in, and then also maybe adding in permissions on what kind of member this is. But I'm just going to assume throughout this, if it wasn't clear already, that the member or the person who's logging in, if they are logged in, they are going to be considered a member. Otherwise, they just simply can't log in. So that's a piece that I'm not necessarily going to cover at this point, but we really have a lot of good stuff going on here. And thanks to, Cassandra databases, actually storing all this data at scale is certainly possible. The limitations that we have now are really going to be the limitations of our actual FastAPI server on how fast or how robust it can be to handle the scale that we might need. And of course, also the user interface as far as the navigation is concerned, and finding maybe a collection of videos versus one-off videos like we have here. So that's something we'll do very soon. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and introduce the list column so we can actually create a playlist model. It's pretty straightforward. So inside of our app here, we'll go ahead and create the playlist folder, and we'll go ahead and turn it into a Python module with our init file, and then we'll go ahead and create models.py. So the first things I want to import are date time, and then we'll also import UUID. Now, it's often that you'll also see it as from datetime, import datetime, or you could use just datetime.datetime, like I do often. But anyways, I'll go ahead and just do that. And then we'll go ahead and do from Cassandra.SQL engine. We're going to import a couple things. I'll actually do this twice just to save a little bit of time. So .models. The first one is going to be columns and then model. And now we'll go ahead and declare our playlist model itself. So I also need my configuration from the app. So from app, import config, and our settings equals to config.get settings, so that I can actually create my key space and settings.keyspace. There we go. So what are the things that I want here? First, we'll go ahead and have a database ID. We'll have a user ID. We'll have an updated field, like when was this last saved, essentially. And then we'll go ahead and use host IDs. Now, host IDs is the one that we really want to focus on for this one and the next few. And this is going to be columns.list. The updated field is pretty straightforward. It's columns.datetime, and we're going to just add in a default. This default will be datetime.utc-now. That's a very common way to set a actual timestamp on a column of some kind without any other UUID things. So this is going to be a Python timestamp that we can use later. So you could think of this as simply just timestamp, but the reason I'm calling it updated is because I will actually change it over time, like when I make changes to the host IDs here. Next, our user ID. We've already done this a lot, so columns.uuid, and we'll make it optional. In this case, we're not really focusing on user-generated content, but I do still want to keep track of user IDs when I actually add these, because if you have a few people on your staff that you want them to be able to add playlists, that's kind of the point. Or if you want your end users to add playlists too, that's another thing. So the database ID, This one is simple. It's just going to be columns.uuid. This, of course, is going to be our primary key. We'll set it equal to true, and a default of UUID1, just so we have some sort of time stamp associated to the ID itself, right? So we kind of have two times that are situated with this playlist. Now, another thing I might want to have is maybe a title. So we'll do columns.text for this one. And so the host ID, the actual list here, we actually need to set a value type as well. So the value type being, well, what is it that I want inside of this list? So if you think of a list as a bracket here, you can do 1, 2, and 3. The value type of this list would be, well, an int that will actually have integers. And so that's not the column value type. What we actually want is a text value type, so we'll do columns.text. So it's not the actual type itself, the actual Python type. It would be the columns. So this would be columns.integer based off of the CQL engine, right? So in this case, we now have a value type of text. So that means that I can actually store host ID videos, so like ABC123, inside of here. The other cool thing about a list itself is we can actually have it in order, so I can change the order as I need. Now that we have this, we need to have a method to actually add in our hosts IDs. And so we also need a way to grab the videos, the actual video instances from this. And that's actually what I want to explore inside of Jupyter, and then we'll build out this model a bit more. With our Jupyter Notebook server running, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate our video add tests, and we'll just call this our playlist tests. We'll rename it and simply playlist tests. Okay, so let's go ahead and open this up, and I'll get rid of a few things in here. That's pretty much these last few. Go ahead and delete that, and we'll also get rid of the user. We'll just leave that empty for now, and I'll do from app.playlists.models. We'll go ahead and import playlist. And I'll also declare the session here, and I'm also going to go ahead and get config so that I can get the settings as well. So settings equals to config.get settings. Okay, there we go. And so right off the bat, I'm actually going to have a way, oops, this should not be user, but rather playlist. And right off the bat, I'm going to have a way that inside of my session, I can actually execute a command. So we'll go ahead and do execute. And this command, of course, will be drop table if exists. And this is going to be our playlist table. So I'll first off do settings.keyspace and then .playlist. Okay, so this is actually, I want this above the sync table method here. This is so I can do a bunch of different tests. That's it. That's the point of this one. And so maybe we want to have some condition like allow table drop being true. And so later, if you ever run this, you don't accidentally drop a table that you actually want, right? So at the end, maybe we should change that to false. Okay, so we run this, and sure enough, it does everything that we probably needed to do. So the first thing is actually creating a playlist object. And that's playlist.objects.create and title being hello world. Okay, so if we look at the object there it is. And so one of the things about our datetime here is I can update it at any time. So let's go ahead and import datetime. Now I'll show you the other method I use with datetime all the time, which is going to be obj.updated equals to datetime.datetime.utc now, and then obj.save. Okay, so it's a really simple way to update our timestamps that are related to this playlist model, right? We could do it over and over again, of course, but I'm not going to really focus on that. I just wanted to show you that option. So what I really want to do is to be able to dynamically add these host IDs in here based off of this playlist. So one of the ways you could do it is just say obj.host_ID equals to, some new list. And we can save that. So again, obj.save, and then take a look at the object itself. And so obj.hostIDs, that is, we can now see that there is a list value in here. So it's actually not validating anything whatsoever. which is good and bad. It's good in the sense that if we try to do a video query set, we would do something like video.objects.filter, and we want to get our host ID, and we'll go ahead and say in the object.host IDs. And we can also just execute that by turning it into a list, and then look at the video query set like that, and we've got nothing, right? So this is actually telling as to how I designed this itself. So when I'm going to retrieve the videos, I will actually do a lookup on another table. Now, typically speaking, when it comes to Cassandra, this is not something that's often encouraged, is to do multiple table lookups when you're trying to get any specific data. So in other words, I can make this model a lot more complex by not having other table lookups. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to try and simplify this whole thing by maybe validating or invalidating some of the Cassandra best practices overall, which is okay, right? It's okay to actually get things done and get running, even if it's not necessarily the best use of that actual engine itself. In my opinion, the best use of this engine right now is really just monitoring the videos themselves, because there's going to be so much data that's collected and created there. Adding playlists and retrieving data from those playlists is going to be minor in relation to how many videos we actually end up storing. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and actually create a method, an actual instance method for adding in our own host IDs. And so I'm actually going to jump back into the playlist model itself and just do it here. So we're going to define a method here, and I want to call it add host IDs. It's going to take in self and our host IDs here. We'll have it as an empty list. And basically the first thing I want to check is if it's an instance of a list. And if it's not, I'll just return false. So really, if not is instance of a list, then I'll return false. After that, we can just set self.host IDs equaling to this host IDs here. However, the cool thing is it's a list column, which means that this value right here is actually a list. So I can also do plus equals. I can actually add items on here. And so that means I'm just going to go ahead and create a new flag or a new argument for replace all being false. So by default, I can say if replace all, then it's going to be kind of like that. Otherwise, it's going to be appending it. And when I say kind of like that, I just get rid of that plus, and there we go. Next, we'll just do self.updated equals to, well, the exact same datetime object here, and then self.save, and then we'll go ahead and return true, like it did actually add those hosts. Really simple, really straightforward. So now going back into our playlist tests, we'll just do kernel, restart, and run all. Okay. And so we've got our host IDs here. We've got an empty query set from the videos. Now I'm actually going to run object.add host IDs. The host IDs is going to be equal to, let's just do a set of videos. So now I'm going to update my video query set. So I'll just say Q, or let's do actually host IDs is equal to the list of video.objects.all. We're going to limit the number to 5, and then we're going to do value or values list here of just the field host ID, and we'll go ahead and say flat equals to true, and that will give me 5 different host IDs here. Great. So I'm actually going to go ahead and add them. I'll do the first 3 or so, and then I'll also go ahead and say replace all being true. And so now I'll go ahead and actually put this other one below here. And now I actually get a query set. Okay. Now the downside to this query set here is the ordering of it, right? So if we look at the actual ordering of these host IDs, or more specifically, the object stored ones, let's go ahead and insert that below here. We see the ordering starts with 9ix in my case. Yours is probably going to be different based off of your database. This is now the second one, right? So the actual host IDs in the object are stored in a particular order. So we can actually change the ordering of these things as we see fit, and then save it back to the column itself, which is actually really, really nice. But how I'm currently grabbing this stuff doesn't actually give me that order correctly. So what I want to do here is I want to reorder it inside of when I retrieve it. So I'm going to create another instance method here, and we're going to call this get videos. It's taken in self. It's obviously going to be a list of videos here. And so we actually want to grab that actual model. So we'll do from app.videos.models. We'll import the video class. And then we'll go ahead and do for host ID in self.hostIDs. So this, of course, will give me that actual host ID. So what I want to do here is put it into a try block and just say video obj equals to video.objects.get host ID equals to the iteration of host ID. And if it's not there, we'll just say video object is equal to none. And then if the video object is not none, then we'll go ahead and add it to this list here. Append that video object. And so now we actually have it stored in some sort of enumerated value, right? That's what's happening here. So that's, I think, actually pretty important here. So we're going to go ahead and save that. And now I'll go ahead and grab at the very bottom obj.getVideos, and we'll take a look at what that is. I'm going to go ahead and run kernel, restart and run all, and we should get roughly the same thing, but now just having our videos coming back in as an attribute. And it looks like this is spelled incorrectly. Let's try that again with actual append, kernel, restart and run all. So naturally it's dropping the original one. So it drops it, and then at the very end, it will only have one actual playlist in here overall. So let's actually just query the database for that. So I'll just say list playlist objects all, and sure enough, there's only one in there. And naturally at the very end, it actually gives us these video objects coming back. Cool. So that's doing some of the tests that we wanted to do with our playlists. I'm going to go ahead and turn this allow table drop to being false, so I don't actually accidentally drop the playlists in the future. And so now I have a really simple and easy way to grab this. Now we're going to go ahead and create our playlist routers. So I'll go ahead and actually copy all the routers from video. Let's just go ahead and copy that and go into playlist and create routers.py. We'll paste this in here, and I'm just going to do a Command F or Control F to find. What we want to find, of course, is video, and we're going to replace that with playlist. And we also want it to be caps, so it's only the capital video, replaced with a capital playlist, and we'll replace all of them. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the lowercase version of this as well and replace all of those. Great, simple enough. The playlist create schema we do not have, so let's go ahead and create that with schemas.py. And yet again, I'll go ahead and copy all of the schemas from the video schemas, and we'll bring in to our playlists here and repeat this same process. So lowercase video with the cap blocks on, or the cap checking, and then uppercase as well. And replace all, and there we go. So I actually don't have these exceptions here. So in the case of the playlist create schema, the thing that I don't need is most likely the URL, right? I really just need the title and all that. And granted, I'll have to add in a few things in here. Also adding the playlist, I don't have that method at all. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of all of this validation stuff. There we go. And we'll get rid of the exceptions and the extractors. I don't need that exception either. This is an incredibly simple one. I'm also not going to even validate the title for this user, because the user might actually have the same playlist title over and over again, and that's okay. Okay, so now that we've got this, so let's go ahead and jump in to our routers. We've got that playlist create schema. This, of course, is where our create model will end up being for the view as well as the post. The raw data that should come through is really just the title of it. The user ID, of course, is still our requested user. We are going to go through, get that data. From that data, I'll go ahead and say my playlist, or wait, if the length of data is greater here, we'll go ahead and grab it down underneath after all the errors. So go ahead and say object equals to the playlist.objects.create. And this is going to be that data. And again, it's going to be our user ID and the title. We look back into our models. We got our playlist, we got title and user ID. Everything else is roughly going to be set somewhere else or in another way. Okay. So we'll worry about that in a little bit as far as adding actual items to our playlist. But everything else is looking pretty good. Now, this is actually not going to be host ID, but now it's going to be the database ID. Okay. And we can leave it in as a string, or we can have it in as a UUID, which is what we actually save it in as with our database. Okay. So we'll worry about that later. Host ID, I'm actually going to go ahead and get rid of. So the is authenticated here. I actually might want to do something with that detail. But the general idea is our object is going to be in there. And then we'll go ahead and say videos. And it's going to be object.getVideos. All right. Start time, don't need that. Host ID, don't need that. Now, it's certainly possible that I might want to have my watch events in here so that I can actually see what the most recent watch event would end up being, right? So that I could say, oh, this video was most recently watched. That might be something we work on later. But there we go. We've got a bunch of routers here now. So let's go ahead and bring these routers into our main.py. And so above users, we want it to be in alphabetical order. So playlist is at the very top. So I'll go ahead and do from .playlists.routers import router as playlist router. And then we'll go ahead and add that in just like we have with these other routers. So playlist router. Great. And then in our templates, we have videos here. Now I can actually duplicate this exact same thing and it should make a copy for me as long as I bring it into templates. There it is. And we can now rename this to playlists. Inside of playlists, I don't actually have any renderers, so I'll go ahead and delete that one. But everything else is roughly going to show up correctly. Okay, so we've got our title here. That's really all I want to show here as far as the title is concerned. All of the other things on my detail page, I definitely do not want at this time. Okay, so the playlist should definitely have this title of some kind. The list itself now is a good time to really talk about the path itself and putting that on our object. And also we do want to have the title. This playlist, every single playlist essentially will have a title. But if it doesn't, we'll go ahead and leave in as dbid. Okay. And then finally create is just going to have title, no longer have our YouTube view video itself, and just say add playlist. Okay, simple enough. Great. And then we'll call this add playlist. And now if we've got our server running, sure enough we do, we can go into playlists. Let's see if we have any error here. We don't. We have our hello world playlist. Notice it's trying to go to a path of some kind, but I actually don't have one. So in models, I'll go ahead and add that in as a property, especially now that I've done all the routing. We'll call it path. And of course, it's going to return back our playlists / self.dbid. There we go. And so I refresh in here and I want to click on that playlist itself. And sure enough, there it is. Okay, great. So some of the basics there. Let's go back into creating one. Notice I'm not logged in anymore. So let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so we'll go to playlists and create. And I'll ignore that warning. Add a new playlist, and we'll go ahead and call this my video trailers or something like that. We add that playlist. Again, this field is required. Okay, that's fine. That just means that my routes are missing a field. Scroll down a bit. As sort of expected, I think, in our post here. URL does not need to be there any longer. Okay, save that. And we'll refresh this and resubmit the form. We get an internal server error. Let's see what that is. URL is not defined. This right here. Okay, save that again, refresh, run it again, and who knows, maybe it didn't actually end up working. Oh, it looked like it did. Okay, great. So the redirect path, it says data.getPath. This time I'm going to go ahead and say, object.path, because I create it later. I don't actually refresh that data at all. The data that we've got here should be the exact same data that we submitted, the actual raw data itself. Okay, so let's try that again with that create method. And yet another playlist, I'll go ahead and say the creator videos and hit add playlist. And there we go. Okay, so now we've got all these different playlists in here starting to make shape or take shape as to how we want it to work. Okay, so now what we need is actually dynamic URLs or dynamic way to add in videos, right? So inside of any given playlist, I want to be able to add videos here, both with videos that already exist, right? So if we look at videos here, definitely with some of these, or with videos that don't already exist and really just the URL. In other words, on the playlist itself, I kind of want to have something for like videos create. I want to have this ability at any time. And I'm going to do this using a package called HTMX. So HTMX is a really, really nice way to handle dynamic events that would happen inside of the browser instead of writing a bunch of JavaScript. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually think it's really useful to learn how to use JavaScript to do these more advanced things. But we already did pretty much the bulk of what I want to do with JavaScript, because it's really the only way to do it is through monitoring the video. The only way to do that realistically is through JavaScript at this time that I know of. HTMX, what it will allow me to do though, is it will allow me to go into a playlist like this, have a bunch of videos in here. I can remove them and I can also add them. And we can do all of that stuff dynamically, and that will all be done through HTMX. So realistically, the playlist detail view like this, if the correct user is logged in, they'll have the ability to make those changes. So that also means that we're, of course, going to have user roles of some kind, at least at a small level, so that the admin users will be able to manage whether it's the playlist themselves or the actual video themselves as well. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and use HTMX, and I'll explain why this is so powerful after we actually implement it. So jump into htmx.org, go to docs, go to installing here, and then for added security, go ahead and grab that script there. And we're going to bring this into base.html, and we'll load it right underneath our YouTube script here. So we're just going to save that. You could put this on detail.html in our playlist, which is where we're going to be working now, but you don't have to. Okay, so now we're going to actually use HTMX. So the first thing I want to do is add in a div class here. I'll give it a div of, let's just call this our video create form or something like that. Just a simple div, just like that. So inside of here, I want to continuously add new video create form items here. And I'll go ahead and add in a button. And in here, we're going to use some HTMX parameters. The first one is hx-get. This is going to be video/create. Okay. And so the next part of that is how it's going to run that get call. And that's going to be hx trigger. And that's going to be click. And then we want to change the target with hx-target equaling to this right here. So we'll do hashtag create video create form, the ID of that div. And then finally, we'll do hx-swap, and I'll call this before end. I'll explain that in a minute. And then we'll go ahead and call this add video form or something like that. Simple enough. Okay. What does this look like? Let's save it and go into the detail page. Refresh in here. There's our button. We click it. We click it. We click it. We click it. Do you see how amazing HTMX is now? Now, of course, this form itself is not really designed for HTMX right now. Right now, it's designed for the standard look when we go there, which is in videos and create. So let's just augment this just a little bit for the get call. We're not going to handle the post request just yet. We'll just handle the get call right here. So this is formatted where it just shows the form itself. It doesn't have the title, and it certainly does not have the links like every single page does. So to do this formatting, we're going to go ahead and jump in to the actual route itself for the video create view here. Okay, so inside of this route, we want to just augment this only a little bit. So the way we do that is the HTMX library actually sends in a header called hx-request. We can actually access this header, and we can say is HTMX by saying request.headers.get and then hx-request. And then we can also put this in as true. So this header right here will actually be set as a string of true. And this is how I can design or designate whether or not this request is HTMX. And if it is, we can return, well, a whole new render method here. And this time I'm going to go ahead and do HTMX create. Okay, so let's go ahead into our templates then. For videos, make a new folder called HTMX. Inside of this folder, we'll go ahead and do create.html. And inside of there, all I'm going to do is grab just the form and the include form errors portion. And I'm actually going to put it into a div itself. Okay. And so there we go. Notice that I'm not using really any other template related things other than in one single include tag for the errors that might come through on this create.html. But realistically, this is a get method, so we probably don't even need those errors in there either, because the get method simply won't have any errors, or at least it shouldn't, right? So thinking back to the actual route itself and the view itself, the errors only come when we actually do this post view here, which, like I said, we'll do that later. But right now we've got this new sort of trigger to render a different template. Now I just named it this template. You can name it however you like, but I'm going to leave it in as like that. So let's go ahead and try this all over again. We'll refresh here, add video form, add video form. Look at that. Now it's just really honed in on that one single thing. Okay, so now you might be wondering, well, can I actually still post this to the correct area? Right, so in HTMX, can I actually create this data? Absolutely you can. In fact, in our router, we can also handle that same data in this create method for videos. We'll not do that just yet, because what we want really is a simple way to use this over and over again, right? A simple HTMX is available type of thing. So we'll go ahead and define a method in here, call it is HTMX. It'll take in an argument of request. And all it's going to do is return this value here. Okay, so now I can actually use this as an argument to my view. And all I need to do is add in a depends class. So set this equal to depends, and then put that original function inside there as argument, just like that. And now I no longer need to write this every single time. Instead, this function right here will do it, and this is what I'll add, right? So in my post view, I can add that in as well. Again, we'll handle that in a moment. But now if I refresh in here, again, I can come through, and what do you know? It's bringing that form back to me. I think this is like one of the coolest packages that you can have out there, right? Just a really simple way to check if it's HTMX. Now, of course, I can also verify the original view, right? So that original route, which was videos and create, it still has all the same stuff. It's still rendering out the exact same template. So granted, we're going to build on top of what we just did here, so I can actually add in videos with HTMX and also explain a little bit more of those features. But just as a recap, what we had here is on our playlist detail view, we created a target somewhere we wanted to replace data with, essentially. That data came from this endpoint here with an hx get, an actual request get, right? So this is a get request versus the potential post request or a potential put request. So it goes to that URL, looks for something. That URL is then routed here where we check whether or not it is a HTMX request. And if it is, it's going to render out a template. This is actually key here. It actually renders out HTML templates, and that HTML template then gets added in here. It happens when we click on this button. It also designates the target right here, right? And then we have this before end, and that allows it to append to this target here, right? So that's actually a key thing, is before end here allows me to append multiple versions of this. So if I come back in here and go into any given playlist, I add this in here. This is going to be the very first appended item. And we can actually look in here a little bit closer. There is that parent. If I add another one, notice that it goes at the end. I add another one, it goes at the end, right? It will continue to do that. Granted, the styles could be better. It could look better. But overall, the actual functionality of it is so cool. I mean, I can't get enough of HTMX for this reason. Now, can you do this with JavaScript? Absolutely. HTMX is based in JavaScript itself. It's written in JavaScript. But the thing is, actually writing out all of this to handle even just a simple GET request in JavaScript is really not fun and not always secure. HTMX handles a lot of that heavy lifting for us. So let's go ahead and actually build this out so it's even better. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and test our post view on playlists here. So we'll go ahead and do the add form. I'll click add video and I get an error 405. So what happens with a default form, if you don't specify the actual endpoint you want to send it to, it's just going to send it to the same exact request URL that you're at. So if you think about this, you go into the logs for UVicorn, we see that it's trying to do a post request to this playlist. And of course, I actually don't have a route to handle a post request on that specific detail view. So the detail view is right here. Now I totally could add one to handle this video request, or I could do something better, and that is actually use the original route for that post request for the video create. And that's actually what we want to do. We want it to go here. Now, in order for that to happen, we have to go into our template, into our videos HTMX create.html, and this for method here, I need to add the action of simply videos/create. That, of course, is the endpoint that handles the post request for any given video. So that's pretty straightforward. Next, what I need to do is come in here and hit add video again. Now I get this error that these fields are required. Now this is something that I'll probably have to handle again later, but for now what I want to do is make these fields as required arguments in these inputs here. To do that, we just say required equals to required, and then we'll go ahead and say required is required. Okay, and so the next thing is what we want to do is inside of our template here to actually turn this into an HTMX actual form. It's really simple. We just do hx-post, the type of method we want to use, and then videos/create. Now this is almost identical to what we just saw with our detail view with that button of get. So hx-get will do that method for us. It will actually make that request for us. hx-post is the same thing, but now it's actually going to send all of this data inside of this form, which is awesome. So it's very similar to action, but it's now turning it into an actual HTMX request with the data that's coming through in here. So with that in mind, we need to think about our actual route, this post route itself. Do we want this default behavior to actually happen? Well, what does that default behavior look like? So if I actually grab that video again, or any new video, so just grab a new video. I'm just grabbing one from my YouTube channel. So go into this playlist, add here, try Django video, paste in that URL, hit add video. And what it does is it actually redirects me to that page, to the video detail page. Now I'll let you actually explore that on your own. But of course, if you add another one, that same thing's going to happen. Just make sure it's one that's not already in your database. So we come back in here and we'll say try Django video again. And we paste that in here, hit add video. And again, it shows that same thing. But instead of having multiple videos being rendered, or actually the detail page being rendered, we want to actually show a link to that video. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, the reason it's rendering out that video detail view has to do with the fact on our create post view, when we actually make that video in our database it will redirect it to the detail view of that video, right? We've already seen this. So the detail view being, of course, this view right here, right? So it actually renders out everything that's going on here on that redirect. So what I want to do is, of course, use the fact that it is HTMX. So inside of my video create view here, I can actually go ahead and add in the is HTMX argument here. And all I want to do is, after this data here, I'll just go ahead and say if is HTMX, then we're going to go ahead and return something here. What is it that I want to return? Well, I'm actually going to render out a template. So this is going to be videos, HTMX, and maybe link.html, and then some sort of context here. So I'll do my context being similar to what I had before, which was our path here. So I'm actually going to grab this redirect path and move it up. And I'll call this, instead of redirect path, just simply path. And then I also want to get my title from the data as well. So we'll do data.get and title. Now this is what I want to render out in a new template, only if it's an HTMX request, right? So it's going to render out this template right here. So of course I need to create that template with these two arguments in here. And so inside of my videos, I'll go ahead and create link.html. And really we want to say if path and the title, then I'm going to go ahead and do a href equals to that path and that title. Okay, so it's certainly possible that the title is not in there. So we'll go ahead and say elif path and not title. Then I can just go ahead and say a href equals to that same path. And then we'll go ahead and just add in path here. And we'll go ahead and do end if. Great. Okay, so let's save that and we'll try this whole thing out. Let's jump back into our templates here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this link address here, and we'll come back in to our videos. We'll add a new one, add this new video with the title, my title, and hit add video, and it's showing me the path. Great. Let's try that again. It's not showing the title, which we'll have to fix, but it is showing the path. So another title, paste that in, add video. And sure enough, this time it gives me the wrong path as well, which, could be a number of things. But in any case, we have a title now coming through. Okay. So the problem, I think, actually with this one has to do with the fact that we aren't handling errors at all, right? So if I do it again, I'll go ahead and add that in. Yet again, it's giving me, probably an error because it's the exact same video. But at this point, we now have links that are showing up. But I want the title to actually show up as well. And so let's go ahead and do this with the first part being, well, why isn't data.get giving me that title? Let's go to that video create schema and see what's happening. So we've got our video object as data here, which of course is an instance method on that video model itself. And that actually just doesn't have our title there. So I'll go ahead and do title and self.title. Great. That's simple enough. Great. And the next thing is the errors themselves. Okay. So down here, we actually handled these errors like this. I want to do, probably something very similar, except using HTMX. So again, in the HTMX block here, this time what I'm going to do is put the errors inside of this block as well. Now, videos create is not accurate. Instead, it's going to be videos HTMX. Now, one of the other things about this, the fact that I do have errors in here, I'm actually going to change this status code and change it to just leaving it in as a 200 status code. Now, this will allow me to actually render out this entire thing, because if I actually return back a different status code, HTMX will be aware of that and be like, no. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and add one more aspect to our create.html, and that is we're actually going to bring back this snippets thing here if there's errors. So granted, that always will show up if there are errors. I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of it in the first place, but now that we've got that, let's go ahead and give this whole thing another shot. Okay, so I come in here, let's go ahead and add another video, hopefully one that I don't already have in the database. Let's go ahead and in here, video new, add that in, hit add video. There's our video new. If I command click or control click, it'll open up a new tab. Sure enough, there's the video. Great. Let's go ahead and add that again. And video error. hit add video, and we're getting nothing back. So let's go ahead and see inspect element here. Go into the console, I'm getting a 500 error. So clearly I did something wrong on that page. So in that router, something going on in here. So let's take a look. And we've got local variable context reference before assignment. Haha, of course we did. That's this right here. So I should have actually had that still up. Okay, and there we go. And so now we have, basically we just need to declare this as handle all HTMX requests. Save that, and then this is going to be, handle default HTML requests. Okay. We still want the HTML requests because we do want a fallback if for some reason JavaScript is off. Anyway, so let's go ahead and make sure we copy that same link. I'm going to refresh on this page, and we'll go ahead and do same link, add it in, hit add video, and there we go. So now it's actually rendering out that error, and it will not save it to the database. That's because of all of the validation we already have. It's just what HTMX is rendering now. It's just slightly different than what we had before. Okay, so the last big piece of all of this will be really how we're rendering this create.html, right? So HTMX is rendering out create.html. The actual URL route is also rendering out a create.html. And this stuff right here is actually redundant now. So now I can go ahead and say include the videos /htmx and then /create.html, just like that. And so now on create.html, or videos and create, I can use HTMX in here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this link address, paste this in, do some video, and I already have that one in there. Let's go ahead and copy another one, and we'll copy this link address. Hopefully this one I don't have. Add video, and I already have that one too. Wow, should have really looked at this before. Okay, so let's go ahead and scroll way down because I know I don't have this one. And let's try that again. New video, add video. There's our link. Okay, so it definitely goes away, and perhaps I still wanted to redirect on videos create, but now it's actually working the same way as this create form here. And of course, if I try to do that same video again, yet again, it's saying, hey, you've already added this video, and it'll do that continuously, which I think is actually really, really nice that we have that ability. So one of the things that we might also want to bring back into our route here is the title itself. So I don't have the title itself showing up. So let's go ahead and just bring back our title, which is just simply that, right? And so granted, we probably at this point could use a lot of that raw data with the exception of the username, which I'm not going to go ahead and handle at this point either. But now we have a way to actually send in data dynamically, which I think is really cool. So we're going to go ahead and copy any given link here. So copy link address, try it again and say, another cool video, paste that in here, add video, another cool video. I can see that it's rendered, it's loading, everything's starting to look good. Okay. So the biggest downside though, as it currently stands, is this add video form is not actually taking into account that it is or should be on a playlist. Like we should actually be adding this video to this playlist as well as adding it into our database. That's something I definitely want to do. All right, so now we're going to implement a get or create method, and I want to illustrate as to why. If you go to videos/create, this is just like a general addition of a video. So if you put in a video here that you already have on your database, it should show me this error, right? That's what we're hoping for. But of course, if we go into a playlist of some kind, right? So in this case, it's the Hello World playlist, and I try to add that same video in, what I should actually have happen here is it just adds that video to the playlist. I don't get this error. And so that's what we need to solve for now. And how I'm going to do this is actually very similar to my add video method on the actual video model itself. But it's going to be called get or create. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to copy the first few lines of this one, paste it above, and we'll call this get or create. So we still want the same arguments because the create portion of this, we still eventually will have to call this add video method here. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these items. And yes, I'll have my host ID. Now at this point, I'm actually not going to worry about whether or not the host ID is valid. I really just want to worry about that when I add the video. In other words, I actually check if the host ID is valid when I go to add the video. I don't have to do it in this get or create method here because I'm going to just run try object equals to video.objects.get host ID equals to host ID. Now, we've actually already seen this before in some sense, right? So when we actually had our render method here, we've got this does not exist, this get object or 404. We're actually going to be looking for whether or not it exists, whether or not there's multiple objects returned, or if it's something else. So that means that I need to import all of these as well. So let's go back into our models.py for video. Right underneath our model import, we're going to import the does not exist exception and our multiple objects return exception. So the very first one here is we're going to say try, it's going to grab this. We're actually going to now look for the exception of multiple objects returned. So what that means is that the host ID, assuming it's not none, if it has multiple objects here, we can actually just send those back. So we'll go ahead and do video.objects.filter, or rather, let's do allow filtering first, and then we'll go ahead and do filter and host ID equals to that host ID, and then we'll just say obj equals to q.first. Okay, so now I have two ways of getting that same object here, right? Now, right here, we could actually raise an exception if we wanted to, and you totally can. So in my case, I'll just raise an exception after this, and we'll say raise exception and invalid request. Okay, so perhaps we want to have our own exceptions created for that request here, like we did before, but for now, I'll just leave it in as an exception. Okay, and so the next thing, of course, would be setting an object here, and then we would return that object. Okay, great. So the cool thing about this is it now handles two different ways on looking up based off of a host ID. So if for some reason I have multiple versions of this host ID, in other words, the add video part didn't work correctly, then I can still get that object back. But the exception I did not handle, of course, was the does not exist. This exception would mean that, hey, this host ID actually does not exist in my current database. So now what I can do is I can just say obj equals to video.add video, and then pass in all of those same arguments that we've seen before. And this, in theory, would actually bring back that object, or it would raise the necessary exceptions here, right? So we actually do it in this add video method right there, because that's really where we want to actually add in the user itself as well, right? So there's one more part of this is that I want to say whether or not it's created. So I want a Boolean value in here on whether or not it's created. So the default is probably going to be false, right? So most of the time when you use get or create, it's probably just going to be false. So down here, assuming there are no exceptions, then we can actually put in created here, and there we go. Okay, so this is a simple and easy way to do a quick lookup for a video based off of a URL. And of course, I have a lot of things to change so that the playlist actually works here. But before I do, I actually want to go into my video add tests, notebook that we had running before, and I want to run some of this stuff. I'll use that same URL because in this case, it should give me the exception of this video is added. If it doesn't, then go ahead and do that. So now what I want to do is below here, I'll go ahead and say obj3 or 2 rather, and created is now video.get or create. And this time, again, we'll pass in that same URL, and we can also pass in the user ID of equaling to abc.userid. And if I print out these items here, or just look at them, we should see no exception. Instead, it actually brings us back everything that we needed, like in the case of that being false. So if we grab a video on YouTube, somewhere on there, just grab some random video, and let's add that into our notebook test here. I can then grab this, change the URL, or let's actually just do it down here, just for illustration purposes. We'll go ahead and say URL is equal to that. Now, when I do it the very first time, it will create it. So it's sending back either the object or whether or not it's been created. This is great. And of course, if I run it again, now it's going to say false. And every time thereafter, it's only going to say false, which I think is really nice. And granted, I could have added in my title in here, And I'm not even looking up based off the title. It's literally just based off of the host ID, and that's it. That's how we're actually doing a lookup in the database. So the final thing here would be to add this video somewhere, whatever it ends up being, because this is what we'll end up doing with our playlist, right? So when we actually go into our playlist, we want to add that video, that final video result. And so if we think about this, this is going to happen in here. So let's go ahead and add this in now to our imports. I'll just go ahead and come up top from app.users, or rather from app.playlists.models. We'll import our playlist here. And then we will go ahead and sync that table. Okay, so do those couple imports there. And now I'm just going to go ahead and grab a playlist obj, and there's going to be playlist.objects.all, and I'll go ahead and say first. And in this case, I'll go ahead and say playlist object add host IDs, that method that we already implemented, and there's going to be host IDs equals to, I'm just going to have it in as this one single one, so I'll do object2.hostID, and then I'll go ahead and do replace all being true, and then we can actually take a look at this after we save it, and we run that, and now that is the one single item on there, right? Granted, if I did not replace it, and I just commented part of it out, it would actually just keep adding it to that playlist there, which is something you might want to do. But in my case, just for testing purposes, this is all I want, is that one single host ID. So now we have just a few lines here that will really help us out when it comes to running this actual form itself, right? And it does a lot of the heavy lifting right in here. And when we actually go to call this, it's going to be slightly a variation from what we've seen before, but now it's just going to be get or create instead of add video, which is meaning that we'll probably see a lot less errors when it comes to trying to use this in a playlist method itself. Now we have a new question we need to ask ourselves, and that is, do we actually want this form being rendered from the videos themselves? Do we want it to be the exact same form as video/create, or do we want it to be a completely different form? Now, I tend to think that it would be better to have a completely different form, but let's go ahead and take a look at how we might implement it with the exact same form. And then we'll go ahead and implement the better form. Okay, so if we go back into our project here and go into video routers, what we've got is our video create view here, right? So what we can do inside of here, let's go ahead and break down the arguments to this view a little bit. We can actually add in an optional value here, something like playlist ID. And to make it optional, we would import, so from typing, import optional. And then we will also import UUID to give it that UUID class. So we'll go ahead and come down into our get method. And there's going to be optional UUID, or brackets here, and UUID.UUID. And we'll set it equal to none. Okay. And so what we can do then is we can just print out what this is. That's all I'll do. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the console logging. And in our detail for a video, or our playlist that is, we can actually add in on the HX get, we can use question mark playlist ID equals to the object.dbid and save that. That of course is going to give us that playlist ID. And now in our route, we could come in and take a look. So if I refresh in here and hit add form, or rather add video form, do that a couple times, we will see that playlist ID come through. Okay, so that is certainly one way we could do it. And then what we would do then is maybe change what template's showing up or change the context in that template. And if we change the context in that video template itself, what we could then do is maybe change the path, right? Perhaps we change the action here, or we have an input that's hidden based off of that playlist ID, or da-da-da-da-da. Now, the problem with this is that this create.html might be useful for editing these videos as well. And maybe we want to have a lot more detail in the future for this. So perhaps in the future, we change this to form.html and we add like description and we add thumbnail, we all add all sorts of things that our playlist might never need. In fact, our playlist might only need the link itself, perhaps the title as well, and then the user themselves could then go to that and make some changes there. So what I mean by all of this is I'm actually going to copy a lot of the things that we have here, and we're going to bring it over into our routing on our playlists. That's what we'll do now. So jumping into our playlists here inside of the routers.py, we're going to go ahead and paste this in here. Okay. And so the first thing is we want to actually grab that DB ID here. Right. So that's going to be a defining characteristic for both of these. The next part is going to be add-video. Right. So that will be our actual endpoint here. And this time it's going to be playlist./HTMX. And realistically, all I want here is an HTMX request. I do not want to have anything but that. So we'll have to handle that too. So if not is HTMX, then we will raise an error. So this playlist ID is now something we don't need anymore, but rather it's going to be our DB ID, like we've actually seen up here. And this, of course, is not supposed to be a string. It should be a UUID. So let's actually update that as well. So go ahead and import UUID here and create it of that class. So it's actually handling the views correctly. And here we go. And UUID. And then down here as well. So it's no longer an optional argument. It's definitely coming in here. And there's going to be our playlist ID. So I'll just say pass for right now if it's not HTMX. Great. So we'll go ahead and do that same thing on our post view, of course. And so this time, of course, it'll still have the title and URL at this point because I'm just going to be using essentially the same thing. But we want to put our database DB ID up a bit higher. And there we go. Because we don't have a default for it. All the other things have default values with that equals there. Okay, great. So it's roughly the same thing otherwise. We still have some things that we need to fix, including like if it's not HTMX. So we'll go ahead and tab this back and say, if not HTMX, then I'll go ahead and say pass for now. I do not want to render anything that's not HTMX is the point here. Okay, so now we'll call these different, a little bit different to being like playlist video create now instead of just video create, or really just like playlist add view. So it really doesn't matter if it's create or get. Add, I think, is an appropriate name for this. Okay, cool. So what's the next few things? Depends is something we will have to import from FastAPI. And then the HTMX actual class, so if we come back down, is HTMX. This is something that I only have on the videos itself. So it's right here. So I'm actually going to change where this is located. I'll cut this out. And I'm going to go ahead and put it into my shortcuts here. So inside of my shortcuts, I need to actually import request from FastAPI as well. So from FastAPI, import requests. Great. And so now in both routing places, we will import that instead. So from app shortcuts, the first one is, of course, the video here. And is HTMX. There we go. We might want to rename that like is request HTMX or something along those lines, but I'll leave it just like that. And then in my playlists, I have shortcuts in here as well. I think all of the same ones actually. So I'll go ahead and just copy that, paste that in there. Okay, so we've got our post and create view here for our videos right there. Next, of course, is going to be just our templates. And so the question down here would be, maybe we still want to render out that same video HTMX link here, which in my case is going to be true. The only difference would be if there's an error. So I'll go ahead and call this add-video. And we'll do that same thing right here if there are context errors. Great. So a lot of the same sort of stuff. And here though, what I do want to import is from my exceptions, the actual handlers, I do want to raise a HTTP exception that's like a 400 page here, because we don't want, if they go to that route, we want to raise an error if it's not an HTMX request is kind of the idea. And so that actually might be another sort of decorator that we do, like the login required. That's just not something I'm going to do at this point. So I'll just go ahead and grab my Starlet exceptions here. We probably could use the FastAPI ones as well, but I know that my Starlet ones will definitely work. So I'll raise that exception in both places. So if it's not HTMX, then we'll go ahead and raise that with a status code of, let's say 404, or rather 400. Okay. And then we'll scroll up a bit. Same with here. Great. So now we just need to add that template in. So in our templates, let's go ahead and create HTMX and add-video.html. And then let's just copy the current iteration of the other video template. Copy this and paste in here. Now, of course, the action is a bit different. The action is going to be now playlists and the DB ID. And then this is going to be add-video. And that's going to be true mostly for HTMX. Oops, this should be double quotes here. And bring that there. Great. So back into the router, let's just make sure that the database ID is inside of the context there. Good. And then also make sure that it's in the context for a response. If there needs to be a different response, just add in that DB ID. We could call it an action path or something like that as well. But there we go. So we have now two new ways on how to do this. So the video create schema is incorrect, and then also utils. I don't have that imported, I don't believe. Oh, maybe I do. Okay, so that schema is still incorrect, but I will import it just for the moment, just to see if I can get anything working at this point. So I'll do from app.videos.schemas. We'll import that video create schema. Let's see if we've got any errors. We do have some. Let's go and jump into line 84. Oh yeah, this should be up one. Okay, great. And then the final piece of this would be in our detail. Now, instead of doing that, we will just say playlists / that, and then / add-video. Save that. And now let's go ahead and see if it renders out that form. It doesn't do it. So it looks like I have the incorrect naming. So this should be playlists. And down here, I think the same thing. Great. Let's try it again. And we go to add form. Sure enough, there it is. Let's go ahead and grab a video that I'm pretty sure is not already on here. So I'll do ABC123, paste this in, hit add video. Sure enough, there it is. And it shows that same link. And if I do it again, I get that error. Okay, great. So naturally, I need to actually finish off the schema to handle these things. But a big part of the reason to actually move these all over into the playlist itself has to do with future forms. Like if I actually want to change the form in the future, I should probably do that, right? And so the next thing, of course, is going to be like our redirect path here. That should probably be based off of the database ID again. So playlists and the database ID. This time we don't need create because it's just the playlist itself. And so there we go. We've got some of that stuff. But again, the actual same data, we actually do want the same data to come back because it's still going to be that same video link. It's just slightly different. Now, some of you who are like, hey, we just kind of violated some things related to dry. And in a sense, it's true. We did violate some things with dry, but we are actually preparing it for future proofing on the video side, right? So when I actually do want to edit videos and make it a little bit more robust, that's kind of the whole point of all of this. Okay, so the next and final step is really to create a schema that will actually handle this for our playlist, including actually adding in the video itself. So let's go ahead and do that in the next one. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the video create schema as a playlist video add schema. So let's go ahead into our video schemas. I'm going to go ahead and copy this entire thing, and we're going to jump into our playlist here, and I'm going to paste it in. So there's a number of things that I really don't want anymore, but I will rearrange my imports here. Realistically, the only import that I need from above is .models of playlist. Then I also will need to do app.videos.models and app.videos.extractors. The exceptions here I'm actually not going to handle any longer. Okay, so we save that. Next thing is I want to call this my playlist video add schema. The user ID I'll use for our actual playlist ID. And remember, this is the playlist, DB ID field. Okay, so we can still validate the URL itself. This might be a good time to say, oh, I don't want the title anymore, but I still want to have the ability to add videos right here on the fly as well. And so I'll leave that in. And I'll just go ahead and copy this validator for the URL, and we'll change it to our playlist. So really just validate playlist ID. And here, all I want to do is get the query set for the playlist, and that's going to be playlist.objects.filter, and it's going to be dbid equals to v. And really, if q.count is equal to 0, like there is no playlist with this, we'll go ahead and say that v is not a valid playlist. Something along those lines. Okay, there we go. Next is going to be our validate data here. So we want to bring in our playlist ID, values.get, and playlist ID. So what we want here is really just this try block with get or create instead of what we had before. And then I'll go ahead and add in created to, because this method sends back 2 arguments here. Then I'm actually not going to be handling any of these exceptions. Instead, I'll just go ahead and get rid of them and just say there's a problem with your request. Please try again. And if the video object is none, maybe we can leave it that there's an account problem. But realistically, we probably should not actually end up seeing this error, but there's a good chance that we still can. Same with this is instance. So we'll leave that as is. And then I'll go ahead and say, actually, this is probably the same error realistically. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And I'll give my else clause here that it is an instance of that video object. Now what I'll go ahead and do is my playlist object is equal to the playlist.objects.get. This is going to be our db ID is equal to that playlist ID. Now that playlist object.host IDs, or rather, we'll go ahead and do add host IDs. In this case, is going to be host IDs equals to the single instance here. So video, well, we still need to add it in as a list. So video object.host ID. And then we'll go ahead and say playlist object.save. Okay, great. So as it stands here, this playlist video add schema is still really realistically the same thing as what we had before. It just has that extra flag of a playlist ID. So you could have made this an optional value and used the other schema. And if it was there, so in other words, we could then come down here and instead of having an else clause here, we could say if playlist ID, then we could run all of that stuff. And I actually think this is generally fine because the video object itself will only be able to access the host ID if it is an actual proper instance of that video. And then finally, we return back the same data because realistically, we just want to return back the link when it's done. And so this is now our add schema method here. I don't think I missed anything, but of course it's worth testing now. And so let's go ahead and bring it into our router here. And instead of using the video create schema, we will bring in our playlist schema. So let's go ahead and search for the video create schema. There should be only 2 places for it, the import and when we actually use it. Next, the raw data itself, I need to augment and actually have that playlist ID coming through, of course, from the DB ID itself. Okay, there we go. So now, hopefully, we'll be able to add any video from our database in. So let's go into our project here and grab a video that already exists. And oops, let's refresh this page here. Looks like my server is not running. Let's go ahead and see why. Let's go ahead and viacorn app.main :app -- reload. Looks like I have no errors right now. There we go. So we're going to add a video that I definitely already have. And even if I don't, hopefully this will work. We had add video, and it looks like maybe I have an error. So let's go ahead and inspect the element here. Console log, got a 500 error. And I got URL is not defined. Of course it's not. So going back into the schemas, this is why sometimes you shouldn't copy and paste things. This error right here should be the original value. Some of you might have caught that already, but let's try it again. Notice that I didn't have to reload this because of HTMX. That I think is pretty sweet. Okay, great. So now we actually have that video coming in. In this case, maybe it doesn't actually have a title, which is why it's not showing up. And it will ignore this title, right? So if it's a previously existing video, it's going to ignore whatever you put there in that title. And so now I can add that same video over and over and over again. But the big question is, why can't I see all of the other videos that are on here? Like if I refresh this page, I don't see any of those videos. Well, we actually never added them, right? If you think back to the template itself, we never have shown a way to add those in. So let's go ahead and do that now. In our detail here, we want to just add the videos up here, right above this. And I'll just go ahead and say div ID video list placement or something like that. Actually, we're going to go ahead and change this just a little bit and call this video container. Okay. And the location is now going to be simply video-container. It's still going to add to the end of this. Let's get rid of this. Okay. And so now inside of this video container, I'll go ahead and add in my items here. And so this is going to be for video in object.getVideos, call it, and then we'll go ahead and do int for. And so what I want to do is I'm going to actually include, so we'll say include the videos /htmx /link.html, just like that. We'll go ahead and save it, and we'll refresh in here. And what we should see, assuming that we actually have our video showing up. Yes. So we're not seeing any links here, but let's go ahead and add in video.path or something like that. See if that shows up, and we'll refresh. And there we go. So we've got a bunch of paths here. So whenever you're doing a loop like this, you need to pass in the arguments that this template actually has. So in our case, if we look back into that video link, it has path and title. So we actually have to pass in those arguments. So to do that, we just say with path equals to video.path, comma, title equals to object.title. Okay. And then after all of that, we can then say end with, save it. And now we have a little bit better of a link display showing up, or in theory. So we're going to go ahead and save that. Refresh in here. There's all my video links. I'm going to go ahead and add a new one. Let's just grab some video here that, may or may. Let's grab one that does not exist, I don't think, on my database. So we'll come in and we'll say OpenCV is cool. Paste this in here and add video. And I'm getting a valid URL. Oh, I must have grabbed the image link. So let's go ahead and grab the link address. I got Y image, U2 image. Okay, so now we've got youtube.com. There we go. And we add this video in, and there we go. So OpenCV is cool is coming up. And now if I refresh in here, I should almost have it. And it looks like it says hello world. Perhaps I did something wrong down here. Oh yeah, I said object.title. This should say video.title. And let's refresh in here. And sure enough, there it is. Okay, cool. So that's actually looking pretty good. One of the bad things though is the way it's actually being linked is not that great. So I want to actually change it into being an LI here. Save that. And so I refresh in, and now when I add a new video, even if it's the same one as I just did, or a new one, we can copy this in and say OpenCV again, add video. This time it adds it in not as a list, but in a new element here. And I actually think this is okay because I want to see the difference between the new and the old ones. But there we go. We now actually have a way to show playlists and actually add them dynamically, which I think is pretty awesome. It's pretty straightforward on how to do it. There are some tedious things about it. But now, of course, we still have the original video portion. So if I go into videos and create, this is still an HTMX form. I try to create it. It's already been added to my account, which means that I can come back in here and maybe manage some of these videos, right? So this could be my list of videos that I can manage. And then if I do delete one of these videos, one of the downsides of deleting one of these videos is it's not necessarily going to remove it from any given playlist. However, the playlist, when I go to render inside of there somewhere, that video will no longer show up, right? So like if I deleted this top video right here from my database, there's nothing for this playlist to actually query for that host ID there. So it actually won't show up on that playlist until we actually add it back into our database, which is actually pretty cool because that means then in our playlist, it will come and go as we see fit as far as if we want to delete it from the database and all that, which is also pretty nice. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we need to actually manage the videos themselves. And what I'm going to do here is just show you the foundation of how to remove these videos or maybe edit them as well, so that you can also then take that knowledge to the playlists themselves. Now we're going to go ahead and remove a playlist item with HTMX, and it's incredibly easy and really cool. So let's go ahead and take a look. So inside of my playlist routers here, I'm actually going to go ahead and copy my playlist detail. So we'll go ahead and copy this, and we want to paste at the very bottom. This is going to be a route that's going to be pretty much the last one to match. And what I want to do here is I want to do playlist, let's say remove video item view, something like that. And it's going to be a post view, right? And so the couple things related to this is if it's not HTMX, then we're going to go ahead and run an error. But before I even do that, what I also want to have in here is a parameter for the actual host ID. That is the video host ID like we've seen before. And then I'll also go ahead and add in just delete at the very end. Now, by default, we'll have an HTML response here. That HTML response is really just going to be deleted or maybe an error, right? And so how do we actually have it be an error? Well, this is a good indication of this. This get object or 404, we can actually catch the exception in here. So we can do a catch-all of exception being, return the HTML response of error. Please reload the page. Something that simple. We could also just go ahead and say, get that HTTP exception from Starlet itself, which we have imported up here. But again, that's not necessary in this case. Basically, if it can't get that object, then there's some sort of error here. Okay, cool. And so now that we've got these things, naturally, I want to make sure that my user is authenticated prior to doing this. So if they're not authenticated, then we'll go ahead and just return a response as well, saying something like, please log in and continue. Simple enough. Of course, you're probably wondering, why do we even have these strings here? So before we build out everything else, let's just go off of this right here, okay? So really simple, it's a post method with this URL here. So if we go into the detail for our playlists, we of course loop through all of those items in here. So to turn these items into and to have them include a button, we're gonna go ahead and put it in here, and it's gonna be button, and we'll just say remove, okay? And so remember back to this button, we have this add video form. It's gonna be very similar to that. So in this case, we're going to first off start with hx-post. So this button can actually trigger a post request. And we can actually use part of the HTTP GET from below. But the other part we need is the video instance. And this is going to be video.hostID here, and then /delete. And that's it. So that is the default for this post button. So in this route here, we can actually take a look at maybe the object, let's say object.dbID, and we'll also go ahead and do our host ID, which is actually an argument I should have added in here, and we'll just keep it in as string. So we'll go ahead and print those two things out, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's save up everything and we'll go to a playlist that actually has items in it. Make sure you do. Looks like I have an extra less than sign. Okay, so there we go. And here it is. And so if I hit remove, look at the button, it changes. How cool is that? And then if I go in here in my terminal and take a look at Python itself, we should see those things being printed out. And sure enough, we do, and they are all different. So I can make this a little bit more robust in the way of when I do press this remove button, perhaps I want the response to take over something else. That something else will be this right here. And so how do I actually make this unique on each iteration? Right, so in other words, if I said video item here, that's not going to be a unique ID. I need the ID to be unique. So one way to do it would be to use the actual video. We could do dash and then video.host ID. That would make it unique on this loop here. But there's actually another way, and it's related to the for loop itself. We can actually call it by doing loop.index. That will give me an index value starting at 1. Okay, so if we save that, now what I can do is add in another HTMX attribute here called hx-target. We've seen this one, but this will show you it again. This time it's video-item dash, and then also keeping in that loop index. Okay, so we save that, we refresh again, and now when I click remove, it looks like they go away. How cool is that? Now, of course, it's not actually changing the backend at all just yet, but it's close. So the next thing is here, these items are being iterated based on how they're stored in the database, right? Hopefully remember this. When we look at the host IDs here, these are in order. They are in a specific order. This is thanks to how Cassandra's list column actually works. It actually stores it in a specific order. So that means then in my detail here, these are all iterating in that same order. So that also means that this index is very close to the actual index that's stored in the database. So we can actually take a look at this and let's just render that out. If we loop it out, we now see that the index is based in 1, which of course, if you know Python lists, the first element is actually index 0. So we can just remove 1 there, and that actually gives me the corresponding index value for that host ID. So why do we need this? Well, we can add in another argument in here called hx-vals, and I can actually put in a JSON dictionary here. So just like that, with index as our key, and then the loop.index -1 as our value. So if I refresh in here and I inspect this element, what I'll see on this is that it's giving me this value here. So index being 0. So this is like form data, especially since I'm doing post here. This is form data that now in my router, I can actually come in here and say index is going to be an optional integer. So let me scroll back to the very top. We'll do from typing import optional. And let's also make sure that form is in there. And sure enough, it is. So going back down, index is going to be an optional int, and it's going to be form. And we'll say the default is none. Okay. So basically now I have the ability to grab the index value from the host ID. So now I'll say if index, let's say, is instance index and int. Now I'll actually be able to remove that item from the original host IDs. Okay, so how we do this is we say host IDs is equal to the stored value. And then from that, I'll do host IDs. And we will do pop. And you pop at the index value that you want to remove, right? So there are other ways to consider removing this item. Like I could literally remove all of the items that match that index, or rather match the host ID itself. But I want to remove it based off of the index because, as you recall, I can add the same video over and over and over again. Anyways, so now I pop it from the index. Now I go ahead and set that host IDs back to this new one. So this will give me a new value here. And then we just do obj.save. Now, actually, this is not how I want to set this for a good reason. And that is because I actually made a method called add host IDs with the replace all that does give me this datetime object here. And perhaps there would be other things that I would add into this method later. So that's what we actually want to do. And we'll just say add host IDs. And host IDs is equal to this new value here, and replace all is going to be true. And that will save everything for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of that and that there. Now, one of the things that I didn't do is I actually didn't add in my is HTMX. So let's go ahead and add that in, and is HTMX. And this, of course, is going to be depends on the function of is HTMX, which I believe we have imported, but we should verify. And it looks like we did. There it is. Okay, so let's save that. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And the first thing is basically if not is HTMX, then we're going to return an HTML response of a status code of 400. Actually, that's not a good one. We're gonna raise a HTTP exception with that status code, not the response. Cool. There we go. And let's try it out again. I'm going to remove this video, refresh in here, and what do you know? I only have 2 left. Now, of course, it only removed that video from the playlist itself. So you can absolutely take what we just did and redo it in here, right? You could absolutely remove videos that way. I'm going to make it a little bit more advanced than that. It's going to be very similar, but it's not quite the same. And so, of course, now I can actually go ahead and grab something like this here and go back to our playlist, add this in, and add in some title here. Got my title. I refresh in there, and there it is. Now I can remove it. Okay, so a couple things to note here is this right here. What we could do is we could target video container still. In fact, what we could do after the form ends, it's not actually based off of this, but rather based off of the add video form. This right here, we could target this div to be replaced with the entire value that would actually correspond with the remove button itself. So that might be a little tricky to figure out, and I think it'd be a good thing to try given what we just did. So it's not going to be this button. This button will append to the video container, but rather it will be the add video form. This form right here, we can do a lot of those same triggers as well as the target itself. Okay, so that target is really the key thing here. And it has something to do with a element that is pretty much missing here, but would be necessary to actually have the add video button work or the remove work right after you add that video, which is 100% possible. So another way to think about this add video form is to say, oh, I want to be able to remove it after I add it. That is what I'm getting at there. So it's a really good challenge for you to undertake. And if you do get it, please let me know or send a pull request on our GitHub. Otherwise, let's go ahead and take a look at how we're going to edit or remove videos directly, not through playlists, but actually looking at the video itself. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and create a video edit view. Okay, so it's actually going to be a lot like the video detail view, especially on the get method. So I'll go ahead and copy the video detail view and paste underneath it. And then I'll just add in edit at the end of the URL. And I'll also change the function name as edit. Then the object is getObject or 404. All of these other things we don't need. So the host ID, perhaps we need it. Most likely not, because it should be stored in the object itself. I'm also going to add in the login required decorator, which definitely should be imported already from our decorators here. There we go. And so now I have a page for the actual view, and I'll just call this edit. Okay, so that's simple enough. Now, if I actually go to any of my videos, I should be able to see that. So if I go to a video and then click on edit, I should be able to see it. Oh, but I'm not. So let's see why. Oh yeah, I actually haven't created that template yet, so that's probably the error. And sure enough, it is. Great. Okay, so inside of this template, let's go into our videos templates here. And we'll go ahead and create edit.html. And this, I'm actually going to, again, still base it a lot off of detail. Save that. This time, though, I'm actually not going to load in the JavaScript itself for the video. Okay. There's very few things I will actually load in here for the video altogether. But I do want the edit page, right? So really, it's going to be edit object.title, something like that. All of this other stuff, probably not. So now this is going to be a form. Well, what is this form going to look like? Now I want to start thinking in terms of HTMX. I'm not going to do the HTMX just yet, but I will start thinking in those terms. So I'm going to go ahead and create the edit form snippet, which is almost identical to the create HTML snippet, if not exactly identical. In this case, I'll just leave it as identical. But in the long run, you might actually have these being the same, or you might change them as I've already mentioned before. But now that I've got that, I'm going to go back into my non-HTMX here, and I'll just bring that in. So we'll go ahead and say include the videos/htmx/edit.html. Okay. And so now I'm also going to go ahead and say with video equaling to object. And we'll go ahead and say end with. And that means that inside of edit, I will actually have the video as a variable that I can actually use in here. So now what it's going to be is instead of if title, I'm just going to go ahead and say if video.title, show up the video title. And then if video.url, show the video URL. And then we'll just go ahead and hit save video. Now, the biggest difference between this is going to be the action itself. Again, let's not worry about HTMX just yet. The action itself is going to be our video.hostID and then /edit. Okay, not that big of a deal. We refresh in here, and now I've got all of that data. Great. And let's go ahead and actually do an H1. And if there's not a title, I'll go ahead and put the host ID in there. Say object.hostID. Great. So there we go. No title. We've got all of that other stuff. Now back to our routers. How do we actually go about handling this? Well, it's going to be very similar to the original create view, right? So we'll have our context if there's errors. In fact, we can also still use that same schema. So I'm going to go ahead and copy a number of things related to the create view, except for the route. So I'll paste this in here, and now paste the router in here. Just change the method that we're going to be accepting, which of course is post. Now this is going to be video edit post view. And so let's go ahead and grab, or let's look at the arguments that are coming through, right? Still title, still URL, all of the same stuff, right? And so the schema, this validation, that's probably okay too. And then the next part of this would be to handle all that. Except there is one problem with the schema, is I know that the data that comes through there is actually not going to be correct because of the fact that it does actually create this video. So that schema validator is maybe not the best one. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new one. And it's going to be almost identical, except it's just going to be grabbing the URL just to verify that it's a URL, the correct URL that is. And so I'll come in here, paste this in. Probably don't need the user ID unless I wanted to verify that user ID, which if the login required is there, I probably don't need to do that. Good chance that you won't need to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And we'll just call this video edit schema, which again should just only validate our URL. Going back into my routers here, let's bring this one in. And scroll back down to our edit. And there we go. So this data is just validating everything. It's not going to actually update anything because the other part of this is we need get object or 404 still. It's still going to grab that object. And so this is actually what I want first. Once I have that object, then we'll go ahead and try and validate that data. If that data is validated, then we'll just go ahead and say obj.title is equal to, well, our title, So that's going to be data.get title, or we'll just go ahead and stick with the original one. And then obj.url equals to data.get URL, or we're going to stick to the original one. So obj.url. And so one of the things about this is we need to verify that if there is a method, we've got our add URL here, that we actually extract the host ID here, right? So we don't have that. So what I want to do is just say, define a instance method here called update video URL, and it is just self URL, and it's going to be self.URL equals to URL, and then the host ID, we're going to extract that, self.host ID equals to host ID, and then self.save and return, let's say, the URL. Now this is all going to be dependent on whether or not this is a valid host ID, and we'll also go ahead and just say save equals to true here. Just throw that flag in there in case we need to use it somewhere else. And we'll go ahead and say if not host ID, then we're going to go ahead and return none. So now this host ID here could essentially be set elsewhere, right? So I can actually update it through this. So back in my router, the URL itself is no longer going to be that, but rather obj.update video URL, pass it in the URL, and we'll go ahead and say save is true. Okay, so there we go. That should actually update everything for us. Certainly there could be errors. So let's go ahead and scroll up a bit. The errors would be, well, probably have to happen before I make any changes to the database, like all of this stuff. So basically, if there are errors, we want to render out that original edit. Just like that. And if there's not, well, this is all I'm going to do is just bring back that same context, or roughly the same context. And what would that context be? Well, it's going to be the same as what I have on Git here, which, again, I'll just leave it in as the object. And so we'll put that context right below the object itself. And there we go. So now I've got all that context. Let's refresh in our edit view here. And I'll go ahead and say new title, hit save video, and we get a server error. So I got host ID is not defined. Cool. So granted, I didn't actually bring in that host ID. And it's a string again. Let's save that. And we'll refresh in here, submit it, and there's our new title. So this is my video. Go ahead and save that, and sure enough, there we go. And so this should propagate everywhere. Let's go ahead and just grab the host ID real quick, or actually, let's grab the YouTube link rather, and go into our playlists and grab one, any of them. And we'll go ahead and add this playlist again, whatever title. This is my video. We refresh in there, and sure enough, there it is. Yeah, we don't want that twice, so we'll go ahead and delete it. Great. So now we have a way to edit this. Now we're going to change the video editing forms into HTMX so that I can actually edit them inline in this list right here if I need to. So to do that, of course, we're going to go ahead and jump in first to our list.html. I'm going to change these all to a div class and give it a style with a random margin. Let's just say 2 rems here, and I'll go ahead and say div. And if I refresh, now I got all this kinds of spacing in here. And so the first thing I want to do is add in a button, and this button I want to use to say hx-get, and we're going to go ahead and do videos, and then it's going to be object.hostid, and then let's say /edit. So by default, a button of hx-get will have a trigger of when I actually click on it. So I'll go ahead and say edit, and I refresh in here, I hit edit, and sure enough, it brings in the entire page to edit this. Now that's obviously not what we want. So there's 2 schools of thought on how we could handle this endpoint, right? So this get method right here, what I could do is I could absolutely have the is_htmx in here and really just augment what's being displayed on the arguments that are coming through based on the header. Or what I could do, and what I'm actually going to do, is duplicate these two views and isolate them from one another. So the first one is going to be hx-edit, and the second one is going to be hx-edit as well. And then we'll just call this video hx_edit view and video hx_edit post view. And so the primary reason for this is so that I can, well, maybe eventually I would actually get rid of the HTML versions and only have HTMX. But I wanted to isolate them so you could see just the difference between the two and how we handle this. Otherwise, we'll have these really, really big views, and that's not something I want. Okay, so one of the first things I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to add in the is_htmx as an argument to the hx view up here. Okay, just like that. And so this is the very first thing that we need to handle. This is get object or 404. Naturally speaking, we might not actually have that correct video object. So what we could do is we could actually augment the handler that we already have. In this handler, we could check on whether or not it is HTMX, right? So if we think about this inside of our shortcuts here, we could use this request handler to take a look. Is this HTMX or not? But the problem with that is we don't always know how big of a response we'll need for HTMX, right? So in other words, I don't have like a general way to say, hey, page not found for any given HTMX view, right? So I actually want to make it specific to that view. So what I'm going to do here then is just say try block, and we'll just do except. And really, I just want to say object, or rather not found, being true. So that means up here, I'll just say obj equals to none and not found equals to false. And really, now I'll just say if not found. Again, I'm assuming this is HTMX. I'll just return the HTML response of not found. Please try again. And there we go. And again, if we are not HTMX, so coming up here, if not is HTMX, then we could raise a error, much like what we have here, the starlet error itself. So I'll go ahead and bring in that exception, bring it to the very top, come back to the very bottom, and raise that error of status code being 400. Okay, so as it stands right now, it's actually not a whole lot different than what we had before, but we have this try block here, and I would have to have another condition in here if it wasn't HTMX and so on and so forth. So it just makes it a little bit more simple for us. So the biggest difference, though, is, of course, the actual template we will use, which is just simply videos/htmx/edit. So this presents a little bit of a new issue that we may have not realized when we were creating this. In edit.html, what we have here is the video object here. I want to change that. I want to change that to simply just object, just to make it simple for future use. Originally doing a video was meant to make it simple, but this shows that it's not necessarily simple. So even if you didn't have that already, go ahead and do that. Cool. So now we have that get method. It's a little bit closer to what we want. Let's refresh in our videos here, hit edit, and no, it still gives me the wrong one. That, of course, is because I didn't do hx-edit. I save back in here, refresh, and there it is. Okay, cool. It's a little bit like more tightly, set up, but it's still going into the button itself. So naturally, I need to add in a new target for hx. So in this case, I'll do video inline edit dash and loop.index. Okay, and that's going to be our target. So hx dash target. There we go. Okay, so we refresh now, and there we go. Cool. So when I save it, it actually does redirect because of the form itself. We'll fix that in a little bit. But the thing is, what we can really think about inside of this list element here is this should actually be unique objects, right? In other words, this loop.index does not have to be used. In the playlist, it did have to be used because we could use the same exact video over and over again. In other words, I can actually now use the host ID for this object, and this will be accurate to that video because it's going to be one single object. This is only one video per line. So if I hit edit in here now, it's actually a really cool thing because now what I can do is inside of HTMX, I can say list inline and like .html. Okay, so then back into our list here, I can grab this whole div, bring it into list inline here, and then I'll just go ahead and say include the videos HTMX list inline.html. Okay, so I refresh, I get a server error, and it looks like maybe we are missing something. Let's see what's going on. List inline.html is not oh, little spelling error. There we go, HTMLX. Okay, so I refresh it now. Sure enough, it's showing up. Cool. So there's a really good reason for this, and that has to go with where we go now. Inside of our edit view here. Now, by default, if there are errors, so let's scroll down a bit. If there are errors right here, we want to render out HTMX/edit. If they're not errors, then we're going to render out HTMX/list-inline.html. Cool. Next, of course, we want everything that was up here. And I will put this maybe even above our raw data here. Want to make sure I can get that object before I even validate anything. So I'll get rid of this obj here. Then of course I'll validate that data. And then assuming it is valid, then I'll be able to go through and finish it off. All right. Simple enough, I think. Let's save it now. We have one thing we still need to do, and that's the HTMX/edit.html. This now is going to be the action that we end up changing. This is going to be our HX post. And there we go. So HX-edit. Save that, go to edit this. Try Jingo 512, save video 512. Cool. Obviously, the styling is a bit off here. So this list inline, I'm going to take the styling out of this one. And we'll just go back into list.html and add the styling here. So the element itself is just surrounding the inline element, which I think makes a little bit more sense anyway. So going back to 5 and we save it. There we go. Cool. Now, the bad thing about this, of course, is if I go to edit this here and save it, it gives me that link then, right? So, you know, maybe I don't want to actually have the edit HTML always being HX post. There are other things that I could do to change that, as in having edit.html, not use that form and use a different one. But I think it's just generally fine, actually, because then with edit.html, I could actually just have a button there, or better yet, on detail.html, I can actually include that list inline button. So going back into edit here, or rather detail, we still have the same object here. So now I can go underneath that video, and let's go into that video and refresh in there. Now I can actually edit it right in here and save it. Now it's not going to change the whole page because that's not how it's working. But if I refresh, then it does change that page. So that's another option of something that I would be able to do with this list inline, which is why I prefer it and why I'm not going to change edit.html. And the final step for this is to actually add in a div here. Go ahead and say div. And we'll go input type equals to checkbox, and we'll give a name of delete. Okay, so we also want to say just simply delete. And Then I'll go ahead and run a label here, and we'll say label for delete, and we'll wrap that around. And I'm actually going to put it right here. And instead of saying save video, I'll go ahead and do submit. Okay, so then we refresh in here, hit edit, and now I have this delete button here that I can use. And I'll also give an ID of delete. Save that, refresh in here. And now when I select delete, it will actually toggle that. Okay, actually we could still leave it in as save. So basically if they have it selected of delete, then it should actually delete it, is kind of the idea. And so now back into our views, we can now import, well, we still have optional in here. If you didn't have optional imported, then bring it in. Now in our edit view here for HTMX, we're going to go ahead and bring in delete, and this is going to be optional. This actually should not be our get view, but rather our post view. So underneath here. And now it's going to be delete. And this is an optional Boolean value, and it's going to be equal to a form, and the default being false. Okay, so if it is delete, I don't need to validate anything. I just need to make sure my object is there. So if delete, then obj.delete, and then return HTML response item deleted. That simple. Okay, so we save it again. Go to edit here, delete, save, item deleted. Refresh, it's gone. Go in here, delete, save, up. It's not allowing me to do it there because I have my field for the title. But overall, the future, I would have to have a title anyway. So even when I add it, it would have to have a title. These were all obviously tests in here. But there we go. I am now actually able to remove these things. So if we go into a playlist here, let's go into a playlist and let's look at a video. Let's just grab one. I'm just going to grab a video here. And we'll say basic grayscale. Paste that video in, hit add video. Okay, basic grayscale, cool. It's in this hello world one. Let's go back into our videos, and basic grayscale should be in here somewhere. So basic grayscale, there it is. Hit edit, delete, save, done. And let's go back into those playlists. I believe is the first hello world. It's gone. Second hello world, it's not there either. So going back in, copying that same thing. This time I'm going to go into just videos and create. And again, basic gray scale, paste in that video, add video. It's back in there. Let's go back into my playlists. Hello world. What do you know? It's back. Cool. So that means that my playlists obviously aren't being updated when I remove the video, but they won't display because those videos are no longer in the database. But as soon as I bring it back, I have all of that data back. So if I accidentally, deleted a video, this would be a good way to bring us right back to where we wanted to be with the various playlists like so. Cool. So that's managing our videos. The new challenge for you here is to extrapolate this on your playlists and maybe even users and pretty much anything else. I think HTMX really gives us a low barrier to entry to doing all of these dynamic requests. Now, me personally, I actually would have only HTMX. I would be doing it HTMX first, not doing the template first. I actually very rarely would need to have this HTML template fallback. And realistically, if you are only designing for HTMX and you send back strings like, hey, not found, please try again, and that's all they see, it's still giving them the data. It doesn't give them all of the HTML. In other words, if the HTMX is disabled for some reason, or if JavaScript is disabled, this is still giving us a value back. It's just not super well formatted. Whereas up here, yeah, it's giving you a formatted value. But if they have JavaScript turned off, you still want it somewhat usable, but hopefully not too usable where they love it without the JavaScript running because, we need that JavaScript for HTMX to work. Cool. In a moment, moment, we're going to be implementing Bootstrap. This one's a little bit on the longer side because I'm talking about all of the basics of Bootstrap. So you might want to watch this multiple times to get it right. But the reason to do this is to make our site look like this. So when I actually say this doesn't look that great on the home page, but notice that the actual navigation bar already actually breaks down. If I go to playlist, this is now what playlists look like. If I want to add a new playlist, this is what it looks like. It looks so much better. I go to create playlist, I go to videos, I go to a detail video, I can actually break down and it will resize the video for me, which is really great. I didn't touch the JavaScript. Granted, there is a way to do all that stuff with touching the JavaScript, but that's not something I did. I've got my playlist. I even have a search bar that actually works, although the actual view doesn't work, but the actual form itself does work. And so I just want to show you how to implement all this stuff. And I do every piece of what you see here to make sure that it's working correctly. But at the end of the day, most of this stuff is coming directly from getbootstrap.com. So it's really just going off of the reference there and some of the experience that I've had. If you're really interested in learning Bootstrap in more detail, do this section and then let me know in the comments if you want to see a lot more things related to Bootstrap and the latest versions of Bootstrap as well. Now we're going to go ahead and implement Bootstrap and improve usability as well as the design of our application. Now this is actually pretty easy to do. We go to getbootstrap.com, select docs, go to the introduction here, scroll down a bit to the starter template. We're going to go ahead and copy this. Now, the reason I'm doing this has to do with the CDN versions of the related Bootstrap requirements like the CSS and JavaScript. That's really the only reason I'm using this starter template. You don't have to do that. You could actually install this in many different ways. Then we're going to go ahead and go into our templates here into base.html, and we're going to go ahead and paste in this starter template. I'll get rid of some of these comments that are in the starter template itself, and then we'll go ahead and bring over our own code that we originally had. So everything from body to body we want to bring in. So let's go ahead and cut that whole thing out, and we'll replace the Hello World H1 in that template, the Bootstrap starter template, with all of our stuff. And then I'll just go ahead and replace that title tag because really that's all I added in the first place. You might have changed more things, and if you had, go ahead and change those or add them over now. And I'll go ahead and get rid of my original HTML doc type. Okay, so if I save that and look at my project now, already my classes or the styling has changed a little bit, right? And so we definitely want to keep this, roughly speaking, the same. I'm just going to add a few elements that's going to make it look a lot nicer. Now, before I do, I updated notes.markdown to talk about a lot of the common classes that we'll see across the board. Now, the first one is really a test and try it out kind of thing, and these are common classes for layout. So the top level, we do a container, then we do rows, and then we do columns. And we'll actually take a look at this in just a moment. Next, we'll have button classes. Again, we'll look at that as well. Forms, just adding a single class and an input actually makes the form or the input form a lot nicer looking, just really, really simple. Spacing, this is something that, again, experimenting with, but it's actually pretty straightforward. And then finally, video ratios and all that. So those are just some common classes that you use over and over again. Now, we're actually going to implement a lot of these things in just a moment, but I wanted to mention the notes.md because this might help you better understand how these things are at a glance versus reading all of their documentation and things that I use all the time. Okay, so going back into getbootstrap.com/docs, go ahead and jump over into the components area. And what we want to do is navigate down to the nav bar here. So I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to copy the first nav bar I see. We'll just copy that up. So make sure you copy it and bring it into your templates. So the template that I want to change here is our snippets/nav.html. So inside of snippets, nav.html, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of what I have here and just paste in that Bootstrap nav bar, and we'll refresh on our page. Look at that. It already looks so much better. And if I break it down, it actually does break down based off of the size of the browser, which is exactly how Bootstrap works. It's actually made to be optimized for mobile. And so what I want to do in here is just change a few things. Now, you can absolutely learn all of these classes if you wanted to. I rarely do, but notice this right here. It says container fluid. I did mention that before. That's one of those things that you use over and over again. So if I actually change that to simply container and refresh in here, my navbar jumps in a little bit, right? So going back and forth is how we can make it all the way across or bring it in to like more of a standard web page look. Like Jupyter doesn't have that fluid container. It doesn't go all the way to the sides. So that's one thing. Next, I'm going to go ahead and say video membership, and we'll change the href to being /. I'll also do that with my home link here. I'm going to get rid of this class of active and video membership. That active class, pretty much everywhere there's a button, will make it dark, right? So if I bring that active class in here and refresh, notice that it's dark. It's like as if I'm on that page. That is something you might want to optimize for later. I'm not going to do that right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is add a link for my playlists. So playlists and playlists, right? And then scroll down a bit, or maybe actually add another link here. I'll copy this playlist link and paste it in, and we'll call this videos and then /videos. Okay, so there we go. We've got our video membership. Actually, I'll leave that one called home actually. So we'll leave that in here as home, just with the href for sure being /. So we got our playlists, our videos, and so forth. This dropdown, perhaps we want to call the dropdown just simply account, right? And then we'll do the href here of login, and we'll say login, and then maybe sign up and simply sign up. And then perhaps the other one being, I don't know, log out. And of course, if we had an account page or something like that, we would add that in there as well. So log out. Great. So we're refreshing here, and there we go. So one of the things that you might end up trying is saying something like if request.user.is_authenticated. And then really if it's going to be if not request.user is authenticated, I'll get rid of this drop-down divider class here. And then I'll go ahead and do an else clause here, and then just say and if. Save that, refresh, go into our account. Notice that it's saying that my user is not authenticated. So let's go ahead and log in. And it looks like we have a login already. Probably an issue that we need to sort out. But let's go into our application, get rid of the session itself, and let's actually log in. And I think we did, let's see, ABC123, log in. Close this out, and we will not save that account. Now it toggles. Cool, just a really simple thing. And this is all because the request is pretty much always going to be available in a JWT template. So that means that I should be able to do this request.user is authenticated like we just saw. And of course, the reason it didn't show that I was logged out on the template is because of how we have that login page itself, and a few other things that we need to probably sort out. But now we've got a little bit better usability. This disabled link, I'll go ahead and get rid of that one. I don't need that. I don't know why you would ever use a disabled link on the browser or the actual navbar. I don't know. Anyways, so the form search, we definitely do want this one. I'll go ahead and add in an action, and we'll put it into simply search. The input itself, notice that it says form control here. And so form control is one of the things that I mentioned before. So form control. Okay, and so now we are going to go ahead and add in this input, I'll go ahead and add a name here of Q. That's a very common name for that input. And so if I do a search here like hello world, eventually we'll have some sort of search feature that we can see that will actually work. But that's our navbar. I don't think I need to do a whole lot more to this navbar. Now, you might be wondering, oh, can I change the styles? Can I change the coloring? Of course you can, but that's not something I'm going to focus on here. Instead, what I want to do is just make the playlists a little bit more usable at this point. In fact, maybe make the whole thing a little bit more usable. So in base.html, this block content here is what I want to make a little bit better looking. So give it a div class, and we'll go ahead and say container-fluid. And let's go ahead and cut that out, save that there. Refresh, notice that it tabs in a bit, and now it's actually lined up better with that video membership. I zoomed in this way on purpose to see just how well it actually lines up. which is pretty nice. And of course, if I change it to just simply container, it will pop in a little bit. And then going back into that nav, again, if we change that to container and we look at that, what do you know? It lines up perfectly again, right? It's pretty cool how Bootstrap does that really, really simply. Anyways, so I'm going to leave it in as container fluid here. Okay. So now on every page, let's go ahead and start with our playlist page here. What I want to do is just make this a little bit more usable. So let's go into our playlists, into the list itself where we have all of these listed out. I want to make this list object a little better. So if we go into Bootstrap, into components, you have something called a list group. And if you scroll down, you can see all various list groups here. So you can use one that does not have links. Notice my cursor does not actually have a link. I can actually select these things. You can see active items. That is, if it's selected, you just add that active class like I mentioned before. And if we scroll down a bit, we also can do links and buttons. And that's what we see here. So that's actually what we want. We want to use links here. So I can copy this and I'm going to go ahead and paste it in here, save it, and we'll go ahead and look at our video membership. Here's our links now. Now this actually looks a lot better than down here, in my opinion, even with it full screen like this, right? So I probably don't want it full screen like that, but in mobile mode, when it's actually broken down, it actually looks pretty good in full screen. And so what I want to do then is obviously change all my links to these classes up here. Now, how I learned how to do this with Bootstrap itself is I would just experiment. I would just throw things around. Put this whole thing in a list group, doesn't do anything, right? So the div class is list group, didn't change anything. Now, if I actually put the ahref in here, which is going to be in here, notice that I don't need that list element at all. So let's get rid of that, save it. And it's starting to move in the right direction. But of course, I've got the class of list group item and list group item action. And so now I can go ahead and paste that in, refresh, and what do you know? Here is a list group, and if I click on it, it actually works. Sweet. So now, of course, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that example, save it, and boom, now it looks better. Okay, so this is something that I'll do fairly often is I'll just copy something from Bootstrap, especially if I forgot. If I haven't used it in a long time, that's what I'll end up doing is exactly that. And I mean, you could definitely remember these classes. And if you start using Bootstrap all the time, you will start to remember them because you'll be like, oh, well, how do I make one link highlighted, right? So in this list group, how do I highlight this creator videos? This is something that you might be like, oh yeah, well, I definitely need to put in active on it. And if I refresh, now they're all active and that's a problem. So you could go through a number of items on how you could go about doing that on whether or not it's active. Sometimes it's going to be a condition like this, and you just put active in. Other times it would be based off of the URL and stuff like that. So remembering the URL itself, if we did something like request.url and refresh in there, we see that URL, right? So you could absolutely change things based off of that condition as well inside of the Jinja template. I'll leave that to you for experimentation. But what I want to do now is I actually want to have a sidebar here that's related to the playlist, right? So I have another link here, which is creating a playlist, right? I want to actually have that linked on the main playlist page. And so to do that, I'm going to go ahead and create a new template in playlists, and we'll call this sidebar.html. Okay. So sidebar.html is going to be an include template. So back into Bootstrap, I'm going to go ahead and go into navs and tabs this time, not the nav bar, but navs and tabs. And I'm going to go ahead and look at the vertical style. I click on that and there is a vertical style. Okay, so I can just copy this and we can paste it in here. And now I've got a new link item here, a bunch of new nav related things. So I'm going to put this into my list here and I'll just go ahead and do include. And this is going to be playlists/nav, or rather sidebar.html. Save that. And we'll go ahead and refresh in here. And there it is. But unfortunately, they're right next to each other. They're both taking up the entire width, right? So this is actually where, going back into our notes, this is where the layout comes in. This is where rows and columns come in. So by default, if I don't put a row and column as a parent div, I actually get the entire width. It's going to be 100% there. So in other words, I can come back into this list.html here, and I could give a div class of row and go ahead and put this around the entire thing and tab it in. We save that. Now it's a row in here, and again, it's still 100%, right? And then in here, I could also do a div class of column, and again, still keeping everything in there, and paste that in, and I'll just tab this in a little bit. And I refresh, it's still 100%, right? And that's because everything is inside of the row and column. So what if I went ahead and changed this a bit, closed off that div, and opened up a new column, right? Now if I refresh it, what do you know? Now it's doing 50-50. So what happens is, in our notes, we didn't really cover this, but what happens is if you don't specify a number after here, it's going to automatically stay or it's going to separate it up into equal lengths. So if I actually copy that again, notice now it's like 1/3. And if I do it again, it's going to be 1/4, right? So this is where you're going to want to play around with these columns as well. But I've already broken this down for you. And what I actually want is the sidebar to be like 1/3, and then, or 25%, and then the actual list itself to be the 75%, the remaining of it. Okay, so there we go. Now it's actually starting to look a little bit better as far as the layout is concerned. Now you might be wondering, well, what if I did column 12? That is actually 100%. So what happens here is it goes from 1 to 12. So those are the numbers you can put in, or just no number. And so if you do 12, it's going to be 100%. If you do 3, it's going to be, roughly speaking, 25%. And that's what these actual comments are meant to be, right? And so the other part about this is that's pretty cool is if I break it down, it will stay that size. Now, in the case of a mobile browser, you might want to change that a little bit. And so there's something called breakpoints where you can change the size of screen as to when it actually changes its actual size. In other words, if I do column MD3 and literally just leave it in as that and break this down, once it gets past the medium size, it turns into 100% again. Okay, cool. So we can also be explicit about that and do column 12 and column 12, or we can actually bring it down to simply column. If we do that, what happens when we break it down? Then it goes 50%. Okay, pretty interesting. So these things are just a matter of playing around with, really getting familiar with it, and that's related to the layout of all of this. One of the things you might not like is that the fact that the nav bar is like right up on this container here. And so to actually solve that, it's actually pretty simple. In base.html, what I'm going to do is in this container fluid, I'm going to go ahead and say margin top, and we'll go ahead and add 3. So we save that, and that just gives us a little bit of spacing here with everything that's inside of this block content. I'll talk about that spacing more in just a moment, but for now, we're going to leave it as is. Okay, so back into the sidebar here, let's actually build this thing out. And this time, I'm going to go ahead and just say, I'm going to get rid of this active link here, and we'll go ahead and do playlists. And we'll have the href just being playlists. And then we'll go ahead and do create, so playlist/create, and we'll go ahead and do plus playlist. Okay, or let's go ahead and say create plus create playlist. Save that, and now we can actually go into create playlist. And we have all the playlists here, and there we go. So I actually want to reuse this format on a few of these other things. So the first one, I'm going to go ahead and copy these few lines here and go into detail. So the playlist detail, right? I'll go ahead and paste this in here now and scroll all the way to the bottom, hit div, and we'll go ahead and tab this in a bit. Now the reason I know it's 2 divs is because we've got this as our main column and this is our secondary column, and we refresh into, let's go into the detail of one of these. Now I still have that sidebar there, and this looks a bit better, right? And so we want to do that same thing again. I'll go ahead and copy these right here, and we'll go ahead and do our create. And again, paste this in, and then 2 divs at the bottom, div and div. And then we go into create, and there we go. What do you know? It's starting to look a lot more usable. So on a playlist detail, we might want to update this as well, of course. So inside of this playlist detail, perhaps the actual list element itself should be similar to what we saw before with the other lists. So if we go back into the list group here, this time I'm going to just go ahead and use the basic example of this list group here. So all I'm going to do with this one is add in a UL, and we'll give it a class of list group. And we're going to paste this around here, this N4 here. So now if we refresh in here, it does change it a bit. And that's because I didn't actually add the class for the LI, or the list element here. We save that and we refresh in here. Now it's a bit different, right? And so this gives me a little bit better of a look as far as how I might want this actually to be, like a little bit better formatted. Okay. And then the button, we can add a button class and say class, and that's BTN, and we'll do BTN small and then BTN danger. So the first one is actually declaring this is a button class for Bootstrap. BTN small is just going to make it a bit smaller of a button versus the default, which doesn't have BTN small. And then BTN-danger is just a color for, red. And then you can do success, and this is going to be green. Primary is going to be blue. Now, those are all sorts of things that you can look up on the documentation. But there we go. So now we've got this red color here. Great. And so this I can also add some spacing between these links and the remove item. So what I'm going to do is say MX being 2. So this gives margin on both sides to being 2. So that's what the X is for. If we wanted on top and bottom, we could do Y. That would add margin on top and bottom of this button itself, which actually changes the whole element a little bit. We can also add padding, so PY. So padding in this case is going to bring it inside the button, not outside. Margin brings it outside. Padding brings it inside. Or we can just do margin all around, which would be M-2. And that actually brings it both on the top and bottom and the left and right. So I'm going to leave it in as top and bottom. And there we go. So I actually added some notes in here for the sizing for the spacing as well for all that, which is actually really nice, being able to just space things really, really quickly. So going back into our list group here, we're going to go ahead, or rather our detail list group here. I'm going to go ahead and also add in a margin bottom of 3 just to bring down this form here. And so now I can actually add that form in as needed. And so that form, the actual class for that button, I'll go ahead and add in class. And this time I'll use BTN and BTN outline primary, or let's do it as secondary actually. So we'll save that, and there we go. So now I have a full another button that can do all of those things. Great, that's looking good. And so the next one would be the create method here. So let's go into create.html. This one I do still want to have the sidebar, so I definitely still do. Okay, and then I'm going to change it from add playlist to create playlist to just match what the link would be, as well as the URL. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in, this is like one of the coolest things I think, is just adding in the class of form-control to an input. And what do you know? There it goes. It looks so much better, I think. The button itself is going to be class and BTN primary. And then I'll also add a margin top here with MT-2. And there we go. That looks so much better to me. And I still want to do that same thing with this add video form as well. So in HTMX, I'll do a class here of margin top and bottom of 2. And then each input itself, I'll go ahead and add in a class of form control and save that. And then save that as well. The button here, I'll add a class of BTN and BTN primary. Now, when it's things, actions that I definitely want them to do, that's when I'll add in a BTN primary. Now, this remove button, maybe I don't want it to be so bright, right? But we'll talk about that in a second. This add video button, we'll do MT2, and there we go. A little bit better spacing. Now, I might actually want to have a border around this form itself. And so to do that, I can add it right here, and we could just say border, rounded, and I can now add in a padding all around it with P-3. And then now when I add this in, it kind of separates this out a bit more than everything else. And we can also do a background color with BG, let's say, for instance, dark, right? If I did BG dark, it actually does change this a lot. And then I can do text light and do something like that. Cool. So all of that stuff is referenced in the documentation, so definitely take a look at it. Overall, this I think is pretty straightforward. Okay, so that remove button, I want to just change it just a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and go back into detail. Remove button, this time I'll go ahead and do btn-outline-danger, and that just gives me that outline there. And this again could be a secondary button. I don't necessarily have to have it colored, and realistically, maybe I wouldn't have it colored here because this is a secondary action. I don't always want this to be removed, and perhaps I don't even want remove, I just want X, right? But I'll leave it in as just simply remove just to keep it as simple as possible. Okay, so naturally I still need to update the video detail, but I've already done a bunch of like layout related things for all of this. So the playlist actual list view, perhaps in here, I want to go ahead and add in a H1 here and say playlists. And then that way it's like, just a little bit more obvious as to what's going on. And then, we've got a lot of really good stuff already going on here, right? And perhaps I add that create button or create playlist link down at the bottom. And realistically, perhaps I actually add it like an HTMX view itself on the playlist list itself. That would be something you could do another time. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply the same idea with videos. It's actually going to be almost identical. So we're going to go ahead and copy that sidebar and bring it into videos. So sidebar.html. We will paste this in. This time it's just going to be videos and videos. And I think we still called it videos create. Sure enough, we did. So videos and create video. Okay, and so into our list view, what do? Well, let's go back into our playlist list view and let's copy the first few parts here, bring it into our video list view, paste that in. Okay, so we tab this over and then we do our divs, close off our divs here. And now right here, I'll go ahead and give a H1 above this and we'll call this videos, save that. And let's go back into our video list and there we go. Oh, I should actually change this from playlists to videos, sidebar. And there we go. So now we've got our videos here. These are closer to what I want because it has a margin all around it. But of course I don't want inline classes like that. I want to do class, and this time I'll do that border again. I'll do rounded. This gives me a border around it, and it's a rounded border instead of a squared one. So if we just left it as border, it'd be a squared border on each one of these elements here, which generally speaking is okay. But I'll go ahead and say rounded, just so it gives it a little bit of a softer edge. And then I'll go ahead and add a padding around here, and as well as a margin. I'll go ahead and do margin bottom this time of 2, and we refresh, and there we go. So a lot closer to what I had with playlists. It just now looks different, right? And I did that on purpose because this div around here, I can edit now, and it actually edits it in line, right? As we sort of expect, I suppose. But there it is, right? And this is actually how I want to approach videos versus how I did playlists. Okay, so in here, I'm going to go ahead and update now what's going on my list inline for that video. So let's just jump to that, and we'll go ahead and give, I probably don't even need to add a class at all to the surrounding class. The link itself, I probably don't need to add either. Realistically, the only class I need to add is to this button. This time I'm going to go ahead and do outline and primary because I probably will, actually, let's bring it back. Let's do secondary as well because it's not something I'm going to be doing very often. And again, BTN small. And there we go. And I can still edit, looking good. Now, of course, I want to add in a margin here. I'll go ahead and do MX2 again. And there we go. So it's starting to look a lot like how the playlist detail one did. It's just slightly different because, well, these are different actual attributes. And so now we save that. Let's go ahead and update our HTMX edit. And I'll come in here and just add all my inputs. We'll go ahead and add the class of form-control. And we'll go ahead and bring that into each one of my inputs here. And I don't think we need it in our checkbox, but let's take a look. Yeah, let's go ahead and not keep it in our checkbox. Save it like that, hit edit, and there we go. The form looks a lot better. Now the save button, this is going to be an action that we want to perform. So btn and primary. And then we'll go ahead and add in a margin top of 2, like we've seen before. Edit, and there we go. Cool. There probably should be a cancel method in here. Like I probably should have something for canceling. That's something you can experiment with on your own. Okay, look at how easy that is. Okay, so I still need to handle the detail view, of course. Next is the create video method here. I'm going to go back into my list, and I'm going to grab everything related to the list view here. So everything right there. Go into our detail, paste this in here, or not the detail actually. Let's go ahead and do the create method first. Bring in that sidebar again, and there's going to be add video. Get rid of this. And then our divs, div and div. Save that, refresh. What do you know? Now this is going to be our create method. So inside of there, again, our inputs, class, btn, or rather, this is going to be our form control class. Save that, and there we go. Our add video button is an action we definitely want them to perform. So btn primary margin top 2, save it. What do you know? It's already looking so much better in my opinion. Okay, so now back into our videos. There is another one. We have this edit button here, of course, but if I go into just /edit, this is, what do you know? It's actually the right form, which is great. That's fine with us, but we also want to have the sidebar in this case. So this is an edit.html, right? And so now I'm not going to actually keep the title in there. I'll just leave in as edit video and not even put any other elements in there. And so again, I'll go ahead and add in these items here. And we'll just say div and div. Okay, so we save that, edit video, hit save, brings me back, or it gives me that link, and now I can go back into that detail there. Pretty cool. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do the detail video view. Okay, so what is it that I want to do here? Well, I actually want this video to change sizes based off of the browser size. And I actually don't want the sidebar any longer. This is a detailed video, so we just want to have the content itself. At least the video sidebar, that is. So the first thing is we're going to go ahead and create a row, just like this. And I'm going to go ahead and put it around just the div class. The script doesn't need to be around that. Next, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the start time. I don't need that any longer. The title we might not even need either, but I'll leave that one in here. And we'll do div class equals to column medium 9. Otherwise, we'll do column 12. This will be around the title and the video. And then the sidebar will just be this rendered code here, which is already in a div class. And I'll just give this column medium and then column 12. Save that. Okay, already looking a little bit better. We can break it down. Obviously, the video is not changing in size, but we can change the video based off of some of my notes. So going back into the notes.md, if we scroll down a bit, we've got this video here, and we can use ratio and ratio dash, and then the ratio size we want. Let's say, for instance, we wanted it to be square videos. Let's go back into video detailed. To have square videos, we can just add a class on the parent div here with that ratio. So if I refresh in here, well, it's actually not keeping it one by one. Okay. So it's not going to be perfect every single time. But if we did, let's say 16 by 9, it will also not handle that. Okay. So part of the challenge with that itself is the fact that how we're actually implementing the video itself, right? We're implementing it through JavaScript. But at the very least, even just with a ratio there, it does keep resizing it based off of my browser, which is really cool, I think. And so that is how we're going to leave it. And actually the video title, I'm actually going to put in the side itself. And this time it's just going to be H5 instead if there is a title. And we'll put that over here, right above the code, the embed itself. And so now it's based off of that video. And of course we could make a comments form and all that. That's not something I'm going to do at this time. Okay, so quite a bit better as far as the look is concerned. We don't have a logout page. I do have a login page, which I want to implement. We will need to add our logout for sure. I'm going to get rid of all my cookies here, refresh, and we'll go into our login page. So this I definitely want to show you as well. So back into our templates here, login. This time what I'm going to do is a div class of row. And I just wanted to show you one more element that's really nice to do as well. And that is putting something into a container. So we'll do class column MD6. Now I can use MX Auto. So what MX Auto is going to do is so fun to see. So we save that, refresh, and it automatically brings everything right in the middle based off of the size I give this. So if I gave that a size of 2, it's going to make that in the middle as well of the entire row. So that's what MX Auto does. And so I'm actually going to leave it in as 6, and then we'll do text center. This will actually align everything in the center like that. And then of course the inputs themselves, we need to add the class of form-control. Okay, save that and grab that one and that one. And we refresh. There we go, a little bit better of a login. Perhaps we want the medium size to actually be closer to like 4, so the form itself isn't that big. Form control always goes 100% of what its parent class is, which again, you're going to want to experiment with yourself. I'll go ahead and copy this now and bring the same thing into our signup form and close off this div here. I think one thing I did not finish was the button. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll do class, and it's going to be BTN and BTN primary. Okay, I'll actually add in another button underneath this, and we'll go ahead and give a p tag and say a href being sign up, and say, do you need an account? Okay, refresh, and I'll give this also a div around that p tag, and we'll give it a margin top of, let's say, 5. Okay, and the button itself, let's give it a margin top of 2. There we go. And now, maybe this should be like margin 3. That's better. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and copy these last few lines, go into sign up, and replace them. Of course, this should be sign up. And do you have an account? Log in. Or let's say, do you need to log in? Let's do that. Do you need an account? There we go. Do you need to log in? Okay, so I can toggle back between those two. Great. And then we'll go ahead and do class of form-control to confirm the password and the email. What do you know? Okay, so now we look like much better. We look a lot more professional as to how this is concerned with. The 404 page, obviously we can do all sorts of stuff with that too. We've got that arrow page like this. In this case, I'm just going to do div class equals to text center, and we'll take a look at that. What do you know? And margin top 5, py5, or ptop 5, either one. This gives it a little bit better of a outlook there. Pretty cool if you ask me. I mean, it's also very, very simple because it's a lot of copying and pasting. Granted, I will probably do it much faster than you will, given the fact that I've done this a lot and I know Bootstrap pretty well. But the idea here is you want to experiment with the examples that they give you. And this was just a fairly straightforward way of how to do that. And granted, there's always things that we can improve and change. Now, one of the biggest parts of this that I really like is the fact that I have all of these different templates so I can actually go through and change everything. And so using VS Code will show me what all of those changes were. And in my case, it's just a matter of adding in a bunch of classes for Bootstrap and maybe changing the formatting a little bit, maybe adding a couple divs in. But with all that, it's now like much closer to what a first version of an application could end up being, right? Which I really, really like. All right, so now I want to highlight a problem with our current login required decorator, and that's because of HTMX. So in this incognito window, my user is not logged in. I'm going to go into videos and then click on edit. And what I see here is the login page being embedded into where the edit form should be. Now, of course, if I hit create video, it actually brings me to that login page in order for me to log in. And so I actually want both of these things to actually send me to that login page. So what we need to do for this is we actually need to update how our login required handler actually works. So the exception itself. So this right here. And so what I can do here is I can set response equal to this redirect here and then return that response. And what I actually want to do with this response is I want to check on whether or not the request itself is HTMX. Now we already have that in our shortcuts, so I'll go ahead and add in is HTMX, and then come in here and just say if is HTMX on that request. Then I want to do something with this response. And that is we're going to add in a header called hx-redirect here. And then we're going to go ahead and bring it into wherever we want it to go. In this case, it's going to be login. And so this is the header that you would find if you went into the htmx.org documentation in response headers. We have a number of things that we could end up doing here. Redirect will trigger a client-side redirect to a new location. Okay, so this is actually what I want to do. I want to actually redirect them somewhere. But if you see here, it actually says you don't need to return a 302. In fact, we don't want to return a 302. What is a 302? Well, that's the status code that we've been using on these redirects. So the actual shortcut for the redirect, we have a status code of 302. This is standard for browser-based redirects. We are not doing a browser-based redirect. We are doing a HTMX redirect, which means I need to change that response.status code to being just simply 200. So it's successful, and I can actually make this request. And of course, this path and all that stuff doesn't really matter here because the response is going to come back with the 200, and then it's going to require me to be redirected. Now, before I finish this off, you might remember back to when we created this path, maybe I want to use this in both places, the exact same path. Now, the reason I'm not going to do that is going to be very obvious in just a moment. Okay, so if we come back into our videos here and go to edit, it redirects me. But what it does is it actually redirects me with that entire path, including hx-edit. So this is going to be in my login URL. That is definitely not something that I want. So I'm just going to go ahead and say login. And realistically, most of the HX login required pages are going to be stuff that probably shouldn't even show up unless the user is logged in. In other words, this edit button here should only be if request.user is authenticated on that actual template. So that's something I'd let you end up doing. Now, there are other headers that you could end up using, including triggering things, which is pretty cool, but that's a little bit outside the scope of what I'm trying to do with this whole series. Instead, we just really want to handle the login required pages to make sure that everywhere there's HTMX, it is actually handling that correctly and bringing us into the proper login page. But now, of course, that we can log in everywhere, we need the ability to log out. Let's do that in the next one. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and handle our logout view and also augment our login view just a little bit as well. So let's go ahead and do this. First and foremost, I need to have something very similar to log in here. So I'll go ahead and put that right above sign up and right below login. And we'll just call this logout. And of course, it's our logout and get view. Now I actually do not need to know about this session ID. This is actually true for a login view as well. That's pretty much all I need to do is render out the template. So our login view, we will update that to, and this of course is the get view, and save that. Great. So the logout page, I need to add the template for it. And so let's go ahead and create those templates or update them. So inside of Auth, I'll go ahead and do the logout.html first, and then we'll go ahead and grab the login page too, and I'll paste both of these in. Okay, so they're almost the same, they're just kind of inverses of each other. So the login page, instead of saying if logged in, we'll just say if request.user.is authenticated, because that makes a lot more sense than saying if they're logged in or adding that context variable, since we have the ability to grab the request.user. Cool. So with that, we've got our logout here. Would you like to log out? I'll go ahead and say ahref equals to /logout and put that around there. Not question mark, but slash. And there we go. So there's our login link. Login.html probably doesn't need to change a lot. Now let's go to logout, and we'll call this, of course, logout. This time, instead of if not request.user.is authenticated. So if they're not authenticated, basically it would say login required. Please go ahref here to log in. Cool. Next, the form itself. Now, I actually don't need an email and password, of course, but I am going to keep in a form with the method of post. And we're just going to say, yes, log out. And then inside of here, I'll also go ahead and say, would you like to log out? Or are you sure you'd like to log out? Whatever. But the idea here is we still want to send a post method to the backend. Okay. So once we do that, of course, we have to handle that post method. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this logout here, paste it in, and call this logout post and app.post. There we go. And so after it is a post request, so assuming this is successful, I actually just want to redirect this. So we're just going to go ahead and return redirect, and we want to return it to our login page, most likely. Maybe our home page, it'd be up to you. And then I'll go ahead and do remove session being true. Okay, so remembering back to our redirect, the shortcut itself, if we look in there, we have the ability to remove the session, which would put the session ended being true, and delete the session ID cookie, which really just ends our session. Okay, so let's go ahead and verify this. If we go to the logout page, we're going to go ahead and say yes, log out, and sure enough, I'm logged out and all that. And now if I go into the logout page again, it's going to say login required. Please go here to log in. I also might even just have that as a redirect itself, right? So if they go to the get method here, and we say if not request.user.is authenticated, then I'll return a redirect as well. And I'm putting this in the wrong place. So let's go ahead and cut that out and log in, but rather log out. Just redirect them there so that no matter what, if they try to log out when they're already logged in, something like that. Okay, so maybe we want to show them an error, maybe not. Anyways, so now I've got this. I'll go ahead and put it in. And let's log in, ABC123, or ABC at Team CFE, ABC123. Let's put a .com here and log in. There we go. Okay, so I've got my user now, and let's go to this logout page again. Okay, so you might be wondering, why is there a post method here? Well, if there was a get method, then every time I go to this URL, it would log that user out, right? So in other words, I don't want them to just accidentally go to this logout page and log them out. I would much rather require them to just take one extra step and say log out. This also adds in for additional security, right? So if somebody else on another website actually links to your page and they link to log out, that would mean that when they come back to your page, it would actually log them out. Similar to like if we did it, or potentially could do that, right? So that's why we want to have that post method. It just adds in the ability to mostly prevent that from happening, although there's still cases where it could. So the next thing though is one little piece with my login that I want to update, and that is if I go into edit here, or anything, actually not edit, but create video here, an HTML or an HTTP redirect here, I've got this next URL. And so I actually want to support that one. And so back into my login here, what I'm going to do is on the login post view specifically, I'm going to go ahead and add in an argument for next. And this is going to be an optional argument that's a string. And I'm going to set the default to be /. And so I need to make sure that the optional is imported here. So I'll do from typing import optional. Okay, so this optional class is coming through. And this is a parameter, of course, that's in the URL itself. Now I'm just going to verify that at the very end here and say if the http://127.0.0.1 not in next, then we're going to go ahead and say next is equal to that /. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and return next. Now this right here is just a janky way to verify that my current URL is inside of that next request. So it's not like something like, google.com/whatever, because that's definitely not what I want here. I would rather have a proper URL. And so now I can actually do that, right? So now I can log in again. And it actually takes me to the place that I had a login required needed. And that's just a simple way to do that. There would be more robust ways to do this in the long run, including making an actual function here to verify if this is a clean next value, right? Clean next URL of some kind, and also maybe having support for relative paths as well. But I'm gonna let you handle that one. So now all we really need to do to finish this off is adding in a search view of some kind. Now we're going to go ahead and prepare our search index. What this is going to do is it's going to take our video model and our playlist model, and it's going to transform it a little bit so that they are roughly the same. And we'll take a look at what that means now. So let's go ahead and jump into our notebooks here. I'm going to duplicate the video add tests one, and we'll just go ahead and rename this to prepare search index. Okay. Inside of prepare search index, I'm going to go ahead and keep the first 3 in there, and I'll delete the bottom ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and run these. And then down here, I want to import UUID. We'll also import from Pydantic. We're going to import our base model, the field, and validator, and possibly root validator. I'm also going to import JSON as well. We'll leave that in just like that. So the first one is going to be our video. So let's go ahead and say video object equals to video.objects.first. And I'll go ahead and get the dictionary value of this by just changing it into a dict. And we'll do video object here. And there we go. Okay. And so taking the same concept, of course, with the playlist, it's going to look very, very similar, right? So playlist object with lowercase p, very, very similar. But of course, the actual primary key is what we want to transform here into being the same thing. Now, the playlist itself, for ours, has a primary key of DBID. The video, on the other hand, not the watch event, but rather the video, has a primary key of host ID. So I just want to change those things. And that's what we're using Pydantic for, is to really just change how this is laid out. It's not the only way to do it, but Pydantic makes it pretty easy to do. Let's start out with video because it's by far the easiest one to do, just with the object ID name, which is what host ID and DBID will be changed into. So we'll do class video index schema. And of course, this is our base model. And we're going to go ahead and add in object ID. I'm going to declare it as a string, and it's going to be equal to the field with an alias equaling to host ID. Okay, so we can actually ignore DBID altogether on video object because of where that primary key is. And so now that I've got this, what I can do is insert a cell below here. We can take a look at what our video object looks like in here. So video object, and then we'll go ahead and do .dict. There it is, simple enough. So taking the same concept to our playlist, again, using playlist here, we have to change the field that it's going based off of, right? So it's going based off of DBID here. We also have to field the data type. The data type right here has to be a different field type, or based off of the field from the actual playlist model, which is UUID. So we'll use UUID.UUID. Okay. And so now passing in to the playlist index schema, we'll go ahead and pass in this object here and then do .dict. And what we get back is still that object type of UUID. So this is where we get a little creative. Change it into JSON. If you change it into JSON, it turns it into a string. And so I can actually use JSON.loads to turn it back into a Python dictionary. And now it's a UUID as a string. There's probably another way to cast this of some kind, but this is the simplest way that I've found. So now all we really need to do is build out the rest of the model itself. So that's actually pretty straightforward. The video itself is going to be title. That's going to be a string itself. We'll also add in something called path, and this is also going to be equal to a string itself. The path itself will go off of the alias, which of course is host ID. The title, well, the title doesn't need to go off of anything, so I can leave it in just like that. You might be thinking, oh, the title might be optional. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in from typing, we'll bring in optional. Make sure we've got that. So if our title is optional, we'll just go ahead and put it in like this. And now getting closer, but path itself can actually be augmented as well in a slightly different way by using a validator. So we'll go ahead and do set path. This, of course, is going to be the class, the value, the values at large, and keyword args. And in here, I can just return the string substitution of videos slash, v, or what that value is. Now, with this path itself, what we are actually validating, of course, is the path. And v is actually equal to the host ID because of that alias, which is pretty cool. So now if I set it, it gives me the path to this object. And it's a very minimal amount of data. Granted, if the video had a description, I would totally add the description in here as well and probably call it description still. So that's the video. Can we do the same thing for the playlist? Well, we have title. We don't have host ID, but we do have a path and it's based off of the database ID. So I'm going to go ahead and bring those same things back. Right? Almost the same. Instead, now it's DBID here. And this should be not videos, but playlists. And this should be DBID, just as our own reference for later. We run that and we load it up and we get a type error here. Oh yes, because path should not be a string because of the alias that's coming through. We want it to be a UUID and we can run that back just like that. Okay, cool. So now it's actually showing it up. Now, what's happening here with this path, maybe it's a little janky with how this path is set up because it's going based off of this database ID. So perhaps what we want to take a look at is the root validator. And I'll go ahead and define set defaults. And this will take in our class and our values. And it's going to return back values. So what I'm thinking about here is the fact that this data type is set at UUID, and it's definitely not going to be a UUID. Whereas the object ID will definitely still be a UUID, regardless of what the JSON ends up being. And so what I want to see here is I actually want to see what the defaults are based off of this. So I'll get rid of this validator here. And we'll go ahead and print out these values. Oh, let's make sure root validator is imported first. It's not. Okay. Come back down, run this. Okay. And so we get the values. These are the original values here. And notice that path has UUID. So now I can actually say path equals to values.get path, and then values of path can now be equal to that string again. So something like this. And there we go. And here it is. And so path now, we can leave it in as a string and give a default to just a slash. Okay. And so now, of course, it's still going off of the wrong thing. So this should be object ID now and not the path itself. So it's not augmenting from that original path. And there we go. A lot closer to proper validation, I'd say, for this. and we'll get rid of that validator. Great. Okay, so now we've got this object here and it's starting to look pretty good. Now the other thing is, what if I don't have to actually use the JSON itself? What if I can actually do values of the object ID is equal to the string of object ID? And let's go ahead and take a look at that with just the dictionary. Run that. And there we go. So that's also another way to really simply not have to do this sort of janky loading. This is still a UUID class, except it's just not being treated as such with these default validators. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this. Both work, but it's not necessary any longer, and thus the need for this root validator. Great. So now that I've got these, I'm a lot closer to what I actually want to have, which is creating a data set of all of these items. So let's go ahead and do that with videos. And this is going to be, well, if we do the videos query set, so videos queue, or video queue is video.objects.all, right? And I want the dictionary values here. So I'll go ahead and say, we'll grab the dictionary with dict of x for x in those values. Then we can say video queue, and there's all those values. Next, of course, is going to be actually converting them into our videos data set. And this is just going to be looping through all of that. And now using this same sort of method that we just did up here. And so we're going to grab the video object data, which I'll just call x, and it'll be for x in video queue. And now we can see the videos data set, and there we go. But we have one glaring problem, and that is this is not really distinguished by this other than maybe the path. So I'm going to add in one more thing in here, and that's going to be called object type. It's going to be a string, and it's just going to be set to the type it is. Playlist and video. That alone helps distinguish it right inside all of that data. Really, really easily as well. So taking this same concept, I'm going to copy it and paste down here, and now just change video to playlist everywhere necessary. And then our playlist index schema and playlists dataset. Okay, and then our final data set is going to be equal to the playlist one plus the videos one. The ordering doesn't really matter that much based on what we'll end up doing with this data set. Okay, so there it is. Cool. So since we have all this stuff, I actually want to bring in these schemas somewhere. So let's go ahead and jump into our app here. We're going to create a new model called indexing. Inside of this model, or rather module, inside of this module, we're going to go ahead and create a init file. So init.py, and then we'll go ahead and create schemas.py. And I want to bring in all of the necessary imports for this. So the first one is this. The next one is going to be our video index schema. Notice that I don't have the video model imported at all here. All right. And then of course the next one being our playlist. I'll go ahead and copy that and we'll bring it in here. Great. And so just to test those things, I'll call this playlist schema 2 and playlist schema or video index schema 2. And then I'll go ahead and import it from our app. So insert below this, we'll go ahead and do from app.indexing.schemas, import all, and then I'll just do kernel, restart and run all. Assuming that I have everything saved, I should definitely get the same sort of data coming back. And of course, it's not from the inline schema data that we've been testing with, which is cool. So now, of course, I can actually use this elsewhere, which is what we still need to build on top of. Now, there is one glaring problem with both of these schemas, and it's mostly based off of the playlist, but also in reverse, the video itself. The playlist itself, if you remember, has something called host IDs. So what I actually want to have the ability to do is take all of the videos that are associated to any playlist and set up something for host IDs. And I'm actually going to call it related, and it's going to be pointed to the host IDs. Now that also means the video itself, related, would point to the playlist names, most likely, right? So both of these things are connected in some form, but most specifically is I just really want the titles, right? So the video title in this case, and then the title of the playlist. So if I do a search for something like OpenCV, if the entire playlist is called the complete OpenCV playlist, then yeah, I want to show that playlist up. Whereas maybe none of the videos in there say OpenCV, but maybe they say CV2 or some sort of abbreviation of that. And so I definitely want to ensure that I have the ability to reference other things, at least a little bit, in my search indexing. And so that's something we'll do in a little bit later once we implement some more of these advanced features and actually implement the indexing itself. Now we're going to go ahead and integrate Algolia for our search. Now what this is going to do is it's going to take our prepared data set, this value here, and it's actually going to index it for us so that I can just type out a query and it will actually give me some sort of response to that query. And so if you don't already have an Algolia account, be sure to go sign up for one. There is a free tier that's pretty generous, so definitely consider doing that. So jump into the dashboard after you do. A lot of times it will actually help you set up your first index, which is what I'm going to do first with you as well. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and set up a new one. So regardless if you've already done it before, just set up a new one, click on products for search, and we're going to go ahead and create a brand new index here. This one I'm going to call my video membership index. Now you absolutely can have multiple indices for the exact same project. So in our case, our project is the video membership application. So you can absolutely have an index for videos. You can have one for playlists. And that would be if you wanted to keep all of that data separate and you wanted to have maybe more complex searching and probably a little bit harder of searching as well. So I'm going to leave it in as one big data set like we did so that I can have one single index to do one single query search, make things a lot easier on me. And so that's going to be creating, and just keep note of this video membership index name. So I'm going to go ahead and actually jump into my env variables first. So .env here. I'll go ahead and do Algolia index and name. And it's going to be equal to the video membership index, right? Or whatever you call yours. Okay. Next, what we need is to get the app ID or the application ID that we have. And so yours might not even have a name here. It might say unnamed application, which is fine. It's really easy to change it. You just go into see all right here, and then you can edit all of your different applications. But you actually see the application ID right here. So we could probably copy that application ID just like that. So Algolia app ID, and there it is. And of course, if you forgot that, there's another place to find it, and that's going to be inside of your settings, and then jumping into API keys, and then you'll most likely see your application ID right there. Okay. And of course, that depends on what application you're on, because Algolia, given that it allows you to create search engines, you might have a lot of different applications with a lot of different indices in there. And so you definitely want to make sure you're using the right application ID. So the next thing is just really creating our API key. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and now say Algolia API key. And to do this, still in this API key settings, we'll go into all API keys. We'll click new. You can write a description if you'd like. You can also add in your indices, or you can add in a catch-all one. So if I do video membership with a star at the end, that means you'll take in the one we just created or any of the other ones that we might want to have. And you can add in a bunch of restrictions in here. What I want to do is add in ACL, that is the access control list, like things that I can actually do with this API, which in my case, I'm just going to go ahead and give pretty much all access to the API itself. So delete object, anything related to the object itself, deleting the index. I don't think we'll need these settings. We probably don't need to update these settings per se, but I'm just going to go ahead and add them in just so I don't have any ACL problems when it comes to actually using this data, okay, for the index itself. This should be good. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create that. Now, the other cool thing about this is I can actually separate out the two different API keys, right? So on one hand, my application itself could only have the search ability, not necessarily updating the index itself. But I'm going to leave it in with all of these data items, and here's my API key. Simple enough. Let's go ahead and copy that and save that in here. Okay, great. So now we have our Algolia API information. Let's go ahead and actually add it into our configuration, our settings itself. So what I'm going to do is just base it off of these things right here. We'll paste in here and we'll give it Algolia app ID being a string, Algolia API key, also a string, and Algolia index name, also a string. You can absolutely use a default if you'd like. I'm not going to change any of those things. I just want to make sure that I have all of the Algolia related items on here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually create our index, our indexing client. So inside of indexing here, we're going to go ahead and do client.py. Okay, and so what I want to do here is I actually want to create the index that will give me the ability to update it and also search it. So, but before I could do that, I actually have to install the Algolia search into my project here. So I'm going to go ahead and go into requirements.txt and put Algolia in here, save it, and then we'll go ahead and run pip install -r requirements.txt, and we'll go ahead and save that. Yours will probably install Algolia search. I did some tests already, so I don't need to do that. Now back in the client, we'll go ahead and do from Algolia search.search_client. We're going to import the search client method here. And so from this, we're going to go ahead and declare the client itself, which is going to be the search client, and then .create. And of course, we also need to get our settings. So from app, we're going to import config, and then settings equals to config.getSettings. And then inside of our create method here, we want to put the app ID and the API key. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and go into my env here, and I'm going to use a lot of the documentation type things that they do, which I'll go ahead and set the settings.algolia app ID to the constant of this. And we'll do that a couple more times. And then API key. And this should be not API ID, but app ID and index name. Okay, great. So from there, I could go ahead and declare this client with the app ID and the API key. Then we can grab the index itself from that client with init_index, and then grabbing that index name. Okay. So I could totally leave it like this, but realistically, like I do with a lot of these settings, as I do get settings, I'm just going to call this get index, and I'll give the name, the default name being the Algolia index name that we set up there. That way I can change this if I need to a different index itself, and we'll just pass it in like that, and then we'll return that index value. Okay. So fairly straightforward on how we go about doing that, because we will use this in a lot of places. So the next few methods that I want to have is update index. This will actually save for later, but it's going to be calling index and get index. Again, I'll stick with the default on this one. And then I want to do some stuff, and then I'll just go ahead and say return. And then we're going to do something called search index, which is going to take in a query. And this is pretty straightforward too. It's also getting the index. And what we can do is we can actually return index.query, or rather index.search of that query, which is pretty great. And so what I want to do now is really experiment with these things, and more specifically with the index client in a Jupyter notebook, so we can build out this update index and make sense of it all. Now we're going to go ahead and experiment with actually updating our index, which really means that we grab the index itself, then we put in some data into that index, and then we reference it with maybe searching it. So to do this, we're going to use our Jupyter notebook here, And the first thing I want to do is I want to actually import from app.indexing.client. We're going to import get index. Okay, so let's go ahead and run these items here and go to the very bottom with all that data. So go ahead and say index equals to get index. There we go. And I will say there was a little error on the video. I spelled the Algolia index name incorrectly, which I updated off the video. But anyways, so if we see this index here, I can look at dir to see what is attributes of this get index. We've got browse objects, we have find object, get object. We also have save objects, which is what I'm really going to be doing here. And then we also have a search. Now, as you see, there's a lot of different features to Algolia, things that I'm just not going to be covering. But instead, what we want to do is now actually save some items into this index. Okay, and those items are this data set. So I'm going to go ahead and comment out this dir. And really, it's just as simple as index.save objects of this data set. And then if we do .wait, it will actually sit there and wait until they're all saved. And it'll actually give me back a response from this. So I can say idx response is equal to that, or the index response. And I can actually try to get out from this index response, I can try to get out the object IDs that I saved. Okay, which is pretty cool. So this actually gives me all of those object IDs, which of course correspond to the object IDs I actually did save, both playlists as well as my other objects, which is nice. And this will also give me the length of items updated. So in this case, it's going to give me the length, which is 31. And so we'll take a look at how this is going to end up shaking out once we implement the actual search view. But now I actually have items in this index. So I can actually do index.search and do some sort of search query. So let's say open CV with a space like that. And there we go. So now we actually get things back from this. Right? So we've got OpenCV is awesome and OpenCV is another great package. Right? So it's actually giving me a search result. So awesome OpenCV, incorrect ordering, it gives me OpenCV is awesome. So this is why you want to implement a index search like Algolia, is because your users are rarely ever going to search exactly what the title is. And if they do search what the title is, it's still going to be really, really good and really fast. But I mean, likelihood is really low on whether or not they're going to be doing that kind of search. But if they do, you get an exact match and then boom, you're good to go. So naturally now what I need to do is I need to be able to update this on a regular basis. I can't just rely on Jupyter Notebooks to do that. And one of the things we want to get in the habit of is updating our index in bulk, not necessarily doing it when I make minor changes, but rather doing it after major changes. Now, major changes or bulk updating, there's a lot of different methods and techniques on how to do that. I'm just going to be doing this the most simplest one. And I'm also running with the notion that, the amount of videos that you'll have and the amount of playlists that you'll have will never be like in the hundreds of thousands anytime soon, right? I've been making videos for years and I have like maybe 4,000 videos on my website, right? So it's not even close to the YouTube scale and stuff like that. So this method wouldn't work for those major scales as far as updating the index, but it will work for what we have here. So what I do need to do is I need to actually implement a way to extract the video dataset. So now I'm going to go ahead and create a method. Let's actually bring this into where we want it, which is inside of my client. I'm going to define get dataset here. And it's going to return, well, some sort of dataset list. Okay. So how do we define this list? Well, this might actually evolve over time, but initially speaking, we're going to want to grab from app.playlists.models, we're going to want to grab the playlist model. And then from app.videos, we're going to grab the videos model. And then from .schemas, we're going to import our schemas. So the playlist index schema, and then the video index schema, which I believe is what we called it. Yeah, okay. So now we've got those schemas in there. Next, of course, we actually need to get the query sets. And so I've actually already done these, right? So right here is the playlist data set. And so I can bring this into my get data set here. Simple enough. And then our video one, scroll up a bit. And there's our video one. And so we just add those two things together. The data set being videos data set plus playlist data set. There we go. So now update index will be, of course, getting the index itself and then getting the data set. And then we can actually get the amount of items coming back in here. So I'll do IDX response equals to index.save objects of that data set. We'll go ahead and hit wait here. And then I'm just going to try and do count equals to the length of the list of the IDX response, the first element in that. And then we're going to go ahead and from that assume that we can grab object IDs. Now, by all means, take a look at what that IDX response is to actually get this proper count and see what else comes back. But this is a key value that comes in with that response. And then I'll just go ahead and have an exception handler of count being none, and then do count. Okay, so now I've got this update index method. So I'm going to go ahead and comment out my updater from here. And instead actually use it. So updated and count being update index, save that, bring that in from my client, and then kernel restart and run all. And at the very bottom, we should get what that updated count is. And I'm getting a name error. Playlist data is not defined. Let's go back and take a look. So playlist Q, we can get rid of, copy and paste error. Okay, so we save that, and we don't need the video data set written out twice. This is what we should see here. Great, and let's go ahead and kernel and restart run all again. And now we should get an updated count of being 31, or whatever that number was before for you. And there it is. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and implement a search view. But before I do, I want to update my nav.html, the actual input here, to actually keep the value that I'm searching. So if I do open CV or something of the like, we do have a query parameter in the URL. I want to actually keep that parameter inside of this search bar. It's actually pretty straightforward on how to do that. We just add a value inside of the search input, and it's going to be based off of request.query params .get and double quotes there and curly brackets, just like that. And so if I refresh in here now, it now shows that. If I don't have query parameters, it's going to say none. So obviously I don't want to show that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one more time and say if request.query parameters here, and then end if outside of that. Refresh, and now it's going to show it only if there are actually query parameters there. The other part is we might also say and, maybe the /search in request.path, just to make sure that if there are query parameters somewhere else, it's not necessarily going to show up. So search there, I go to here and do Q, Q equals to something like that. That gibberish does not show up in the search bar. Okay. Cool. So now I have a way to just, kind of keep track of a search, for example. So the next thing is here, I actually want to implement new templates, and we're going to call it search. And I'm going to go ahead and do search form.html. Okay. So the search form, I'm actually going to copy this search form right here and paste it in here. And so in nav, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one and do include and search form.html, save that, and save that one. Didn't change much, except now our dashboard, for example, will also include that. So we'll go ahead and do div class equals to text center, and maybe column medium 4, and then column small 6, and then column 12, MX auto. Bunch of cool stuff. And welcome back user. And then search for content. And then go ahead and do include search/search form.html. Save that, refresh, go into our homepage, welcome back user, search for content, open CV, hit enter. Sure enough, it goes to the actual search URL. No big deal. So now I need a search view. So I'm just going to call this detail.html. And we're going to go ahead and create a actual method here in main.py. I probably don't need to make its own module for just search, unless I was going to keep track of the search itself. I no longer want to list out all my users like this, so I'll just call this search now, and we'll call this search detail view. It's going to take in the request by default, the query, so Q being str, and this is probably going to be an optional str actually, and I'll set it equal to none. Let's just make sure that optional is imported. Sure enough, it is. Back in the very bottom now. So now we'll go ahead and say if Q is not none, then I actually want to get my search results. So we'll go ahead and do results equals to, well, we need to go into grabbing from our actual search client. So that's going to be from app.indexing, or rather from .indexing.client. We're going to import two things. So I'm going to import the update index client and then search index. Both things that we just created. So in our client, search index and update index. Simple enough. Okay, so search index we'll do first. So I'm going to go ahead and add in our query is none. And if Q is not none, I'll go ahead and say our query is Q. Now our search index is going to be based off of that query, and those are going to be our results. Let's actually print out what our results are first before I do anything else. I'll get rid of the user lookup and just return render request, and we called it search/detail in our template. There we go. So search/detail, and the context will actually change, but maybe initially I'll just give it an empty dictionary. And we'll return that as well. Okay, so now we save this, and this should be detail.html. So inside of that, we will actually grab maybe the dashboard, something similar to the dashboard. Okay, so searched for, and let's put in the query here. Okay, so I'm going to keep in that search form, refresh in here. Now search for nothing. So that query we want to add in as an argument here. And so context of query is equal to that. But we also printed out those search results. So if I scroll up a bit, I see a bunch of things related to these search results. I've got a few key value pairs here. So if I print this out as in results.keys, I will actually be able to see what these results are. Now, I would also potentially use Jupyter Notebooks for that same stuff to get exactly what's going on. But this is, I already know what's going to happen. So first of all, the hits is the actual number of results. So let's go ahead and call this hits based off of how they name it. So this is going to be results.hits or .get hits or an empty list. And then the number, I'll call it number hits, is equal to results.get and NB hits, right? Number of hits. Now there are pages and there's pagination. There's a number of things that could go in here. I'm not going to worry about those right now. I'll just go ahead and add in some of the basics here, and we'll do hits being hits, and then the number of hits being the number of hits, and also the query being the query. So we can get rid of this context here. Great. And I'll get rid of this. And so now in my detail, I'll just go ahead and put in my searched for or found number of hits for query. We'll keep that search bar in, and then I'll put in my hits here, and we'll refresh. And what do you know? Now I've got a number of hits coming back. So these, of course, are list items. So if I go to getbootstrap.com, I can go into the documentation again, into content, or rather into components, and going into the list group here, then links and buttons. We're going to go ahead and copy this one, and we will paste it in here. And the hits are going to be a list group itself, or we're going to iterate through here. So for hit in hits and if, then I'll get rid of this. And so now the link itself is going to be hit and path, assuming that it's in there, of course. And then hit and title. So I'm actually going to do hit.getTitle. And let's go ahead and take a look at the results. We get a server error. And this is giving us a unencountered end if in detail.html. It's probably related to this right here. Okay, that should say end for. We save that and we refresh in here, and there we go. So now I have some results here, and I'll give it a margin top of 3, save that, and what do you know? I can actually go into the videos themselves. So something else I might want to have in here is a small and just say hit.get and object type so that my user knows what they're looking at. And maybe I give it a class of text-muted. Save that, and there we go. So now we've got video and all that. So if I go to playlist now I want to just emulate what I would actually be doing here is let's go ahead and add a new playlist, and I'll call this OpenCV playlist. Create that playlist. Add a video here. Let's just grab a OpenCV video, one of them. And that is one of the user interface things I probably want to improve, which is being able to have a drop down of my current videos. So video 1, go and add that video. And there we go. We've got another great package here. So right now, if I search OpenCV and hit enter, obviously it doesn't actually show me those results. It doesn't show me the newly changed index. So all I'm going to do now is create a button in here that is going to be HX and post, and this is going to just be, update index. And we'll go ahead and say update search index or refresh it. This is probably something I would actually never put for most users. So I'll just go ahead and say if request.user.is authenticated. And more specifically, I would actually change the user group, but we don't have time to do that. So I'm going to leave it in just like that. And then back into main.py, we'll go ahead and just simply create that. So app.post, and this is going to be, what do we call it? Refresh. Call it update index. Update index, and we probably want to add in our response class in these. So response class and response class. And then I'm just going to return HTML response of the same exact text. Okay, so it's going to be refreshed. And then we've got our update index call here. And so I can actually bring that in and call update index. And we'll just go ahead and say the count refreshed. Okay, so we'll refresh in our detail view here. Let's take a look at that. And we should have our button HX post. I get an unexpected index or indent here somewhere. Oh yeah, we need, that's silly. So let's go ahead and call this our HTMX update index view. And it takes in a request. That was a silly error. Okay, so we refresh in here now, and we should get this page. I should be able to refresh this index at any time, assuming that it actually works. There it goes. It's going into post method and 32 refreshed. Cool. So that button now is going to be class BTN, BTN small, BTN outline secondary, and margin of 3. And there I go. I can now refresh that, and I can do some cool stuff. So the other thing is I can actually add in a new class for this. So when the request is coming through, I could change that the class that's coming through in there itself. It's just not something I'm going to do at this point. But now I have a way to refresh the index and as well as update this. So if I search OpenCV playlist now, it actually goes just to that playlist. And what do you know? I now have a pretty dynamic search here, right? So awesome. Do a search there. Pretty awesome. Now we've got a pretty full-fledged web application with video memberships and all that. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this. Right now, what I want to do is show you some of the things that I think are left, some of the things that you might consider doing from here on out. And I think they're fairly straightforward, but let's go ahead and just take a quick look. Now, first and foremost, here is our dashboard, our logged in dashboard. If we actually look at our logged out dashboard or the landing page, there's a lot of things we want to implement here, such as collecting their emails, maybe even having a list of some of those playlists, maybe having some of the videos even showing up. Next would be on the actual dashboard itself is maybe getting the most recently played video and or playlist. That, of course, is another challenge in of itself, actually getting not just the most recently viewed video, but what playlist it might be in, and also which one you actually looked at. I think you have the skills to do that now. Next, of course, is actually updating how we can video edit or edit any of these pieces, like what users have access to make edits and make changes. Right now, it's just anybody. So adding in roles to any given requested user is certainly one of those things. Then, of course, actually having the ability to edit our own account. That's something I just never implemented, of course. The next thing is actually editing playlists themselves, directly editing a playlist, and also having a drop down for previously existing videos. Those are just some of the few things that I think that you can work on now that would be really good challenges. And at this point, if you did everything, you absolutely have the foundation to make all of this happen. So I highly, highly recommend that you build on top of this. And I would really love to see what it is that you end up building. So thanks again for watching. My name is Justin Mitchell, and thanks for DataStax for partnering up with me on this one. I really enjoyed building out this video membership because I have my own video membership site, and I really enjoy teaching and putting out content out there. Now, granted, there still is a good amount of work left to actually build this into a full-fledged service, but we've laid a really, really solid foundation here. So if you want to see more, let me know in the comments and let me know what you want to see in a video membership itself or things in general. And if you have any questions, please let me know as well. Myself or somebody on the DataStax team is going to be checking out all of the comments below. So thanks again, and I look forward to talking to you guys and seeing you next time.